Starting as a scumbag, luckily I have infinite skill points. You were assigned the only true God class mage at the start, but due to awakening a G-rank talent, you were completely reduced to a waste, mocked by the entire school as a disabled person. Yet, in the next second, you awakened an SSS rank talent, infinite skill points. Ding, detected D-rank skill ice shard has reached max level. Ding, detected C-rank skill ice lance has reached max level. A waste, huh? Fill them all up for me. I have so many skill points I can't even use them all. Blue Star. Central Continent. Tianfeng City No. 3 High School. On the school's main stage, Principal Li Wenlong was speaking. Today is the annual Awakening Day. Without further ado, I hope all of you students present can awaken a class, become superior beings, and live better lives. Now, let the awakening ceremony begin. When the principal announced the start of the awakening ceremony, the students below orderly lined up for their awakening. In the serpentine queue, a chubby boy poked the handsome young man behind him. Yuan, do you think I can awaken as a mage? If I awaken as a mage, you can follow me from now on. I guarantee you'll have all the good food and drinks. Hearing the chubby guy's words, Yuan smiled but didn't answer, because his thoughts were not here at all. Yuan was not originally from this world. He had transmigrated to this world a week ago. In his previous life, Yuan was just an office worker screwing nuts in a factory, whose usual hobbies were playing games and browsing the internet. Before transmigrating, Yuan was playing a single-player game. This game was extremely difficult, especially the final boss, which stumped 99% of players. Yuan was naturally one of them. It wouldn't have mattered if he couldn't clear the game, but the annoying part about this game was that after the final boss killed you, it would say some trash talk that would make your blood pressure rise. When Yuan was killed by the boss for the 100th time, the boss's merciless taunting voice irritated Yuan. So Yuan activated a cheat, adjusted the values in the game, and made his attributes even more powerful than the boss's. Then Yuan brutalized the boss 200 times before his hatred subsided. But just as Yuan was shutting down his computer, the computer exploded, and Yuan transmigrated to this world. Through his understanding over the past few days, this world is called Blue Star, and its technology and lifestyle are similar to his previous life. The difference is that 100 years ago, various abyss appeared in this world. Monsters from the abyss could appear on Blue Star, severely threatening human living environments. Fortunately, not long after the abyss appeared, a structure called the Sacred Tower suddenly appeared in human cities. After the Sacred Tower appeared, humans, after turning 18, would have the chance to awaken as class holders. After becoming class holders, humans gained the power to fight abyss monsters. Lu Li's awakening failed. Wang Hu's awakening succeeded, class blacksmith. After students went on stage one by one, it was almost Yuan's turn. Yuan, wait for me to awaken as a mage, and I'll take you flying. The chubby guy, Fan, chuckled and walked onto the ceremonial platform. Not long after, news came that Fan had successfully awakened. Fan has successfully awakened as a shield warrior. Hearing that he had awakened as a shield warrior, Fan's face became incredibly long, and he let out a heartbroken wail. My dream of being a mage is shattered just like that. Yuan, you must awaken as a mage. Then it'll be up to you to take me flying. After a long wait, it was finally Yuan's turn. Stepping onto the awakening platform, Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power enter his body. The moment he awakened his talent, an ancient being slowly opened its eyes, looking towards Blue Star. An anomaly has appeared. Purge measures initiated. Standing on the ceremonial platform, colorful light suddenly erupted from Yuan's body. The teacher presiding over the ceremony, seeing Yuan's class, couldn't help but raise his voice a few octaves. Yuan has successfully awakened as a mage. Yuan hadn't reacted yet, but the students below exploded in excitement. Wow, someone actually awakened as a mage class. That's a golden ticket. I wonder if Big Brother Yuan needs a hanger-on. I can act cute, warm beds, and serve as a daily necessity, day or night. Although many class holders awaken each year, mages are still extremely rare. Compared to other classes, mages are uniquely gifted. They possess incredibly high damage and area of effect attacks. A powerful high-level mage alone can rival an entire army. And most importantly, other class holders face bottleneck restrictions and can only become demigods at most, while mage is the only class capable of breaking through to true godhood. So, the students were filled with envy, jealousy, and hate over Yuan awakening as a mage class. Yuan, of course, was unaware of the commotion outside. Just as he successfully completed his job change, he heard a notification sound in his ear. Ding, player class change successful, stats modified. What's that sound? Yuan was stunned. Why did this sound resemble his cheat program's voice prompts from his previous life? Did I not only awaken a class but also awaken a cheat? Dazedly walking off the awakening platform, Yuan saw Principal Li Wenlong approach him and ask kindly. You are Yuan, right? You awakened as a mage. I wonder if you would mind letting me see the talent and skill that came with your class. Seeing a hint of confusion in Yuan's eyes, Li Wenlong explained, don't misunderstand. Since you awakened as a mage, the school will reward you with a C-grade skill book. Of course, if the talent and skill that came with your class are quite powerful, there will be even more rewards. Hearing there were more rewards, Yuan was overjoyed and quickly looked at the talent and skill associated with his class. This look was startling. Yuan froze on the spot and didn't speak for a long time. Opened the status panel. Name Yuan. Level, LV1. HP 100. MP 600. Strength, 5 effects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 6 influences critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 12 influences magic attack, magic defense. Stamina, 7 influences HP, resistance. Skill points 1000. Evolution points, 0. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Skill, mana surge rank C. After seeing his status panel, Yuan was shocked by his talent. His expression instantly became somber. The reason for his silence? Because the talent was too bad. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Effect, reduces skill cast time and cooldown by 5%, reduces skill damage by 90%. This isn't a talent. This is a damn curse, isn't it? This isn't just crippling me. You're messing with me, aren't you? F-I-N-G retarded. Yuan cursed angrily in his heart. Why was he so angry? Because before level 20 is considered the novice period. At this stage, as long as a class holder is careful, most have a chance to reach level 20. Reaching level 20 is a threshold. Some with poor talents or those with life classes would find it very difficult to pass the first class advancement trial. Yuan's talent was not just poor, it was utterly terrible. This talent could be described as the fighter jet of garbage. You could argue it might be excusable if a priest awakened this talent, as priests inherently don't deal much damage. But for Yuan, as a mage, to awaken this trash talent, one can only say fate is playing tricks. Awakened as the noble mage class. The accompanying talent was worse than dog shit. Glancing at the talent again, Yuan sighed. Feeling that his class holder career would be bleak. A dim future. In a fleeting glimpse, Yuan was suddenly shocked by the number of skill points on his status panel. He muttered to himself, the game cheat really crossed over with me, do I still have a chance? Through the feedback from the status panel, Yuan learned that he now gets 1000 skill points for every level he gains. Each class change also doubles his skill points. And there was a mysterious reward every 10 levels. This is incredibly awesome. How many skills do I have to learn to use up so many skill points? Yuan was ecstatic. The importance of skill points goes without saying except for a very few exceptional classes. A normal class holder only gets 5 points per level up. But Yuan gets an astonishing 1000 points per level, leaving other class holders hundreds of miles behind. With a try-it-out mentality, Yuan used his skill points to upgrade Mana Surge. After adding 1 point, the skill changed. Skill, Mana Surge rank CLV2. Effect, increases MP by 600. 100 mana per level, not bad. Then Yuan clicked 9 more times continuously, maxing out Mana Surge. Skill, Mana Surge rank CLV max. Effect, increases MP by 1500. Just one skill increased his mana by 1500 points, which was already incredibly exaggerated. A level 10 plain mage would have roughly that much mana. And Yuan already possessed it at level 1. After maxing out Mana Surge, Yuan was overjoyed. Woohoo! To the moon! Others get 5 skill points per level up, and to get additional skill points, they can only clear the abyss or participate in the Sacred Tower trials. This shows how precious skill points are to a class holder. But Yuan could freely lavish such precious skill points. Moreover, whatever skill Yuan acquires in the future, he can quickly level it up to maximum. After allocating points to the skill, a thought struck Yuan. Skills can be upgraded by adding points. He wondered if talents could be upgraded too. He clicked on the talents section. He found that talents could not be upgraded with skill points. This was expected, and Yuan didn't show much disappointment. Just before closing the status panel, on a whim, Yuan clicked on Mana Surge again. Ding! C-rank skill Mana Surge has reached promotion standard. Do you wish to spend 100 skill points to upgrade it to be rank skill Mana Fountain? As soon as he heard the prompt, Yuan's eyes lit up. Upgrade, give me an upgrade. Yuan quickly agreed to the upgrade request. It's just 100 skill points, a piece of cake. After the upgrade, the C-rank skill Mana Surge transformed into the B-rank skill Mana Fountain. Skill, Mana Fountain rank BLV1. Effect 1, increases 2000 MP. Effect 2, increase MP recovery speed by 50%. Seeing the effect of Mana Fountain, Lin Tianluo was overjoyed. This is a divine skill for mages. What does a turret mage lack most? Of course, it's mana. Imagine if a mage had abundant mana and could cast skills at will, they would undoubtedly become an enemy's nightmare. Then, Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment, continuously adding points until Mana Fountain reached max level. Skill, Mana Fountain rank BLV max. Effect 1, increases 5000 MP. Effect 2, increase MP recovery speed by 100%. Seeing the skill effect, Yuan was speechless. A B-rank skill completely crushes a C-rank skill. Not only did it add 3500 mana points, but it also gained a buff that increases MP recovery speed by 100%. But Yuan was still not satisfied. Since skills can advance, let me see what your limits are. Yuan clicked the plus sign after the max level Mana Fountain again. Ding, detected that B-rank skill Mana Fountain meets the promotion conditions. Do you wish to spend 500 skill points to upgrade it to a rank skill Mana Body? Seeing that Mana Fountain could still advance, Yuan chose to agree. Compared to the smooth skill advancement just now, this time Yuan felt some pain. He felt countless ants gnawing at him inside his body, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his throat. Yuan's unusual behavior surprised the people around him. From the moment Principal Li started asking questions, Yuan had been deep in thought with his head bowed. You say you're thinking, but why are you making such strange noises? As everyone wondered, Yuan spoke up on his own accord. I've awakened a G-rank talent and an A-rank skill. Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and displayed his talent and skill. Skill, Mana Body rank ALV1. Effect 1, increases 10,000 MP. Effect 2, increases MP recovery speed by 200%. Effect 3, reduces magic damage taken by 10%. Yuan first displayed the A-rank skill, Mana Body. As soon as this skill appeared, gasps of cold air were heard around him. Even Principal Li looked at this skill in shock, lamenting in his heart, this child is truly extraordinary. Many people believed that with this A-rank skill, Yuan would undoubtedly become a powerful mage. But when Yuan revealed his talent, the scene became a bit peculiar. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Effect, reduces skill cast time and cooldown by 5%, reduces skill damage by 90%. When the talent appeared before everyone, they all fell silent. Talent levels range from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Some prodigies can even awaken SS rank talents. After a long silence, a sneer suddenly broke the quiet. Haha, what's the use of awakening a mage class and an A rank skill if skill damage is reduced by 90%? You can't even hurt monsters. I'd say he's just a waste. The speaker was Chen, who had awakened the archer class. His awakened talent was a C rank called Archer Focus, which increases accuracy, and his skill was a C rank twin shot, allowing him to quickly fire 2 arrows to strike enemies. Chen, Yuan, and Fan had some past grievances. Moreover, Chen was a very petty person. Initially, Chen was somewhat pleased to see that both his talent and skill were C rank, but then he learned that Yuan's awakened skill was A rank. The moment he saw the A rank skill mana body, Chen thought he would have to tread carefully in the future. But then he found out that Yuan's awakened talent was G rank. This was a rank lower than the known F rank talents. A G rank talent had never appeared in human history, yet it appeared on Yuan. Reducing skill cast time and cooldown by 5% was better than nothing, but reducing skill damage by 90% was extremely fatal. Furthermore, the effect of this talent couldn't simply be offset by equipment. All in all, Yuan's talent was truly trash among trash. Even if his awakened class was mage, he was still a good for nothing. When everyone heard Chen's words, no one refuted them. Instead, they tacitly agreed. Everyone thought Yuan was probably done for. Because after awakening, students would enter the abyss. The abyss was unlike anything else. It meant facing monsters directly from within the abyss. No classmate would team up with a mage whose damage was reduced by 90%, even if he had an A-grade passive skill. If that A-grade passive skill increased damage, Yuan might still have a chance, but it was an increase in mana, which was the most useless stat during the novice phase. During the novice phase, everyone could only learn a few skills. Unless you were a healing priest, 100 mana and 10,000 mana made no difference. After understanding this, everyone looked at Yuan with a hint of pity. What a shame. Even though he awakened as a mage class, his talent is terrible. He probably has no future. Yeah, it would have been better to fail the awakening. Tomorrow, entering the abyss, he probably won't come back alive. 2 classmates who had failed their awakening brazenly commented from the side. The words of his classmates reached Yuan's ears, but they did not cause the slightest change in his expression. At this moment, Yuan was only concerned about one thing. He looked at Principal Li. Principal, does the C-grade skill you just mentioned still count? Principal Li had just personally said that if he awakened as a mage class, he would receive a C-grade skill book as a reward. Yuan hadn't considered additional rewards. Because Yuan knew that as soon as he revealed his talent, any additional rewards would likely be gone. Now Yuan just wanted to confirm if Principal Li's promised C-grade skill book was still valid. He had just used 620 skill points to upgrade his skills. Once he got the C-grade skill, at the very least, he could upgrade it to be level max. As long as he played it safe, he might even be able to solo tomorrow's abyss. Yes, Yuan had no intention of teaming up with others. He planned to solo tomorrow's abyss trial. From the reactions of the teachers and classmates just now, Yuan already knew that even if he asked to join a party, no one would team up with him. In the face of the potentially deadly abyss trial, most people would not take along a burden whose damage was reduced by 90%. So Yuan was desperate to know if Principal Li's promised skill book still held true. Facing Yuan's question, Principal Li replied, "Don't worry, there's no problem with the skill books. This is a rule set by the Sacred Tower, and no one can deny it." Hearing that it was a rule set by the Sacred Tower, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he finally had a chance to solo an abyss. After the awakening ceremony, Principal Li once again walked onto the stage. First, congratulations to the students who successfully awakened. You have become class holders, which means you have a bright future, but at the same time, you must face the trials of the abyss. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., students who successfully awaken should gather here. The school will open the abyss trial for you. Students who did not successfully awaken, do not be discouraged. You should also strive to become useful members of society. Even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear has its use. I hope you will shine brightly in your respective roles in the future." After saying a few words of encouragement, Principal Lee stepped down from the stage and approached Yuan. "I'll take you to collect your skill now." Yuan naturally had no objections and followed Principal Lee to the library. Upon arriving at the library, Principal Lee noticed two people just walking out. These two were Vice Principal Chen Shishan and Zhang. Upon seeing Principal Lee bringing Yuan here, the two exchanged knowing glances. After a simple greeting to Principal Lee, they left. They left in a hurry, and Principal Lee didn't get a chance to talk to them. After entering the library, Yuan noticed Principal Lee frowning. Yuan's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "Is something wrong, Principal?" Principal Lee nodded. "A small problem." Principal Lee then sighed and took out a C-rank skill book, handing it to Yuan. Before, there were 4 C-rank mage skill books in the library, but now there's only 1 left. Yuan's eyes lit up when he first heard there were 4, but then he was somewhat disappointed when he heard there was only 1 left. Taking the skill book from Principal Lee, Yuan read the skill description. Ring of Repulsion rank C LVU1. Cast time, instant skill. Consumption, 100 MP. Description: release a ring of fire that pushes units within 3 meters away from you, dealing 200 skill damage. Skill cooldown, 8 seconds. The skill's damage was mediocre, but its strength lay in being a life-saving skill. Yuan was in no position to complain and gladly accepted it. Before leaving, Yuan suddenly remembered something. The student named Zhang, who was next to the vice principal earlier, had also awakened as a mage class today. Zhang's awakened talent and skill were both C rank. Without any damage reduction buffs, he was a normal mage. Logically, Zhang should normally receive 1 C rank skill book, so why were 3 missing? After asking the doubts in his heart, Principal Lee explained. Vice Principal Chen Shishan used his authority to reallocate 2 other C-rank skill books to Zhang. If it weren't for the rules of the Sacred Tower, Yuan probably wouldn't even have been left with a single C-tier skill. Understanding the crux of the problem, Yuan had nothing to say after all. His talent was trash. However, getting a skill book was a good thing. With so many skill points, he wasn't worried about good skills. After getting the skill book, Yuan parted ways with Principal Lee. Back home, Yuan opened his status panel again. Name, Yuan. Level, LV1. HP 100. MP 10120. Strength, 5 effects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 6 influences critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 12 influences spell attack, spell defense. Stamina, 7 influences HP, resistance. Skill points 380. Evolution points, 0. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Skill, mana body A tier. Skill, ring of repulsion rank C. Upgrading the C tier skill to a tier previously cost 620 points, leaving him with only 380 points. He could only upgrade ring of repulsion to B tier. Thinking about it, Yuan immediately maxed out Ring of Repulsion. Yuan took a look and the effect was pretty good. Skill, Ring of Repulsion rank C LV max. MP cost, 500. Cast time, instant skill. Effect, releases a ring of fire pushing units within 5 meters of the caster, dealing 2000 skill damage. Skill cooldown 5 seconds. 2000 damage, quite ordinary. The increased range was very useful, meaning the skill's attack range went from 3 meters to 5 meters. With a cooldown of only 5 seconds, ordinary monsters won't be able to get close. But Yuan wasn't satisfied with this, because he had an inherent damage reduction buff. 2000 points of damage would only deal 200 points when used by Yuan, so Yuan planned to continue upgrading. Ding, detected that C-tier skill Ring of Repulsion meets upgrade conditions. Do you wish to spend 100 skill points to upgrade? Faced with the prompt, Yuan chose to agree. Subsequently, a brand new B-tier skill appeared in the skill bar, which delighted Yuan. Skill, Flame will rank BLVU1. MP cost, 800. Cast time, instant. Effect, summons 4 flame wheels to protect yourself. Each flame wheel deals 2,500 skill damage. The flame wheels can push back enemies approaching within 5 meters. Skill duration 3 seconds, skill cooldown 5 seconds. In Yuan's opinion, this skill was pretty good, capable of continuous damage and protection. With this skill, Yuan's preliminary plan could finally be realized. Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately maxed out Flame Wheel. Skill, Flame Wheel rank BLV max. MP cost, 1500. Cast time, instant. Effect, summons 8 flame wheels to protect the user. Each flame wheel deals 5,000 skill damage. Flame wheels can push back enemies that come close. Attack range 8 meters. Skill duration 6 seconds. Skill cooldown 4 seconds. After the skill was maxed out, the number of flame wheels doubled, the damage also doubled, and the attack range significantly increased. With a duration of 6 seconds and a cooldown of 4 seconds, this means that as long as Yuan has mana, this skill can be continuously maintained. The skill is pretty good. I hope tomorrow's trial goes smoothly. After upgrading Flame Wheel, Yuan didn't forget to also max out Mana Body. After Mana Body was maxed out, Yuan's mana pool reached a terrifying new level. Mana Body, a rank LV max. Effect 1, increases MP by 30,000 points. Effect 2, increases MP recovery speed by 500%. Effect 3, reduces magic damage taken by 25%. With an increase of 30,000 MP, Yuan estimated that he could use the Flame Wheel skill 20 times consecutively. This was without even factoring in mana regeneration. Possessing a 500% mana recovery speed, Yuan could even become a perpetual motion machine. The next morning, Yuan woke up early to cook for himself. There was no other way. Yuan in this life was an orphan, and even the house he currently lived in wasn't his own. If Yuan hadn't successfully awakened, this house would likely have been reclaimed. After breakfast, Yuan arrived at school. When he reached the sports field, many students were already forming teams. Team needs 1 healer class, 4 for 1, led by a C-rank talent warrior. 4 warriors and 1 healer cleaver team, missing 2 warriors. The constant shouts made Yuan feel as if he was in an online game from his previous life. 100 years ago, when the sacred tower descended, anyone who awakened and became a class holder had their attributes digitized. It was very much like the online games of his previous life. And the abyss, equivalent to dungeons in a game, awaited players to conquer them. No one knew why it was like this. It seemed to be taken for granted. After a moment of daze, Yuan's best friend, the chubby Fan, walked over and patted Yuan's shoulder. "Yuan, have you formed a team yet? Why don't you join mine?" Chubby Fan's class was Shield Warrior, more durable than ordinary warriors, and with his B-rank talent, Resilience, which reduced damage by 15%, Fan became a highly sought-after commodity. Many teams wanted Fan to join them. It's well known that having a durable frontline tank in a team can greatly ensure the HP safety of teammates. Fan's team happened to lack a damage dealer. Seeing Yuan spacing out not far away, Fan walked over and extended an invitation. Fan had good intentions. He was worried Yuan had no one to team up with and wanted to take him under his wing. However, his decision displeased the other 3 teammates. One of the teammates, named Wang, unhappily said, "Fan, out of all the people you could invite, why invite such a burden? Are you afraid we won't die fast enough?" Wang was a healer. Although his words were unpleasant, the other 2 class holders in the team didn't object. "Yes, Fan, any damage dealer you find would be better than him. You know his talent, don't you? It reduces damage by 90%, making it impossible to even scratch monsters in the abyss. We'd also have to be distracted protecting him." The other damage dealer was their classmate. Knowing the relationship between Fan and Yuan, he didn't speak to Fan but subtly said to Yuan, "Yuan, I know you and Fan are good brothers. If you truly consider Fan a good brother, you shouldn't drag him down today. Fan awakened a B-rank talent and has a brighter future. Once Fan grows stronger, he can protect more people. You shouldn't selfishly demand that Fan takes you with him." After the teammates finished speaking, before Yuan could reply, Fan became furious. I didn't hear you say such things yesterday when Yuan became a mage. Now you're despising his talent? Try awakening a mage yourself. I'm telling you now, if you want to be on my team, you must take Yuan with us. Initially, the teammates had hoped Fan would see reason and drop the idea of inviting Yuan. But who knew Fan was so stubborn? The few of them simply kicked Fan out of the team as well. If you want to bring a burden, bring him yourself. We won't serve you. After Wang kicked Fan out of the team, he left with these words. They really thought they were great just because they awakened as shield warriors. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged warriors are all over the training ground. After the three of them left, Fan looked at Yuan with a slightly apologetic gaze. Sorry, I didn't expect them to say that. It's okay, what they said isn't wrong. Anyone who sees my talent would react this way. I wasn't planning on teaming up for today's Abyss trial anyway. Yuan patted Fan's arm, indicating that Fan shouldn't take it to heart. But you, strong teammates are hard to find. Although those three spoke unpleasantly, their strength is not bad. Yuan knew that Fan's previous three teammates all had at least C-rank talents. As the leader, Wang even wore 2 pieces of priest equipment, which showed that Wang's family was very wealthy, otherwise, they wouldn't have spent a fortune buying beginner's equipment. Hearing Yuan say this, Fan pouted. With their timid demeanor, I reckon they'll barely make it through the Abyss trial. Although he said that, Fan obviously agreed with Yuan's words. While the two chatted, it was already 8:30 a.m., and Principal Li arrived at the training ground. Students, the Abyss trial is about to begin. Those who haven't formed teams should do so quickly. This year's Abyss trial is Goblin Forest, which is very friendly for beginners. You must remember. For the next 10 minutes, Principal Li continued to talk about precautions for the Goblin Forest. In the corner, Yuan's face showed a relieved expression when he heard that this year's Abyss was the Goblin Forest. Good thing it's Goblin Forest. It would be terrible if it were Wailing Caverns or Bloodshed Cemetery. Yuan mumbled with a hint of relief. As for the reason, it was obvious. The monsters in Goblin Forest are all goblins, and most of them are melee, making them relatively easy to deal with. But the Wailing Caverns and the Crimson Graveyard are different. The former has narrow terrain, making it easy to be surrounded, while the latter is full of undead monsters, including troublesome specters. The Crimson Graveyard is often referred to as a graveyard for newcomers. It's a good thing this year's Abyss isn't Bloodshed Cemetery. After explaining the precautions, Principal Li stopped with the pleasantries and opened the portal to the Abyss. Remember, once you enter the Abyss, you must ensure your own safety. If your HP is in danger, you must use an escape scroll. These words were taken to heart by many students. If a class holder fails to pass the Abyss trial, their class will be stripped, and they will become an ordinary person. Having one's class stripped is a very painful experience, and it comes with some side effects, such as reduced physical fitness and susceptibility to illness. But at least they would live. In previous years' trial dungeons, many rookies were killed by monsters before they could even use an escape scroll. The portal opened, many teams couldn't wait and eagerly walked towards the portal, entering the Abyss. As Fan's former teammates passed in front of the two, they looked at Fan with a provocative gaze, then snorted disdainfully and walked into the portal. What's there to be arrogant about? Put. Fan spat towards their retreating backs, muttering. Chen, who had always disliked Fan, witnessed this scene. So Chen walked up to the two and said haughtily. Fan, our team is still missing a tank. I'm inviting you out of consideration for being classmates. Our team has a mage, not this useless person next to you, but a real mage. Do you know Jiang? Not only did he awaken a C-rank talent, but he also learned 3 C-rank skills. He's definitely going to rank in the Abyss trial. You shouldn't miss this opportunity. The Jiang Chen mentioned was Jiang, whose awakened class was also mage. He was the classmate Yuan met yesterday at the entrance of the library. If it were anyone else hearing Chen's invitation, they would have happily agreed right away, but Fan didn't. Fan knew that his relationship with Chen was very bad, and even with such a good opportunity, it wouldn't be his turn. Chen's invitation was definitely a trap. What the hell, Jung? If you want to be a lapdog, go by yourself. Don't drag me into it, I'm allergic to dog hair. Fan immediately retorted. After speaking, he covered his nose with his hand, looking at Chen with a disgusted expression. Fan's answer almost made Chen explode with anger. He pointed at Fan and said furiously, "You're being ungrateful. Let's see how you cleared the abyss without teammates. Don't you two die in the abyss. When you two are stripped of your class and become ordinary people, let's see if you can still smile then. Don't blame me for not showing former classmates sentiment." Leaving these harsh words, Chen didn't even look at the two of them and stormed off. Let's see how arrogant you two can be once you enter the abyss trial. Yuan heard the threat in Chen's words. He secretly rolled his eyes. This guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. He needs a good beating. If Chen hadn't walked away so quickly, Yuan definitely would have slapped him hard. Although Fan's three former teammates spoke unpleasantly, that was human nature. But Chen's words clearly expressed hope that the two of them would die in the abyss. If they didn't die, but were stripped of their class and became ordinary people, they would still not escape Chen's malicious intentions. This was a bit too much. Yuan obviously wouldn't let such a thing happen. After watching Chen and his teammates enter the abyss, Yuan said to Fan, "Fatty, do you trust me?" Hearing Yuan's solemn words, Fan replied without hesitation, "If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?" "Good, if you trust me, come with me, and I guarantee you can clear it." After Yuan finished speaking, he strode towards the abyss portal. Seeing Yuan's actions, Fan resolutely followed behind him. The unusual movements of the two attracted comments from others. "Look, that's Yuan, who awakened the mage class. Unfortunately, his talent is trash, making him useless. He dares to enter the abyss without a team. Is he mentally unstable from the shock? With his talent, what team would be willing to take him?" Indeed. All the students present, including the teachers, did not think highly of Yuan. One teacher saw Yuan heading towards the abyss and, feeling a pang of pity, shouted, "Yuan, I know you feel a sense of loss, but don't do anything foolish. After entering, just use the escape scroll. At least you can become an ordinary person and continue living." But before the famous teacher could finish speaking, Yuan had already walked into the portal. "You have entered Goblin Forest." After entering the abyss, Yuan felt like he had entered another world. A few seconds later, Fan also teleported to Yuan's side. Looking out, what met their eyes was a lush green forest, with the tallest trees reaching 60 or 70 meters high. Looking left and right, there were bushes all around, with only a 3-person wide path leading to the southeast. "Yuan, stay behind me. If monsters come, I can tank them for a bit." Seeing the small path ahead, Fan volunteered to lead the way. Passing through the path, the two truly entered the forest. Inside the forest, many monsters lurked. Name, Goblin Scavenger LV1. HP 500. Attack, 7. Defense, 0. Evaluation, the lowest level monster in the abyss, bar none. Seeing the monster's attributes, Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This goblin's attack and defense were very low. It shouldn't be a problem if he lured them one by one. Although Fan had said he trusted Yuan outside earlier, he still had some doubts in his heart. However, Fan planned to take on everything by himself. Just as Fan was about to lure the monsters one by one to kill them, he saw Yuan brazenly walk up to the monsters. Facing Yuan's undisguised actions, the goblin scavengers in front of him all charged at Yuan, howling, wanting to tear Yuan to shreds. "Yuan, it's dangerous, quickly get out of the way." Yuan's actions startled Fan. He thought Yuan genuinely couldn't accept his talent and was going to commit suicide. He was about to go over and stop him. But then he saw 8 fiery wheels emitting scorching heat suddenly appear around Yuan. 500. 500. 500. The goblin scavengers were instantly killed by Yuan's skill before they could even reach him. After one round of skill, 10 goblin scavenger corpses had already fallen around Yuan. Killed goblin scavenger, experience increased by 10 points. A flood of kill notifications echoed in his ears. 10 monsters provided Yuan with 100 experience points, still 400 points away from leveling up. After killing the monsters, Yuan squatted down and began searching for loot. After searching for a while, Yuan stood up, muttering curses. You truly live up to your name, a bunch of paupers. 10 monsters, and not even a single copper coin dropped. Yuan's curses brought Fan back to his senses. Fan, with his mouth agape, came to Yuan's side. Damn, Yuan, what kind of skill was that? How did it do so much damage? Fan clearly knew about Yuan's talent. How could he still instantly kill goblin scavengers when his damage was reduced by 90%? Did Yuan have some other hidden talent? Yuan, isn't your talent supposed to reduce damage by 90%? Fan asked, uncertain. Yuan didn't hide anything from his best friend and directly posted his skill. Skill, Flame will rank BLV max. MP cost, 1500. Cast time, instant. Effect, summons 8 flame wheels to protect the user. Each flame wheel deals 5000 skill damage. Flame wheels can push away enemies that get close. Attack range 8 meters. Skill duration 6 seconds. Skill cooldown 4 seconds. Fan fell silent after seeing the skill effect, then pinched his face hard. Yuan, I didn't misread that, did I? Yuan nodded. You didn't. Fan said excitedly, that's great. I thought you were having suicidal thoughts or something foolish, ha ha ha. This is good, now you can carry me. Yuan smiled slightly at Fan's reaction. When he was surrounded by monsters just now, Yuan could feel that Fan was genuinely worried about his safety, so Yuan didn't conceal his skill. Moreover, Fan was also tactful and didn't delve into how Yuan obtained the skill, which saved Yuan a lot of explanation. The two continued forward and found more than a dozen goblin scavengers appearing nearby. As soon as the monsters appeared, Yuan still boldly walked in front of them. When the monsters charged, he activated the flame wheel skill. The moment the skill was activated, the group of goblin scavengers nearby instantly had their health cleared, turning into cold corpses. After several such instances, Yuan had already figured out the power of his skill. Goblin scavengers only have 500 health and 0 defense. My skill can instantly kill them. Yuan was no longer cautious. He felt that pulling monsters alone was inefficient, so he had Fan join in. After the two continuously pulled monsters, all the nearby goblin scavengers had been defeated. After killing over 50 goblin scavengers, Yuan successfully leveled up to 2. Upon reaching level 2, Yuan noticed new changes in his status panel. After leveling up, all attributes increased by 1 point, and he received 5 free attribute points. Name, Yuan. Level, LV2. HP 400. MP 30300. Strength, 6 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 7 affects critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 13 affects magic attack, magic defense. Stamina, 8 affects HP, resistance. Skill points 1260. Evolution points, 0. Free attribute points, 5. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Skill, mana body A rank. Skill, flame wheel rank B. When Yuan saw the number in the skill points column, his heart settled, feeling reassured. Immediately after, Yuan clicked on flame wheel. Ding, B rank skill flame wheel detected as meeting upgrade conditions. Do you want to consume 500 skill points to upgrade it to a rank skill? Does that even need to be asked? Hearing the system's prompt, Yuan directly chose to agree. After agreeing, Yuan's skill bar gained another A rank skill. Skill, Scorching Array rank A LVU1. Cost, 2000 plus 100 MP per second. Cast time, 5 seconds. Effect, summons a movable magic array to burn enemies, dealing 10,000 fire attribute damage per second within a 20-meter range. While dealing damage, you can choose whether to knock back enemy units. Skill duration is 1 minute, cooldown is 3 minutes. Seeing the new skill in the skill bar, Yuan was overjoyed. Level 1 goblin scavengers only have 500 HP, so level 2 goblins probably won't be much stronger. Even if Yuan's damage is reduced by 90%, he can still deal 1000 damage per second. Once Yuan's skill is activated, no monster in the goblin forest can stop Yuan's progress. Even a boss would only last a few extra seconds. After maxing out the skill casually, Scorching Array's damage increased significantly again. Skill, Scorching Array rank ALV max. Cost, 5000 plus 200 MP per second. Cast time, 3 seconds. Effect, summons a movable magic array to scorch enemies, dealing 30,000 fire damage per second with an attack range of 30 meters. While dealing damage, you can choose whether to knock back enemy units. Skill lasts for 2 minutes, cooldown 2 minutes. Perfect. After maxing it out, Yuan exclaimed in admiration. At skill level 1, there was a 2-minute downtime, but after maxing it out, that concern was completely gone. As for the skill's MP consumption, Yuan felt no pressure at all. Yuan's intelligence is 13 points, allowing him to recover 13 mana per second. With the 500% mana regeneration bonus, Yuan can recover 65 mana per second. Adding 5 free attribute points to intelligence. Mana recovery speed can increase by another 25 points per second. Although it's not as much as the 200 points per second consumption, it can still ensure Yuan's mana doesn't run dry. After the skill was enhanced, Yuan's monster farming speed became even more efficient. After killing another 50 goblin scavengers, Yuan encountered a new monster. Name, Goblin Wanderer LV2. HP 800. Attack, 10. Defense, 0. After getting the monster's information, Yuan summoned Scorching Array and walked forward. The nearby goblins, upon spotting Yuan, began to shout loudly, calling for backup. This is the tricky part about goblins. While individually weak, the characteristic of goblins is to call for backup upon seeing an enemy and run if they can't win. Many newcomers learned this the hard way. If other parties encountered goblins calling for backup, they would likely find a narrow terrain to fight in. This way, they wouldn't face attacks from all directions. But Yuan didn't need to. Facing the surging goblins, Yuan almost laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, Scorching Array moved in front of him. The monsters were incinerated by the flames of the magic array before they could even get close. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. Damage numbers continuously popped up above the monsters' heads, and Yuan's ears were constantly filled with kill notifications. You have killed a goblin straggler. Experience points increased by 20. You have killed a goblin straggler. Experience points increased by 20. In less than 5 seconds, all the monsters in front of Yuan were killed, contributing a large wave of experience. It takes 1000 experience to level up from level 2 to level 3. Yuan glanced at his experience bar and found that he still needed 600 experience to reach level 3. Work harder, try to reach level 3 as soon as possible. Once he reached level 3, Yuan would gain another 1000 skill points, which would allow him to upgrade Scorching Array to an S-rank skill. Although the damage of an A-rank skill was sufficient for now, Yuan still felt uneasy. There was no other way, as Yuan had a talent that reduced damage by 90%. Since Yuan couldn't resolve the talent issue for now, he can only increase his damage by upgrading his skills. After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, Yuan picked up 37 copper coins. Fan, who was standing beside him, suddenly said, "I haven't had breakfast, I'm a bit hungry." Then Fan pulled out 2 loaves of bread from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth. "I should have brought 2 barbecue grills." This made Yuan roll his eyes. "Why don't you bring a tent to sleep in?" he said, snatching the other loaf of bread from Fan's hand. After eating the bread, the two continued deeper into the forest. At the same time, Shen's party also encountered goblin stragglers. Faced with dozens of goblin monsters besieging them, the warrior acting as the tank in the party turned pale and almost turned to run away. At the critical moment, Jiang made his move. His right hand emitted waves of cold air, and with a gentle flick, a layer of frost covered the ground in front of the warrior. This skill was one of the 3 C rank skills Jiang had obtained from the library yesterday. Ice Path C rank LV1. Effect: consumes 30 MP, reduces the movement speed of targets within a 10-meter radius by 20%, skill duration 10 seconds, cooldown 12 seconds. After the skill was cast, the charging goblin's speed instantly dropped significantly. Jiang is amazing. Chen, who was following behind Jiang, exclaimed with admiration, his face full of fawning. But Jiang remained expressionless and said calmly, "Warriors, pay attention to your positioning, don't get surrounded by too many monsters. Everyone else, focus fire on the target I'm attacking." After speaking, Jiang began to cast a spell with his right hand, and 3 seconds later, a fist-sized fireball materialized. Fireball C rank LV1. Description: consumes 25 MP, condenses a fireball to deal 250 damage to enemies, casting time 3 seconds, no cooldown. Next, the 5-person team began to cooperate in killing monsters. With the ice path slowing down the monsters, the 5 used a kiting tactic. In about 5 minutes, all the monsters were killed. Phew, these monsters can call for backup, they're really tough. If it weren't for Zhong's slowing skill, we probably wouldn't have gotten through so easily. While cleaning up the spoils, Chen didn't forget to butter up Jiang. The others in the team heard Chen's words and readily agreed. That's because Zhang has good awareness and strong control. Anyone else would probably have been in a panic. Jiang, who was standing aside recovering stamina, listened to the flattery from everyone. Although he didn't say anything, a slight smile appeared on his face. After killing the large wave of monsters, everyone in the team leveled up to level 2. Zhang received 5 skill points and 5 free attribute points. After some thought, Zhang put all 5 free attribute points into intelligence. His intelligence reached 17, significantly increasing his damage and mana regeneration. As for skill points, Zhang added 2 points each to Fireball and Icy Path. With numerous monsters in Goblin Forest, Icy Path's slowing effect would be maximized, and upgrading Fireball was to maintain damage for fighting bosses. After a few minutes of rest, Zhang's team set off again. After walking about 50 meters, Chen cursed. "Damn it, so many monsters, how are we supposed to fight them?" What appeared before them was a large area of wooden houses, and near them, there were almost 100 goblin wanderers. As an archer, Chen had good eyesight. He also noticed a few taller goblins among the goblin wanderers. Name: Goblin Warrior LV3. HP 1200. Attack: 20. Defense: 2. Heavy Strike: the next attack deals 50% additional damage. Over 100 level 2 monsters, interspersed with a few level 3 ones, appeared densely packed on the essential path ahead. Even Jiang fell silent upon seeing these monsters, his gaze constantly sweeping the surroundings. After observing for a long while, Jiang's eyes lit up. He walked between 2 large trees and beckoned. "Everyone come over. The archer will go pull aggro later, and we'll hide behind the big trees. The warrior will block between the trees. This way, at most 2 monsters can hit the warrior. With our output, if we kill them slowly, we should be able to finish the fight in about 30 minutes. The team members naturally had no objections when they heard Jiang say this. After everyone was in position, Chen walked near the monsters, shot an arrow, and ran. Initially, everyone was a little scared when they saw the surging monsters, but they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the monsters were indeed stuck between the large trees, unable to attack the back row of the team, just as Jiang had said. While attacking, Chen also frantically complimented Jiang. Thanks to Jiang coming up with this brilliant method, other teams probably wouldn't know how to clear this so easily. At this, Chen couldn't help but think of Yuan and Fan. Those 2 are probably dead by now. If they're not, that's even better. I'll humiliate them severely after I finish this dungeon. The idea was good, but reality was not so. The monster horde that stumped most people was no challenge for Yuan at all. When Yuan saw the dense crowd of monsters, saliva nearly drooled from the corner of his mouth. Heaven truly helps me. The monsters are all gathered together, saving me the trouble of luring them one by one. Before killing monsters, Yuan cast a spell to summon the scorching array. He let out a loud roar. "Follow me and charge in." Controlling the scorching array, Yuan charged into the monster horde like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Yuan's shouts broke the silence of the forest, alarming many monsters. Seeing Yuan alone, these monsters revealed cruel glints in their eyes, baring their fangs as they ran towards him. "Guji Gula! Kill this human!" Shouting in a language Yuan couldn't understand, they wanted to dismember him. Fan, who was following Yuan, couldn't help but feel sympathy for the goblins when he saw this scene. Foolish goblins! Fan had witnessed similar scenes no less than 3 times already. Each time, the goblins' actions and expressions were remarkably consistent when they saw Yuan alone, and of course, the outcome was equally consistent. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. The scorching array moved slowly forward. As soon as the monsters touched the magical array, they were struck down by flames. In less than 10 seconds, all the monsters in the entire camp had been killed. Killed Goblin Rover, experience plus 20. Killed Goblin Rover, experience plus 20. Killed Goblin Warrior, experience plus 30. All the monsters in the camp turned into Yuan's experience points. After killing over 100 monsters, Yuan leveled up to 3, and was only about 200 experience points away from level 4. Now this is what I call killing monsters, truly satisfying. If only there were more monsters. After killing the monsters, Yuan sighed. If people from other teams heard this, they would likely die of anger. Yuan was actually complaining that there weren't enough of the monster hordes that other teams dreaded. Opening his status panel, Yuan found that he had gained another 1,000 skill points, which meant he could get an additional S-rank skill. Name, Yuan. Level, LV3. HP 450. MP 30500. Strength, 7 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 8 affects critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 19 affects magic attack, magic defense. Stamina, 9 affects HP, resistance. Skill points 1740. Evolution points, 0. Free attribute points, 5. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Skill, mana body A rank. Skill, scorching array rank A. Nothing to say, continue adding free attribute points to intelligence. For a mage, intelligence is damage. As for skill points, Yuan tried allocating them to scorching array after acquiring them. Ding, detecting that a grade skill scorching array meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to spend 1,000 skill points to upgrade it to an S-grade skill? About to obtain an S-grade skill, Yuan would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. If an A-grade skill was already so powerful, what would an S-grade skill be like? After confirming his agreement, the A-grade skill representing Scorching Array disappeared, replaced by an S-grade skill called Infernal Barrier. Skill, Inferno Barrier rank SLVU1. Cast time, 8 seconds. MP cost, 10,000. Effect, unleash a barrier, releasing a large amount of scorching flames to attack units within a 20-meter radius, dealing 50,000 plus intelligence x1 skill damage per second. A protective shield with 10,000 HP is generated at the center of the barrier. Enemies attacking the shield will automatically be inflicted with a knockback effect. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Amazing! Upon seeing the skill's effect, Yuan exclaimed in awe. This skill was simply divine. Not only did it deal high attack damage, but it also offered a life-saving effect. At this stage, with a 10,000 HP protective shield, even if he stands still, no one will be able to do anything to him. Imagine this, enemies pushing through the skill damage to reach the center, only to find Yuan protected by a shield. In their frustration, the enemy would surely attack the protective shield, only to be hit with a knockback effect and pushed away. If enemies wanted to get close to Yuan again, they would have to endure the flame damage once more. A smile naturally formed on Yuan's face at the thought of this scene. Let me see what it's like after maxing out the skill. This time, when Yuan intended to upgrade the S-grade skill, a system prompt appeared.
Do you wish to spend 10 skill points to upgrade?
Hearing the system prompt, Yuan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment.
After a skill became S grade, each level up required 10 points.
To max out an S grade skill, it would cost 100 points. He mentally calculated that upgrading the C grade skill Ring of Repulsion to max level S grade would require a total of 1730 skill points.
After finishing the calculation, Yuan was somewhat stunned. Holy crap, that's too extravagant. I can only get one max level S grade skill after upgrading twice.
It was fortunate that no one heard his shameless remark, otherwise, some high-level mages would surely come and beat him to death.
What did he mean by only get one max level S grade skill after upgrading twice? How many high-level mages spent their entire lives and might not even acquire a single max level S grade skill? Yuan already had one at level 3, and he was still not satisfied. After less than 10 seconds of consideration, Yuan still chose to max out Inferno Barrier. After adding points, the damage of Inferno Barrier significantly increased again. Skill, Inferno Barrier rank SLV, max. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cost, 30,000 MP.
Effect, spreads a barrier, releasing a large amount of flames to attack units within a 30-meter radius, dealing 100,000 plus intelligence x 10 skill damage per second. A protective shield is generated at the center of the barrier with 50,000 HP. Enemies attacking the shield will be automatically pushed back.
Lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes.
After the skill reached max level, Yuan found that its duration remained unchanged, but the shield's HP significantly increased, and the cooldown dropped to 5 minutes. Dealing 100,000 damage per second, even if it's reduced by 90%, it's still 10,000 damage.
Yuan didn't believe any monster in Goblin Forest could withstand it for 1 second.
While Yuan was allocating points, Fan was diligently looting the corpses. Soon after, Fan walked over and handed the copper coins to Yuan, grumbling. Goblins are such poor bastards. Over 100 monsters only dropped over 200 copper coins, not even a single piece of equipment.
Hearing Fan's complaint, Yuan deeply empathized. Although Goblin Forest was the easiest of all the beginner abysses, it also had the lowest drop rate. Only the final boss could drop equipment, all other small monsters were useless. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yuan and Fan rushed non-stop to the camp where the boss was located. That huge wave of monsters just now was the hardest part before the boss. After clearing them, they were about to face the boss of Goblin Forest. While others were still working hard to clear monsters, Yuan had already arrived in front of the boss. Arriving at the boss camp, Yuan saw a majestic goblin nearly 2 meters tall, holding a spiked club, standing in the center of the camp. Goblin Warrior K-Lol 5. HP 12000. Attack, 120. Defense, 13. Goblin Summon, summons 5 Goblin Warriors, 10 Goblin Wanderers, and 10 Goblin Throwers to join the battle. Goblin Smash, swings the spiked club in hand, dealing 150% damage to enemies, with a chance to cause a stun effect. The boss's HP was 10 times that of normal small monsters, and it also had 2 skills. With an attack power of 120, if it uses Goblin Smash and lands a critical hit, it would instantly kill the squishier members of the party. A typical small team wanting to defeat this boss would have to rely on terrain and employ a kiting strategy to slowly wear it down. Yuan was clearly not in that category. He walked to about 50 meters from the boss, stopped, and began to probe the boss's aggro range. After walking a few more steps, just as they reached 40 meters, the boss's gaze suddenly fell on Yuan. With a roar, it started running towards the two. Another group of humans coming to die. Watch me tear you apart. Seeing this, Yuan dared not delay and began to cast Inferno Barrier. 5 seconds later, the Goblin Warrior was already close, but thankfully, the skill had already been cast. Upon the spell's release, a sea of flames erupted within a 30-meter radius centered around Yuan. In the middle of the inferno was a golden glowing protective shield, with Yuan and Fan inside. The sprinting Goblin Warrior suddenly felt a wave of heat around him, his eyes widened. How can such a small trick deceive the brave Kalo? Appear, my soldiers.
It turned out the boss sensed something was wrong and immediately activated the skill Goblin Summon, calling forth a group of assorted minions. After releasing the skill, the boss was about to say something, but the oncoming blaze choked his words back into his throat. 10,350. 10,220. 2 seconds later, both the boss and the summoned minions had turned into corpses lying on the ground. You have slain Goblin Warrior Kalo, successfully cleared Goblin Forest. This trial took a total of 13 minutes, placing you 4th on the leaderboard. You have leveled up to LVA 4, gaining 1,000 skill points. After defeating the boss, Yuan also leveled up to LVA 4, needing another 2,700 experience points to reach LVA 5. Once the boss died, it was time for the exciting looting phase. After searching the boss thoroughly, he found 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of shoes and a pair of gauntlets. Goblin Grass Shoes Common. Required level, 2. Attributes, Defense +2, HP +50. Goblin Gauntlets Common. Required level, 2. Attributes, Defense +2, HP +50. These common grade pieces of equipment, which only added defense and health, were useless to Yuan, so he gave them all to Fan. Equipment is also tiered, from lowest to highest: common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, dark gold, brilliant, and rainbow. Legend has it there are even higher tier divine artifacts, but currently no human possesses one. Yuan had no use for these 2 items, and they wouldn't fetch much if sold. After thinking for a moment, Yuan directly handed them to Fan. When Yuan handed the equipment to Fan, Fan tried to refuse, but Yuan told him, "Take them. I'm counting on you to tank monsters for me in the future." Fan actually knew Yuan was saying that on purpose. While Fan was inside the protective shield, he had seen its health bar. That was a 50,000 shield value. Even a level 30 shield warrior with a full set of gold equipment all focused on constitution might not have 50,000 HP. But Fan was very astute and didn't ask anything. No matter how strong Yuan became, Yuan would always be his best friend. Before leaving the abyss, Yuan meticulously searched the surroundings to see if any items were left behind. The first rule of the mage's code stated, when entering an abyss, you must strip it bare, even pulling feathers from a passing goose. Last night, when Yuan saw the mage's code, he thought he had picked up the wrong book. Was this the mage's code or a bandit's code? How barbaric. But I like it. After a thorough search, Yuan didn't find anything useful. Somewhat dejected, he stepped into the portal. When Yuan and Fan reappeared on the playground, everyone was shocked. Look, it's Yuan and Fan. They actually came out alive. Students closer to the portal exclaimed. So what if they came out alive? They must have used an escape scroll. What's the big deal? A student without an awakening class scoffed. Someone knowledgeable about class holders heard this and retorted, open your eyes and look. The leaderboard has changed. 4th place is Yuan and Fan. They've already cleared the abyss. These words were like a bomb, and many people looked up in shock after hearing them. A useless mage plus a shield warrior with no output? How could they possibly clear the trial? This result was not only hard for the students to accept, but even the teachers of number 3 middle school were puzzled. A mage with 90% damage reduction, and a shield warrior with practically no damage. How did this bizarre combination clear the abyss trial? Ignoring the whispers of those around them, Yuan led Fan to the school's registration teacher. We've successfully cleared the trial. Can we challenge a higher difficulty now? The teacher in charge of registration was named Wang Lin. Seeing Yuan and Fan approach, he was about to offer a few words of praise, but the first thing he heard was a request to challenge a higher difficulty. Wang Lin scratched his ear, thinking he had misheard. You want to challenge a higher difficulty? His voice involuntarily rose several octaves, and the surrounding teachers and students all heard him. Hearing Wang Lin's question, Yuan nodded. Yes, teacher, we want to challenge a higher difficulty. Receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Lin grew anxious. A higher difficulty is still too much for you too. You've just cleared the trial, and now is the time to rest well. As for a higher difficulty, wait until you've formed a good team, a 5-person squad, before challenging it.
The implication was that Yuan shouldn't aim too high.
Although he didn't know how Yuan and Fan had cleared the novice trial, a higher difficulty abyss wasn't something 2 people could challenge. It required at least a well-coordinated and organized small team.
Wang Lin was a decent person and didn't directly mock them.
Instead, he tactfully persuaded Yuan to abandon the idea of challenging a higher difficulty.
But Yuan's attitude was firm, and he replied, "Teacher, I know my limits. We've already passed the novice trial and want to experience a higher difficulty abyss. Don't worry, teacher, if we can't beat it, I still have an escape scroll, so there won't be any HP danger." After clearing the novice trial, there are no penalties for using an escape scroll. With Yuan saying this, Wang Lin no longer refused.
"Since you've decided, I won't stop you, but you must remember, keep the escape scroll in hand, and use it immediately if you encounter danger." Facing Wang Lin's kindness, Yuan nodded and accepted.
Got it. Afterward, Wang Lin entered Yuan and Fan's information into the system. Follow me. After registration, Wang Lin led the 2 to a blue teleportation gate.
The white portal is only for those attempting the trial for the first time, defaulting to easy difficulty.
The blue portal can be challenged repeatedly, with a minimum of normal difficulty. You only get 1 HP. Are you sure you want to challenge a higher difficulty? Wang Lin asked again. Yuan glanced at the S-rank skill in his skill bar, nodded firmly, "I'm sure." "Alright, then come choose the difficulty."
Of course, you don't have to choose the lowest. Normal difficulty is already very hard for you, so there's no need to challenge higher levels.
Aside from the novice trial being easy difficulty,
the abyss below level 20 has 3 difficulties, normal, hard, and nightmare, as well as the most special hell difficulty. Abysses of hell difficulty have a unique characteristic: if they are not cleared within a certain time frame,
the monsters inside might descend upon Blue Star.
Hell difficulty is not for ordinary people to challenge, with a death rate as high as 99%. Before Wang Lin could finish speaking, Yuan had already selected the difficulty and entered the abyss. The difficulty Yuan chose was precisely the hell difficulty, which no one had ever successfully challenged. After selecting hell difficulty, the blue teleportation gate slowly began to turn red, emitting waves of an evil aura.
Oh no, he actually chose hell difficulty. Wang Lin was startled and immediately reported the news to the principal.
Upon receiving the news, the principal rushed to the vicinity of the portal without delay.
Looking at the portal emanating waves of evil energy, the principal's face was extremely grim.
"Evacuate the students in the school immediately and report this situation to the enforcement squad." The surrounding teachers, knowing the urgency of the situation, also joined the evacuation efforts. The enforcement squad was incredibly swift. In less than 2 minutes, a man with a long sword on his back arrived beside Principal Li.
The man's name was Li Feng, the vice captain of the enforcement squad, a level 34 swordsman.
Principal Lin saw the newcomer and cupped his hands, saying, "Later, I'll trouble Captain Li to engage the boss, and after I clear out the other monsters, I'll join you in slaying the boss." Li Feng nodded after hearing Principal Li's words, with a questioning look in his eyes.
Someone challenged hell difficulty, causing the abyss to riot prematurely?
Yes, 2 students who just awakened this year challenged hell difficulty. Principal Li had already learned the details of the situation from Wang Lin. If they hadn't proactively challenged hell difficulty, the abyss wouldn't have rioted for at least another 6 months. Li Feng found a chair, sat down, and said, "It's only a matter of time.
As long as the demon god projection is still in the abyss, it will always be a ticking time bomb." Principal Li sighed deeply upon hearing Li Feng's words. Sigh, destroying a demon god projection is easier said than done. In Tianfeng City's abyss, Goblin Forest is the simplest, but who knew that in hell difficulty, there would be a projection of Samel, the Wrath Demon God? That's the Wrath Demon God. Even an entire team of class holders with a rank talents might not be able to defeat it. After speaking, Principal Li took out several stones of various sizes from his pocket and placed them near the portal. Principal Li's class was Array Mage, and his level was 32. The stones in his hands were all array discs,
possessing considerable destructive power. He placed them near the portal, hoping to inflict significant damage as soon as the monsters appeared. Those two students probably won't last long. Once they die, the projection of Samel, the demon god of wrath, will surely seize this opportunity to break out. I'll get ready first. While Principal Li was preparing, Yuan and Fan had already appeared in the hell difficulty goblin forest. After entering the abyss, Yuan frowned. What a foul smell! The air was filled with the scent of sulfur and blood. As far as the eye could see, the lush green forest had completely vanished, replaced by a scene of ruins. This map shouldn't be called Goblin Forest, it should be called Purgatory Scorchland. Without the trees blocking their view, a dark red goblin-like monster appeared before Yuan. Evil Blood Goblin LVE8. HP 5000. Attack, 80. Defense, 0. Berserk Blood increases attack speed by 50% after taking damage. The moment he saw the monster's attributes, Fan's pupils contracted. Such abnormal attributes. Fan was currently level 4, class Shield Warrior. All his attribute points were added to Constitution, and his health was barely 1100. Even at level 8, his health might not reach 5000. This minor monster, called the Evil Blood Goblin, could be a small boss in a beginner trial. But in hell difficulty, it was just a minor monster. If the minor monsters were this strong, what would the boss be like? A hint of retreat arose in Fan's heart, and he took out an escape scroll from his backpack. After seeing the text displayed on the scroll, Fan's heart sank. Yuan, I just checked, the escape scroll cannot be used. Fan's voice was a little shaky. Don't worry, fatty, I'm here. Yuan was also a little surprised when he first saw the monster's attributes. But when he saw an additional S-rank skill in his skill bar, he was filled with confidence again. After reaching level 4, Yuan had already taken the time to upgrade the A-rank skill, Mana Body, to S-rank. Before the upgrade, Mana Body already provided a considerable amount of mana. Mana Body, a rank LV max. Effect 1, increases MP by 30,000. Effect 2, increases MP recovery speed by 500%. Effect 3, reduces spell damage taken by 25%. After upgrading, this skill granted Yuan a much larger mana pool and also provided a life-saving skill. Mana Core S rank LV1. Effect 1, increases MP by 50,000. Effect 2, recovers 1% MP per second. Effect 3, reduces incoming spell damage by 30%. Effect 4, provides a shield with 1% of max MP. The shield has no duration and a 30-second cooldown after breaking. After the skill reached S rank, MP recovery speed significantly increased, and it also provided a passive skill that added a shield, greatly boosting Yuan's confidence. After spending 100 skill points to max out the S rank skill, Yuan's MP reached a terrifying 100,000. Mana Core S rank LV max. Effect 1, increases MP by 100,000. Effect 2, recovers 10% MP per second. Effect 3, reduces incoming spell damage by 50%. Effect 4, provides a shield equal to 10% of max mana. The shield has no duration and a 20-second cooldown after being broken. Closing the skill panel, Yuan could feel an MP shield around his body, with 10,000 HP. Yuan roared at the monsters endlessly pacing in place. Grandsons, grandpa's here. This roar startled all the nearby monsters. Instantly, all the Evil Blood Goblins' gazes were drawn to Yuan. Kora Kara. The Evil Blood Goblins, speaking in their clumsy infernal accents, charged at Yuan with their blood-stained weapons. They hadn't seen human blood in too long. They urgently wanted to kill the frail human in front of them and offer his head to the demon god, hoping for some trivial reward. The Evil Blood Goblins swarmed forward, just as Yuan finished casting his spell. Whoosh! The flames of Inferno barrier erupted, incinerating all monsters within 30 meters. After the monsters were all killed, Yuan frowned and thought, why are all the monster corpses burned away, and why aren't they dropping anything? Yuan couldn't understand why, in normal difficulty, monster corpses would remain on the ground after death and only despawn after a while.
Yet, in Infernal difficulty, monsters hit by skills were immediately incinerated into ash. Could it be due to the Infernal difficulty? Yuan attributed this situation to the difficulty of the abyss. In fact, this was the truth. The Infernal level abyss was a real plane of existence. This plane was once the Goblin Forest, but the projection of the Rage Demon God had invaded it, transforming it into Infernal Scorched Earth to serve as a springboard for invading Blue Star. Once the Demon God's projection accumulated enough power, it could open an Infernal portal to invade Blue Star. Fortunately, the Sacred Tower existed, preventing the Demon God's plot from succeeding. In order to prevent the Abyss invasion, the Sacred Tower actively resisted. It expended power to solidify the Hell difficulty abyss. As long as a class holder could defeat the Hell difficulty boss, the Sacred Tower could permanently transform the abyss into a harmless, ordinary abyss. Yuan, of course, didn't know these things. He simply wanted to challenge the highest difficulty abyss. Because Yuan felt that the highest difficulty would naturally yield the most rewards. Yuan's casual choice caused panic among the teachers and students of number 3 middle school. Killed Evil Blood Goblin, experience plus 80 points, x 10. Killed Evil Blood Goblin, experience plus 80 points, x 10. After killing more than 20 goblins, Yuan gained over 1,600 experience points, bringing him one step closer to leveling up. As a sidekick, Fan's mouth dropped open in surprise again when he saw Yuan still instantly killing monsters. He wanted to ask Yuan something but then thought better of it and closed his mouth. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, just content myself with being a sidekick. Fan had a very positive mindset. Now, Fan and Yuan were in the same boat. Yuan's strength was naturally a good thing. Fan hadn't forgotten what those students on the playground had said earlier, or that annoying Chen, who thought he had latched onto a powerful figure. Once the two of us clear Hell difficulty, I'll be interested to see the look on your face. Yuan, walking ahead, naturally didn't know what Fan was thinking. Seeing that the monster corpses had all been burned away, he called Fan to start moving forward. There's a building over there, it should be where the boss is. Let's go. Hearing Yuan's words, Fan looked into the distance and saw a cluster of buildings, with a palace at their center. The palace was simple, with a somewhat Western architectural style, and atop the palace was a statue of a giant serpent with a forked tongue. Seeing these buildings, Fan scratched his head. Why does this building look so familiar? But after thinking for a long time, Fan couldn't recall any information about these buildings. The two walked for another 2 minutes and arrived at the vicinity of the building. During this time, Yuan also encountered scattered evil blood goblins, but they were all burned to ashes by Yuan's Inferno barrier. Upon arriving at the buildings, Yuan stopped. I should get a conventional attack method. Inferno barrier lasts for 30 seconds, but once 30 seconds are up, there's a 5-minute cooldown. During these 5 minutes, Yuan couldn't do anything but wait in place. When learning the next skill, I definitely can't upgrade it directly to S rank. The cooldown is too long. Yuan waited in place, observing the monster information ahead. Inferno Goblin, LV9. HP 10000. MP, 500. Attack, 130. Fell Fireball, consumes 30 mana, condenses a Fell Fireball, dealing 200 magic damage, attack range 35 meters, cast time 3 seconds, no cooldown. Seeing the monster's attributes, Yuan felt a bit tricky. Inferno Barrier was powerful, but it had a fatal flaw: he couldn't move after casting the skill. The Fell Fireball's attack range was 35 meters, while his skill's attack range was 30 meters, a difference of 5 meters. If these monsters kept casting fireballs from beyond 30 meters, he would truly have no way to deal with them. Fortunately, there aren't many, but gathering them is a bit troublesome. While his skill was on cooldown, Yuan kept thinking about how to group the monsters together. After looking around, Yuan's eyes lit up. This spot is good, it's a great place to gather monsters. In Yuan's line of sight, a 3-meter-tall tombstone stood there. There was a pit at the bottom of the tombstone, just big enough to hide a person. Yuan's idea was to go ahead, walk around to draw the monster's aggro onto himself, and then hide in the pit by the tombstone. Once he was hidden, these Inferno goblins would lose their casting targets and would inevitably come looking for him. That way, he could catch them all in one go. Ah, I'm such a clever little guy. Seeing that his skill CD was ready, Yuan said something to Fan beside him and prepared to lure the monsters. After telling Fan his monster luring plan, a worried expression appeared on Fan's face.
Yuan, it's too dangerous for you, a mage, to lure monsters.
How can you withstand so many monsters each casting a fireball? Let me go instead.
After speaking, Fan showed off the skill he obtained during his awakening class.
Spell Reflection, B rank LV1. Casting Requirement, Shield. Effect, reflects spells that hit you within 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds.
Not only did Fan awaken a B rank talent, but he also possessed a B rank skill.
Dual B rank class holders were rare.
One must know that thousands of class holders awakened in Zhengzhou every year, but only a few could reach B rank or higher. The spell reflection skill was not very useful in the early stages because very few monsters could cast spells before level 10, but it became a divine skill once the level increased.
Theoretically, spell reflection can reflect all single target spells.
There was once a level 70 shield warrior who reflected an S-rank greater disintegration spell cast by a demon lord. The result was that the casting demon lord was instantly reflected to death on the spot. I have spell reflection with good luck, I can reflect several fireballs. Fan took out a shield the size of a pot lid from his backpack and said with a serious expression.
The duration of spell reflection is 1 second.
Many people have experimented and found that any spells hitting the shield warrior within that 1 second will be reflected back. But this was a multiple reflection technique that only high-level shield warriors could master.
How could Fan, a level 4 warrior, use it?
He only said this to reassure Yuan. Fan had already prepared for the worst at most, it would be death, and fighting alongside his good brother would not be in vain in this life.
Yuan listened to Fan finish speaking, then silently activated the shield on his body.
Shield value, 10,000 10,000.
Gulp.
Fan swallowed after seeing the shield, looking at Yuan with a face full of shock. Then Fan seemed to remember something, breathed a sigh of relief, silently put the shield back into his backpack, and found a spot with a nice view to sit down.
Crap.
After sitting down, Fan suddenly remembered something and said regretfully.
Yuan asked, puzzled, what's wrong?
I forgot to buy a barbecue grill and a tent, Fan muttered softly.
Yuan was amused by his appearance. You think you're here for a trip? This is hell difficulty.
Fan, sitting on the ground, heard Yuan's words and immediately lay down.
You go pull the monsters, I'm going to sleep for a bit.
He even closed his eyes after saying that.
Yuan.
Alright, the shield value on him had completely made Fan give up the idea of taking action. The Fan who was so enthusiastic just now immediately lay flat and gave up. Judging by his even breathing, he probably really could fall asleep in a moment. Their conversation didn't take long. Yuan directly stepped inside the wall.
Upon entering, 2 fiery goblins immediately looked at Yuan.
Red light glowed simultaneously in both monsters' hands. They were clearly making casting motions to conjure fireballs. Yuan didn't delay, he ran a circle around the courtyard, attracting all the monsters' aggro to himself, then immediately hid behind a tombstone.
The process was also very dangerous. Yuan counted silently he had probably taken more than 30 fireballs head-on.
His shield was nearly half depleted, remaining at 5,820 10,000. However, Yuan's objective had been achieved.
He was now crouching in the pit under the tombstone. What's this pit smell like? Once in the pit, Yuan smelled an unpleasant odor.
He turned his head and saw many scattered bones and rotten flesh nearby. The bones were of all shapes and sizes. Yuan pondered and figured this must be a mass grave for monsters, and the unpleasant smell came from the rotten flesh and decaying bones. Yuan had been hiding in the pit for only a few seconds when he heard a lot of footsteps and shouts from around him. Jili Guala.
Kuru Ka. That human is hiding in the pit. Kill him. Yuan, hiding in the pit, didn't know what the monsters were shouting.
Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Yuan began to cast a spell. As soon as the 3 seconds passed, with Yuan at the center, the area instantly turned into a sea of fire.
10,000. 10,000.
Killed fiery goblin, experience increased by 90 points. Killed fiery goblin, experience increased by 90 points. 2 seconds after the skill was released, a large number of kill notifications popped up. Yuan was still cautious, so he waited another 10 seconds in the pit. After confirming that no more kill notifications appeared, he put away the skill. Climbing out of the pit, Yuan saw an empty courtyard.
Smart as I am. After praising himself, Yuan walked around the courtyard. Strangely, neither the evil blood goblins killed earlier nor the fiery goblins just killed dropped a single item, even their corpses were burned away. Unsatisfied, Yuan walked around again, hoping to stumble upon a treasure chest. Since the monsters dropped nothing, shouldn't I be compensated with a treasure chest?
But Yuan was disappointed. The courtyard contained nothing but scattered stones and broken bones, not even a hint of a treasure chest.
After killing a bunch of monsters, Yuan's level also reached 5. Name Yuan. Level, LV 5. HP 500. MP 101000. Strength, 8 half-x physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 9 influences critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 30 influences magic attack, magic defense. Stamina, 10 influences HP, resistance. Skill points 1540. Evolution points, 0. Free attribute points, 5. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Skill 1, mana hard S rank. Skill 2, Inferno barrier rank S. Looking at his attributes, Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Life is truly lonely, like snow. So far, Yuan hadn't encountered a monster that could withstand him for 3 seconds. Yuan's pride didn't last long before a large gate in the courtyard rumbled open. For dog-like creatures, almost a person's height, emerged from the gate. Flaming Hound Elite LV 10. HP, 32,000. Attack, 210. Basic fire resistance, reduces fire damage by 10%. Frenzied Bite, the Flaming Hound's next bite attack deals 120% fire damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. After seeing the monster's attributes, Yuan secretly thought, that was close. Good thing I ran fast. When the gate in the courtyard suddenly opened, Yuan quickly retreated outside the courtyard, avoiding the attack range of the 4 elite monsters. Yuan's skill cooldown still had 1.5 minutes left. Facing 4 elite monsters, Yuan wasn't confident he could last until the skill cooldown ended. Monsters, like class holders, also have different templates: normal, elite, hero, epic, legendary, mythical. Yuan had not yet undergone a class change, he was still a normal template. After he passed level 20 and completed his first class change, he would upgrade to an elite template. Lying on the ground, Fan heard movement beside him and groggily opened his eyes. What's wrong? Are we leaving after clearing the monsters? Fan looked puzzled, thinking Yuan had come to tell him it was time to go. This left Yuan utterly speechless. The previous battle, at most, lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, yet Fan had fallen asleep and was sleeping so soundly. Yuan couldn't help but admire Fan for having such a strong heart. Looking at the bewildered Fan, Yuan grumpily said, "Elite monsters appeared. I'm waiting for my skill cooldown." Hearing about elite monsters, Fan quickly scrambled up. Elite monsters? What kind? I haven't seen one yet. Fan knew about elite monsters. These types of monsters were usually extremely powerful, and some very special elite monsters were even stronger than bosses. After getting up, Fan didn't dare to get too close, watching the blazehounds in the courtyard from afar. Holy crap, 4 elite monsters! Any one of these 4 elite monsters could be a boss. Ignoring Fan, who was still exclaiming loudly, Yuan's gaze turned towards the palace behind the courtyard. Fan, do you see that giant snake statue? Is it turning red? When they first arrived, the snake on the palace was stone gray, but now it was slowly turning red. The giant snake statue on the palace was also a monster. Yuan's heart tightened, and he had a bad premonition.
The snake-shaped statue in the palace was simply too massive, nearly 8 meters high, and would be incredibly difficult to deal with if it transformed into a monster. After waiting in place for over a minute, Yuan's skill was ready, and he re-entered the courtyard. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, the eyes of the 4 blazehounds glowed with bloodthirsty red light. Without Yuan needing to signal them, all the blazehounds charged towards Yuan. The blazehounds were incredibly fast. In less than 2 seconds, the foremost blazehound had already reached Yuan, opening its mouth wide and activating its skill, Frenzied Bite. 480. A huge amount of damage appeared in Yuan's eyes. The 3 hellhounds behind, seeing their comrades' attack succeed, became even more frenzied. But their actions could only go so far, because Yuan had already finished casting. As Yuan completed the cast, a golden glowing shield appeared around Yuan, repelling the flamehounds. Along with the shield, a sky full of flames erupted. 8,910. 8,836. 8,728. 8,973. 4 consecutive instances of damage appeared on the flamehounds. Yuan's skill was S rank, and although the flamehounds had a slight resistance skill to fire spells, it only bought them an extra second against an S rank skill. The hellhounds had 32,000 HP, and it would take at least 4 seconds to kill one. If the flamehounds had intelligence, they probably would have decisively fled backward, avoiding Yuan's skill, and then attacked after Yuan's skill duration ended. By then, Yuan would have been like meat on a chopping block, with nowhere to run. Unfortunately, the hellhound's brain capacity did not allow for such a thing as intelligence. After taking fire damage from Yuan, the flamehounds became even more frantic, but it was useless. Their attacks on the shield didn't even deal 1,000 points of damage before they were scalded to death by the flames inside the barrier. Killed Elite Monster Hellhound, gain 300 experience points, x2. Killed Elite Monster Hellhound, gain 300 experience points, x2. For consecutive kill notifications, the 4 elite monsters contributed 1,200 experience points. After retracting his skill, Yuan noticed that the flamehounds' corpses hadn't disappeared. Is it because they're elite monsters? Yuan wasn't sure, but he still walked forward to loot the bodies. You picked up Hellfire Boots. You picked up Hellfire Robe. The 4 elite monsters dropped 2 pieces of equipment, which was a decent drop rate. Hellfire Robe, Bronze. Equipment level, 5. Attributes, Armor plus 10, Health plus 200, Intelligence plus 5. Blaze Boots, Bronze. Equipment level, 5. Attributes, Speed plus 1, Intelligence plus 3, MP plus 100. 2 pieces of bronze equipment, both cloth armor, which Yuan could wear perfectly. After putting on the equipment, Fan walked over. I'll try to skin it. Taking out a skinning knife from his backpack, Fan squatted on the ground and started to get busy. After 5 minutes of work, Fan had 4 pelts in his hands. Animal monsters are full of treasures. These 4 pieces of fur can make a low-level leather armor set, or even if they can't be worn, they can be exchanged for a lot of money. After putting the pelts into his backpack, Fan saw Yuan's slightly questioning gaze. My family slaughters pigs, so it's normal for me to know how to skin. Of course, Yuan knew Fan's family slaughtered pigs. He was just curious why a shield warrior would carry a skinning knife in his backpack. Are all shield warriors so unprofessional? While the two were chatting, they had already entered the central courtyard. Upon arriving, Yuan's breathing suddenly became rapid. There's a treasure chest. A treasure chest glowing with silver light appeared ahead, and there were no monsters around it. The moment he saw the treasure chest, Yuan involuntarily wanted to open it, but he suppressed that thought. Stay close to me, there might be invisible monsters nearby. Turning his head to give a brief instruction, Yuan cautiously walked towards the treasure chest. Upon reaching the treasure chest, Yuan remained vigilant, waiting for 1 minute. Yuan found that there were indeed no monsters, so he reached out and opened the treasure chest. You obtained 5 gold coins. You obtained C rank skill, Ice Arrow. You are afflicted with MP Drain Curse. 3 consecutive system prompts appeared in Yuan's ear. Yuan put the 5 gold coins directly into his backpack,
planning to discuss with Fan how to split them after leaving the instance. Obtaining the C-rank skill Ice Arrow filled Yuan with joy. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Yuan clapped his hand and immediately learned the skill. Before, Yuan had been worried about only having one damage skill, but he didn't expect to get one directly from the treasure chest. Skill, Ice Arrow C-rank LV1. Cast time, 2 seconds. Cost, 50 MP. Description, shoots an ice arrow at an enemy, dealing 200 frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 20% for 8 seconds. No cooldown. Ice arrow is a common attack method for mages and a skill greatly detested by melee monsters. As long as a monster is hit by a mage's first ice arrow, it will then face the mage's infinite kiting. Mages specializing in frost can even slow monsters indefinitely, achieving the desired control effect. Yuan checked his skill points. He still had 1540 points, enough to upgrade Ice Arrow to a rank. After a series of clicks, a system prompt appeared. C-rank skill Ice Arrow detected as meeting upgrade conditions. Do you wish to spend 100 skill points to upgrade it to B-rank skill? Upon pressing confirm, Ice Arrow transformed into B-rank skill Ice Lance. Ice Lance, B-rank LV1. Cast time, instant. Cost, 300 MP. Effect, shoots an Ice Lance at an enemy, dealing 1500 frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 20% for 8 seconds. If the target is already slowed, it deals triple damage. No cooldown. After upgrading, Yuan discovered that Ice Lance had become an instant cast skill, which greatly pleased him. An instant cast skill, and it slows enemies too. This skill is really good. Subsequently, Yuan maxed out Ice Lance. After maxing it out, Yuan hesitated. Should I upgrade it to an A-rank skill? Ice Lance, B-rank max. Cast time, instant. Cost, 800 MP. Description, shoots an Ice Lance at an enemy, dealing 4000 frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 40% for 8 seconds. If the target is already slowed, it deals quintuple damage. No cooldown. Although the damage of the B-rank skill Ice Lance was a bit low, its advantage lay in its ability to slow, and crucially, it was an instant cast skill. If upgraded to an A-rank skill, it might no longer be instant cast. This left Yuan quite conflicted. Amidst his conflict, Yuan suddenly remembered that he had also been afflicted with a curse when he opened the treasure chest earlier. Glancing at his status panel, Yuan found that he had a negative status effect called MP Drain on him. Curse, MP Drain. Effect, you lose 2% of your MP value every second, lasting 5 minutes. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully it's not HP Drain. The effect of Yuan's S-rank skill, Heart of Mana, was to restore 10% MP per second. This curse only drained 2%, which had no impact on Yuan whatsoever. Ever since opening the treasure chest, Fan had noticed Yuan spacing out, but Fan knew Yuan must be deep in thought, so he didn't interrupt and instead vigilantly observed their surroundings. Seeing Yuan no longer lost in thought, Fan spoke up and asked, Yuan, which way should we go? There were 2 paths ahead, one leading to the palace, the other to the backyard. Yuan considered for a moment, then pointed to the path leading to the backyard and said, the boss should be in the palace. Let's go see if there are any monsters in the backyard. Fan naturally had no objection to Yuan's decision. The two walked through the long corridor and arrived at the backyard. Strangely, there wasn't a single monster in the backyard, only a dried-up pond. As Yuan and Fan walked by the pond, Fan suddenly shrieked, "Ah!" Yuan turned around and saw that Fan had stepped on a trap and was now dangling in mid-air, swinging back and forth. "Don't worry, I'll save you." Yuan looked around and saw a rope not far away, so he walked towards it. Midway, a small, dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Yuan. The shadow held 2 daggers glowing with green light and stabbed towards Yuan's back. Cunning Timmy Elite LV10. HP 15000. Attack power, 800. Stealth, hides the body, undetectable until stealth is cancelled. Backstab, deals 300% damage. Must be used from behind the target. Cunning, Timmy will only attack when certain he has an advantage. With a quick glance, Yuan saw the monster's exaggerated attributes. 4,000. A terrifying number appeared before Yuan. Holy crap. It was a critical hit. If Timmy's skill had landed on Yuan without a shield, Yuan would already be a cold corpse. After realizing what happened, Yuan cast an ice lance at the monster. 400. With 90% damage reduction, the ice lance could only deal a pitiful amount of damage to the monster. Seeing that he only dealt 100-digit damage, Yuan wasn't discouraged. His goal had been achieved. Specks of frost had appeared on the monster's body, and its movement speed had significantly decreased. Yuan seized the opportunity to quickly put distance between himself and the monster. While retreating, Yuan didn't forget to continue casting ice lance. 2,000. 2,000. 4,000. Ice lance deals 5 times more damage when hitting a slowed enemy. 3 consecutive ice lances hit the monster, with the last one landing a critical hit, directly stripping away 1/3 of the monster's HP. Once the distance was created, it became the monster's nightmare. It couldn't advance, nor could it escape. Yuan ran and fought, mastering the essence of guerrilla warfare. After 4 ice lances, the monster fell to the ground. You killed the elite monster Cunning Timmy, gaining 500 experience. After the kill notification appeared, Yuan finally ran to the rope and lowered Fan. After Fan came down, a look of lingering fear was on her face. Good thing I triggered the trap, otherwise I would have been instantly killed. Fan witnessed the entire battle process, and was startled by the damage of the first hit after the monster broke stealth. That was 4,000 points of damage, and Fan, as an all-constitution shield warrior, only had 3,200 health. If that hit him, he would have been a goner. After saving Fan, Yuan didn't forget to loot the body. You picked up Timmy's scimitar. You picked up skill book, stealth. Neither of them could learn the skill book, but the weapon was perfect for Fan. Timmy's scimitar silver. Wearing requirements, level 5. Attributes, attack plus 100, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Effect, increases damage by 10% when attacking from behind. He handed the weapon to Fan. This is for you. Facing the weapon Yuan handed over, Fan hesitated slightly. This is too valuable. I couldn't help at all in the entire abyss. You should sell it for money. Hearing Fan's words, Yuan directly put the weapon into his hand. Why are you being so polite with me? Seeing Yuan still acting as usual, Fan chuckled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. After equipping the weapon, Fan caressed the weapon in his hand with a look of ecstasy. Look at you. Yuan saw Fan's expression and cursed with a smile. The elite monster was killed, and adhering to the principle that thieves never leave empty-handed, Yuan and Fan thoroughly searched the backyard, but the results were not ideal. The entire backyard was dilapidated, with nothing of value. The two returned to the corridor and arrived at the palace entrance. After some thought, Yuan still upgraded Ice Lance. After spending 500 skill points, the B-rank skill Ice Lance became the A-rank skill Frost Ray. Freezing Ray A-rank LV1. Cost, 1500 MP. Casting time, instant. Effect, fires a frigid ray at an enemy, dealing 5,000 frost damage and reducing their movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds, with a chance to freeze the target in place for 3 seconds. After the skill upgrade, the resulting skill was still instant cast, and on top of the slow, it also had a chance to freeze the target in place. If Yuan's luck was good enough and it triggered frequently, the monster might be firmly frozen in place, unable to move. Having fully upgraded the skill, Yuan stepped up the stairs. Before Yuan even approached the palace gates opened automatically. A majestic voice echoed from within the palace. Welcome to the domain of wrath. Then, a raging figure over 3 meters tall appeared before Yuan. Incarnation of Wrath Samuel's projection, Hero LV12. HP 150000. Attack, 2000. Sin of Wrath, when HP is below 50% or affected by crowd control debuffs, automatically triggers the enraged state. Berserk, attack power increased by 100%,
attack speed increased by 100%. Devastating blow, strikes enemies within a 10-meter radius in front twice, dealing 100% damage each time. When in an enraged state, there is a 50% chance to use the skill again for a combo attack after each cast. Burst of Rage, when HP drops to 10%, the rage within is ignited, restoring 10% HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Yuan had already maxed out his skills long before entering the palace. Ice Ray, a rank LV max. Cost, 3000 MP. Casting time, instant. Effect, fires a chilling ray at an enemy, dealing 50,000 ice damage and reducing their movement speed by 80% for 10 seconds. Has a high chance to freeze the target in place. Stackable. Freeze effect lasts 3 seconds. No cooldown. Seeing the max level skill effect, Yuan felt a much greater sense of security. The moment Yuan stepped into the palace, its doors slammed shut with a bang, blocking Fan outside. You are quite good, much stronger than those frail humans before. The Samel projection inside the palace spoke. Those previous humans didn't even qualify to enter here. You are fortunate. Offer your soul to serve the demon god, and this deity shall bestow upon you immense power. The voice of the Samel projection was full of temptation. This was a common tactic of the demons of the infernal realm. These arrogant demon gods enjoyed watching humans fall to temptation to satisfy their perverse tastes. The demon god only shows generosity in front of his most devout followers. Yuan was clearly not among them. If Yuan had agreed, he would face eternal slavery, and even his soul after death would be taken by the demon god. The projection of Samel, seated on the throne, scoffed as he saw a hint of desire on Yuan's face. Such a greedy human. Then the demonic figure waved its hand, displaying 2 items. Class change voucher, Infernal Mage. Description: with this class change voucher, you can change your class to Infernal Mage and transform your original talent into Infernal Flame. Inferno Fire, a rank. Effect: increases fire spell damage by 100%, and reduces skill cost by 70% when casting infernal-related spells. What a powerful talent! Yuan's mouth was slightly agape as he exclaimed. Seeing this class change voucher, it would be a lie to say Yuan wasn't tempted. The Inferno Mage class itself is an extremely powerful hidden class, and Yuan was particularly envious of the ability to transform his talent into Infernal Flame. Yuan's current talent was the lowest. G-rank humans had never even awakened such a low talent before. The high 90% damage reduction made Yuan very uncomfortable. Don't let the fact that Yuan's damage can instantly kill monsters now fool you. That's due to the low level. Once Yuan's level increases, his damage will remain the same, but the monster's health and attributes will multiply. It's estimated that around level 20, Yuan's damage will be insufficient. The class change voucher was only one item. Another item the boss pulled out also made Yuan's breathing quicken. That was an S-rank skill book. Hellfire, S-rank LV1. Cost, 5000 MP. Casting time, 5 seconds. Skill description: releases a large amount of fire to attack enemies in a 50-meter frontal area, dealing 50,000 fire damage. Enemies killed by this skill have a chance to turn into flaming zombies. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Seeing the 2 items the boss brought out, Yuan exclaimed, well, I'll be a hidden class, an S-rank skill. They've really gone all out to tempt me. But I won't fall for it. If I kill you, won't all these things still be mine? Maybe you have even more good stuff on you. Thinking this, Yuan looked at Samel's projection with much more fervent eyes. This look, to Samel's projection, clearly meant he was tempted. How about it? Have you made up your mind? As long as you become my slave, these 2 things will be bestowed upon you. Samel's projection looked at Yuan with a slightly contemptuous gaze. In reality, Samel's projection wasn't thinking that at all. He had no intention of fulfilling his promises. This was all a trap he had set to ensure the successful invasion of Blue Star. Samel's projection thought Yuan was moved, unaware that Yuan was actually eyeing his body resources value. Silently estimating the distance, Yuan raised his hand and launched an ice ray at the boss. 5100. A not-so-high damage number appeared on Samuel's projection, startling him for a moment before he burst into a rage. "Damnable worm, how dare you attack the great demon god of wrath!" Samuel's projection had a slowing effect on him, causing him to instantly enter a berserk state, radiating a terrifying aura. In a state of rage, Samuel's projection's attack power increased to 4,000 points, and his attack speed doubled. If he were to reach Yuan would surely be defeated on the spot in fewer than 3 attacks.
Yuan obviously wouldn't give him that chance.
The magic in his hand continuously condensed, launching one ice ray after another at the boss.
5,189. 5,034.
Continuous damage struck the slowed Samuel projection, and fortunately, Yuan also triggered a freezing effect.
The 3-meter tall Samuel's projection was frozen in a block of ice.
Beautiful!
Yuan shouted happily. This was precisely the effect he wanted to achieve.
Yuan then continued his actions, bombarding Samuel's projection with one spell after another.
Initially, Yuan's skill cast time was around 1 second.
After casting a dozen or so skills, Yuan had a sudden idea and tried to cast spells with both hands simultaneously. Surprisingly, Yuan succeeded, actually releasing spells from both hands at the same time. Casting efficiency significantly improved. Now, Yuan could cast a skill every 0.9 seconds on average.
Yuan's spells shot out like a machine gun.
The poor Samuel projection became a living target, constantly frozen in place, as if wearing armor made of ice.
Damn it, what kind of spell is this? Samuel's projection, perpetually frozen, was furious. Despicable human, dare you not fight me head-on?
Yuan, continuously casting skills with both hands, heard Samuel's projection speak and pouted.
Have you been cooped up for too long and lost your mind?
I'm a mage. I wouldn't fight you head-on without spells.
Ah, you despicable human. You are desecrating combat. Samuel's projection, frozen in place, roared.
He looked like he was raging impotently.
8,900. Yuan no longer knew how many times he had cast skills. Coincidentally, after one critical hit from a skill, the boss's HP dropped below 10%.
Then, a large amount of blood energy burst from Samuel's projection, and his HP slowly recovered. This was Samuel's projection's last skill triggering. Yuan looked, his face falling flat.
Great, I have to start all over again.
Yuan's 2 small hands began to continuously condense spells again.
Human, stop casting spells. Let's talk nicely. I can bestow more treasures upon you. Samuel's projection spoke again after his health was fully restored. His demeanor also softened, hoping to make Yuan stop through this approach.
Despite Samuel's projection's almost pleading tone, Yuan remained unmoved, his casting actions in his hands only speeding up. The frequency of skill releases had reached 0.8 seconds per cast.
This enraged Samuel's projection. Damn worm, I will put your soul into the purgatory soul lamp and torment you day and night.
But these words were just to scare children, and Yuan didn't take them to heart at all.
After casting skills dozens of times in a row, Samuel's projection finally had its HP cleared. You killed the projection of the demon god of wrath, Samuel. Samuel's hatred plus 20.
You gained 10,000 experience.
You gained 1 evolution point.
After killing Samuel's projection, Yuan leveled up 2 times, reaching level 7. After Samuel's projection's body fell, the palace gates reopened, and Fan cautiously poked his head out. Seeing that Yuan was fine, Fan breathed a sigh of relief, ran over and patted Yuan's shoulder.
I knew it would be you who survived. Yuan responded with a smile and began to search for loot.
Samuel's projection dropped a total of 300 gold coins, 2 skill books, and 3 pieces of equipment.
Unfortunately, the skill books were all for warriors, so Yuan directly handed them to Fan. Berserker's Recovery, B rank LV1.
Description: consumes rage to restore HP, restores 1% HP for every 10 rage consumed.
Cooldown, 30 seconds. Enraged, B rank LV1.
Passive, increases maximum rage by 10 points. These 2 B-grade skills were tailor-made for Fan.
The passive skill increased rage, and the active skill restored HP, greatly enhancing his survivability.
An increase in rage meant more skills could be cast, indirectly increasing the margin for error.
Since they're warrior skill books, I won't decline.
Fan didn't refuse, and after taking the skill books, he immediately chose to learn them.
Why didn't the S-grade skill book and class change certificate from the boss drop?
Seeing Fan's joyful expression, Yuan felt a bit unbalanced. It wasn't until he saw the equipment dropped by the boss that his expression improved slightly.
Imp Staff, Gold. Equip requirement, 40 intelligence. Attributes, spell damage plus 150, intelligence plus 20, constitution plus 20. Special effect, fire damage increased by 15%.
A golden weapon for a magic class, if auctioned outside, would be worth at least 2,000 gold.
With the staff in hand, Yuan wanted to equip it. Your intelligence is insufficient to equip this.
After receiving the prompt, Yuan remembered that he still had unspent free attribute points, so he put all 10 free attribute points into intelligence. Yuan's intelligence reached 50, and his mana reached an astonishing 103,000.
Equipping his weapon, a staff over a meter long appeared in Yuan's hand.
One end of the staff had a small demon's skull, looking quite intimidating. Waving the staff twice, Yuan turned his gaze to the other two pieces of equipment.
Samuel's Gaze, Platinum. Wearing requirement, Samuel's Hatred. Attributes, Constitution plus 50, Intelligence plus 50, Agility plus 50, Strength plus 100. Special effect, Demon Hatred plus 100%, damage to demons increased by 50%. Remarks, you cannot escape, Samuel is always watching you. Shield of Hatred, Gold. Wearing requirement, 50 Constitution, Warrior class. Attributes, Armor plus 120, Constitution plus 50, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 25. Special effect, your threat generation increased by 50%. Of the two pieces of equipment, one was for a warrior. Lucky you. Yuan placed the shield in front of Fan. Ever since Fan saw the shield's attributes, he had been drooling by the side, wanting it but not daring to ask for it. Seeing Yuan bring the shield over, he disingenuously said, "This isn't good, is it? How about we sell it for money?" Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately took the shield back. "Good idea, you're right. This gold tier shield should fetch a good price." Seeing Yuan take the shield back, Fan instantly became anxious. "No, don't. I was just kidding, Yuan, brother Yuan, please give it to me." After much persuasion, Fan promised not to pretend anymore, and only then did Yuan give him the shield. As for the necklace, Yuan equipped it directly. 100% attraction of demon hatred was not a problem, and all humans and demons were inherently sworn enemies, so an additional effect of attracting hatred didn't matter. Moreover, this necklace also came with a 50% increase in damage to demons. For Yuan, this was a divine skill. It's settled then, from now on, I'll specialize in killing demon monsters. Yuan muttered to himself and opened his attribute panel. Name, Yuan. Level, LV7. HP 4100. MP 104350. Spell attack, 237. Strength, 110 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 60 affects critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 87 affects spell attack, spell defense. Stamina, 82 affects HP, resistance. Skill points 2920. Evolution points, 1. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, cooldown reduction rank G. Skill 1, Mana Heart S rank. Skill 2, Inferno Barrier rank S. Skill 3, Frost Ray A rank. Yuan's status panel at level 7 showed his HP was even higher than many level 15 warriors. His strength attribute suddenly became the highest, which made Yuan's mouth twitch slightly. What do I, a mage, need so much strength for? To hack monsters with a staff? However, after seeing his other attributes, Yuan's face lit up with joy. Other spells at this level would only deal about 30 spell damage, but Yuan's was 8 times that of others. Yuan noticed that an evolution point had appeared in his attribute bar. Killing a boss gave me 1 evolution point. What's this thing for? He focused his thoughts on the evolution point and received some feedback, which made Yuan ecstatic. It actually has this kind of effect. The function of evolution points was to upgrade talents. For example, if Yuan's current talent was a rank, he could directly spend 1 evolution point to evolve the A-rank talent into an S-rank talent, making it incredibly precious. Sigh, if only my talent were a rank, or even B rank would be fine. Knowing the use of the evolution point, Yuan sighed. But Yuan still added this evolution point to his talent. Detected your talent cooldown reduction G rank? Do you want to upgrade it to F rank talent? Seeing that even the system put a question mark next to his talent, several black lines appeared on Yuan's forehead. Upgrade talent. Yuan replied irritably. Then, that unsightly G rank talent disappeared and became an F rank talent. Talent, cooldown reduction rank F. Effect, reduces casting time and cooldown reduction by 10%, skill damage reduced by 80%. The talent's name remained unchanged, but the skill effect improved significantly. Not bad, damage increased by 10%. Isn't that doubled? Yuan fully embraced the AQ spirit, consoling himself. Yes, compared to a 90% reduction, an 80% reduction is essentially a doubling. Just as Yuan was fighting the boss, the red portal on the sports field of number 3 middle school started vibrating abnormally, as if something was about to emerge from it. Upon seeing this, Principal Li's face changed. He thought it was a sign that the demon god's projection was about to appear. Everyone prepare for battle, he ordered, his eyes fixed on the portal, fearing any mishap. But after waiting for a long time, no monster appeared, which made Principal Li very puzzled. Is this portal broken? Why hasn't the portal appeared? Yuan, who was in the abyss, also wondered. The boss's corpse was already cold, so why hadn't the portal appeared yet? As Yuan wondered, the palace suddenly began to shake violently. Boom! Giant boulders continuously fell from the palace ceiling, seemingly on the verge of collapse. A 3-meter-tall massive stone was about to crash down on Fan's head. Run! Yuan, quick-witted, pulled Fan to his side, narrowly dodging the falling boulder. Then the two ran towards the door. Just as they reached the entrance, the entire palace collapsed with a roar. Looking at the palace that instantly collapsed, Fan said with lingering fear, "Phew, that was close, I almost lost my life." Yuan, standing beside him, had a somewhat serious expression, staring at the ruins that had turned into rubble. After the dust settled, a slightly reddish giant snake statue appeared before their eyes. Name, Purgatory Portal. HP, 500,000. Description, this is a portal to the 72nd level of Purgatory. The moment Yuan saw the portal, he understood, destroying this portal should allow me to clear the level. As he spoke, Yuan fired a frost ray at the portal. 10,000. Seeing that he had dealt tens of thousands of damage, Yuan was overjoyed. After I get out, I'll continue looking for hell-level abysses and strive to evolve my talent to S rank. I refuse to believe that once my talent evolves to S rank, it can still reduce damage. Yuan was happily fantasizing about the future when, unexpectedly, a thick layer of frost suddenly appeared on the Purgatory portal. Your actions have enraged the demon god of wrath, Samel. Samel has used a frost immunity scroll. The Purgatory teleportation gate is immune to frost spells for 30 minutes. Note, if the Purgatory teleportation gate still exists after 30 minutes, you will face the frenzied minions of the demon god. To be called a demon god, their level must be at least 80 or higher. Due to the rules, Samel couldn't directly intervene, but he still paid a price to make the teleportation gate immune to frost spells. Samel is known as the god of wrath, so he is naturally very petty. You, Yuan, think you're so great, do you? Let's see how you destroy the portal in 30 minutes without frost spells. If Yuan fails to destroy the portal within 30 minutes, he will face Samel's elite demon squad. By then, Yuan would likely be captured and taken to Purgatory. Given Samel's petty nature, Yuan would probably be in for a terrible time. After receiving the system prompt, Yuan, not giving up, shot another ice ray at the portal. Immune. Receiving feedback, Yuan pouted, "What a petty demon god. Is it really necessary to get so angry just because I shot dozens of ice rays at you, treating you like a target? I think you shouldn't be called the demon god of wrath anymore, you should be called the demon god of scapegoats." With less than 30 minutes remaining, the teleportation gate still had over 400,000 HP and was immune to frost spells. Any ordinary person would have panicked by now. But Yuan didn't show it, his face held a look of utter confidence. Yuan walked a few steps towards the portal. Getting closer, Yuan even curiously touched it with his hand. Hiss, it's so cold. The frost on it made Yuan shiver. He really went all out. Yuan shook his head. Frost immunity scrolls can only be produced by mages of at least level 60. Using one against a little mage under level 10 is truly a bit bullying. After Yuan touched the portal, the eyes of the giant snake statue suddenly glowed red, as if mocking Yuan for having run out of tricks. To this, Yuan chuckled, "If I can't use frost spells, I'll use fire spells." Then Yuan silently cast a spell on the spot. A few seconds later, flames engulfed the giant snake statue. 20,120. 20,336. The skill had been unleashed, and the portal's health began to drop dramatically. In less than 10 seconds, its HP was already below 300,000. At this moment, red light scattered from the giant snake statue's eyes, and Samel, the wrath demon god on the other side, was clearly in a state of disarray. But Yuan's skill damage didn't stop because of the demon god's interference. After another 15 seconds, the portal cracked into two halves with a loud sound. The moment it broke, Yuan seemed to hear faint curses. After destroying the portal, a notification sounded in Yuan's ear. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but Yuan felt the sound was much softer. "You have successfully prevented an invasion from purgatory. The leaderboard has been updated." Subsequently, all class holders in Skywind City received a system notification. Congratulations to class holders Yuan and Fan for successfully killing the final boss of Hell difficulty and destroying the purgatory portal. Experience plus 10,000, reputation plus 1. Congratulations to class holders Yuan and Fan for successfully killing the final boss of Hell difficulty and destroying the purgatory portal. Experience plus 10,000, reputation plus 1. This was a notification from Sacred Tower, and all class holders within Skywind City learned about it immediately. The class holder forum in Skywind City instantly erupted in an uproar. What? Someone actually cleared Hell difficulty Goblin Forest. Excuse me, is there anything special about Goblin Forest? What happens if you clear Hell difficulty? The person upstairs is brain dead, confirmed. You don't even know about Hell difficulty Goblin Forest? I don't know how you even joined this forum. Listen up, I'll only say it once. Among abysses below level 20, excluding Hell difficulty, all other difficulties are projections created by Sacred Tower. Their purpose is to familiarize class holders with the environment and monsters within the abyss, ultimately aiming for them to conquer Hell difficulty abysses. The bosses of Hell difficulty abysses are often elite level and extremely difficult to deal with, some even being hero level monsters. Goblin Forest is even more formidable. According to rumors, its final boss is a projection of the God of Wrath. Although it's a projection, it's not something class holders below level 10 can handle. An elite level vanguard team once challenged the Hell difficulty of Goblin Forest, and the result was their complete annihilation. I don't know if you saw the notification just now, but only 2 people cleared the Hell difficulty abyss. I'll make a bold assumption, at least one of them has awakened an SS rank talent, or perhaps both have SS rank talents. Only with their combined efforts could they take down the Hell difficulty Goblin Forest. There were indeed knowledgeable people on the forum. As soon as this person's post appeared, it instantly garnered countless likes. Leaving aside the class holder forum erupting, Principal Lee, who was standing by on the playground, ready for action, was stunned after hearing the system notification. Someone cleared Hell difficulty? Principal Lee looked at Li Feng beside him, who was also confused. Don't look at me, Sacred Tower's notifications can't be fake. After speaking, Li Feng laughed heartily. I told you, old Li, you've struck gold. To be able to conquer Hell difficulty Goblin Forest right after awakening, imagine what they'll achieve in the future." These words left Principal Lee silent for a long time. Why did Yuan's conquest of Hell Difficulty Abyss cause such a stir? This is because Hell Difficulty Abysses are unique. The emergence of Hell Difficulty means there must be creatures from other planes inside. If a Hell Difficulty Abyss cannot be conquered within a certain period, the monsters within it may descend upon Blue Star. Take Goblin Forest as an example. In order to send his projection into the Goblin Forest, the enraged demon god Samuel paid a heavy price. He had it all planned out. He made the Scourge cult seize an opportunity to successfully unleash the Infernal Scourge in Wind City, thereby prematurely triggering an Abyss riot. At that time, Samuel's projection would be summoned early and, after absorbing enough blood, would gain the power to destroy Tianfeng City. Unfortunately, Samuel's plan was disrupted. Yuan killed the demon god's projection in advance, preventing a disaster. Principal Lee, lost in thought, racked his brain but couldn't understand how Yuan, a G-rank talent weakling mage, along with a B-rank talent shield warrior who wasn't doing his job properly, could clear the Hell Difficulty Goblin Forest. Could it be that Samuel's projection wasn't in the dungeon? No, the previous notification already stated that Samuel's projection had been killed. How the hell did they clear Hell Difficulty? Scratching his head, Principal Lee simply stopped thinking. Regardless of how you cleared it, list them as S-rank seeds and report them. Afterward, Principal Lee pulled out his phone and called Sun Qing, the mayor's secretary. "Hello, Secretary Sun, I was just about to tell you about this. It was our third high school that conquered Hell Difficulty Abyss. I'm preparing to list these 2 students as S-rank seeds. What's the process for that?" Principal Lee's tone was incredibly proud, and his expression showed great satisfaction. On the other end of the phone, after hearing Principal Lee's words, a flurry of mumbling indicated that he couldn't make the decision and needed to consult the mayor. Principal Lee expressed understanding, and before hanging up, he said he hoped to receive a reply as soon as possible, as those who had rendered meritorious service shouldn't shed blood and tears in vain. Yuan, of course, was unaware of the various activities in the outside world. He was busy choosing his reward. You can choose one out of the following 3 rewards. Option 1, obtain 1,000 skill points. Option 2, obtain 2 B-rank skills appropriate for your class. Option 3, obtain a golden set appropriate for your class. Out of the 3 choices, Yuan actually saw only 2. Option 1 could be directly eliminated. 1,000 skill points was just enough for Yuan to gain 1 level, so it definitely wasn't an option, unless Yuan had lost his mind. As for option 2 and option 3, Yuan considered it for a moment and still chose option 2. While the golden set was tempting, it was only temporary. Once Yuan's level increased, the golden set would only be sold for money, and the money obtained might not be enough to buy 2 skill books. Speaking of skill books, Yuan had casually asked Fan during a chat if he had ever heard of skills being upgradable. What he got in return was Fan's look as if he were looking at an idiot. Whatever rank a skill book was when learned, that's what rank the skill would be. There was no such thing as upgrading. With a definitive answer, Yuan knew this must again be the doing of his cheat. So Yuan chose option 2 and received 2 skill books. Spell Counter, B-rank LV1. Cost, 500 MP. Cast time, instant. Description, used on a target that is currently casting a spell, it can interrupt the spell they are casting and prevent them from casting any spells of that school for 6 seconds. Explosive Fireball, LV1. Cost, 800 MP. Cast time, 2.5 seconds. Description, throws an explosive fireball, dealing 1000 plus intelligence 2 fire damage. Upon hitting an enemy, it creates an explosion, dealing 800 plus intelligence 1 fire damage. Having gained 2 B-rank skills, Yuan was very satisfied. Now my offensive capabilities have increased further. Yuan had just gained another 10,000 experience points, reaching level 8. With a large number of skill points in hand and some free time, Yuan directly upgraded all his skills in one go. Forced Silence, a rank LV1. Cost, 1200 MP. Cast time, instant. Description, used on a target, preventing them from casting any spells for 3 seconds. Pyroblast A tier LV1. Cost, 1500 MP. Cast time, 3 seconds. Description: hurls a gigantic fireball, dealing 30,000 plus intelligence 1 point of fire damage. After upgrading to a rank skills, both skills received substantial enhancements. Firstly, Force Silence no longer needs to be used while the opponent is casting. Its effect also changed from silencing a single school of magic to silencing all spells, which is very practical. As for Pyroblast, there wasn't much change, just a significant increase in damage. Glancing at his remaining skill points, Yuan found there were still over 2,000. So, he directly waved his hand and upgraded both skills to S rank. Silent Domains Tier LV1. Cost, 3000 MP. Cast time, instant. Description: causes all enemy units within a 15-meter radius to enter a silent state, preventing them from casting any spells for 5 seconds. Meteor Showers Tier LV1. Cost, 5000 MP. Cast time, 4 seconds. Description: summons a fire meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters, dealing 100,000 plus intelligence 1 point of fire damage. Targets at the center of the meteorite are stunned, while targets at the edge are knocked back. Awesome! Yuan exclaimed at the effects of the 2S rank skills. Silent Domain changed from a single target ability to an area of effect 1. From now on, when encountering magic-based monsters or magic class holders, he could preemptively cast silence. A 5-second silence would be enough for Yuan to kill the opponent several times over. Meteor Shower is even more powerful, with a 10-meter attack radius and 2 crowd control effects, stun and knockback, making it much more convenient for farming monsters in the future. After upgrading his skill, Yuan found Fan staring intently at him. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Hearing Yuan's question, Fan shook his head. "Nothing, I'm just looking at a pervert." Yuan. "Hey, wait, why are you calling me names? How am I a pervert?" Yuan was about to say something when Fan walked directly into the adjacent portal. Yuan paused for a moment, then followed him into the portal. Stepping out of the portal, Yuan found all eyes on him in the training ground. Principal Li, with his large physique, looked at him with surprise, curiosity, and excitement, which matched Principal Li's complicated feelings at the moment. "Look, those two are Yuan and Fan, who are ranked first on the leaderboard." It was a female student who spoke. This female student's team was previously ranked third on the leaderboard. After Yuan became first, their ranking dropped by 1 to 4th. However, these students did not show any anger at the moment, only admiration and longing. But their captain, Zhong Juanru, was different. As the only student in number 3 middle school to awaken an A-grade talent, Zhong Juanru proved herself by ranking first in number 3 middle school and third in the entire city. Who knew such a freak as Yuan would appear halfway? Among the leaderboard, ranks 2 to 10 were all on normal difficulty, with only the first being on the Crimson Hell difficulty. This was a score that made people want to catch up but couldn't. "Are you comfortable telling us how you killed the demon god's projection?" Principal Li hesitated for a long time before finally asking. "How did he kill the demon god projection?" "With spells, of course." That's what Yuan thought, and that's what he said. "I just kept casting skills at the boss, and I killed the boss." Looking at the slightly innocent Yuan, everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Who doesn't know to keep casting skills at the boss? The key is, what kind of skills did you cast that even the demon god projection couldn't withstand? Isn't your talent G grade? You can still kill the boss by reducing 90% of the damage? Principal Li walked up to Yuan and asked in a low voice. Seeing Principal Li being so secretive, Yuan took a small step back. "My talent is no longer G grade, it has evolved to F grade." Yuan's face was filled with proud satisfaction. One who didn't know might have thought Yuan's talent had evolved to S grade. Yuan, fearing that Principal Li wouldn't believe him, directly displayed his talent. Talent, cooldown reduction rank F. Effect, reduces casting time and cooldown by 10%, reduces damage by 80%. Principal Li. I wasn't asking about your talent evolving, I was asking how you killed the boss. Never mind, regardless of how you two killed the boss,
you two have already made outstanding contributions to number 3 middle school and to Tianfeng City. I have already listed you two as S-grade seed class holders and reported it to the mayor's secretary. I believe there will be results in a few days. Principal Li informed them about his call with Secretary Sun. It wasn't unprecedented in history for class holders to awaken heaven-defying talents and then conceal them. Principal Li categorized Yuan as one such person, so he no longer pressed the matter. Just then, a small team suddenly emerged from the portal. Two of these people looked very familiar. They were Jiang and Chen. After Chen came out, he looked around and found Yuan and Fan standing not far from Principal Li, who was speaking amiably. This scene made Chen think, these two must have used an escape scroll. Otherwise, why would Principal Li be so kind and comforting to them? In previous years, the principal would also appear on the training ground to comfort students who had lost their class holder qualifications. In Chen's eyes, wasn't Principal Li's action at this moment just like 2 years ago, only the objects of comfort had changed to Yuan and Fan? After waiting for a minute, Principal Li left. While Jiang and the others went to register, Chen approached Fan. Are you stupid or what? You just had to bring along such a good-for-nothing. Your teammates abandoned you. Does it feel good to be back to normal? If you beg me now, I can still say a few good words in front of Jiang. Maybe if Jiang is happy, he can give you two a job just to get by. It's better than doing stamina work outside, isn't it? Chen stood with his arms crossed, chattering endlessly in front of the two, leaving them both bewildered. I said, are you out of your mind? If you're sick, go get treatment quickly, don't delay your condition. Fan, listening to Chen's incessant talk, directly interrupted him and pointed to the badge on his chest, saying, open your dog eyes and see clearly, we have already passed the trial and become official class holders. This stunned Chen for a moment. Then he looked down and saw that Yuan and Fan indeed had the class holder emblem on their chests. Impossible. Impossible, Chen muttered, his face alternating between green and pale. What team can clear so quickly with a dead weight? Chen glanced around and suddenly saw Zhong Juanru standing not far away, with only two sisters beside her. Aha, so you relied on women to clear it. I hope you can continue to be a kept man in the future. Chen had already decided that Yuan's success in clearing the trial was all thanks to Zhong Juanru. This nonsensical remark made Yuan frown. What are you talking about? Chen was about to say something when Jiang suddenly walked over. What are you dallying for? Hurry up and register, then go to the normal difficulty abyss. Chen naturally dared not defy Jiang's words. He immediately nodded and responded, going now, going now. His obsequious manner was sickening to behold. TSK, what a good lackey, Fan grumbled, unable to stand it. Mind your mouth, don't think you're hot stuff just because you passed the trial, Jiang said displeased. Then he thought of something, walked up to Yuan, and said, your talent is wasted, and you don't have much future as a mage. I have a priest specialization certificate at home that can let you change your class to a priest. Pausing, Jiang added, of course, the specialization certificate isn't free. You'll have to become my retainer and serve only me. You need to think it over carefully. You were lucky to cling to a powerful person and clear the novice trial this time, but that might not be the case in the future. The difficulty of the abyss will keep increasing, and later on, one less person can make a world of difference. Jiang openly stated his objective right in front of Yuan. He didn't say it on a whim, but rather after careful consideration. Firstly, Yuan has an A-grade passive skill that increases MP value and MP recovery. This skill will not disappear after changing class to a priest. This way, a priest with abundant MP, who serves only him, would emerge. Priests themselves are not good at output, so Yuan's talent that reduces damage output by 90% would not seem so fatal. As for the deeper reason, it was naturally a bit of Jiang's self-esteem at play. How satisfying would it be to have a mage class holder willingly serve him? Jiang's calculations were well made, and his lackey was also very zealous. Chen, who was just about to step forward, heard these words, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly came before Yuan. Why aren't you agreeing quickly? It's your good fortune to be valued by Jiang. Don't be ungrateful. Jiang heard Chen's words but didn't stop him.
There were some things he couldn't say too bluntly, and Chen's words just hit home. Although he didn't show it on his face, he had already recognized Chen as his number one lackey from now on. Before Yuan could speak, Fan was furious. Are you FING done or not? Are you enjoying being a dog too much? Watch me tear your dog mouth apart. In 2 or 3 steps, he reached Chen and started punching him. Fan, wearing several pieces of equipment, had astonishing strength. His fists landing on Chen made the latter scream repeatedly. How dare you hit me? I'm going to report you to the teacher. Chen's scrawny physique couldn't withstand Fan's beating, and he was beaten to a pulp in just a few hits. Watching his number one minion being beaten so badly, Jiang was furious, fire elements gathering in his hand. You guys are going too far, how can you hit your classmates so hard? Fan knew where to draw the line after a few hits. Seeing Chen on his last legs, he stopped. Fan initially thought that was the end of it, but then he heard Jiang accusing him, which made Fan laugh in anger. Now you remember we're classmates? Why didn't you say anything when he was barking earlier? What, you're unhappy because I hit your minion? After Fan finished speaking, he saw a fireball appear in Jiang's hand and instantly became displeased. You want to fight, do you? I'll oblige. He immediately pulled out his weapon and shield from his backpack. As the shield appeared in Fan's hand, Jiang's eyes suddenly narrowed, a golden item. Jiang had just completed the novice trial and only received 3 plain white items, which he had bought with some money. Jiang prided himself on having 3 pieces of equipment, believing he was much stronger than Fan, but then Fan directly pulled out a golden item, and it was the shield, the most crucial piece for a shield warrior. Jiang instantly chickened out. At this stage, the stats of a single golden item were enough to overpower 99% of people. Jiang would have to be brain dead to fight Fan. But his fireball had already been cast, and he had already spoken. Not fighting would mean losing face, but if he did fight. Jiang suddenly glanced at Fan's weapon again. It was a silver item, definitely couldn't win. Just as he was in a difficult situation, Principal Li returned. What are you doing? Seeing that Jiang had already cast his fireball spell, Principal Li sternly reprimanded him. Jiang, what are you doing? Can you cast a fireball spell at your own classmate? How have I been teaching you all these years? Skills are always meant to be cast at monsters in the abyss. Just because you've become a mage doesn't mean you can run wild. Principal Li was truly heartbroken. To dare cast a skill at his classmate right after completing the novice trial, showing no respect whatsoever. Could such a person truly protect humanity if they grew stronger? Principal Li wasn't sure. Oh, isn't this just a friendly spar between classmates? I apologize on behalf of Jiang to both of them. Not long after Principal Lin arrived, Vice Principal Chen Xishan also rushed over. Upon arrival, he immediately characterized the incident as a friendly spar between classmates, then simply apologized to Fan and Yuan. His attitude was as perfunctory as it could be. In Chen Xishan's mind, Jiang's significance was still greater than Yuan's and Fan's. Jiang's father, Jiang Wan Yuan, was level 45 and an unrevealed class, the Breaker, with a promising future. Yuan and Fan, in Chen Xishan's eyes, were just lucky kids. They might rely on luck to clear 1 or 2 abysses before level 10, but after level 10, they would fade into obscurity. Over the years, Chen Xishan had seen too many class holders like this, so he didn't take the Sacred Tower's prompt to heart. Sure enough, when Chen Xishan saw Jiang being reprimanded, he immediately stepped in to help. Jiang saw Chen Xishan and breathed a sigh of relief, interrupting his spellcasting. However, being lectured by Principal Li about this incident from start to finish made him very depressed. In his heart, he resented Fan and Yuan. Principal Li originally wanted Jiang to learn a lesson, but Chen Xishan intervened, making it difficult to reject his request and impossible to continue. However, he still let out a displeased snort. Remember, don't let it happen again. Chen Xishan heard Principal Li's words, responded with a smile, and pulled Jiang away first. Yuan, why did you pull me just now? With Jiang's feeble fireball, he couldn't hurt me at all. Fan was very unhappy to see Jiang walk away as if nothing had happened. If he had dared to cast a spell just now, I would have slammed a shield into his face.
It wouldn't be over until I'd knocked out a few of his teeth.
These words made Principal Lee's eyebrows twitch in anger. He came up and smacked Fan on the back of the head, making the latter yelp in pain. Yuan had been expressionless until he saw Fan stumble, then he spoke, "We can't make the first move in the city, it violates city regulations. It's not a big deal if you hit Chen, but if you touched Jiang, explaining it to his father would be difficult." After speaking, Yuan looked at Principal Lee. "Principal, is there anything else you need from us?" Yuan's words just now made Principal Lee look at him with new respect. Young and powerful, yet knowing how to be patient, Principal Lee couldn't help but marvel at Yuan's temperament. This was not the kind of disposition a teenager should have. At this age, one should be outspoken, straightforward, and not care about the consequences, like Fan. Yuan thought a lot. The other party had backing, and hitting him could be very troublesome. That's why Yuan didn't make a move. The script of hitting the junior and then drawing out the senior is all too common. If you're going to strike, strike them dead with one blow to avoid future trouble. Yuan's character has always been, if others don't offend him, he won't offend others. If others offend him, he will retaliate tenfold. Principal Lee obviously thought of this point too, but he didn't call it out because he knew Yuan was a person with principles, and such a person wouldn't do anything to harm humanity. "I just received a call from Secretary Sunday. He said it's not impossible to list you as S-level seeds, but you need to prove yourselves." Principal Lee stated his purpose. "Proof? What more proof is needed? Isn't being at the top of the Hell difficulty Goblin Forest leaderboard enough?" Fan asked, puzzled. Yuan naturally shared this sentiment, but he knew that since Principal Lee spoke to them this way, he must have his reasons. Principal Lee led the two to a deserted place nearby and whispered, "Let me put it this way, there are only 5 S-level seed spots this year, and it's said that 2 have already been decided internally. You can only compete for the remaining 3 spots. There are a total of 20 competitors this time, more than double previous years, but there are only 5 spots. Even though you cleared the Goblin Forest on Hell difficulty, you still have to compete with everyone else." With Principal Lee's explanation, Yuan understood. "So how do I prove myself? Do I need to fight?" Principal Lee shook his head. "You haven't even reached level 10, and you haven't learned many skills. Fighting wouldn't be very meaningful." Pausing, Principal Lee said solemnly, "The allocation of spots this time requires you to enter a special abyss. Your ranking will be determined by the final score given by the Sacred Tower, and only the top 3 will receive the S-tier seed treatment." This time, Yuan understood. "So it's about grinding abysses. I'm good at that. Can't I just brute force my way through? I'll get you a first or second place in no time." Principal Lee saw Yuan's confident expression and secretly chuckled. "You'll know once you enter that abyss, it will definitely leave a deep impression on you." At this moment, Principal Lee's phone rang again. He took it out and saw it was a call from Sun Qing, the mayor's secretary. Principal Lee walked a few steps to the side and answered the phone. After hanging up, his expression was somewhat helpless. "There was a small issue," Principal Lee said, seemingly hesitant to speak. This gave Yuan a bad feeling. "Did the spots fall through?" "It's okay, Principal, it's fine even without an S-tier spot. An S-tier seed spot is incredibly precious in the eyes of most people, but Yuan genuinely didn't care. With his current leveling speed, he would leave his peers far behind sooner or later." Principal Lee was still wondering how to begin when he heard Yuan's words and immediately replied. "It's not like that. There's no problem with the spot." He patted his chest, assuring them. "Don't worry, both of you. The allocation of these spots is fair, and just this time there will be no backroom deals. Secretary Sun just called me, meaning he wants you two to team up with others. Let me be frank, you know Zhong Juanru, right? She's also from 3rd High School, and her father's name is Zhong Bai. Zhong Juanru's father is the new mayor." Fan exclaimed. Even Yuan was very surprised to hear this news. "Isn't she already set? Why team up with me?" Principal Lee glanced at Lin Yuan. "It's all because of you." "Because of me?" Yuan was puzzled. Zhong Juanru awakened an A-tier talent.
She was the first at number 3 middle school to clear the novice trial. Before you made the leaderboard, her team was third in the city.
After you made the leaderboard, she became fourth.
She's just a young girl, a bit unconvinced, wanting to know where she lost to you. So, she's taking this opportunity to challenge you. After saying this, Principal Li winked at Yuan. Mayor Zong is a level 55 Gale Ranger.
It's time to show off your masculine charm, don't miss this great opportunity.
His tone was teasing, encouraging Yuan to win over the mayor's daughter.
Principal, don't joke. How could the mayor's daughter be interested in me?
After understanding the whole situation, Yuan was caught between laughter and tears.
If we have to team up, we will. I just hope it doesn't leave any psychological trauma for her. Fan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. How desperate must one be to challenge a freak like you? But only until before the first advancement. After level 20, I won't continue teaming up with them. Yuan thought for a moment and added. Understood. Principal Li nodded, indicating he got it.
After Yuan agreed, Principal Li made another call. Not long after, 2 beautiful, vibrant young girls appeared beside the trio.
Alright, everyone's here. You are all classmates from the same year. Get to know each other first.
This abyss is a bit special, not like the usual ones, so there's no harm in communicating beforehand. After giving his instructions, Principal Li left, leaving the 4 of them to size each other up. Seeing that Yuan had no intention of speaking first, one of the tall girls spoke up.
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zong Juanru.
My class is Archer, my talent is a tier Eagle Eye, and I have 3 C-tier offensive skills.
This is my best friend Wang Shui.
Her class is Priest, she has a B-tier talent, and 2 healing skills.
Talent Eagle Eye A tier.
Effect 1, attack range increased by 30%. Effect 2, the first attack against an enemy has a 50% increased critical strike chance, and critical strike rate is increased by 10%. As soon as the talent was revealed, it already exuded a powerful pressure. Zong Juanru's sharp eyes constantly scrutinized Yuan, trying to see through him. Yuan ignored Zong Juanru's gaze, silently evaluating her in his mind, a competitive young girl, but this talent is indeed impressive. The first effect increases attack range, meaning Zong Juanru will only be able to attack others, while others won't be able to reach her. The second effect is even more formidable. The critical strike chance on the first attack against an enemy is as high as 50%. Once Zong Juanru's level increases, and if she wears critical strike gear to push her critical strike rate to 100%, with enough damage, even Yuan might not be confident in withstanding her 100% critical strike arrow. Since the lady had already spoken first, Yuan introduced himself. I'm Yuan, my class is Mage, and this is my best friend Fan, class Shield Warrior. This self-introduction was as simple as could be, not even mentioning the level of their talents or how many skills they possessed, which greatly displeased Wang Shui, who was beside Zong Juanru.
What's that? It basically said nothing.
Seeing this, Fan, who was beside him, quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
My talent is a rank solid as a rock, and I've mastered 3 B rank skills. As for Yuan, you'll find out about his skills once we enter the abyss.
As soon as Fan finished speaking, it elicited exclamations from everyone.
3 B rank skills. An A rank talent.
The previous voice belonged to Wang Shui, who was now covering her mouth in surprise, saying, You actually mastered 3 B rank skills, that's incredibly impressive.
Hearing the compliment, Fan showed an embarrassed smile.
Just average, 3rd best in the 3rd school.
Yuan, however, was surprised that Fan's talent had become a rank. Weren't you a B rank talent before? How did it become a rank?
I just cleared a hell difficulty abyss, and it gave me 2 reward options. One was a set of silver equipment, and the other was to evolve my talent. I thought about it, equipment is temporary, but talent is for life, so I chose to evolve my talent. After Fan explained, he conveniently displayed his newly acquired talent.
Talent, solid as a rock A rank.
Effect 1, reduces damage taken by 20%. Effect 2, gain a shield equal to 10% of maximum HP every minute.
This talent is amazing, it's practically made for taking hits. After reviewing the talent, Fan then revealed his 3 B rank skills. Spell Reflection, Burning Rage, and Frenzied Recovery. Each of them was a genuine B rank skill. Wang Shui looked at Fan with a hint of reverence, and even Zhong Juanru looked at Fan with newfound respect. You have my approval. The cool words combined with her tense expression almost made Yuan laugh. To hide his emotions, Yuan proactively asked, "When do we set off?" Zhong Juanru considered it for a moment, then replied, "In half an hour. We'll go prepare first, then meet at the sacred tower. The abyss is located there." Yuan nodded. "Alright, see you in half an hour." After they parted ways, Fan actively suggested, "We need to prepare more things." Yuan did not object to this point and agreed. Then, Fan took Yuan to the market. "Why did you bring me here?" Yuan asked, looking at the bustling market with confusion. Fan replied confidently, "To prepare for logistics, of course." Subsequently, Fan bought a pile of grilling supplies and ingredients, and even a tent before leaving. Half an hour later, Zhong Juanru saw the two carrying large bags and packages and her expression froze. "You prepared so much stuff?" Yuan was a little embarrassed and didn't respond, while Fan happily replied, "Better safe than sorry. We'll be in the abyss for so long, we need to prepare more things." Hearing Fan's answer and seeing the tent on his shoulder, Zhong Juanru fell into contemplation. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. Mayor's secretary Sun Qing found them. "I say, young miss, you've already secured a spot, why bother coming here to suffer?" Zhong Juanru was displeased by these words and retorted, "If others can come, why can't I? I'm not just a pretty face, don't underestimate me. I'm no worse than anyone else." Secretary Sun merely grumbled once, but seeing Zhong Juanru's strong reaction, he no longer objected. Alright, this abyss isn't very dangerous anyway. Just consider it a training experience." After speaking, Secretary Sun's gaze turned to Yuan and Fan. "So you two cleared the hell difficulty of Goblin Forest? Principal Li must have told you, it's not that the mayor doesn't value you, but this year there are too many excellent students, and the spots are limited." The mayor thought it through carefully before deciding to determine the spots in this way. Seeing no other expression on Yuan's face, Secretary Sun added, "I personally have confidence in both of you. The hell difficulty of Goblin Forest stumped many people, yet you two cleared it. I believe you'll also achieve good results in this abyss." Then, Secretary Sun added, "Of course, anything can happen in the abyss. Even if you don't make it into the top 3 this time, the mayor has promised that you can become a rank seeds. This is to commend your contributions to Tianfeng City." After Secretary Sun finished speaking, Yuan raised an eyebrow. His impression of Mayor Zhong Bai improved slightly. Look at the art of his speaking. First, he praised Yuan, believing they would achieve their rank through strength. Then he set the stage, indicating that even if they didn't get a ranking, it wouldn't matter, as the mayor had already made arrangements. Even if Yuan had any grievances before, they would disappear after hearing Secretary Sun's words. This is a smart person, Yuan thought to himself. Thus, Yuan replied, neither humble nor arrogant, "Thank you, Secretary Sunday. I merely did what I should. This time, I'm afraid I will disappoint Mayor Zhong. Please leave the A-rank seed reward for others." Secretary Sun's face showed no expression upon receiving the reply, but the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. Over the years, Secretary Sun had followed Zhong Bai and met many young prodigies, but none could compare to Yuan at this moment. Others would be somewhat reserved when they met him, but Yuan was not. Yuan was speaking to him as an equal. This made Secretary Sun wonder, is it a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, or is he truly a latent dragon? But these were not things Secretary Sun needed to consider. Next, Secretary Sun led the group to an abyss portal. This is the abyss you'll be challenging this time, called Fairy Garden. How should I put it, this dungeon is a bit peculiar. Secretary Sun originally wanted to say something silly, but his good upbringing made him swallow the words. The Fairy Garden has 3 difficulties, normal, hard, and nightmare. Considering you are all newly awakened,
You only need to challenge the normal difficulty of the fairy garden. The longer you stay in the fairy garden, the higher your score will be. The implication was that whoever lasted the longest would be first. What's in this abyss? Do we need to fight wave after wave of monsters? Fan asked directly. But Secretary Sun didn't answer. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. You'll know once you go in. Before he finished speaking, Yuan, as the captain, had already selected the difficulty and pulled Fan into the portal. Seeing this, Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui also strode forward, following closely behind. Initially, Secretary Wang's face still held a smile after seeing the four enter the abyss, but when she saw the difficulty they chose, her smile faltered. Hell difficulty. Secretary Sun's eyes widened. How can it be hell difficulty? The fairy garden abyss has existed for so many years, and hell difficulty has never appeared. How could they choose hell difficulty? Could it be? Secretary Sun thought of a possibility. He quickly pulled out his phone and called the mayor. After saying this, Zhong Bai's voice was very calm. Understood. Since they've already entered the abyss, let's see what fate has in store for them. There are only two choices in a hell difficulty abyss: either defeat the abyss boss and come out alive, or be killed by the abyss monsters and sleep here forever. There is no third option. After hanging up the phone, Secretary Sun looked at the gradually yellowing portal and muttered to himself, people chosen by the sacred tower? Inside the abyss. You have entered the fairy garden hell difficulty. Your damage dealt is reduced by 99%. Your arrival has attracted the attention of the Casket of Madness. Several continuous chimes sounded in Yuan's ears. This made Yuan realize that this abyss would not be easy to deal with. Less than 3 seconds after entering the abyss, a scream suddenly echoed in Yuan's ear. Hell difficulty. It was Wang Shui who cried out. She only realized this after entering the abyss, so she couldn't help but shout. Wang Shui's reaction seemed a bit excessive to Yuan and Fan. It's just hell difficulty, what's the big deal? We've conquered it before. Don't worry, with us two here, no matter what monsters are in the abyss, we'll absolutely slaughter them. Fan offered comfort, then asked, do you two know any information about this abyss? Wang Shui's emotions had calmed down. She glanced at Zhong Juanru, who thought for a moment and then shared the information she knew. The fairy garden is not an abyss that requires combat. There are many fairies inside. If we want to stay in this abyss for a long time, we need to complete the fairies' tasks on time. If we don't complete their tasks within the specified time or we anger the fairies, they will kick us out. That's all I know. According to Zhong Juanru's explanation, the fairy garden is an abyss with a large quest chain, and no combat will occur here. No wonder there's a negative status that reduces damage by 99%. So where should we go to do the quests? Yuan asked. Before Zhong Juanru could answer, a sharp voice came from not far away. Are you for the new workers? What are you standing around for? Come with me quickly. As a sharp sound fell, a short, ugly monster resembling a goblin walked over. Witch's Overseer, LV9. HP 1500. Attack, 300. Description: this is a monster created by the witch to make the fairies work faster. Although a monster appeared, its name was displayed in yellow, indicating that the monster in front of them was a neutral monster. A neutral monster has one characteristic: as long as you don't attack it first, it won't attack you. After the Overseer appeared before Yuan, with one hand on his hip and the other holding a whip, he said sinisterly, come with me quickly, there's a lot of work waiting for you. The Overseer walked ahead, and the four followed him. Fan couldn't help but say, where is he taking us? Yuan heard Fan's words and shook his head. Don't speak yet, we'll know in a moment. The foreman ahead heard the murmuring and sternly reprimanded, no talking without my command. Then he raised the whip in his hand high and swung it at an empty spot. If there's a next time, I'll whip you hard with this whip. After a whip crack, Yuan and the others stopped talking. The Overseer, thinking they were afraid of him, smiled triumphantly and continued to lead the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, the foreman led them into a workshop. Your job today is to sort these seeds. Remember, there must be no impurities mixed with the seeds.
Each of you must complete 100 bags before you can rest. After giving his instructions, the foreman walked to his spot and sat down, gazing at the scenery outside. He claimed to be admiring the scenery, but in reality, he kept his peripheral vision on the four, ready to wield his whip and lash them fiercely the moment they showed any sign of slacking off. After the foreman finished speaking, Yuan and the others each received their tasks. Task: collect 100 bags of seeds and turn them over to the witch within 2 hours. You will receive 1,000 experience points as a reward. After reading the task description, Yuan grumbled, the experience given for this task is way too little. 100 bags of seeds for only 1,000 experience? That's just fooling kids. The bags in front of Yuan were almost as tall as a person, and the seeds were all piled together. Just sorting them would take who knows how long, and the task had a 2-hour time limit. They couldn't possibly finish it. I think they're deliberately trying to make things difficult for us, Yuan. We're not going to put up with this nonsense. At worst, we'll just wait here for 2 hours, and then we'll be kicked out when the task fails, Fan said indignantly. However, he was being too optimistic. Zhong Juanru reminded him, in hell difficulty, there are only 2 choices, clear the level or be buried here. If we can't complete the task within the time limit, we might die here. Hearing this, Yuan smiled, no, we won't. When the carriage reaches the mountain, there will always be a path. Even hell difficulty won't give someone a dead end. There must be a way to complete the task, we just haven't found it yet. Then, the group began searching for tools and methods to complete the task ahead of time. 15 minutes passed, and there was still no progress. At this moment, the foreman stood up and threatened that if they didn't start working, he would resort to force. Helplessly, the group began collecting seeds. As soon as they started working, a chirping sound suddenly came from nearby. Yuan looked up and saw many winged little sprites coming over. The chirping sounds were coming from these sprites. Look, we have new co-workers. Workers, working souls, workers are superior to everyone. The little sprites spotted Yuan and the others and gathered around them, talking and laughing. This angered the foreman greatly, who raised his whip again and lashed it heavily towards the pixies. With a crack, it struck a pixie who couldn't dodge in time, tearing its skin. Ah, pixies, get to work now. After being whipped, the pixie stopped playing around and began to work. The work of these little sprites was different from Yuan and the others. The sprites were using their own power to condense seeds. All the seeds in the entire factory building were condensed by the pixies. I'll go save that pixie. Wang Shui was very compassionate. Seeing the pixie injured, she couldn't bear it and went over to the pixie, casting spells to heal it. After a few treatments, the pixie was full of life and flew up again. Thank you, kind workers. My name is Bobo. What kind of work do you do? Wang Shui told the little fairy about her task, then Bobo flew back to the other fairies. Seeing that Bobo was fine, Wang Shui also walked back. Before long, Bobo brought the little fairies over to the 4 of them, let us help you. Following this, the little fairies began to condense seeds into the bags. In less than an hour, all 4 people's tasks were completed. Once finished, Yuan went up to the foreman, our task is complete. The overseer had been observing from the side. He knew how they completed it, but their task was within the rules. There was nothing he could do but count it as completed. You have completed the seed collection task and gained 1,000 experience points. Subsequently, the overseer's eyes darted around, and he assigned them another task. You have received a new task, hand collect 100 bags of seeds and submit them to the witch within 2 hours. You will receive 1,000 experience points as a reward. This time the task had some changes. Only seeds collected by hand would count. The little fairies couldn't help this time even if they wanted to. Yuan, receiving a new task, was a bit annoyed. Are there no other tasks? The foreman sneered in reply, if you can't even do a simple job like collecting seeds well, what other job can you do? Yuan returned to the others with a sour expression, a murderous intent already stirring in his heart. Coincidentally, a little fairy suddenly couldn't stand the monotonous work and mumbled, work is tough, work is tiring, all I want to do is nap at work.
After one little fairy spoke, many others began to chime in. Work is annoying, work is hard, all I want to do is play outside. Working life is truly awful, not a single meal is filling. As the little sprites talked, they suddenly hugged each other and started crying. Seeing the sprite's state, Yuan's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. While the foreman wasn't paying attention, Yuan quietly approached the sprites. Aren't you sprites? Why are you working here? The little fairy named Bobo cried as she replied, the fairy queen has been imprisoned by the witch. If we don't work, the witch will torture the fairy queen. If the fairy queen dies, we won't be able to continue living. Fairies just want to play freely. Fairies don't want to work. After hearing Bobo the sprite's answer, Yuan roughly understood what was going on. The witch had imprisoned the fairy queen, so these free-spirited little fairies had become workers. What about them? Why would the witch want them to work with the fairies? I understand. Yuan suddenly clapped his hands. The witch never intended for them to leave here alive. The overseer bringing them here was merely an excuse to eliminate them. Even if they completed this mission, the overseer would increase the difficulty next time until they failed. By then, the overseer would likely reveal his true colors. Having figured out the key, Yuan said to the sprites, do you want to rescue the fairy queen? The still crying sprites all nodded frantically at Yuan's words. If you want to rescue the fairy queen, then listen to me. The little sprite looked at Yuan hesitantly, as if considering whether Yuan was trustworthy. Seeing the sprite's reaction, Yuan prepared to show them what he could do. Subsequently, Yuan shouted, workers will never be slaves, and walked towards the overseer. Seeing Yuan's unusual move, his teammates also picked up their weapons and followed behind him. As he walked, Yuan fired an ice ray. 67. A very low amount of damage appeared on the overseer, making him pause in surprise. Then the overseer's expression became unsettling instead of anger after being hit, he showed a look of madness. Finally, you made your move. Do you know how long I've endured? To show you my respect, I will tear you to pieces, little by little. After the monster finished speaking, its body rapidly swelled, transforming into an ugly, muscle-bound creature. Mad and the Elite. HP 5000. Attack 1000. Elementary Madness, after activating the skill, lose some sanity, attack power increased by 50%. What? The attack power is actually 1000. Wang Shui, who was at the back, screamed out. Zhong Juanru, beside her, also looked grave, raised her bow, activated a charged shot, and fired it towards the elite monster. 15 critical hit. A pathetic 2-digit damage appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing her own damage, Zhong Juanru pursed her small lips. The damage is too heavily reduced, it's simply ineffective. The 99% damage reduction debuff prevented them from effectively damaging the monster. The damage they dealt was even less than what the little fairies managed. Seeing the monster walking towards Yuan step by step, Wang Shui even closed her eyes in despair, with only one thought in her mind, are we really going to die? Just a few seconds after Wang Shui closed her eyes, a earth-shattering sound suddenly came. Boom! A loud bang, accompanied by the monster's scream. 480. A giant meteorite smashed into the monster, causing 3-digit damage. As the monster was at the center, it also came with a stun effect. Skill, Meteor Shower S Rankle Max. Cost, 15,000 MP. Casting time, 3.5 seconds. Description, summons a flaming meteor with a diameter of 15 meters, dealing 200,000 plus intelligence 50 points of fire damage. Targets at the center of the meteor will be stunned, and targets at the edge will be knocked back. The max-level meteor shower can deal 200,000 points of damage, first reduced by 80% by talent, and then by 99% by the fairy garden. Even so, it still dealt 480 damage. Without the reductions, one meteor shower would have completely annihilated the elite monster in front of them. Hearing the rumbling sound, Wang Shui opened her eyes and saw Zhong Juanru with her small mouth agape in shock. What's wrong? Wang Shui asked, puzzled. Zhong Juanru pointed in the direction of the elite monster, take a look. Wang Shui turned her head and saw Yuan continuously performing casting motions, summoning one flaming meteor after another.
After the 11th flaming meteorite hit the elite monster, the monster fell silent, and a notification sound came to everyone's ears.
Your team has killed Crazy Andy Elite, gaining 2,000 experience points. Please note, your team's actions have attracted the attention of the witch, who will send her minions to hunt you down. After the monster was killed, Fan skillfully stepped forward to loot the corpse. The monster dropped a total of 2 pieces of equipment, 1 silver and 1 bronze.
Foreman's belt silver. Wearing requirement, level 8. Attributes, HP plus 300, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 25.
Effect, increases damage dealt to slave-type creatures by 30%.
Fairy skirt bronze. Requires, Priest, level 5. Attributes, HP plus 100, Constitution plus 10, Intelligence plus 10. As soon as the equipment attributes were revealed, Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui snapped out of their shock. It's dead already? Wang Shui asked uncertainly. Since we all received the notification, how could it be fake? Haven't both of you leveled up to level 5?
Fan glanced at Yuan, who nodded, and then Fan put the belt on himself. Holding the pixie skirt, he handed it to Yuan.
Yuan said nothing, gesturing for Fan to give the equipment to Wang Shui. After that, Fan walked over to Wang Shui. Here, this equipment is for you. Seeing the equipment in front of her, Wang Shui was a little confused. For me?
This equipment can only be worn by a priest, and you're the only priest on our team.
Who else would I give it to if not you?
Fan said matter-of-factly.
I didn't really do anything.
Killing the elite monster was entirely Yuan's credit. Oh no, and Zhong Juanru contributed a little damage.
I didn't do anything at all, Wang Shui said bluntly.
As soon as she said this, Zhong Juanru's face beside her flushed with embarrassment, and she lightly pinched the soft flesh on Wang Shui's waist, making the latter yelp. At this moment, Yuan spoke, take it.
If you hadn't healed the pixies, we wouldn't have been able to complete our first mission.
You deserve this. Since Yuan had said so, Wang Shui no longer refused.
She happily took the equipment and put it on.
Honestly, after Wang Shui put on the pixie skirt, it accentuated her figure, making her look even taller.
Fan couldn't help but drool over her long legs, and even Zhong Juanru's face showed a hint of envy. It wasn't about coveting the equipment's attributes, it was simply because it looked beautiful.
If an ugly golden equipment and a beautiful silver equipment were placed together, 99% of girls would choose the silver equipment. After all, attributes are temporary, but beauty is for life. After killing the elite monster, Yuan turned to the pixies and said, what do you think? Do you believe what I said now? Pixie Bobo heard Yuan's words and gathered the other pixies, chattering about something. A moment later, Pixie Bobo flew onto Yuan's shoulder and said, many of our companions are enslaved by the witch just like us. You have to rescue them first. Hearing Bobo's words, Yuan's eyes lit up. Where are they? Take me there quickly. Led by the little pixies, the group arrived at a garden. Upon reaching the garden, the pixies stopped. Bobo flew over again and said, there are evil monsters summoned by the witch inside. We can't go in, it's up to you. Yuan nodded. Leave it to me. Then Yuan pushed open the door and entered the garden. Upon entering the garden, Yuan found a group of pixies in the corner, listlessly infusing energy into a tray ant. There were 2 types of monsters in the garden. Mad McKen Elite. HP 10000. Attack, 8000. Skill 1, Basic Madness. Effect, lose a small amount of sanity after activating the skill, increasing attack by 50%. Skill 2, Rooting. Effect, roots delve deep into the ground, absorbing energy to regenerate health, restoring 10% HP per second, lasting 10 seconds, with no cooldown. Mad Gardener Summon. HP 5000. Attack, 500. Skill, Basic Madness. Effect, lose a small amount of sanity after activating the skill, increasing attack by 50%. An elite Treyant and 4 summoned creatures. After Yuan entered the garden, the Treant remained still, but the 4 gardeners roared when they saw Yuan.
Outsiders are not allowed in the garden.
Their names instantly changed from neutral yellow to attackable red.
This made Yuan feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy.
While considering what to do, Yuan suddenly saw a skill in his skill bar and smiled.
Silence Field, S rank Max. Cost, 5000 MP. Cast time, instant.
Description: causes all enemy units within a 25-meter radius to enter a silenced state, preventing them from casting any spells for 8 seconds.
Has a high chance to dispel enemy summoned creatures. Cooldown, 20 seconds.
After maxing out Silence Field, it gained an additional effect of dispelling summoned creatures. It's noted that the Mad Gardener is a summoned creature.
I wonder if this skill affects them. If not, I'll have to think of other tactics.
Yuan waited until all 4 summoned creatures were within 25 meters, then lightly tapped his foot, activating Silent Domain.
An invisible fluctuation emanated from Yuan's vicinity, instantly covering the space within a 25-meter radius.
3 of the 4 summoned creatures had their bodies directly shattered and were forcibly dispelled.
This skill is really good.
Yuan saw only 1 lone monster left and raised his hand to cast a frost ray, slowing it down. After that, Yuan chose not to use Meteor Shower, but continuously used Frost Ray to freeze the monster in place. After more than 70 skill casts, the gardener fell to the ground. You have killed the Mad Gardener, experience points increased by 800. You have leveled up. Having killed the gardener, Yuan leveled up to 9 and gained another 1000 skill points. After some thought, he directly upgraded Frost Ray to an S rank skill, making all the skills Yuan mastered S rank. Extreme Frost Impact, S rank Max.
Cost, 7000 MP. Cast time, instant.
Description: releases frost energy towards the target to freeze them, dealing 50,000 plus intelligence 10 frost damage. While frozen, the target takes an additional 50% damage.
Freeze duration is 1.5 seconds.
The damage of Arctic Impact is not very high, but its strength lies in being an instant cast skill with no cooldown. Yuan now had another annoying skill capable of infinite crowd control. The gardener's death finally caught the attention of the pixies, who all stopped what they were doing and looked at Yuan.
Yuan also shouted to them, "I am the warrior Popo invited to save the fairy queen. I am going to kill the evil Treant now, so quickly leave here." Upon hearing that Yuan was invited by Popo, the pixies immediately flew around in joy. The hero has come to save the fairies. The fairies will be free soon. This commotion triggered the Trent's rampage. You mischievous little pixies, hurry up and get to work, or my branches will whip you severely. What greeted the Treant was a massive meteor shower. 1,500. The Treant was enormous and a wood-type monster. Meteor shower dealt a huge amount of damage to it, but due to its monster characteristics, the Treant was not stunned. When this damage output appeared, Yuan was shocked. Why is the damage so high? Due to the urgency of time, Yuan didn't have time to ponder high damage was a good thing anyway. 5 meteor showers would be enough to take down this Treant. Yuan was still too optimistic. After taking 1 skill hit, the Treant immediately activated its root skill. Plus 800. Plus 800. It recovered 10% HP per second. Before Yuan could even cast the second meteor shower, the monster's health was already full. Another meteor shower was unleashed, but in less than 2 seconds, the Dryad's health was full again. "You're being a bit cheap now, aren't you?" Yuan said, displeased. "I deal 1500 damage with a 3-second cast time, and you're full again in less than 2 seconds. Isn't that bullying?" After some thought, Yuan cast Arctic Impact on the Treant. 170. A 3-digit damage number appeared above the Dryad's head, but then a plus 800 healing effect popped up. Hiss, what should I do? Yuan found himself at a loss. While pacing back and forth, Yuan looked up at the Treant again and noticed that it seemed to have no intention of attacking, merely continuously activating its root skill, clearly intending to stall for time. Once the witch's reinforcements arrived, Yuan would be caught between a rock and a hard place. "Got it!" Yuan saw the silence field in the skill bar and thought of a good idea. Getting within 20 meters of the treant, Yuan began to cast Inferno Barrier. As the skill was released, damage started to appear on the treant. 500. Plus 800. Then Yuan continuously threw extreme cold shocks at the monster. 180. 500. Plus 800. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan activated the silent domain, interrupting the treant's healing skill. While the treant was silenced, Yuan began casting Meteor Shower, unleashing 2 consecutive meteor showers, one of which even landed a critical hit. 1,500. 2,800 critical hit. As soon as the silence ended, the treant frantically tried to reactivate its root skill. At that moment, Yuan landed an extreme cold shock on it, killing the treant. You have slain the Mad Dryad Elite. You gained 3,000 experience points. As soon as the treant died, Bobo, who was outside the garden, immediately flew in. The evil treant has been killed. You saved our sisters, thank you. Yuan smiled and replied a few words, then began picking up the equipment dropped by the treant. Dryad's Heart, Gold. Equip requirement, level 8, HP 1500 plus. Attributes, HP plus 800, Constitution plus 30, Strength plus 30. Effect, your HP recovery rate increases by 100%. Forest Leggings, Silver. Equip requirement, Archer class, level 5. Attributes, HP plus 200, Agility plus 20, Strength plus 20. Effect, movement speed plus 20% in forest areas. Great, I'm working for others again, Yuan thought, fuming. Throwing the necklace to Fan, Yuan then handed the long pants to Zhong Juanru. The latter took the equipment, her expression somewhat complex, thanked him, and equipped the forest long pants. Yuan had initially held some expectations, but after Zhong Juanru put them on, her expression suddenly fell, and she secretly thought, why are they so covered up? Yuan's eyes moved back and forth between Wang Shui's and Zhong Juanru's legs. The former wore a pixie skirt, revealing her fair and beautiful long legs, while the latter wore forest long pants, not even exposing her ankles. Zhong Juanru was very perceptive and noticed Yuan's shifting gaze, feeling a bit annoyed. What are you looking at? Yuan gave a wry laugh. Nothing, I'm just checking out the crafting techniques of the fairy race. Fan heard Yuan's words and secretly gave him a thumbs up. After defeating the treant, the fairy squad grew stronger. Bobo approached Yuan and said, Warrior, ahead is the witch's laboratory. Inside are the witch's most loyal servants, also the most powerful group of monsters. After speaking, Bobo pulled out a skill book from somewhere unknown and handed it to Yuan. Warrior, your strength is formidable, but your attacking methods seem insufficient. I hope this skill book can be of help to you. Taking the skill book, Yuan smiled after reading the skill description. Thank you, this skill book is very useful to me. After saying that, he learned the skill book. Skill, Windstorm B rank LV1. Skill cost, 800 MP. Casting time, instant. Effect, releases a powerful gale to knock back enemies, dealing 2500 plus intelligence 1 magical damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Not bad, another crowd control skill. Yuan nodded in satisfaction, seeing the new skill added to his skill bar. With insufficient skill points, he couldn't upgrade it, so Yuan decided to max out his skill points first. Low-level skills are too inefficient. It costs too many skill points to upgrade them to S rank. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to learn S rank skills directly in the future. Yuan realized that upgrading low-level skills consumed too many skill points. It was more cost-effective to learn high-level skills directly. Though Yuan could gain 1000 skill points per level, as he accumulated more skills in the future, his skill points might not be enough. Therefore, Yuan planned to only upgrade skills with potential. In reality, Yuan had fallen into a misconception. He could learn skills without upgrading them immediately. As long as he had enough skills, the damage he dealt would still be considerable. Passing through the garden, Yuan and his companions arrived at the laboratory entrance, where they encountered the elite squad sent by the witch to capture Yuan. Witch's Guard, LV11. HP 6000. Attack, 500. HP sharing. The witch's guards are a single entity, they share HP. As long as one guard remains, all other guards will also survive. Iron Arm. The guards form a defensive formation, reducing movement speed by 50% and damage taken by 60%. Yuan counted them, there were 20 guards in total. The moment they saw Yuan and his group, they activated their Iron Arm skill and slowly advanced towards Yuan. Hiss, what a perverted skill! Fan gasped, looking at the perfectly synchronized guards. The monsters in this fairy garden were truly troublesome. It was either healing skills or damage reduction skills, they were clearly committed to being as annoying as possible. Zhong Juanru tried firing an arrow, which hit a monster but only dealt 1 point of damage, making her expression very unpleasant. They think they can catch me with these iron lumps? They're underestimating me. Yuan scoffed, seeing the monsters move as slow as turtles. These monsters were an insurmountable mountain for others, but not for Yuan. Their mistake was forming a dense formation, which placed all of them perfectly within the meteor shower's attack range. 350. One meteor shower later, all the guards were stunned, their Iron Arm status was interrupted, and their formation broke without an attack. Before the stun ended, a second meteor shower arrived. 600. 1000 critical hit. Critical hits appeared on some monsters, and that wasn't all. Yuan cast spells non-stop, unleashing several meteor shower spells in succession, directly smashing the guards to pieces. You have killed the witch's guard. The witch's hatred towards you has increased by 50. You have killed the witch's guard. Experience increased by 220. You have reached level 10. You can choose one of the following rewards. Option 1, obtain 2000 skill points. Option 2, gain 1 evolution point. Option 3, obtain 1 random S rank skill. After slaying 20 monsters, Yuan reached level 10 and received a large number of system notifications. Seeing the 3 options in the prompt bar, Yuan was stunned for a moment. Can't I have them all? The reply he got was no, which made Yuan quite upset. He wanted every single one of those 3 options, but after some consideration, Yuan ultimately chose evolution points. Skill points and skill books could be obtained again, but evolution points were a one-time opportunity. With the evolution points in hand, Yuan used them immediately to evolve his talent. Talent, cooldown reduction rank E. Effect, reduces casting time and cooldown by 15%, reduces damage by 70%. Looking at his evolved talent, Yuan was very satisfied. Good, another 10% damage increase. I have a better chance of defeating the witch now. After defeating the 20 monsters sent by the witch, Yuan followed Bobo into the laboratory. Inside the lab, Yuan saw many little pixies continuously taking different colored liquids and pouring them into a huge pool. Sisters, stop now. Bobo saw her sisters working so hard and told them to stop. It's Bobo, how did you get here? Where's that annoying overseer? How did you cross the garden to get here? The pixies stopped their work when they saw Bobo and flew over, asking curiously. Thanks to these brave warriors, they defeated the overseer and the dryads and rescued us. Even the witch's most elite guards were no match for them. Bobo pointed at Yuan and the others, praising them. This made the remaining 3, besides Yuan, feel a bit embarrassed. Hurry and go, sisters, a battle is about to happen here. Bobo gave Yuan a go for it gesture, and with a whoosh, took the pixies and flew off to who knows where. As the pixies evacuated, the water in the pool gradually began to boil. With a splash, a monster with an alchemy pot on its back and a gas mask on its head emerged from the pool. Mad Singed, Elite LV9. HP 9000. Attack, 920. Intermediate Madness, loses most of its sanity, increasing attack by 100%. Apothecary, Singed stores many types of potions in his alchemical pot to face different battles. This should be the last mini-boss, right? Seeing the boss's stats, Yuan didn't waste any words and directly froze him in place with a frigid impact. 189. The damage was low, but the control effect was maxed out, and the boss was held in place. This freezing effect is really good, it's simply a divine skill for surprise attacks. During the casting, Yuan sighed with emotion. But he didn't gloat for more than a few seconds before a white flash suddenly appeared on the boss. Mad Alchemist Singed has used Frost Immunity Potion, granting immunity to Frost-type skill damage for 30 seconds. Fire damage taken is increased by 100%. Seeing the boss suddenly able to move, Yuan was startled. Damn it, you're popping pills, huh? I'll show you what cruelty is. Frost immunity, but I still have fire spells. Mad Apothecary Singed consumed an attack speed potion, increasing attack speed by 100%. Mad Alchemist Singed has used Skill Intermediate Madness, increasing attack power by 100%. Another 2 consecutive notifications. Everyone except Yuan was trembling with fear. The boss was preparing to finish Yuan off in one go. With 1840 attack and doubled attack speed, at close range, it would only take 4 or 5 hits to break Yuan's magic shield. The entire process didn't even take 3 seconds. However, Yuan obviously wouldn't let the boss succeed. Before the boss could get close, a huge meteorite wreathed in flames smashed into the boss. 2,200. An astonishing amount of damage appeared above the boss's head. The meteor shower skill came with a stun effect. After being hit, the boss was like meat on a chopping block. Yuan was free to deal with it. Under the once again astonished gazes of the others, Yuan defeated the boss with 4 meteorite spells. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so shocking. As soon as the boss died, fans skillfully looted the body. Alchemist Stone, Gold. Attribute, HP plus 500. Effect, restores 20% of max HP after use, 30-minute cooldown. Singed Boots, Silver. Attributes, Constitution plus 25, Strength plus 25. Effect, slow effect reduced by 25%. Yuan took both pieces of equipment, the Alchemist Stone and the boots. After defeating the Alchemist, Bobo appeared before Yuan again with a group of sprites. Warrior, you have once again defeated the witch's subordinate. Your bravery is admirable. No one has achieved this in so many years. Now, let us rescue our queen from the evil witch. Bobo's tone was very excited, as he flew back and forth in mid-air. Upon hearing that there was only one boss left, the witch, Yuan stroked his chin and pondered, "Do you know what spells the witch can cast?" Yuan had already seen the witch's subordinates, all with the mad prefix. Yuan guessed they were a group of special monsters, and perhaps the witch herself also had mad in her name. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself, Yuan wanted to see if he could gather some information about the boss from the sprites. Hearing Yuan's question, Bobo thought for a moment, the evil witch can cast a black spell that puts us all to sleep, and we can't resist it. The witch also summons evil clockwork monsters, ticking and talking, very annoying, another sprite interjected. Yuan listened intently. From what the sprites just said, the witch had at least one crowd control and one summoning skill. He just didn't know if she had any life-saving or damage-dealing skills. Looking at the group of sprites in front of him, Yuan said with some difficulty, "I've been fighting tooth and nail to save your queen, shouldn't you offer me some help? I used quite a few potions during the battle. You see, I'm just a tiny level 10 mage. If I hadn't used potions, I wouldn't have been able to cast such powerful skills. Shouldn't you compensate me?" As soon as Yuan spoke, Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter, giving a silent thumbs up, "Hi, truly hi." He made it sound so real, completely fooling the pixies. And it was true. Bobo and his sprites had seen Yuan cast meteorite. Summoning such a huge meteorite indeed consumed a lot of MP, and Yuan was not even level 10 when he first met Bobo. At such a low level, casting such high-level skills indeed required the help of potions. Understanding the key point, Bobo bit his lip tightly. "Warrior, we are very grateful for your efforts. Here are these fairy wings for you. We hope they can help you. Your fairy race favorability plus 20, current favorability is friendly. You obtained Fairy Wings Special. Wings Fairy Wings Special. Attributes, HP plus 1000, Intelligence plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Effect: after equipping the wings, you can perform short flights, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Yuan's eyes lit up. It's nothing, it's what I should do. You are all so kind and lovely, I will never let the evil witch continue to enslave you. Wings are special equipment. Before learning flying skills, wings are a strategic item. Having wings means you can gain an absolute casting advantage, and more importantly, they are incredibly stylish. Believe me, if you activate the effect of the wings and stand in the busiest part of the city, you will definitely be the most dazzling one in the crowd. The moment Yuan equipped the wings, Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui's eyes instantly gleamed with envy and jealousy. Once Yuan was ready, he looked at the other three. You guys wait for me outside, I'll go in alone. Alright, hurry back. Fan replied perfunctorily, pulling several packages out of his backpack. Fan had always wanted to take these things out, but considering there were many battles along the way, he held back. Now, with Yuan going to fight the boss, it was the perfect time to use them. Fan took out a grill and barbecue ingredients from the packages and skillfully started a fire. These actions made Yuan's mouth twitch uncontrollably. After a few minutes of bustling, the coals were ready. Fan placed the skewers on the grill, then turned to see Yuan still there, asking curiously, "Why haven't you left yet?" Yuan. This rendered Yuan utterly speechless. He simply flicked his sleeve and walked away. "Grill me 2 kidneys, I want them bloody." Entering the witch's abode, Yuan heard a slightly neurotic laugh. "Ha ha ha, Annie, an interesting human has come here, he wants to rescue you, should I agree to him?" "What's wrong, Annie, why aren't you speaking?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot, I sewed your mouth shut." As the sound grew louder, Yuan finally arrived before the boss. Mad Witch Nissa, Elite Leader LV13. HP 20000. Attack, 1300. Advanced Insanity, lose all sanity, attack increased by 200%. Fanatical Worshipper, Nissa is a devout worshipper of the Casket of Delirium. As a reward, Nissa can summon the creations of the Casket of Delirium. Plague Spread, release a large amount of plague gas, causing 2000 poison damage per second. The gas will cause a drowsy effect lasting 15 seconds. With 20,000 HP and 1,300 attack power, she was undoubtedly the strongest boss in this abyss with its 99% damage reduction. The boss wore a black and red cocktail dress, her fair face having a gothic Lolita style. Upon seeing Yuan, she didn't rush to attack, but instead asked, "Human, do you know the meaning of madness?" Yuan first surveyed his surroundings and saw a small fairy with a crown and a metal cage nearby. This must be the Fairy Queen. Yuan felt a little sympathy for the Fairy Queen. Because half of the Fairy Queen's wings had been torn off, and her small mouth was sewn shut with threads, she was on her last breath in the cage. If Yuan had arrived any later, the Fairy Queen might have kicked the bucket. "Human, do you know what madness is?" Seeing Yuan didn't answer, the boss asked again, this time with a hint of anger in her tone. Yuan replied uncertainly, "What is madness? Is it when you joyfully buy an expensive designer bag, then show it off to your best friend, only for her to discover you bought a fake? Human, you deserve to die." The boss seemed enraged by Yuan's words and directly activated a skill, entering combat state. Which Nissa activated Advanced Insanity, attack increased by 200%. The boss's state made Yuan's mouth curl. "Why did you lose your mind? Did you also buy a fake bag?" Looking at the boss rushing straight towards him, Yuan raised his hand and launched an Arctic impact, striking the boss. 340. As damage appeared, the boss also fell into a frozen state. After the boss was frozen, it was Yuan's skill showcase. Extreme Frost Impact continuously struck the boss, causing its health to drop rapidly. It was a good thing Yuan had the passive skill, Heart of Arcane Energy, otherwise, with Yuan's casting frequency, he would have run out of mana long ago. After the boss's HP dropped to 10,000, she suddenly exited her mad state and entered some kind of subspace. Yuan launched an Arctic impact, which passed directly through the boss's body, striking empty air. What's going on? Yuan was a bit confused by the boss's current state. Could the boss have some hidden skills? Yuan didn't have to wait long. The boss,
with a face full of piety, was summoning something. Great source of madness, grant your most loyal follower strength to eliminate this human who dares to profane the domain of madness. As soon as the boss finished its lines, an unseen force invaded the area. Hee, found something fun. Remy, go play with him. Yuan felt a powerful gaze sweep over him. The feeling lasted only a split second, but it still made Yuan's hair stand on end. After the unseen force disappeared, a giant pendulum appeared before Yuan. Punctual Remy, Manic Creation LV60 Summon, 10 minutes. HP 7000000. Attack, 80,000. Punctual, Remy hates being late and is immune to all skills that require casting. Utterly mad, Remy transforms into a frantic destroyer, HP increased by 500%, attack increased by 500%, defense reduced to 0. Time management, Remy swings its pointers to cause different effects. Second hand, deals 50,000 damage per second for 60 seconds. Minute hand, deals 200,000 damage and causes the target to fall into a dazed state. Hour hand, deals 500,000 explosive damage in a 100 plus 100 range. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Yuan's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the pendulum monster's attributes. With 80,000 attack, it only needed to lightly touch him, and he'd be dead. It didn't even need to activate absolute madness. You monster are being a bit of a bully. This is a level 10 abyss. What's a level 60 monster doing here? Yuan yelled. After saying that, Yuan's eyes darted around, looking for a place to hide. But when Yuan saw the summon creature suffix on the boss, an idea struck him. I wonder if my silence domain can dispel it. The pendulum monster's reaction was a bit slow, or perhaps it hadn't yet understood why it was here, remaining motionless on the spot. But the boss's expression was very excited. It shouted loudly near the pendulum, "Great source of madness, thank you for your grace. Quickly kill this human who desecrates the domain of madness. I will offer his head to the great source of madness." The boss ordered Lamie. But to the boss's fury, Lamie merely gave the boss a dismissive glance, which sent a chill down the boss's spine as if falling into an ice cellar. Lamie only obeys Andy's commands. Remy said something like that, then suddenly looked at Yuan, interesting human. Before Remy could continue speaking, Yuan suddenly activated the silent domain. Get back to your own territory. Yuan was lucky he triggered the banishment effect. A spatial rift containing the power of laws appeared behind Lamie. If Remy had used utterly mad, there would have been a chance to kill Yuan before entering the rift, but a voice stopped him, preventing him from doing so. As Remy was about to be sucked into the rift, a childlike voice filled with amusement appeared in Yuan's ear, "You're a fun toy." After Remy completely disappeared, Yuan received a prompt. Your actions have piqued the interest of the Manic Box. Manic Box favorability plus 20. Yuan found himself being watched by another mysterious entity and complained, "Why are you big shots paying attention to a small mage like me? Don't you have anything better to do?" Regardless, this entity showed no malice towards him, which was acceptable. Remy had been banished by Yuan, and the boss was shocked. No, this is impossible. The boss fell into deep self-doubt. Where did my massive construct of madness go? How could it be gone? That was a level 60 constructive madness, the highest level constructive madness the boss had ever seen to date. It appeared for less than 10 seconds and then vanished. The boss couldn't accept this. So the boss immediately activated its last skill, releasing a large amount of poisonous gas. Die, you despicable human. The poisonous gas has a sleeping effect. If Yuan touches even a little, he'll likely become a lamb to the slaughter. The boss's poisonous gas was a full map attack, filling the entire room's floor with green mist. But to the boss's surprise, after searching the entire underground area, Yuan was nowhere to be found. Damn it, where did he go? Hey, I'm over here. Yuan, in the air, responded with a sound and countered the boss with a meteor spell. Bang! One meteor strike stunned the boss, and the poisonous gas slowly began to dissipate until it vanished. During this time, Yuan continuously unleashed his spell storm upon the monster. One moment it was a meteor shower, the next a couple of extreme cold shocks. In short, the boss never got out of control, constantly stunned or frozen.
After 2 minutes, the boss's health bar was depleted, and it fell to the ground.
You killed the Mad Witch Nisa, experience plus 20,000. You saved Fairy Queen and Fairy Race favorability plus 30, current favorability, respected. The boss was defeated, and the Fairy Queen shakily stood up, a look of relief after escaping death on her face. Seeing this, Yuan opened the cage and released Annie. The witch has been defeated by me, you are saved. Fairy Queen Anne's face was filled with excitement, her small hands gesturing in thanks. With the boss defeated, Yuan picked up the dropped equipment and walked out with the Fairy Queen. As soon as he stepped out, Yuan impatiently approached Fan. Are the kidneys grilled yet? Fan handed Yuan 2 skewers of slightly bloody kidneys and asked, did you defeat the boss? Where's the Fairy Queen? There she is. Yuan pointed to Annie on his shoulder and shouted to the Bobos, your queen is injured, find a way to heal her. Bobo and the other little fairies crowded closer, their faces filled with anger. Your Majesty, are you all right? Annie's mouth, which had been bound by silk thread, had just been removed by Yuan, and she could now speak. I'm fine, my broken wings will grow back in some time. Annie then took the fairy staff from Bobo and cast 2 buffing spells on Yuan. Fairy Queen applied Fairy's Blessing, your movement speed in forests increases by 30%, forest race favorability plus 10. You gained passive skill mobile casting. Skill, mobile casting passive. Description, you can cast spells while moving. The 2 statuses given by the Fairy Queen were excellent. The former increased movement speed in the forest by 30%, a divine skill for chasing or escaping, and also increased affinity with forest races. The latter was an essential skill for any mage's journey. In Yuan's impression, elves should belong to the forest races, right? He wondered if he'd ever get a chance to see some elf maidens. Don't misunderstand, Yuan merely wanted to experience the elven race's craftsmanship in making equipment. Having gained 2 passive buffs, Yuan was very happy. While eating a kidney, he asked Annie, are you the only ones left of your fairy race? There are many types of fairies, we are just garden fairies. Our tribe previously had over 500 members. After battling the evil witch, now less than 200 of us remain, Annie replied, her eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. Yuan saw the garden filled with alchemical residue and asked again, the fairy garden has been corrupted by the witch. Can you still continue to live here? If not here, then where can we go? Anne asked. The current environment of the fairy garden is very poor. Relying solely on the little fairy's own abilities, it would take 20 years to thoroughly purify this place, but by then, it's estimated that the number of little fairies might not even be half of what it is now. Yuan looked at the little fairies, and a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind, are you willing to come with us to the human world? Hearing Yuan's words, the Fairy Queen Annie bit her lip, but ultimately agreed, I accept. Subsequently, a system prompt sounded in the ears of class holders in Skywind City. Class holders Yuan, Fan, Zhong Juanru, and Wang Shui have successfully cleared Fairy Garden Hell difficulty, saving the Garden Fairy race. The Fairy Queen has decided to join the human faction. Reward, Reputation +1. Class holders Yuan, Fan, Zhong Juanru, and Wang Shui have successfully cleared Fairy Garden Hell difficulty, saving the Garden Fairy race. The Fairy Queen has decided to join the human faction. Reward, Reputation +1. Class holders Yuan, Fan, Zhong Juanru, and Wang Shui have successfully cleared Fairy Garden Hell difficulty, saving the Garden Fairy race. The Fairy Queen has decided to join the human faction. Reward, Reputation +1. 3 consecutive system prompts caused the class holder forum in Skywind City to erupt. It's these same few people again. They cleared Goblin Forest on Hell difficulty this morning, and this afternoon they cleared Fairy Garden on Hell difficulty. Upstairs, I didn't mishear, did I? Fairy Garden only has 3 difficulties, how can you choose Hell difficulty? Same question, I stayed in the Fairy Garden on difficult difficulty for a full 96 hours back then. I want to know where exactly I differ from them. Upstairs is amazing. I couldn't stand their exploitation after 3 hours, but you actually lasted 96 hours.
I'll crown you the strongest wage-slave emperor. As the forum chatter continued, the topic veered off course. Fortunately, Brother Dong from earlier posted an explanation. Theoretically, every abyss has a hell difficulty, but some people don't meet the conditions to trigger it. The Fairy Garden Abyss has existed for 3 years. The known highest record holder is a formidable person who maintained 96 hours in difficulty, but even that formidable brother couldn't find a way to clear it. The difficulty of this abyss is apparent. I believe everyone knows that the most disgusting thing about the Fairy Garden is the negative status effect that reduces damage by 99%. With this debuff, a fully armed squad can't even defeat ordinary monsters. Yet, under such circumstances, these 4 still conquered the hell difficulty of the Fairy Garden. I still maintain the hypothesis that Yuan and Fan likely possess SS rank talents. Shortly after this post appeared, its click-through rate exceeded 10,000, and many people agreed with his point of view. Secretary Sun had already learned of the various news on the forum. He was currently standing behind a man, speaking in a low voice. Mayor Zong, do you think this Yuan could be a chosen class holder? The man had a serious demeanor, inspiring awe without anger, clearly Zong Bai himself. Hearing Secretary Sun's words, Zong Bai nodded slightly. According to the class holder registration information, Yuan's talent is a never-before-seen G rank, and after he emerged from Goblin Forest, his talent evolved to F rank. From this perspective, Yuan largely fits the characteristics of a chosen class holder. Speaking of this, Zong Bai seemed to recall someone. Every chosen class holder possesses incredible power that cannot be judged by common sense. That esteemed person who was with me in the same period has long since broken through level 80 and is moving towards becoming a demigod, while I am still just a level 53 Gale Ranger. Secretary Sun clearly knew who Zong Bai was referring to. Mentioning that individual, Secretary Sun showed an expression of admiration. Mayor Zong, you've already worked very hard. Most people your age are still hovering around level 40, with few breaking through their second advancement. You've not only completed your second advancement but also became a hidden class, the Gale Ranger. What more could you be dissatisfied with? No need to compare with that esteemed person. Only one such individual has appeared in 100 years. He is now a pillar of strength in Zhengzhou. And now, a suspected chosen class holder has emerged. We cannot let him perish prematurely. By the end, Secretary Sun's expression turned serious. According to clues investigated by the enforcement team, there are recent traces of activities by the Calamity cult in Tianfeng City. These people are hiding in the shadows, plotting some unspeakable schemes. At the mention of the Calamity cult, Zong Bai's face was filled with murderous intent. These bastards are like persistent ghosts. If they dare cause trouble in my territory, I'll make sure they never return. As the two chatted, the portal to the Fairy Garden lit up, and Yuan's group of 4 emerged from within. Welcome, heroes of Tianfeng City. Upon seeing them, Secretary Sun immediately smiled and stepped forward. Congratulations to the 4 of you for successfully being selected as S-rank seed contestants. Having cleared the hell difficulty of the Fairy Garden, the top 4 on the leaderboard were all them. If the spots weren't given to them, then who else? Coincidentally, Zong Bai had originally planned to use his connections to get a spot for his daughter, but now it was no longer necessary, saving him a favor. Zong Bai looked at the composed Yuan, then at his own daughter, clinging to him like a small bird, lost in thought. Zong Bai understood his daughter's personality. From childhood, she had been incredibly proud, and of course, her various achievements had never disappointed him. How did his usually proud daughter transform into such a demure and dependent person after just one trip to the Fairy Garden? It seems she's experienced quite a setback, Zong Bai chuckled inwardly. A little setback is good, it saves him the trouble of having to teach her the lesson that there are always people better and more formidable than you. Seeing Secretary Sun's enthusiastic attitude, Yuan nodded and replied with a smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Secretary Sun, eh? Not long to wait, not long at all. You not only cleared the hell difficulty abyss this time but also brought the fairy race into the human faction. This is a great achievement. The mayor has already reported your situation to the higher-ups, and the rewards should be dispersed tomorrow. As Secretary Sun spoke,
he also looked around, searching for traces of the little fairies. A moment later, the portal stirred, and a large group of little fairies flew out. As soon as these little fairies entered the human world, they immediately flew around curiously, chirping incessantly. Is this the human world? It's much bigger than our fairy garden. What's that thing flying in the air? Is it a mount? Aside from the fairy queen, the other little fairies had never left the fairy garden, so they naturally looked like curious babies. Secretary Sun counted carefully and found there were 186 little fairies, including the fairy queen. That was no small number. If these little fairies were given a suitable environment, their numbers would double in 2 years. Mayor, these little fairies are only level 10, and there are quite a few of them. Where do you think we should house them? Secretary Sun was indecisive at this point and sought instructions from Zhong Bai. Zhong Bai was also a bit troubled at first. These little fairies looked delicate and frail, making them genuinely difficult to house. While deep in thought, Zhong Bai suddenly came up with a good idea. There's a place where we can house them. Seeing Zhong Bai's confident expression, Secretary Sun couldn't help but ask, Mayor, where are you thinking of? Zhong Bai pointed to the sacred tower and said, it's right there. Seeing the direction of Zhong Bai's finger, Secretary Sun's heart stirred. Mayor, are you referring to the garden sanctuary within the sacred tower? Precisely. Zhong Bai nodded. There's no place more suitable for this group of little fairies than the holy garden. That's true. Secretary Sun clearly approved of Zhong Bai's suggestion, however. The garden sanctuary is not a place ordinary people can enter. One must pass the trials of the sacred tower to gain access. Zhong Bai clearly knew this, so why did he still suggest it? Secretary Su looked up at Yuan, a look of sudden realization on his face. Mayor, I understand. You're brilliant. Having guessed the mayor's plan, Secretary Sun walked over to Yuan, preparing to tell him about it. There was no other way after all, he was the mayor. It wouldn't do for Zhong Bai to personally tell Yuan about this. Yuan, have you thought about how to settle these little fairies? They aren't just one or two that you can carry around, they are an entire race. If they are not properly settled, problems will arise sooner or later. Putting everything else aside, their beauty alone will attract many criminals to take risks. You might be able to ward off a few low-level class holders, but if high-level class holders arrive, you might not even be able to protect yourself. After explaining various drawbacks to Yuan, Yuan's expression became somewhat serious. Secretary Sun was right, these little fairies were all very beautiful, especially the fairy queen, who looked like an exquisite work of art. Anyone who saw her would be tempted to possess her. He had just impulsively told them to move, but now he encountered a problem. He couldn't possibly let them live in his rental house. Not only was it small, but the security was also insufficient. If a thief broke in at night, the little fairies might get hurt. After much thought, Yuan couldn't think of a good place to settle these little fairies and could only turn to Secretary Sun for help. Secretary Sun, where do you think we should house them? These imps have already joined the human faction. The city lord cannot ignore this. If the imps receive unfair treatment today, I fear no other race will dare to join the human faction in the future. Surely Secretary Sun isn't unaware of the principle of buying a horse's bones for 1,000 pieces of gold. Yuan kicked the ball back to Secretary Sun with a powerful strike. What a tricky kid! Secretary Sun chuckled. As part of humanity, with allies joining us, we naturally won't stand by idly. But whether they can be properly settled this time ultimately depends on you. On me? Yuan's face was full of confusion. Seeing Yuan take the bait, Secretary Sun struck while the iron was hot. Do you know about the trial tower challenge? Yuan first nodded, then shook his head. I only know that every year after class holder awakening, one can choose to challenge the trial tower, but I haven't heard of the trial tower challenge. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The trial tower challenge is only open to S-rank seeds from each city. This year, you will be able to represent Tianfeng City in the Sacred Tower Challenge. What's the connection between participating in the trial tower challenge and housing the imps? Yuan still didn't understand. The connection is huge. The 10th floor of the Sacred Tower is called the Garden Sanctuary, and the environment inside is very suitable for imps to live in.
The key is that you don't have to worry about anyone harming the imps.
Within the garden sanctuary, no one can act without the sacred tower's permission. Placing the imps in the garden sanctuary is the most suitable solution. Secretary Sun, worried that Yuan still didn't understand, added, "The trial tower has a total of 99 floors, and each floor presents a different challenge. As long as you successfully challenge the 10th floor, you will have the right to ask the sacred tower to let the little pixies live in the sacred garden. This opportunity only comes once this year, so if you miss it, you'll have to find another way." After Secretary Sun finished speaking, he remained standing there, waiting for Yuan to make a decision.
After processing what had just been said, Yuan looked up at Secretary Sun. "When does the challenge begin? I want to settle them as soon as possible. I always feel uneasy when they're out there."
When Yuan said this, his tone and expression made it seem as if he was already certain he would pass the 10th floor challenge. Today, various cities just confirmed their S-grade seeds.
The challenge will start tomorrow morning.
Secretary Sun glanced at Zhong Bai, and seeing the latter nod slightly, he then said to Yuan and the others, "I'll take you to collect your S-grade seed benefits first." The group of 4 followed Secretary Sun to the logistics and equipment department, where the remaining S-rank seed had been waiting for a long time. This was a man with a rugged face and explosive muscles, making him look like a muscular demon.
"This is Su Shan, from number 1 high school, and like you all, he's an S-rank seed," Secretary Sun said, greeting Su Shan, who then walked over to the group. "Brother Su, if I may be so bold, how do you get muscles like yours?" Little fatty fan squeezed his own belly and sincerely asked Su Shan for advice.
Su Shan scratched his head when he heard Fan's question and chuckled, "You just need to exercise 8 hours a day, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more, just like me."
His simple honesty left Fan stunned. Exercise 8 hours a day.
Seeing Su Shan nod, Fan sighed, "I guess I'll just eat less then." The group didn't wait long before Secretary Sun distributed their rewards.
Inside are sets of bronze equipment suitable for each of your classes, and some skill books. Go back and get familiar with them today, then gather here tomorrow at 8 a.m.
After receiving the rewards, Yuan mentioned the little pixies to Secretary Sun again, hoping to house them with the mayor.
Secretary Sun naturally wouldn't refuse this request, assuring Yuan that he could absolutely rest assured the mayor would not let the pixies suffer any harm. After parting ways with the others, Yuan returned home alone. Before Yuan lay a set of bronze equipment. Apprentice robe, bronze. Wearing requirement, level 10.
Attributes, HP plus 200, Intelligence plus 18, Constitution plus 18.
Apprentice boots, bronze. Wearing requirement, level 10.
Attributes, HP plus 200, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 15.
Yuan only glanced at them twice before losing interest.
He had more than one piece of gold equipment on him, and his necklace was platinum. Naturally, Yuan looked down on mere bronze equipment.
While the equipment didn't impress Yuan, the skill book was quite good. Flash, B rank LV1. Cost, 500 MP.
Effect, instantly teleports 15 meters forward, simultaneously removing all slowing effects from self.
Cooldown, 30 seconds.
Even though there was only one skill book, Yuan was very satisfied.
Who could ever have too many life-saving skills?
Today, he had cleared the abyss 3 times. Except for the first time, Yuan had maintained intense focus for the remaining 2, and his mind was a bit fatigued. He fell asleep within 2 minutes of lying on the bed. The next day, after waking up, Yuan set off for the city hall. Yuan was the last to arrive. Everyone else had been there for a while before him. From a distance, Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "I say, fatty, eating such greasy stuff first thing in the morning, aren't you sick of it?" It's no wonder Yuan said that, because Fan was currently sitting on a small stool, diligently fanning a grill in front of him, laden with various skewers. Fan, who was focused on grilling, looked up at the sound and, seeing Yuan, picked up 2 skewers of grilled meat and handed them to him. "I was just worried you hadn't eaten breakfast, so I specifically grilled these for you."
Yuan took the skewers from Fan and tasted them.
"This is really good, fatty but not greasy.
After eating it, I even feel refreshed."
"How did you grill this?" He had expected the skewers to be very greasy, but they weren't. Instead, they had a subtle fragrance of flowers and herbs. Ah, you wouldn't know this, but this is a blessing effect specially bestowed upon me by the Fairy Queen yesterday, Fan laughed, hearing Yuan praise his skewers. Skill Fairy Spice Special. Effect: food you make inherently possesses the aroma of herbs and plants, and has a refreshing and invigorating effect. This skill. Everyone saw the skill Fan shared and didn't know what to say. Curious, Sushan walked over and took a skewer. He wanted to understand the refreshing and invigorating effect mentioned in the skill description. After the skewer went down, Sushan's eyes lit up. This is really good. I feel like my cognitive reaction time has improved by 2 layers compared to usual. After saying that, he picked up another skewer, and this time, information appeared on it. Food refreshing skewer. Effect: after eating, it produces an energetic effect, lasting 30 minutes. Energetic, increases stamina recovery rate by 20%. Fan, how much are the skewers? I'll buy a few more, Sushan said, eyeing the skewers' effect with great desire, planning to buy more. Today they were going to participate in the Sacred Tower Challenge, where potions couldn't be used, but food could. The skewers Fan made could boost stamina recovery, so buying more was a good precaution. Hearing Sushan's intention to buy, Fan directly took a dozen skewers and put them in his hand. Hey, why buy? These are all for you. It's still early before Secretary Sun's appointed time. I'll grill some more for everyone. Unexpectedly, the skewers he grilled even had attributes, and Fan was overjoyed. I didn't expect such an effect. I even have the talent to be a spiritual chef. Seeing Fan's joyful expression, Yuan was also happy for him. Although he and Fan were good brothers, they were destined not to stay together forever. Yuan would leave the team sooner or later. He was also worried that Fan wouldn't do well after they separated. But looking at it today, Yuan was purely overthinking. Fan had already subtly started planning to form his own team. Distributing the skewers just now was part of Fan's early preparations. Upon observation, Fan and Wang Shui's gazes met occasionally, and when their eyes locked, Wang Shui would always be like a startled little rabbit, while Fan was like a triumphant big bad wolf. This made Yuan mutter to himself, when did these two get together? Despite the internal grumbling, Yuan still admitted that Fan had a way with people. Among the S-grade seeds, Sushan had an honest and straightforward personality, and Yuan believed it wouldn't be long before Fan became good friends with Sushan. As for Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui, hadn't Wang Shui almost been eaten clean by Fan, the big bad wolf? Once Wang Shui followed Fan, where else could Zhong Juanru, as her best friend, go? Even if Yuan goes solo in the future, Fan's team should not be underestimated. They just need to find another magic damage dealer to fill Yuan's void. 20 minutes later, Secretary Sun, dressed in a formal suit, arrived. You all came quite early, didn't you? How was your rest? Yuan smiled, nodded, and replied, I rested very well. Secretary Sun nodded, and just as he was about to say something, his nose twitched slightly. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Secretary Sun's gaze shifted, and he saw Fan barbecuing. You grilled these? Fan nodded. Secretary Sun casually picked up a skewer and put it in his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes immediately lit up. Excellent, this is the taste. How many years has it been since I last had this? Secretary Sun grabbed Fan's shoulders with both hands and pressed further. What ingredients did you use? I didn't add any seasoning. This is a skill the Fairy Queen gave me. Seeing the extremely excited Secretary Sun, Fan displayed his skill. Understanding the skill's effect, Secretary Sun suddenly enlightened, so that's how it is. Then, Secretary Sun pulled out a box and packed all the skewers in front of him into it. While packing, Secretary Sun saw Fan hesitating to speak, and smiled, Don't worry, I won't take your things for nothing. These skewers aren't for me to eat, they're for a very important person. When that important person is happy, you'll definitely benefit. As soon as Secretary Sun explained, Fan's expression changed, and he generously said, What are you talking about, Secretary Sun? I was just going to ask if you had enough skewers. If not, I can grill more for you. His shamelessness amused Secretary Sun, who looked Fan up and down. Don't tell me, you really do have a bit of that important person's shadow.
Do I have the potential to become a strong person? Fan eagerly pressed. Secretary Sun shook his head.
You two are both shameless enough.
After chatting and laughing for a while,
Secretary Sun looked at the time, which was about right, and said seriously.
Today's Sacred Tower Challenge is closely related to each of you. Of course, if you achieve good results, the city will also benefit. The top 3 cities each year will receive additional Sacred Tower rewards.
In previous years, Tianfeng City has always been in the middle to lower ranks.
This year, the mayor has newly taken office and wants to achieve something.
If you get into the top 3, the mayor promises to open his treasured vault, and you can choose one item. Before leaving, Secretary Sun specifically glanced at Yuan.
The other 4 might make it into the top 10. But a top 3 finish would be a stretch.
Nevertheless, Secretary Sun still gave them a morale boost,
igniting the fighting spirit of the 5. Afterward, Secretary Sun led a few people into the Sacred Tower's teleportation portal.
The place we are going now is the Central Sacred Tower, which is the main body of the Sacred Tower.
The Sacred Towers in other cities are just avatars. About to see the true Sacred Tower? Yuan asked curiously. Secretary Sun, what exactly is the Sacred Tower?
As for the Sacred Tower, some say it's a supreme artifact that has awakened a true spirit, some say the Sacred Tower itself is a god, and others say the Sacred Tower is a fence that keeps humans captive. There are all sorts of theories, but none of this detracts from the greatness of the Sacred Tower.
If it weren't for the Sacred Tower, humanity would have been wiped out by the monsters in the abyss long ago. How could we still be alive today? Hearing Secretary Sun's explanation, the 5 seeds seemed to understand, yet not quite.
It appeared that to find the answers, they would have to continue exploring on their own. The teleportation time was very short.
Less than 10 seconds. The group had already arrived at the location of the true Sacred Tower. Stepping out of the teleportation array,
they were stunned by the scene before them. What appeared before their eyes was a colossal plaza, tens of thousands of meters wide,
with 8 giant human statues erected on it, and countless humans moving through the plaza.
But when they walked in front of the statues, they would slow their pace and slightly bow their bodies as a sign of respect. The people represented by these 8 statues are all heroes who made immense contributions to humanity. Secretary Sun, seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, pointed to a huge statue holding a warhammer and said, "This is Tuyang, the first paladin of humanity, and to this day, the most powerful paladin." Because paladins naturally counter infernal demons and are seen as a thorn in their side, when Tuyang reached level 80 and completed his 4th class advancement, the infernal demons launched an all-out assault.
3 demon gods were dispatched with the intent to utterly destroy Tuyang. But paladins are notoriously hard to kill.
Not only did the 3 demon gods fail, but Tuyang managed to kill one of them. At this point, Secretary Sun looked somewhat saddened.
Unfortunately, the abyss eventually gathered 10 Hell Lords and cast a spatial distortion, banishing Tuyang into the void.
6 years have passed since then.
Many aberrant monsters exist in the void, so Tuyang is likely beyond hope. Lord Tuyang will not die.
Su Shan shouted loudly.
I believe with Lord Tuyang's strength, he will absolutely not die. Sooner or later, he will cross the void currents and return to the human world. Su Shan's father was among the first group of people who fought alongside Tuyang in the early days.
Still fighting on the front lines of the abyss,
Su Shan grew up listening to Tuyang's stories and is Tuyang's most loyal admirer.
In Su Shan's heart, the small void could not possibly hinder Tuyang's progress. Seeing Su Shan a bit agitated, Yuan quickly changed the subject.
Secretary Sun, who is that man holding the staff? Yuan asked, pointing to the foremost statue.
Seeing the statue Yuan was pointing at, Secretary Sun explained.
This is Good, who is now revered as humanity's first archmage.
After saying this, Secretary Sun didn't say much more and waved to everyone, saying,
It's getting late, let's hurry up and go.
By the time Yuan and the others arrived at the competition venue,
Quite a few people were already waiting there.
Team leaders from other cities saw Secretary Sun and came over to greet him.
"How's it going, old son? Do you have any promising talents this year? Your mayor Zong is newly appointed, so you're sure to get a good ranking in this challenge, right?"
The speaker was Chun Hongguang, the leader of Willow City, who had a good relationship with Secretary Sun and was the first to speak upon seeing him. Seeing an old acquaintance, Secretary Sun humbly said, "Heh, our Skywind City isn't well known. How could it compare to other places?"
"You're being modest, aren't you? Are you guaranteed a top 5 spot this year?" Chen Hongguang winked. "That's a bit high, top 5 is a bit high."
Secretary Sun repeatedly waved his hands.
"I think so too, top 5 is indeed a bit high. At least you have some self-awareness, much better than your arrogant mayor."
A chilling voice reached everyone's ears, interrupting Secretary Sun and Chen Hongguang's conversation. This made Secretary Sun frown.
"Sun Xian, what do you mean?" "I don't mean anything, I just think you're right."
The man named Sun Xian appeared exceedingly gloomy, giving an uncomfortable feeling.
He walked up to Secretary Sun and said with feigned surprise, "Why the frown? I was just agreeing with you. Is there something wrong with that?"
Secretary Sun clearly disliked the man in front of her very much and didn't want to waste any more words on him.
She pulled Yuan and the others, ready to leave. But Sun Xian obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity. He blocked Secretary Sun's path and said, "After such a long time, why leave as soon as we meet?"
After speaking, he gestured to the side, and several young people with arrogant looks walked over.
"Let me introduce you. These are this year's challengers from Tianshui City.
The lowest among them is an A-grade talent, and the captain is an S-grade talent assassin.
Not bad, right? How about your Tianfeng City? Do you have any class holders with S-grade talent?"
Seeing the young people next to Sun Xian, Secretary Sun finally understood why Sun Xian had stopped him.
He was here to show off.
Secretary Sun gave Yuan a covert glance, a sneer forming in her heart. "Let you show off now, you'll have your time to cry later."
A look of embarrassment appeared on his face.
Heavenly Water City has so many talents our Skywind City naturally can't compare. I wish you great success this year.
Sun Xian didn't expect Secretary Sun to give in so quickly. "I felt like I was punching cotton.
It left me in an awkward and uncomfortable position." Sun Xian was about to pester him further. Just then, a gigantic falcon suddenly descended from the sky. The falcon's wingspan was nearly 20 meters, and its presence was terrifying. After landing, a tall man jumped off its back.
"Ha, I'm not too late after all."
Seeing the man, Sun Xian's face turned grim, like a mouse seeing a cat, and he snorted coldly before leaving.
Secretary Sun, upon seeing the man,
was first startled, then her face lit up as if remembering something, and she greeted him with a smile.
"Master Tu, long time no see.
I didn't expect you to be hosting this challenge." Inwardly, she was overjoyed. "I was looking for you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep." The burly man, referred to as Master Tu, nodded slightly. He simply stomped his foot, and the world instantly transformed. Everyone in the square was teleported inside the sacred tower.
Hiss, how powerful! Is this the strength of a Tier 4 warrior? Truly terrifying. Besides being a bit shameless, Master Tu's strength is undeniable.
Silence, be careful he doesn't make trouble for you. Listening to the discussions around him, Master Tu was surprisingly calm. He gently pressed his hand downwards, and without any superfluous movements, everyone became like ducks with their necks choked, unable to make a sound. My name is Tu Gang, and I am the host of this challenge. Due to time constraints, I will not repeat the rules of the challenge, but I have something to emphasize. Tu Gang pulled out a fiery red orb from the backpack behind him and said, "This is a heart of flame demon that I looted a few days ago after slaying a flame demon lord. Today, whoever takes first place, this heart of flame demon is theirs. Heart of flame demon, dark gold. Attributes, HP plus 8000, attack power plus 500, HP recovery speed plus 200%, fire resistance plus 50. Description: this item does not need to be worn, it takes effect simply by being in your backpack. After the attributes of the fiery demon's heart were displayed, all class holders were shocked. Holy crap, no way! The stats this thing adds are more than all my current stats combined. If I had the heart of the flame wraith, wouldn't I be invincible from now on? A shield warrior class holder exclaimed loudly. Other class holders also nodded in agreement, acknowledging this point. The class most eager for this item throughout the arena was actually not warriors, but assassins. Because assassins have high attack and low defense, making them squishy, the 8000 HP increase from the fiery demon's heart could greatly enhance their survivability, and the attack power increase was also significant. The most crucial point was that this item didn't occupy an equipment slot, it would take effect just by being in the backpack. Even non-physical classes wanted to snatch it, even if they wouldn't use it themselves, they could exchange it for their own class's equipment. You only need to pay a registration fee of 500 gold coins for a chance to get the heart of the flame wraith. How about it? Tempted, aren't you? Don't just be tempted, act now. The first 10 to pay will even get a 5% discount. Two Gang was acting like a sales leader, enticing everyone. Upon hearing they had to pay, many people hesitated. According to Two Gang, this money was just a registration fee, and whether you came in first or not, it was non-refundable. Only the first place winner would receive this reward, and most of the people there weren't confident they would definitely win. But there were still class holders who, disbelieving, went to Two Gang to sign up. Where there was a first, there was naturally a second. Before long, more than 20 people had signed up. In just a few minutes, Two Gang had already pocketed 10,000 gold coins. Even Su Shan couldn't resist the temptation, and paid the 500 gold coin registration fee. One must know that 500 gold coins could buy 2 C-grade skill books usable by warriors. Aren't you guys going? Secretary Sun looked at the other 4 who remained unmoved, somewhat surprised. This is a rare good opportunity. Although Master 2 is quite shameless, he is very trustworthy. If he dares to bring something out, he won't go back on his word. Secretary Sun thought these people were worried that Master 2 would be dishonest and play tricks on them, so he offered an explanation. Aside from Yuan, the other 3 exchanged glances. Fan shrugged and said, with a freak like Yuan here, why would we waste that money? His words expressed extreme confidence in Yuan. It seemed as though Yuan securing first place was already a sure thing. Su Shan, who had never teamed up with Yuan, showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. Everyone hasn't even reached level 10 yet. He's just a squishy spellcaster, he might not be able to last until the end. I heard that the further you get in the challenge, the more monsters you encounter. The others, hearing Su Shan's remark, couldn't really explain. Some things you can only truly understand by seeing them for yourself. Hearing about them from others is never as impactful as witnessing them firsthand. After the crowd around Master 2 thinned out a bit, Yuan walked over to pay and sign up. Upon finding no one in front of him, Two Gang shouted, "Has no one else signed up?" Seeing no one signing up, Two Gang didn't remind those present, but directly waved his hand, sending them all into the teleportation portal. Yuan immediately felt a sensation of dizziness and disorientation. After steadying himself, a giant light screen, 10 meters long and 5 meters high, appeared before his eyes, with faint silhouettes of monsters visible within. Yuan knew the challenge was about to begin, gripping his staff in his right hand, ready for battle. Not much preparation time was given before a countdown appeared on the light screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a group of monsters came roaring out of the light screen. He roughly counted them, there were 10 of them, all level 5 lesser imps. Yuan was a little surprised by the number of monsters. So many in the first wave already. Average class holders definitely can't face this alone. No wonder it's a challenge only S-grade seeds can participate in. Imp LV 6. HP 1500. Attack, 60. Skill, none. Facing 10 monsters, Yuan raised his hand and cast Gale Force. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 10 damage numbers appeared on the monsters, instantly killing the group. Killed 10 imps, gained 500 experience points. You have cleared the first floor of monsters, time elapsed, 2 seconds.
Do you wish to continue? Continue. Yuan didn't hesitate, directly choosing to continue. Upon reaching the second level, as soon as the countdown ended, Yuan cast another gale force. 2,500. 2,500. Yuan didn't even bother to look at the monsters' names, they immediately turned into piles of experience.
Killed 10 imp inferiors, gained 600 experience points.
You have defeated the monsters on the second floor, taking 1 second. Do you wish to continue?
All the way to the 5th floor, none of the monsters that appeared managed to last more than a second.
Arriving at the 5th level, Yuan noticed something different. The portal was glowing red.
As the countdown ended, a tall monster emerged from the light barrier.
Imp Overlord LV10. HP 20000. Attack 400. Skill Fell Fireball. Description: releases a fell fireball, dealing 800 fire damage. A boss. Yuan smiled. He could finally switch to a different skill. The boss's next move surprised Yuan.
Without so much as a greeting, the boss immediately began conjuring a fireball in place.
Oh, quite despicable, aren't we?
Seeing the boss cast a spell, Yuan also began to cast Meteor Shower. Both finished casting at the same time. The boss's fell fireball hit Yuan, dealing only 658 damage. But the Meteor Shower Yuan summoned instantly crushed the boss.
110,000. Killed Imp Commander, gained 1,000 experience points. You have defeated the monsters on the 5th floor, taking 3 seconds. Do you wish to continue? Although the boss died, it didn't drop any equipment, which disappointed Yuan a bit. Starting from the 6th level, Yuan would face monsters LV10 and above. Yuan discovered something: Gale Force could no longer instantly kill monsters. So, Yuan switched to Meteor Shower. This meant an additional 2 seconds per floor. After 4 meteor showers, Yuan reached the 10th level. Detected: your challenge speed exceeds 99% of class holders. Do you wish to enable the Elite Challenge? Arriving at the 10th floor, Yuan received a system prompt. Elite Challenge. Yuan accepted without a moment's hesitation. Although Secretary Sun hadn't mentioned it, the rewards for the Elite Challenge should be greater than for the regular one. After choosing to accept, the color of the teleportation gate turned a deep purple, exuding a deadly aura. Fallen Dark Fairy Queen, Elite LV18. HP 150000. Attack 4200. Dark Pollen, sprays deadly pollen forward. The pollen carries effects such as poisoning, corrosion, and weakening, dealing 2000 poison damage per second. Fallen Fire, the Dark Fairy Queen breathes out fallen flames, burning the target for 5000 MP, dealing an equal amount of damage to HP. What monstrous HP and damage! Is the elite difficulty really this high? Yuan exclaimed. However, his hands were not slow. He began casting Meteor Shower at the boss. Unlike other monsters, the Dark Fairy Queen seemed intelligent. The moment she appeared, she didn't attack directly but spoke with an alluring voice. Brave one, I have been cursed by the evil abyss demon god Mammon. Are you willing to help me? As long as you are willing to help me, I can sign an equal contract with you, and then I can fight for you. The Dark Fairy Queen's plan was clear: you humans pride yourselves on justice, don't you? Seeing a delicate little fairy like me appear before you in tears, your sense of justice must surely explode. If Yuan agrees, the Dark Elf Queen will enter into a contract with Yuan, but it won't be an equal contract, it will be a master-servant contract. The Dark Elf Queen would be the master, and Yuan would be the servant. This trick has been tried and true. By using it, the Dark Elf Queen has captured many class holders for the greedy demon god Mammon to be his lackeys. This time, the Dark Elf Queen set her sights on Yuan. But she miscalculated. Yuan wasn't listening to her at all. As soon as 3 seconds passed, a giant meteorite, radiating scorching heat, appeared in mid-air. What is this? The Dark Fairy Queen exclaimed in shock. So big.
This was an S-rank meteor shower, a spell only high-level mages could cast. How could it appear here? The meteorite spell paid no heed to the Dark Fairy Queen's astonished expression, directly slamming into her petite body and inflicting a stun effect.
90,000. A damage notification that made Yuan frown slightly appeared before him.
It's normal for monsters in purgatory to have high fire resistance. Muttering to himself, Yuan cast another meteor shower.
Bang! 90,000. Another massive damage number appeared above the boss's head.
Since the boss remained stunned, it was killed without even letting out a scream. You have killed the fallen Dark Fairy Queen, gaining 10,000 experience points. You have killed the monster on the 10th floor, taking 8 seconds. You have broken the record. Do you wish to make it public? Hide. Yuan chose to hide. If he didn't hide, Yuan would appear in the official view, which meant Yuan would gain richer resources. However, Yuan also knew that there were many evil class holders in this world, some being lackeys of demon gods, and some purely for the thrill of killing. I can't let these people know, or else I'll likely be in constant danger. After weighing his options, Yuan still chose not to reveal his name. Developing discreetly was the way to go. Just a few seconds before Yuan killed the boss, the S-rank Talon class holder from Tianshui City had just arrived on the 5th floor. Finally on the 5th floor. I should be the first one here, right? After killing the mini-boss, I'll charge straight to the 10th floor in one go and break the previous record. This S-rank Talon class holder was named Li Liang, and his talent was called Waiting for the Opportunity. Talent, Waiting for the Opportunity S-rank. Effect 1, when you use a skill to kill a target that grants you experience, reset that skill's cooldown. Effect 2, actively used to make the next attack or skill a critical hit, increasing critical damage by 200%. Relying on this talent, Li Liang went all out, not having to worry about skill cooldowns, which allowed him to reach the 5th floor a step ahead of everyone else. But just as Li Liang was fighting the small boss on the 5th floor, a prompt from the Sacred Tower came. Congratulations to Challenger! For successfully passing the 10th floor challenge elite in 8 seconds, setting a new historical record. Reputation +1. Congratulations to Challenger! For successfully passing the 10th floor challenge elite in 8 seconds, setting a new historical record. Reputation +1. Congratulations to Challenger! For successfully passing the 10th floor challenge elite in 8 seconds, setting a new historical record. Reputation +1. After being broadcast 3 times consecutively, everyone nearby received this prompt, and the leaders of many cities began to discuss it animatedly. What? They've already passed the 10th floor? How much time has passed? Look closely at the prompt. This challenger attempted the elite difficulty. While everyone was still discussing, a sharp-eyed leader pointed out the elite difficulty, and the curious groups instantly erupted. Holy crap, it's elite difficulty. It's been so many years since anyone challenged elite difficulty. Yes, even those peerless geniuses back then took about half a minute to clear the 10th floor on elite difficulty, but this person only took 8 seconds. The team leaders outside the Sacred Tower had various expressions, while the challengers inside the Sacred Tower were all shattered. When Fan and the other 2 heard the prompt, they all simultaneously smiled, as if they knew this hidden challenger was Yuan. Li Liang, however, cursed loudly. 8 seconds? I took a whopping 8 seconds just to knock off 10,000 HP from the boss. Seeing the boss in front of him, Li Liang decisively activated Waiting for the Opportunity and used his strongest B rank skill, dealing high critical damage. 15,000. Seeing this damage, Li Liang felt a little better. Just wait, I'll slowly surpass you. You have passed the trial of the 10th floor. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1, obtain 500 skill points. Option 2, gain partial usage rights to the Garden Sanctuary. Option 3, a random A-rank mage skill book. The moment option 1 appeared, Yuan immediately passed. Upon seeing the second option, his face lit up with joy, and he immediately chose to claim the reward. Now the little sprites have a place to live.
Having chosen the land reward, a magical-looking parchment appeared in Yuan's backpack. Is this the deed? This is really good. This plot of land is truly in an excellent location, nestled in a valley north of the garden sanctuary, spanning 10 square kilometers, ample space for the Pixie clan to inhabit. You have successfully challenged the 10th floor. Do you wish to continue challenging? Note, from the 11th floor onwards, the difficulty will double. Please prepare yourself mentally. Yuan, who was studying the deed, heard the prompt but didn't respond immediately, intending to strengthen his skills. Opening the skill bar, Yuan saw 4 S rank skills and 2 B rank skills. Which skill should I enhance? Yuan was a little hesitant seeing these skills. Offensive skills were already sufficient, even upgrading Gale to S rank wouldn't be very useful. However, Yuan could no longer upgrade S rank skills, so he could only choose Flash and Gale. But just as Yuan was about to upgrade Gale, he received a long-awaited prompt. Detected 2 S rank fire skills. Do you wish to spend 2,000 skill points to upgrade them into an SS rank skill? Ha! Yuan was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Upgrade. That's an SS rank skill. How many people haven't even seen one? I'm only losing 2 S rank skills and 2,000 skill points, it's a huge profit. After agreeing, Inferno Barrier and Meteor Shower disappeared from Yuan's skill bar, replaced by an SS rank skill named Meteor Fire Rain. Skill, Meteor Fire Rain SSLV1. Cast time, 8 seconds. Cost, 1,050,000 MP. Skill description, consume MP to summon meteors, causing a devastating strike within a 100 by 100 range, dealing 300,000 plus intelligence 100 fire damage, lasting 10 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Note, the less MP you consume, the less casting time and cooldown time. Seeing the heaven-defying damage of the SS skill, Yuan laughed heartily, this time it's a sure win. In his joy, Yuan wanted to max out Meteor Fire Rain, but the prompt indicated insufficient skill points. Surprised, Yuan also learned that an SS rank skill requires 100 skill points per level. These points really don't last long, useless system, can't it just adjust the values higher? Yuan was a little dissatisfied, grumbling under his breath. System. If I had consciousness, I would definitely curse back. With the SS rank skill, Yuan chose to continue the challenge. Upon arriving at the 11th floor, the environment here had drastically changed, filled with a grim, killing aura. Where exactly is this place? Are those monsters real, or were they created by Sacred Tower? Yuan's mind was filled with questions. Before he could ponder much longer, an old acquaintance appeared before Yuan. Monster name, Blazehound Elite LV-15. HP, 60,000. Attack, 700. Skill 1, Basic Flame Resistance. Effect, grants 10% immunity to fire damage. Skill 2, Frenzied Bite. Effect, the Blazehound's next bite attack deals an additional 100% fire damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. For level 15 elite Blazehounds, their attributes significantly stronger than those Yuan had encountered before. Seeing these Blazehounds, Yuan decided to try out a new skill. For his first cast, Yuan spent 5,000 MP to unleash Meteor Shower. With less MP invested, the casting time was naturally much shorter. Under the blessing of his talent, the skill was cast in less than 0.5 seconds. Glancing at his skill bar, Yuan noticed the cooldown was only a brief 10 seconds. This skill is interesting, but I wonder what kind of damage it does. The skill had been unleashed, encompassing all 4 elite monsters. Watching the meteors rain down from the sky, Yuan felt a sense of anticipation, eager to know how much damage a skill costing 5,000 MP would inflict. The spell was cast very quickly. The elite monsters were struck by the sky-filling fire meteors before they could run a few steps. 25,000. 25,000. Terrifying damage appeared above the elite monsters' heads, instantly killing all 4 elite monsters in less than 3 seconds. You killed an elite flamehound, taking 3 seconds, EXP plus 1000, x4. Holy crap, why is the damage so high? When he saw the damage numbers pop up above the elite monsters' heads, even Yuan was shocked.
Logically, a skill costing 5000 MP should have dealt less than 20,000 damage, so how did it deal 25,000?
After checking the combat log, Yuan finally understood.
It turned out that these 4 monsters were demon monsters. He hadn't forgotten that one effect of the necklace Yuan was currently wearing was a 100% increase in damage against demon monsters. The damage should have originally been over 30,000, but because the flame hounds had a primary fire immunity, some of the damage was reduced. Having cleared the 11th floor, Yuan now understood his current strength and chose to continue the challenge.
The monsters on the 12th floor were 5 fell orcs. Name: Fell Orc Elite LV16.
HP 50000. Attack power 3000.
Skill 1, Fearless. Description: Orcs are fearless and immune to fear effects.
Skill 2, Cleave. Description: swings weapon to strike an area 3 meters in front, dealing 150% damage. The 5 fell orcs had relatively low HP but high attack power. Seeing the monster's attributes, Yuan directly unleashed a meteor shower costing 10,000 MP.
In 1 second, a sky-filling rain of fire descended, striking the fell orcs. 30,000. 30,000.
You killed Elite Fell Orc, taking 3 seconds, EXP plus 1200 x5. After killing this group of monsters, Yuan glanced at his experience value. He was almost able to level up to 13. Not bad, one more level and I can max out Meteor Shower. The 13th floor presented 6 level 17 elite Minotaur warriors, but they still didn't last more than 3 seconds before being defeated by Yuan. You killed Elite Minotaur warrior, taking 3 seconds, EXP plus 1400 x6. You have leveled up to 13, gaining 1000 skill points. Finally leveled up, my skill has been waiting impatiently. With 1000 skill points in hand, Yuan rubbed his hands, an excited expression on his face.
Max out Meteor Shower for me. Skill: Meteor Shower SSL Max. Casting time: 0.510 seconds. Cost: 5,100,000 MP.
Skill description: consumes MP to summon meteors, causing devastating damage within a 500-500 range, dealing up to 800,000 plus intelligence 100 fire damage, lasting 10 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Enemies at the central impact point of the meteors will be stunned, while those at the edges will be knocked back. Note: the less MP you consume, the shorter the casting time, and the lower the damage dealt.
Did I read that right?
Looking at Meteor Shower's damage, Yuan rubbed his eyes.
800,000 base damage. Yuan did a quick calculation. His current intelligence was around 200, which would add about 20,000 damage. Damn, when my intelligence attribute goes up later, won't I be able to deal millions of damage?
It truly lives up to its SS rank skill, just amazing. After a few deep breaths, Yuan calmed himself down and chose to continue the challenge. Perhaps the Sacred Tower realized that all previous monsters were melee and couldn't pose a threat to Yuan. On the 14th floor, 8 ranged monsters appeared.
Name: Troll Headhunter Elite LV18. HP 100000.
Attack power 3000.
Skill 1, Frenzy.
Description: Troll Headhunter's attack speed increases by 70% after taking damage.
Skill 2, Troll Regeneration.
Description: Troll Headhunter applies a healing effect to itself after taking damage, recovering 2% HP per second.
The attack power isn't low.
Yuan frowned when he saw the 8 monsters. Such high attack power, I can't be focused down. Seeing that the monsters were still far away, Yuan began to cast a spell. Before, he had always instantly cast Meteor Shower, and the damage dealt was always the lowest.
Yuan wanted to see how much damage he could deal after chanting.
The Troll Headhunter's attack range was 20 meters, and they were currently 80 meters away from Yuan. Running at full speed, they would need 5 seconds to reach Yuan. However, Yuan had calculated the timing precisely, releasing the spell after a 4-second chant.
Rumble.
An overwhelming barrage of fiery meteors poured down, covering the entire trial ground within its attack range.
170,000. 170,000.
After a 4-second channel, the damage surprisingly reached 170,000 points, melting the monsters in less than a second. You killed an elite troll headhunter, time taken, 5 seconds, experience plus 1600, x8. After the kill, Yuan arrived on the 15th floor. There should be a boss on this floor, Yuan muttered to himself, looking at the massive light screen that was over 50 meters tall. As expected, before Yuan had even finished speaking, a demon commander over 20 meters tall emerged from the light screen. Name, Harold Alhez Elite Commander LV-20. HP 500000. Attack, 12,000. Skill 1, hear my command. Description, summons 30 level 20 demon guards to battle. Skill 2, fox exploiting tiger's might. Description, summons a projection of the wrath demon god to battle. The demon god projection's stats are double that of Arhez. Seeing the monster's attributes, Yuan chuckled, an old acquaintance. The boss in front of him was actually a subordinate of the wrath demon god whom he had beaten up yesterday. After Alhez was summoned, he originally intended to make a grand, arrogant opening speech, but upon seeing Yuan, he instantly flew into a rage. You scum who desecrated the great demon god, I will tear you to shreds. Minions, hear my command, fight for me. Alhez directly summoned 30 demon guards and ordered them to gang up on Yuan, seize this human for me. Despite Alhez's fierce shouting earlier, he actually intended to capture Yuan alive, force him to sign a servant contract, and take him back to the infernal plane. As the angered demon god's lackey, Alhez knew how valuable Yuan was at the moment. The angered demon god had declared that anyone who could bring Yuan to him alive would be rewarded with a domain shard. That was a domain shard, a treasure even 60th level great demons yearn for, and Alhez was naturally thrilled by the prospect. Name, Demon Guard LV-20. HP 50000. Attack, 2500. Skill, Heavy Strike. Description, swings its weapon to unleash a heavy strike on the target, dealing 120% damage. You think you can catch me with just a few rotten potatoes and bad eggs? You're dreaming. Yuan sneered, pouting his lips. Watching the charging demon guards, Yuan gave a disdainful smile, and then he cast Flash and ran away. He flashed to the very edge of the trial grounds. Humph, only a fool would stay put. After flashing, Yuan quietly began to cast a spell. He planned to unleash a big one on the boss, completely emptying his mana bar. It took him 10 seconds to fully cast Meteor Shower. This was the first time Yuan had fully unleashed this skill. Yuan's mana bar was instantly drained. Fortunately, he had a passive skill that restored 10% MP per second, otherwise, after casting this spell, he wouldn't be able to use any other skills. Rumble. With a 10-second chant, each fire meteor that appeared this time was larger than the S-rank skill, Meteor Shower. Meteors rained down madly from the sky towards the ground, giving a sense of the apocalypse. Watching the world-shattering scene, even Yuan couldn't remain calm. Holy crap, that's a huge commotion. The attack range even reached 500-500. The entire trial space was only 300-300, which meant the Meteor Shower had become a map-wide attack. 860,000. After one round, there was no living thing left in Yuan's sight. Even the boss was instantly killed by Yuan in one blow. The poor boss died without even using its second skill. You killed Archdemon Commander Alhez in 12 seconds. Experience plus 10,000. You have leveled up to LV.14 and gained 1,000 skill points. After killing the boss, Yuan leveled up again, and Yuan also saw shiny things appearing on the boss's body. Finally, equipment dropped. Yuan's eyes welled up with tears. From the first floor to the 15th floor, a piece of equipment finally dropped. Picking up the equipment, the moment he saw its attributes, Yuan was so furious he cursed, "You goddamn moron demon." Equipment, Guardian's Heavy Armor Gold. Requirements, Warrior, Constitution 100+. Stats, Armor plus 100, Constitution plus 80, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. When attacked, there is a chance to summon a Guardian Phantom to fight. Phantom Attack 500, lasts for 30 seconds. It wasn't Yuan's fault for cursing. After all that effort to get a piece of equipment, it was still for Fan. Damn you, Fan, you got another cheap deal.
Yuan grumbled as he put the equipment into his backpack and chose to continue the challenge. Just as Yuan finished cursing, Fan, who had just killed the boss on the 5th floor, sneezed. Achoo, someone must be talking bad about me, this handsome guy, behind my back again. After sneezing, Fan came to the boss's corpse. Sigh, why did it only drop 2 pieces of equipment? Seeing that the boss only dropped 2 pieces of equipment, Fan was a bit displeased. Weapon, Guard Dagger Silver. Requirements, Warrior, Strength 50+. Stats, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 40, Agility plus 20, Parry chance increased by 5%. Ring, Stone Bull Ring Bronze. Requirements, none. Stats, Strength plus 15, Constitution plus 20. Well, the attributes are decent, I'll just barely equip them. Fan muttered, put on the equipment, and chose to continue the challenge. If Yuan saw this scene, he wouldn't know what to think. It turned out that monsters weren't not dropping equipment, it was just that Yuan had terribly bad luck. It seems the high drop rate when fighting bosses before was entirely due to Fan's lucky hands. Black-handed Yuan still didn't know about this, as he was rapidly progressing through the challenges. Each floor took no more than 20 seconds. Yuan had discovered a bug that wasn't exactly a bug. He found that his skills were full map attacks. As long as he unleashed a skill, monsters had nowhere to run, and he just had to calmly collect the spoils. The tactic was as follows. Upon reaching the next floor, Yuan would first flash to the edge of the trial to create distance, then release Meteor Shower. After 10 seconds, the monsters would be instantly killed. Relying on this tactic, Yuan advanced all the way to the 20th floor. During this time, Yuan leveled up by 1 again, reaching LV point 15, and had surplus skill points. If only I had a life-saving skill. Yuan now urgently wanted a life-saving skill, but unfortunately, mage life-saving skills were too precious, and their appearance always triggered competition from various parties. Let's try upgrading Gale first. Yuan didn't plan to save these 2,000 skill points, he intended to upgrade Gale Wind. After all, Gale Wind was also considered a crowd control skill, and upgrading it to S rank would give him another trump card. After investing 1510 skill points, the B rank skill Gale became the S rank skill Storm Tornado. Skill, Storm Tornado S rank LV1. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cost, 5,000 MP. Description, summons a large tornado to inflict damage on targets within a 25-meter radius, striking 10 times per second, each dealing 5,000 plus intelligence 20 magic damage for 10 seconds. Enemies at the center will be drawn into the eye of the storm, becoming stagnant. The damage per strike is a bit low, but the attack frequency is fast. Maxing it out should give me a surprise. Seeing the additional S rank skill, Yuan was very satisfied and maxed out the skill immediately. Skill, Storm Tornado S rank max. Cast time, 4 seconds. Cost, 12,000 MP. Description, summons a super large tornado to inflict damage on targets within a 100-meter radius, striking 30 times per second, each dealing 1,000 plus intelligence 100 magic damage for 30 seconds. Enemies within the central 10-meter radius will be drawn into the eye of the storm, becoming entangled. Note, cannot cast spells while in the entangled state. Having maximized Storm Tornado, Yuan did not linger and proceeded to the 20th floor. As soon as Yuan arrived, the light curtain of the teleportation gate lit up, and a humanoid creature holding a skull staff walked out from within. Name, Purgatory Mage House Boss LV25. HP 2000000. MP value, 10,000. Attack power, 5,800. Skill 1, Fear Spell. Description, emits a screech from the mouth, releasing a sound wave that causes the target to fall into a state of fear for 10 seconds. Receiving an attack will dispel the fear state. Skill 2, Soul Fire. Description, chance for 5 seconds to cast a Soul Fire, dealing 12,000 true damage to the target. This damage ignores shields. Skill 3, MP Shield. Description, every 1 MP can resist 100 points of damage. The moment Yuan saw the boss's attributes, he immediately used Flash to reach the very edge of the map. He raised his right hand and began to cast.
This time, Yuan didn't choose meteor shower but opted for storm tornado. The reason was simple: this boss was a magic-based monster. While meteor shower had high damage, if he was unlucky and failed to stun the boss, allowing the boss to cast a skill, Yuan would be in trouble. The boss's first skill, Fear Spell, was an instant cast. If he got hit, he might just die here. So, to be safe, he chose Tornado. The boss had just teleported in and laughed a few hee-hee-hees. Which foolish human dares to challenge House again? I will subject your soul to endless torment. After speaking, the boss seemed very pleased, but then it immediately froze. Where is everyone? Why was there no one in front of him? Where did the challenger go? After searching for a long time, Yuan was finally discovered in the corner at the very edge. A coward trying to play hide and seek with House. The boss sneered, raised its staff, and cast an MP shield on itself. Yuan was nearly 200 meters away from the boss. The boss's Fear Spell had a casting range of 80 meters, meaning the boss needed to walk at least 120 meters before it could cast the spell. The boss's movement speed was 20 meters per second, very fast, and it was getting closer to Yuan. But after 4 seconds, Yuan revealed a victorious smile. It's done. As Yuan stopped moving, a massive tornado, over 50 meters in diameter, instantly formed, blocking the boss's path. Before even getting close to the boss, dense damage numbers had already appeared on its body. Although the numbers weren't high, only a few thousand, they couldn't withstand the high frequency. On average, it dealt about 150,000 points of damage to the boss per second. In just 5 seconds, the boss's MP value was almost depleted. The boss obviously realized this and quickly advanced towards Yuan, trying to get out of the tornado's attack range. This was clearly a wrong decision. When the boss walked within 10 meters of the storm's eye, it uncontrollably flew up, rapidly approaching the eye, and fell into a tangled state. In the entangled state, none of the boss's skills could be used. Controlled tightly within the eye of the storm, the boss was extremely frustrated and could only pray that this skill's duration wouldn't be long. Unfortunately, the boss was not destined to wait that long. Yuan's span class equals skill meteor shower span was already prepared. In an instant, thousands of meteors plummeted towards the ground. The boss not only had to endure the damage from the storm tornado but was also constantly struck by meteors. By the 15th second, the boss had become a corpse. Congratulations to Challenger! For successfully passing the 20th Challenge Elite, in 20 seconds, setting a new historical record, reputation +1. Congratulations to Challenger! For successfully passing the 20th Floor Challenge Elite in 20 seconds, setting a new historical record. Reputation +1. The moment Yuan defeated the boss, a notification from the Sacred Tower came through again. This time, even many big shots were startled. Tu Gang, who was sitting at the entrance of the trial tower, heard this notification and suddenly opened his closed eyes. An interesting little fellow, perhaps you will become the next him. After muttering to himself, Tu Gang suddenly frowned and said impatiently, "All of you, get out." His voice reached many people's ears, instantly scaring away many individuals with ulterior motives. These people, with various intentions, wanted to know who exactly had cleared the 20th Elite Trial. Normally, clearing the 20th Floor Elite Trial wouldn't be remarkable, but for a class holder who had just awakened the day before, it was different. The last person to clear the 20th Floor Elite Trial right after awakening was named Tu Yang. Hearing that name, one could understand the sensation Yuan had caused. Fortunately, the host this time was Tu Gang. As an 82nd level Titan Guardian, Tu Gang had deterred a group of class holders with ill intentions. The Titan Guardian was the Shield Warrior's 4th advancement class. In the Abyss battle half a year ago, the Purgatory had deployed 2 demon gods and more than a dozen demon lords. Due to a traitor on the human side, the human race in the Abyss was isolated and helpless. Tu Gang, alone, withstood the Purgatory army for 30 minutes, finally waiting for reinforcements. Through this battle, Tu Gang earned his reputation as the wall against heaven. He was hailed as the strongest shield warrior of the human race. His absolute strength, combined with immense deterrent power, made most people shy away. Damn it, why is it this bringer of ill fortune? Another peerless prodigy has appeared on the human side.
Quickly report this situation to the demon god. A record like Tuyan's, huh? I wonder what class this little guy is. With a single shout from Tu Gang, 99% of the people cleared out, and the remaining few were entirely those with good intentions. A handsome, flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man approached Tu Gang and asked indirectly, "Old Tu, do you know what class that little guy inside is?" Tu Gang glanced at the man and replied impatiently, "How would I know? You're the host. If you don't know, who does? Are you trying to bully me because I haven't hosted a trial before?" The man rolled up his sleeves, somewhat displeased. "You're still putting on an act with me. I'm not some bad guy." If the Alliance knew who this little guy was sooner, they could give him more resources. Hearing this, Tu Gang scoffed, "Treat him like you treated Tu Yang, then." That single sentence rendered the flamboyant man speechless. After a long pause, the flamboyant man whispered, "It's not entirely the Alliance's fault." "Oh right, it's not your fault. Who knew Tu Yang would grow to his current strength, right?" Tu Gang waved his hand, cutting off the flamboyant man. "I will absolutely not tell you his information. Doesn't your Alliance have capabilities? Go investigate yourselves." Anyway, only 1,000 or so people came to this trial today. Tu Gang was completely disregarding the flamboyant man's feelings. The flamboyant man let out a bitter laugh. "Alright, the Alliance doesn't necessarily need to know his identity. A diamond will always shine." With that, the flamboyant man's figure vanished. After this person left, some other team leaders said uncertainly, "Isn't that person Chen Yuan, the vice president of the Mage Association?" "That's right, it was him. 2 days ago, he killed a demon lord in purgatory. He's already level 78 now." Hiss, demon lords are all level 70 or higher and have countless subordinates. He just slaughtered one by himself? While people outside the trial tower were discussing animatedly, Yuan, inside the tower, sighed. "Damn it, at least drop one piece of equipment for me." This boss didn't drop any equipment again, but it did drop a skill book. MP Shield B rank LV1. Description: apply an MP shield to yourself. 1 MP absorbs 10 damage, absorbing a maximum of 5,000 damage. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Seeing the skill's attributes, Yuan's wounded heart found some solace. Getting a life-saving skill isn't bad. Looking at the MP shield's attributes, Yuan's heart stirred. If this skill reached S rank, I wonder if it could merge with my span class equals skill magic energy heart span? If so, I would gain a second SS rank skill. Just after Yuan successfully challenged again, everyone inside the trial tower became agitated. "Who the hell is that?" The roar came from Li Liang, who had just reached the 10th floor. He had finally chipped the boss's health down to half, but then he froze after hearing the broadcast. The boss seized the opportunity, unleashed a combo, and killed him. His final score was the 9th floor. That's why he was so furious. To think that he, a dignified S-rank talent class holder, was stopped at the 10th floor. This record would be a joke if it got out. Can I really not continue the challenge? This was Yuan's 6th time asking. The Sacred Tower's soul seemed a bit speechless. To challenge trials above the 20th floor, you need to reach level 20 and pass the first class advancement trial. Only after receiving an affirmative reply did Yuan give up. This challenge match requires all contestants to finish their challenges before concluding together. Yuan, bored, remembered that he hadn't selected his reward after clearing the 20th floor. So Yuan began to choose his rewards. You have passed the trial of the 20th floor. You may choose one from the following 3 rewards. Option 1, gain 1 evolution point. Option 2, gain usage rights to parts of the Dark Knight Forest. Option 3, a random S-rank mage skill book. Seeing these 3 rewards, Yuan fell into a dilemma. The first one was definitely a must-take, but the second reward also greatly appealed to Yuan. Partial usage rights of the Night Forest area. This should be a public area similar to a garden, and obtaining partial usage rights to this area must be quite rare. As for the third reward, it was decent if he was lucky enough to obtain a suitable skill book. Yuan could synthesize another SS rank skill. After thinking for a long time, Yuan tried to ask, "Is there a way to have all of them?" The soul of the sacred tower was silent for a moment before giving an answer to this question. Detected that you have 4 reputation points. If you wish to obtain 1 additional reward, you need to consume 1 reputation point. This is good. How much reputation is needed if I want all 3? Yuan asked again. Obtaining all 3 rewards requires consuming 3 reputation points. Upon getting the answer, Yuan directly spent 3 reputation points to take all 3 rewards. With his strength, earning reputation points would be both simple and enjoyable. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained usage rights to the northwest of the Night Forest. You have gained arcane wisdom. After getting the evolution points, Yuan used them immediately, making his talent D rank. Talent, cooldown reduction rank D. Description, reduces casting time and cooldown by 20%, reduces damage by 60%. Perfect. Watching his talent advance again, Yuan felt like he had a boundless future. D grade already reduces so much, imagine S grade or SS grade, it'll be insane. Yuan didn't look closely at the deed to the Dark Forest, he just put the parchment scroll into his backpack, not knowing when it might come in handy. After glancing at the S-rank skill Arcane Wisdom, Yuan learned it directly. Arcane Wisdom, S-grade LV1. Passive skill. Description, increases intelligence by 500 points and raises elemental resistance by 20%. Hiss, the skill is quite something. Being able to increase intelligence by 500 points at level 1, Yuan exclaimed it was overpowered. With plenty of skill points remaining, Yuan immediately maxed out this skill. Arcane Wisdom, S-rank max. Passive skill. Description, increases intelligence by 500 points and raises elemental resistance by 50%. 5,000 intelligence represents 5,000 spell damage, and 50,000 MP. After the skill was maxed out, Yuan's MP surged to 150,000 points. His shield also increased to 15,000 points. The key point is that Yuan's skill damage received another significant boost. Take the SS skill Meteor Shower as an example. The damage of Meteor Shower is 800,000 plus intelligence 100. Originally, Yuan's intelligence was just over 100, which only added 50,000 points of damage, better than nothing. But now it's different, Yuan's intelligence has reached 5,100. The maximum damage Meteor Shower can inflict is over 1 million. Over 1 million damage is enough to instantly kill many level 30 plus abyss bosses. Yet this terrifying damage comes from a mere level 15 mage. I feel so powerful. Yuan felt a surge of power with every gesture. This was the direct effect of his intelligence attribute increasing to 5,000 points. Even a minor skill could now cause enormous damage. Another half hour passed. During this period, Yuan repeatedly communicated with the soul of the sacred tower, asking many bizarre questions. Initially, the soul of the sacred tower responded, but Yuan's questions became too outlandish. Over time, the soul of the sacred tower began to feign deafness and no longer replied. Detected, all challengers have completed the challenge. Commencing reward settlement. After all the candidates had come out, Tu Gang stood up, waved his large hand, and teleported all the class holders who had come to challenge them to one place. This year's rules have changed a bit. I've hidden the rankings, and you should be able to guess why. After gathering everyone, Tu Gang explained, the sacred tower is fair and just. Although the rankings are hidden, your rewards will not be diminished by a single cent. I've even personally provided many additional rewards for you, hoping you'll continue to work hard. Speaking of which, Tu Gang seemed to recall something, the reward for first place still counts, no need to worry. After speaking, Tu Gang teleported all the challengers to their respective cities. After a while, everyone had left, and only Secretary Sun remained. Tu Gang asked in surprise, "Why haven't you left yet?" Secretary Sun smiled, pulling out the delicious food Fan had made that morning. Hee, I stumbled upon this fairy delicacy. I was planning to find an opportunity to give it to Master Tu, but it just so happens I ran into you today. It's just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it with a smile. Delicacy of the goblin race. Two Gang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Reaching out to take the skewer, Two Gang sniffed it.
It does have the scent of goblin spices. After eating a skewer, Two Gang smiled.
It's been a few years since I've had a delicacy from the goblin race. It's still that nostalgic taste.
In a few quick bites, Two Gang devoured all the meat skewers, a look of longing still on his face.
You've done well, and the youngsters from your Skywind City are also very outstanding, especially that little mage.
Upon hearing this, Secretary Sun's eyes showed a hint of shock. Previously, Secretary Sun had also guessed that Yuan had broken Tu Yang's record, but deep down, he still had some uncertainty.
Now, hearing Two Gang's subtle hint, how could he not understand that it was indeed Yuan who had broken the record?
Besides him, we have another promising talent.
I wonder if Master Tu would be interested.
As the host of the entire trial, Two Gang naturally knew who Secretary Sun was referring to.
That little fatty is quite interesting. He was naturally referring to Fan. Two Gang's impression of Fan was also extremely deep.
A very lucky shield warrior.
Master Tu,
I forgot to tell you, this goblin delicacy was made by this fatty. Secretary Sun briefly explained how they had cleared 2 hell difficulty instances yesterday.
Interesting. Two Gang's interest was greatly piqued this time.
After they undergo their first class advancement, find a time to bring him to see me. He already had the intention of taking on a disciple. However, even with the thought of taking on a disciple at this moment, he still needed to wait
until after the first class advancement.
Hearing Two Gang's words, Secretary Sun knew that, barring any surprises, Fan would most likely become the man's disciple.
Master Tu, I'll see you then.
Secretary Sun greeted him and left.
Upon returning to Tianfeng City, Secretary Sun rushed to the mayor to report.
Meanwhile, Yuan and the others gathered to chat about what they gained from this trial.
Yuan, you wouldn't believe it, the drop rate in this trial is really high.
I fought small monsters and bosses all the way and put together a full set of gold equipment.
I almost defeated the boss on the 20th floor.
Fan was the first to talk about his gains, showing off his equipment. It was indeed as Fan said, except for accessories, all other parts of his body were gold tier.
Yuan, I've gotten so much gold equipment, haven't you gotten a few platinum items? This question touched on Yuan's sore spot.
Yuan's expression was a bit unpleasant. Besides experience and skills, I only got 2 silver pieces of equipment,
he said, taking out his equipment.
Fan, with his full set of gold equipment, naturally looked down on mere silver and quickly averted his gaze after a glance.
I say, Yuan, you're not the legendary Black Hand, are you? You know, a captain isn't scary. What's scary is a captain who's a Black Hand.
If Yuan truly possessed the potential of a Black Hand, he couldn't be allowed to touch corpses in the future. Yuan wasn't angry at being teased as a Black Hand by Fan. Instead, he seemed lost in thought.
It really is possible.
Elite bosses above the 10th floor of the trial tower usually drop 2-3 pieces of gold equipment, yet he only dropped 2 silver pieces.
Am I really a Black Hand?
Forget it, Black Hand or not, he didn't really need equipment that much at the moment.
The most important thing right now was leveling up. Do you guys know which abyss offers the fastest leveling at this stage?
Putting the Black Hand matter aside, Yuan asked the others. As it happened, Fan had indeed researched leveling strategies.
There are 3 abysses that offer relatively fast leveling: Defend Twilight Town, Crimson Wasteland, and Death Mines.
The others had clearly heard of these 3 abysses as well.
Yuan asked, I've heard of all these. Which one do you think is most suitable?
Fan thought for a while and replied. If it were me, I'd choose the Dead Mines. Because of the map layout, the monsters there are usually in groups, so you don't have to go around luring them.
There are downsides though.
The Death Mines map is very large, and you have to travel a long distance to reach the final boss. The most crucial thing is that the hell mode of this abyss has already been cleared, so we can only clear it on warrior difficulty. Hearing there was no hell mode, Yuan immediately lost interest. Just tell me which abyss's hell mode hasn't been cleared yet. Fan understood Yuan's intention as soon as he heard, of these 3 abysses, only Defend Twilight Town still has hell mode available.
Is this map different from the others? Yuan didn't think hell-tier abysses were very difficult. Look, is that something a person would say? Hell-tier abysses are not difficult. If they weren't hard, they would have been cleared long ago, not still available now. Then let's choose defend Twilight Town. You guys go prepare, I'll go settle the little goblins first. After parting ways with the others, Yuan went to the mayor. After Secretary Sun reported to him, Zhongbai found a piece of equipment suitable for Yuan from his treasury. As soon as Yuan arrived, Zhongbai gave him the equipment. Arcane Cloak Dark Gold Growable. Wearing requirement, Mage, Intelligence Attribute 500. Attributes, Intelligence plus 600, Constitution plus 300, comes with skill Slow Fall, Arcane. Slow Fall provides a floating effect when falling from a great height, allowing for a short glide in the air. Can be actively cancelled. Arcane increases casting time by 1-fold, increases the power of the next skill by 100%, cooldown 20 minutes. Seeing the equipment provided by Zhongbai, Yuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mayor Zhong. Seeing Yuan's delight, Zhongbai smiled. Glad you like it. Your intelligence attribute hasn't reached 500 points yet, but there's no need to rush. You'll be able to wear it after your first advancement. Before his words faded, Zhongbai suddenly widened his eyes. Your intelligence attribute has reached 500? A level 15 mage whose intelligence attribute already exceeds 500, is he even human? Seeing Zhongbai's surprised expression, Yuan rubbed his nose. The trial tower rewarded me with a passive skill that increases intelligence. Zhongbai was well-traveled and knowledgeable, aware that some class holders couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. And Yuan had already broken Tu Yang's record, so anything happening to him was acceptable. Even if Yuan were to say his intelligence attribute exceeded 5,000 right now, Zhongbai would believe him. You've come to pick up the little fairies, haven't you? I've arranged everything, follow me. As the mayor, Zhongbai acted quickly, taking Yuan and the little fairy to the garden sanctuary. Upon entering, Zhongbai had Yuan open the land deed and teleported to Flower Stream Valley. Wow, is this where we'll live from now on? It's so beautiful. The little fairies flew around happily, seeing the beautiful environment. Fairy Queen Anne also looked excited when she saw the valley, which was like a paradise on earth. Thank you, Yuan. You not only saved us but also found us such a beautiful new home. You will forever be the most loyal companion of our garden fairy race. Fairy Queen's favorability plus 40. Garden Fairy Clan's favorability has reached worship, and the current favorability has exceeded the maximum value. The Garden Fairy's favorability towards you has reached its maximum. You can command the Garden Fairy Clan to fight for you. Seeing the system prompt, and then looking at the miniature, adorable fairies, Yuan shook his head, dismissing that thought. The little fairies were small and their combat power wasn't very strong, so fighting was unnecessary. However, Yuan could let the little fairies open a shop in the garden sanctuary. After his reputation value was full, Yuan unlocked the Garden Fairy race's technology tree. By observing the technology tree, Yuan discovered that fairies were skilled at making various delicious snacks and nectar. These snacks and nectar all came with special effects, making them particularly suitable for class holders. If a shop were to open, it would likely be very popular. So Yuan tried to bring up the idea of opening a shop with them, and the Elf Queen considered it for a moment before agreeing. Since they had chosen to join the human faction, contact with humans would be inevitable in the future. Now living in the Sacred Tower, without safety concerns, the Elf Queen naturally had to consider the development of her tribe. Although the little elves only needed plant essence to live, they still occasionally needed to eat something. Yuan had already done so much for them, and the Elf Queen didn't want Yuan to worry about their daily expenses anymore. Now that they could be self-sufficient, the Elf Queen naturally agreed to Yuan's suggestion. After giving some instructions, Yuan left. Before leaving, he also made a request to Zhongbai. Mayor Zhong, these little fairies are innocent and naive. I'm worried they might be taken advantage of. Could you please look out for them? Regarding Yuan's request, Zhongbai readily agreed. Don't worry, I've already had Secretary Sun arrange for 20 people to come over.
These are all my trusted confidants, there won't be any problems.
Hearing that Zhongbai had already considered it, Yuan's favorability towards Zhongbai greatly increased.
Zhongbai did all this, evidently for his daughter,
hoping that Yuan could help out a bit.
Zhongbai speculated that Yuan was a very special class holder. As long as one was associated with such a person,
future achievements would certainly not be bad.
So Zhongbai put his heart and soul into Yuan's affairs.
Yuan evidently felt this
and acknowledged the favor. And he told Zhongbai that before his first advancement, he would team up with Zhong Juanru and the others to farm the abyss. The unspoken meaning was that he could take him before the first ascension.
What happens after the first ascension can be discussed later. Zhongbai expressed understanding. And so, the two happily concluded their conversation.
Returning to the sacred tower entrance in Tianfeng City again,
Yuan found that the other companions had already arrived. With everyone present, Zhongbai distributed the rewards to the others. Everyone's rewards were similar, all a piece of platinum equipment suitable for their class. Upon receiving the equipment, the several naturally beamed with joy and repeatedly thanked Zhongbai. "Thank you, Mayor Zhong.
Mayor Zhong, you've gone to great trouble.
Mayor Zhong, would you like some freshly grilled pork loin?"
Zhongbai was full of questions until he saw the attributes of the grilled pork loin, and his heart suddenly felt a little warm. Food, charcoal grilled pork loin special.
Effect, waist strength increased by 100%, endurance greatly increased. Zhongbai calmly put away the skewer of pork loin and said cordially, "These are the rewards you deserve. Don't get complacent. As S-class seeds, you represent the face of Tianfeng City. I hope you can grow rapidly."
After encouraging them for a bit, Zhongbai returned home.
Coming to an unmanned corner, Zhongbai took out the charcoal grilled pork loin and ate it. Feeling a warm sensation in his lower abdomen, Zhongbai's face lit up, and he rushed upstairs.
After going upstairs, he sought his wife in the bedroom and immediately pounced on her eagerly.
"Oh, what's that smell in your mouth?"
After a complaint, there followed an hour-long session of waist exercises.
"This kidney is really something."
Yuan said this after finishing the grilled kidney. "Honestly, after eating this kidney, I feel full of power." He felt like rushing into the abyss and tearing through it 7 times. The group arrived at the abyss zone, and Yuan heard several class holders nearby chatting.
"Sai, have you heard? A class holder broke Tuyang's record." "I know about this.
My aunt's eldest cousin's third aunt's child happens to be an S-rank seed in Tianshui City, and he heard this with his own ears."
"The class holder who broke this record must be very strong. Isn't that obvious? If they weren't strong, how could they break Tu Yang's record?"
"You know, Tu Yang is known as the strongest paladin."
Many class holders were discussing, and the focus of their discussion was walking towards an abyss entrance. Along the way, Fan patted Yuan on the shoulder. "Yuan, you're amazing, you just broke the record just like that?"
Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui also showed their agreement upon hearing this.
Only Su Shan looked confused. "What record?" "Of course it's Tuyang's record. Besides Yuan, I don't believe anyone else could do it,"
Fan said matter-of-factly. Su Shan understood, but a look of doubt remained on his face, as if asking.
"Him? A squishy mage could break Lord Tuyang's record." Fan clearly understood what Su Shan's eyes were conveying, but he didn't explain. They'd find out once they entered the abyss. Any more explanations would seem pale and powerless in the face of facts. Yuan didn't pay attention to what others were saying. He had already arrived at the abyss entrance. As the team leader, Yuan directly chose Hell difficulty. Before going in, Yuan paused for a moment, turned his head, and said to Su Shan, "Let me be clear, we're challenging Hell difficulty. If you're not willing, then leave on your own." With that, Yuan walked straight into the portal. Although he had promised Zhongbai to team up with them before the first advancement. But whether they could seize the opportunity depended on the courage of these few people. Fan saw Yuan enter the abyss and followed without hesitation. Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui did the same. Only Su Shan was left standing dumbfounded at the entrance. After a long while, Sushan muttered in a low voice, "It's just hell difficulty, who's afraid of who?" With that, he didn't stop, and stepped into the teleportation portal. You have entered Twilight Town Hell difficulty. Please eliminate the enemies invading Twilight Town within the specified time. Entering the abyss, Yuan looked around. He found that the group was located in the center of the town. The town was called Twilight Town, surrounded by many buildings of varying heights. The tallest building in Twilight Town was right in front of Yuan. This was where the mayor worked, and now it was also Twilight Town's operational command center. Following the prompts, the group walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Yuan heard a slightly weary voice, "Are you the rescue team sent by Stormwind City?" Turning his head, he saw a woman around 30 years old sitting at the desk. The desk was piled with a large number of materials and a one-handed sword. Lise seemed to have not rested for a long time. She propped herself up with her hands on the table, stumbling as she stood. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lise, and I am the mayor of Twilight Town. The undead will launch another attack in half an hour. We don't have much time. This attack is very unusual. The undead's assault has lasted for 3 days, and most of the class holders in the town are likely injured. We're relying on you this time." After Liz finished speaking, a mission prompt appeared in Yuan and the others' ears. Mission objective: defend Twilight Town from being overrun by the undead. Reward unknown. After receiving the mission, the group didn't linger in the room but quickly rushed towards the defensive positions outside the town. Seeing them leave, Lise breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down on the stool. A deep weariness appeared in her eyes. "My father, have you truly betrayed your faith?" Arriving at the fortress in front of Twilight Town, Yuan saw about a dozen sparsely stationed sentinels. Several sentinels responsible for vigilance immediately shouted when they saw Yuan and the others approaching. "Who goes there? Stop!" Yuan pulled out the warrant given by the mayor and said, "We were sent by Stormwind to reinforce Duskwood." Upon hearing that Yuan was from Stormwind City, the sentries immediately brightened. "Ah, it's a lord from Stormwind City. Please excuse our presumption. No matter, you've all worked hard." Yuan nodded, getting straight to the point. "How long until the undead launch their attack?" The sentry glanced at the sky and replied, "Another 10 minutes. After saying that, he added, "For the past 3 days, the undead have launched an attack every 4 hours. Yuan nodded, indicating he understood. "How many undead participate in each attack?" Upon hearing this, fear welled up in the sentinel's eyes. "My lord, I cannot describe it." Seeing the sentry's expressions, Yuan knew he wouldn't get any useful information from them. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the sentries. "You all go rest first." Hearing Yuan's words, the sentries moved very quickly, leaving the fortress in no time. With 10 minutes left until the undead attack, Su Shan's expression turned serious. He circled the fortress a few times, intending to find a suitable place for battle. Aside from Yuan, the other 3 were much more leisurely. Fan took out a table and several stools from his backpack, then brought out a grill and charcoal. They looked as if they were out for a spring picnic. Wang Shui, pulling a parasol from who knows where, spread a thick blanket beneath it and was whispering with Zhong Juanru. Lying on the blanket, Zhong Juanru said a little self-consciously, "Is it really okay for us to be like this?" Wang Shui glanced at Yuan, who was squatting by Fan watching him barbecue, and nodded, "It's not looking good. I need to go help." Then, Wang Shui took out a tea-making set from her backpack and started boiling water for tea on the side. "The barbecue isn't ready yet, let's have some tea first." The tea leaves were taken by Wang Shui from her father's cabinet. Her father was a level 42 merchant with many good teas, and Wang Shui took quite a few while he was away. She brewed a cup for Yuan, who, after drinking it, nodded repeatedly, saying, "Good tea." The tea left a lingering fragrance in the mouth and had a significant refreshing effect. It was not cheap. The leisurely demeanor of the few left Su Shan dumbfounded. "What are you all doing? I'm painstakingly looking for a suitable combat position nearby, and you're all here drinking tea and having a barbecue? Is that how you people are?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shui immediately poured a cup of tea for Su Shan. "Here, you try some too." Looking at the steaming tea in his hand, Sushan nearly choked. He happened to be a bit thirsty. After finishing a cup of tea, Sushan was about to say something else when suddenly, a rumble echoed near the fortress. Yuan clearly heard it too. He stood up and looked outside. The undead are attacking. Saying this, he put down his teacup and moved to the front of the fortress. Seeing Yuan move, Sushan immediately took his greatsword in hand, adopting a fighting stance. After taking 2 steps, Sushan noticed Fan was still busy barbecuing, and Wang Shui and Zhong Juanwu were still drinking tea and chatting. He was a bit bewildered. "Aren't you going to fight?" Sushan was still good-tempered. If he had met someone with a fiery temper, it would have already given each of them a big smack. Hearing Sushan's question, Fan paused his actions and replied, "Leave the fighting to Yuan, we're in charge of things outside of combat." This left Sushan utterly speechless. There's a limit to how much one can joke. Now that the monsters are right in front of them, and they're still not taking it seriously, it seems he can't continue to team up with them in the future. Seeing the 3 of them acting so leisurely, Sushan felt that someone as diligent as himself wasn't suited to continue teaming up with them. Once we clear this abyss, we'll see each other again. With a decision made in his heart, Sushan quickly took 2 steps to stand in front of Yuan. "What are you, a mage, doing standing at the very front? This is a warrior's job. When the monsters arrive, go to the southwest. I just checked in that spot. I'll only face attacks from 2 monsters. I'll block them at the front, and you can cast spells from the back." Although Sushan wasn't a shield warrior, his stats were not low, and his talent was a rank, Fighting Spirit. Talent, Fighting Spirit A rank. Description: after entering combat, you gain 1% increased damage and 1% lifesteal per second, up to a maximum of 50%. The effect disappears 5 seconds after exiting combat. Sushan's talent was very suitable for protracted battles, and it also came with a lifesteal effect, providing its own sustain. Given enough time, these attacking monsters probably wouldn't be enough for him to kill alone. Facing Sushan's suggestion, Yuan was non-committal. No need for such trouble. Yuan already knew the monster's attributes. Name: Corrupted Zombie LV-15. HP 18000. Attack: 300. Skill: Corruption. Description: attacks inflict a corrosive effect, causing the target to take an additional 30% damage. Looking at the dense swarm of undead monsters, Yuan began to cast spells. Yuan chose Meteor Shower. After 3 seconds, Yuan finished chanting. Instantly, countless fiery meteors with tail flames smashed down from the sky. Bang! 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 The fire rain thundered down from above, continuously striking the attacking monsters. In less than 10 seconds, all the attacking monsters were eliminated. You have defeated the first wave of attacking monsters. Experience increased by 17,000. After the monsters were eliminated, Fan, who was grilling meat, said to Wang Shui, "Keep an eye on the fire, I'm going to pick up the equipment." Then Fan scurried off to scavenge for loot. This series of actions left Sushan dumbfounded. All the attacking monsters have been eliminated? Sushan's eyes were wide, a look of disbelief on his face. After a while, having finished collecting the loot, Fan saw Sushan still standing there dumbfounded. He walked over and patted his shoulder. "What are you dazed for? The barbecue is ready." Startled by Fan's pat, Sushan finally came back to his senses, but still felt as if he was dreaming. Staggering over to the grill, Sushan still couldn't figure it out. Fan, seeing him like that, knew what he wanted to ask. "Are you wondering how Yuan did it?" Sushan nodded. "It's simple, he just used a skill," Fan said with a relaxed tone. So relaxed that it made one feel as if he hadn't just killed hundreds of monsters, but hundreds of ants. "Relax, you'll get used to it," Fan said, handing a grilled skewer to Sushan, encouraging him to calm down. The first wave of attacking monsters were all common types, so they didn't drop anything good, but they gave a lot of experience. Yuan's experience bar was already halfway full, and it was estimated that he would reach level 16 in 2 more waves. The others' levels weren't as high as Yuan's. Before entering the abyss, the lowest was Wang Shui at level 11. After receiving a good amount of experience just now, he directly leveled up to 12.
By the time this abyss ends, everyone's levels will have significantly increased. After a few bites of the skewer, Sushan felt as if an age had passed. Seeing Fan and the others leisurely eating barbecue and drinking tea, he recalled how he had tirelessly farmed monsters in the abyss just yesterday. Sushan took 2 big bites of meat, chewing vigorously. That sentinel just said monsters attack every 4 hours. Do we have to keep waiting here? While eating skewers, Fan asked about this matter. Yuan was also stunned by the news. Yeah, the first wave of monsters was instantly killed by me before they even got close. I can't just keep waiting here, can I? As Yuan was pondering, a system notification sounded in everyone's ears. First wave of monsters detected to be defeated in less than 30 seconds, satisfying the conditions for initiating the monster siege. Do you wish to start the monster siege? Hearing that the hidden conditions were met, Yuan considered it for a moment and chose to activate it. Monster siege selected. The undead army will launch a full-scale assault in 5 minutes. After the notification sound, Yuan felt a faint vibration from the ground. It seemed as though something was approaching Twilight Town. As the vibrations grew stronger, all the residents of Twilight Town felt it. Lise, who was sitting in the mayor's office, immediately changed expression upon feeling the tremor. She grabbed the longsword from her desk and rushed out, shouting, "Everyone, gather!" Lise raised her arm, and in less than a minute, all the class holders in Twilight Town gathered in the square. The undead army has sallied forth. Our time is now, Lise said without preamble, ordering all class holders to head to the fortress. As she moved, Lise glanced towards a certain spot in the west, her gaze seemingly piercing through countless obstacles to fall upon a tall figure clad in blood-red armor. "Father, is that really you?" The reinforcements arrived quickly. Before the monsters could get close, all the class holders from Twilight Town had already rushed to the fortress. Their speed was impressive, and their spirits were high, but their appearance was rather tragic. Many class holders had layers of bandages wrapped around them. Yuan roughly checked and found that 80% were injured, and the remaining 20% were only support classes with little combat power. For some unknown reason, the undead have rioted and are all heading towards Twilight Town. "Warriors, I'm sorry, I never expected something like this to happen and put you in such danger," Lise said to Yuan and the others with an apologetic expression. This, in turn, made Yuan feel rather awkward. Yuan had actively initiated the monster siege, so if anyone should apologize, it should be Yuan. However, with battle imminent, Yuan couldn't tell them the truth. "Don't worry, Lise. Leave the fighting to me. You should let your people rest first." After Yuan finished speaking, he also waved for Wang Shui to go and help treat them. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan could already feel thousands of monsters charging towards Twilight Town. The leading monster was nearly 10 meters tall, looking like a mountain from a distance. The ground shook as it ran. Stitched Abomination, Elite LV20. HP 200000. Attack, 6000. Plague, deals 500 damage per second to creatures within a 5-meter radius, stackable up to 3 times. Hook, throws a hook, pulling the target in front of it, dealing 10,000 damage. Cave Spider Normal LV18. HP 30000. Attack, 900. Web, shoots a web, entangling the target in place. Gargoyle Elite LV20. HP 150000. Attack, 9000. Stoneform, transforms into a stone statue upon taking fatal damage, recovering 5% HP per second for 10 seconds. In stone form, physical damage taken is reduced by 90%. The monsters swarmed forward, with many new types appearing in addition to the corrupted villagers from before. In his haste, Yuan only saw the 3 most threatening monsters. Taking advantage of the remaining distance, Yuan began to cast a spell. As Yuan cast his spell, Mayor's eyes revealed deep despair. Is Twilight Town beyond saving? S-Class was a LV-25 swordsman, an elite status panel. She might be able to defeat a single Stitched Abomination in a one-on-one fight. But there wasn't just one Stitched Abomination, it was an endless sea of undead.
Let alone one elite monster, even 10 or 8 would be a drop in the ocean against this vast tide of monsters. Yet, Lise still adopted a battle stance. Even if she died, she would die in a charge. This was what her father had taught Lise before he passed away. Just as she was about to launch into a charge, an incredulous look suddenly appeared in Lisa's eyes. How is this possible? Lise saw a dense hail of fiery meteors appear in the sky. These meteors seemed endless, continuously smashing down on the monsters. And that wasn't all. A few seconds later, a terrifying tornado emerged among the monsters, constantly harvesting their HP. Oh, by the Archmage, what in the world is that? Was still in shock, and the class holders behind her were even worse off. Some class holders cried out, "Oh my god! Too powerful! This must be a senior mage from Stormwind City. Excellent, we're saved." Yes, we're saved. Snapped back to reality and looked at Yuan, who had finished his casting motion, with gratitude. After casting 2 spells, he turned his head and found everyone staring blankly at him. He rubbed his nose and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Hearing Yuan speak, no one else said a word, still staring blankly at him. Seeing this, Yuan shrugged and turned his head to continue casting. Because Yuan noticed a few gargoyles flying in the sky had miraculously dodged the meteors from the meteor shower. But before these gargoyles could get close, Yuan hit each of them with a frigid shock, knocking them to the ground, after which they were killed by the meteor shower. The meteor shower didn't last long, so Yuan had to resummon it periodically. Thanks to the reduced casting time and cooldown reduction provided by his talent, Yuan was able to continuously cast spells. 5 minutes later, there were no monsters left standing in Yuan's sight. Yuan, by himself, single-handedly slaughtered all the monsters. You have defeated all monsters, experience increased by 50,000. You have made outstanding contributions in this monster siege. You may choose one reward from the following options. Option 1, gain 1,000 skill points. Option 2, gain 1 passive skill from this class. Option 3, obtain a hidden class Undead Mage Advancement Certificate. This time, Yuan didn't hesitate with the options and directly chose the second one. The skill points in the first option might be precious to other class holders, but Yuan didn't care for them. Although the Undead Mage from option 3 was strong, Yuan wasn't particularly fond of the Undead Mage class, so he passed on it. After confirming the option, a passive skill appeared in Yuan's skill bar. Skill, Multicast Passive. Description, you can cast different spells simultaneously. Upon seeing the skill description, Yuan exclaimed, "Awesome!" He could transform into a spell machine gun, casting a rain of meteors with his left hand and a raging cyclone with his right. Who could stop him? Although the monster was dead, the loot on the ground had yet to be collected. Fan once again transformed into a cleaner and began working. And sure enough, Fan found a few good pieces of equipment. Necklace, Gargoyle's Heart Gold. Requirements, Level 15, Warrior. Attributes, HP plus 800, Strength plus 40, Stamina plus 40. Gargoyle's Blessing, when HP drops below 50%, physical damage will be reduced by 80% for 3 seconds. Ring, Plague Ring Gold. Requirements, Level 15, Warrior. Attributes, HP plus 500, Attack plus 100, Strength plus 30, Stamina plus 30. Plague Infection, after a successful parry or block, applies a plague effect to the target, reducing the target's damage dealt by 20%. Headgear, Inspiring Headdress Gold. Requirements, Level 15, Priest. Stats, HP plus 500, Intelligence plus 50, Stamina plus 30. Inspiration, for the next 15 seconds, your heals apply an inspiration effect to the target, increasing the target's damage dealt by 10%. 3 pieces of gold equipment, along with several other silver and bronze items. After the tally, Yuan fell silent. Dozens of pieces of equipment, and not a single one I can use. Do I really have a black hand attribute? No way. Watching Fan happily replace his necklace and ring, Yuan started to doubt his life. After the monsters were eliminated, Lizzie, the mayor, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brave warrior, you saved everyone in the town.
You're welcome, it's our duty, Yuan replied, then suddenly froze.
Because the boss had appeared nearby at some unknown point. More, Hero LV35. HP 2400000. Attack, 15,000. Holy Light Strike, applies holy light to the weapon, causing the next attack to deal 500% damage. Consecration, releases sacred flames, causing enemies within 8 meters to take 15,000 fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Divine Shield, summons holy light, making oneself immune to all attacks. Damage dealt during Divine Shield is reduced by 90%, lasting 8 seconds. Fire Protection, fire attribute damage reduced by 80%. This boss is too strong. Everyone gaped at the towering figure. At the same time, his heart was filled with worry. Could Yuan truly defeat such a powerful boss? As everyone worried, Mayor Lizzie suddenly ran in front of the boss, her expression extremely agitated. Father, you're still alive. As soon as Lizzie's words left her mouth, everyone's expressions changed. There must be a story here. Although the boss hadn't made a move, Lin remained on high alert. His 2 hands were already prepared with glacial impact, and as soon as the boss moved, it would face Yuan's magic machine gun. Father, why have you become like this? Lise watched more in his armor, tears welling in her eyes. Father, have you forgotten your faith? The boss, who had been expressionless, suddenly had a flicker of light in his eyes when he heard the word faith. He extended his broad palm, attempting to touch Lisa's face, but halfway there, a look of struggle appeared in his eyes, and then the light vanished. It was replaced by an icy coldness. Liz, be careful. Yuan saw clearly that the boss had recovered some consciousness just now, but only for an instant before returning to its previous state. Yuan speculated that the boss must have been controlled. Thus, he issued a warning. His hands didn't slow, firing 2 consecutive glacial impacts to freeze the boss in place. As soon as Yuan made a move, it signaled the start of this battle. All of you, retreat. The boss's attack power was ridiculously high among everyone present, anyone but Yuan would die upon contact. The others, alerted by Yuan, moved their feet and retreated. Only Liz stubbornly stood by, unwilling to leave. Yuan glanced at her but said nothing, continuing to release glacial impact without interruption. Before long, the boss's health dropped below half. At this moment, Yuan seemed to hear an exasperated voice in his ear. It's you again. The frozen boss suddenly used Divine Shield. Immune. Immune. Yuan's spells showed the word immune when they hit. Seeing this, Yuan used Flash to get away from the boss. He worried that the boss might charge at him while invincible. However, Yuan miscalculated. After the boss activated Divine Shield, it turned and ran, disappearing from everyone's sight in no time. Damn it, the boss knows how to run too. Yuan cursed under his breath, not giving chase. He hadn't yet figured out if there were other dangers in the forest, so Yuan didn't act rashly. Of course, Yuan also wanted to know why the boss had become like this. After repelling the boss, Yuan looked at Mayor Liz. Ms. Liz, I heard you call that person father just now? Could you please explain? Hearing Yuan's slightly questioning words, Liz looked up, her face filled with reminiscence, and slowly began to speak. Mor was my father. He was once a great and noble knight who fought to protect the innocent, the poor, and the suffering. For many years, he traveled almost every remote region in the kingdom, bringing comfort to the afflicted and punishing those who did evil. In the summer of my father's 18th year, he married a young girl named Lise. They loved each other dearly and later had a son and a daughter. That girl was me. Lizzie admitted that she was Mor's daughter. From Liz's narrative, Yuan learned that this was the story of an old soldier. When Morgan was 32, war broke out. He was conscripted into the army to fight the undead, leaving his wife and children and his peaceful home because of the war. He was gone for many years, and the war still hadn't ended. Morgan witnessed many terrible things. He saw the dissolution of the knights, witnessed the death of great knight Arthur, and also witnessed the spread of the plague. Only one thing kept him from the brink of madness and collapse: his belief that he would one day reunite with his wife and family. After years of wandering, Morgan finally returned home,
but it was no longer the familiar sight he remembered. The once verdant woods had withered and decayed, exuding an aura of corruption, and ruined houses and farms lay everywhere. Graveyards near the mass grave occupied large tracts of land. At the time, Moore, in shock and confusion, struggled to return home, only to find it in ruins. Moore didn't know what kind of disaster had befallen his home. He rushed to the village to find answers, to find news of his wife and children. Moore asked many people but found no clues. In a place called Dusktown, a priest told him he should search the mass grave for any tombstones of his wife and children. Moore refused to believe his family had died. He searched every farm and every house in Dusk Forest, but still found nothing. By now, Yuan roughly understood the boss's past. Seeing Liz about to continue speaking, Yuan cut her off. "Hold on, just get to the point." Liz had already said a lot just now. Judging by Liz's posture, she wasn't going to stop anytime soon and intended to continue reminiscing, so Yuan had to interrupt her. There was no telling how long it would take if she kept talking. Liz was a little displeased at being interrupted, but she also knew it wasn't the time for reminiscing, so she directly stated the main point. "A plague broke out in our village at the time. My mother and brother both contracted the plague and died. After I buried them, I left to learn a trade. When I returned to Twilight Town, I heard that there was a particularly powerful undead wandering in the Twilight Forest. I've seen him from afar a few times and thought he looked very much like my father in my memories. After observing him up close today, I've finally confirmed he is my father, Moore." Liz paused here, a little unsure. "Although I don't know why he became like this, I always believed my father wouldn't betray his faith." Now Yuan understood why the boss could still use holy magic even as an undead. So he was a paladin all along. Are there any other powerful creatures in the Twilight Forest? Having understood the boss's past, Yuan decided to press on, asking Liz about other dangers in the Twilight Forest before leaving. The answer he received was no. Besides the undead in the south, the forest only contained some gnolls and wild beasts. There were no powerful creatures present. After confirming there were no other dangers in the Twilight Forest, Yuan decided to set off. Before departing, Yuan's team suddenly received a system notification. Moore has opened the Infernal portal and received the blessing of demonic power. The Infernal army is expected to descend in 15 minutes. Please close the Infernal portal within 15 minutes. This prompt rang 3 times and was marked with an extremely dangerous red color. This showed how much the Sacred Tower valued the Infernal portal. Fan heard the notification and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy cow, this boss is formidable. It can't beat us, so it's calling for backup." Yuan gave him a side eye upon hearing that. Bosses on Infernal difficulty are intelligent. Why wouldn't they call for help if they can't win? The Infernal portal wasn't urgent. Yuan had breached it before. It was the boss being blessed with demonic power that was going to be difficult. Thinking of this, Yuan decided to upgrade some skills. Detection, Mana Heart and Arcane Wisdom meet fusion conditions. Upgrade to SS rank skill? Yuan was now level 17 and had over 2,000 skill points. So he planned to fuse the 2 passive skills in his skill bar. After confirming, the 2 S rank skills disappeared, replaced by an SS rank passive buff. Supreme Energy, SS rank LV1. Effect 1, increases intelligence attribute by 10,000 points. Effect 2, increases MP value by 200,000 points. Effect 3, restores 15% of max MP per second. Effect 4, provides a shield with 20% of max MP. The shield has a 20-second cooldown after being broken. Effect 5, when casting a skill, additional MP can be consumed. For every 1 extra MP consumed, skill damage increases by 1 point. Hiss. Seeing the SS rank Supreme Energy, Yuan took a deep breath. It's too strong. Yuan's intelligence attribute had already exceeded 10,000, and Meteor Shower could already deal over 4 million damage. Even with a 50% reduction, it could still inflict more than 2 million damage. Moreover, Effect 5 allowed for additional damage by spending MP. Yuan's MP had already surpassed the 300,000 mark. If fully consumed, it could add 300,000 damage. Thinking of this, Yuan sighed again. Too powerful. Not only was his output high, but his defense was also formidable. His shield value had exceeded 60,000, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with a boss. After upgrading his skills, Yuan planned to find a boss, but a problem arose. Twilight Forest was quite large, and he didn't know where the boss was hiding. Suddenly, Yuan remembered that Lise had mentioned a mass grave to the south, and the boss was likely there. So Yuan asked Lise to lead the way. Lise naturally agreed to help the hero who saved Twilight Town. She also wanted to see her father again. After arranging for the town's class holders to fulfill their respective duties, Lise led everyone to the mass grave. Due to the urgency, everyone moved quickly, arriving at the mass grave in less than 5 minutes. This is it. The undead that attacked Twilight Town appeared from here before. Lise pointed to a portal 100 meters away and said, "That thing should be the key to the undead appearing here." Needless to say, Yuan knew that was the case. However, only small fry had emerged from that portal before in a while. It might be the demon god himself. Without further ado, Yuan unleashed a meteor shower directly at the purgatory portal 100 meters away. Rumbling meteors fell from the sky, continuously striking the portal. As a result, the word immune continuously flashed above the portal. Damn! Seeing this familiar scene, Yuan knew who the demon god on the other side was. The Wrath Demon Samuel. Sure enough, the system's prompt came belatedly. The Wrath Demon Samuel has cast a fire protection barrier on the purgatory portal and more. The Wrath Demon Samuel has cast a frost protection rune on the purgatory portal and more. 2 consecutive notifications made Yuan curse repeatedly. Before Yuan could finish speaking, the boss guarding the portal saw Yuan and the others, took a huge leap, and landed in front of Yuan. This time, the boss had completely transformed. His height had exceeded 3 meters, and his armor had disappeared, replaced by demonic patterns emitting a mysterious aura. The blood-red demonic patterns made the boss's aura even more terrifying. Mole, Hero LV40. HP 80000000. Attack, 60,000. Holy Light Strike, applies holy light to the weapon, causing the next attack to deal 500% damage. Consecration, releases sacred flames, causing enemies within 8 meters to take 15,000 fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Divine Shield, summons holy light, making oneself immune to all attacks. Damage dealt during Divine Shield is reduced by 90%, lasting 8 seconds. Flame Protection Barrier, Mole's body has been enchanted with a flame protection barrier by the Wrath Demon God, reducing fire attribute damage by 100% for 10 minutes. Frost Protection Rune, More's body has been enchanted with a Frost Protection Rune by the Rage Demon God, reducing ice attribute damage by 100% for 10 minutes. Seeing the boss's attributes, all team members fell silent once again. Is this really a level 15 abyss? The boss in front of them is a level 40 heroic template. Even a team of level 40 class holders might not be able to defeat it. Fan, who had always been confident in Yuan, was no longer so sure. The others were even more so, all looking worried. The reason for everyone's concern was the boss's buff that granted immunity to fire and frost damage. Everyone agreed that Yuan's skill damage was extremely powerful. But the boss was clearly prepared for him. It had made itself immune to frost and fire. Now you're out of options, aren't you? The Wrath Demon God on the other side of the portal was clearly smug, with the red light above it flickering. Yuan saw the portal acting strangely and found it quite amusing. You really don't learn. Is the Rage Demon God brainless, thinking that a buff for immunity to fire and frost would stop me? How naive. Yuan multitasked, first casting an MP shield on himself, then silently releasing a Storm Dragon Tornado. This time, Yuan held nothing back, pouring all 300,000 MP points into increasing the damage. Go! With the skill released, Yuan directly threw it onto the boss's head. The boss didn't even know what was happening before it was instantly swept into the eye of the storm, falling into a restrained state. Subsequently, Yuan controlled the tornado to move towards the portal. with 10,000 intelligence points combined with a 300,000 MP investment. The storm tornado's damage per second had already exceeded 1,000,000, and in less than 2 seconds, the infernal portal was destroyed. The portal was destroyed, and Yuan faintly heard grumbling voices again.
Demon God of Wrath, Samuel's favorability towards you decreased by 20. Favorability is now 40. You and Samuel are now enemies. It's you indeed, you punching bag demon god. Receiving the system prompt, Yuan had expected it. The portal was broken, and the boss used Divine Shield, attempting to escape from the tornado. But it was destined to be futile. Yuan continuously manipulated the tornado, tightly controlling the boss within its eye. After being enhanced, the boss's magic resistance increased significantly. The damage dealt to him was reduced by more than half. However, after 10 seconds, the boss's corpse still fell to the ground, slain by Yuan. You killed more hero, experience increased by 80,000. As soon as the boss died, Yuan cancelled the tornado, and the surroundings once again became calm. Dead silence. Everyone's mouths were wide open again, large enough to fit an apple. That was awesome. Fan was the first to snap out of it, giving a thumbs up. Then he didn't forget his duty. Coming over to the boss to pick up equipment. Fan was beaming with joy. The reason, naturally, was finding good equipment. Ring of Glory Dark Gold, Evolvable. Wearing requirement, obtain Mower's approval. Attributes, HP plus 10,000, Intelligence plus 100, Stamina plus 100, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 100. Holy Light Glory, apply a Holy Light barrier to yourself, immune to fatal damage, lasts 10 seconds. Helmet, Conqueror's Helm Platinum. Wearing requirement, Warrior, level 20. Attributes, HP plus 8,000, Stamina plus 150, Strength plus 150. Frontal combat, when facing an enemy directly, increase damage by 10 and reduce damage taken by 20%. Weapon, Morse Scimitar Special. Description, this sword symbolizes a man's longing for his family. The ring and the saber were both given to Yuan, and no one in the team had any objections. This was what Yuan deserved anyway. Originally, Fan wanted to give the helmet to Yuan as well. But Yuan directly threw the helmet back. You keep it. Everyone naturally felt a pang of envy. Besides Fan, the remaining 3 people also understood now. They were incredibly lucky that Yuan was willing to take them to clear the abyss. They had already killed many elite monsters before, and Yuan had also distributed some silver and bronze equipment to them, for which they were already very grateful. In fact, even if he hadn't shared any equipment, they wouldn't have had any complaints. Because the biggest gain from this abyss run was the massive amount of experience points. Wang Shui, the lowest level in the team, was already level 15. To think that they had only just awakened and become class holders yesterday. While other class holders were still lingering at levels 5 and 6, they were already more than 10 levels ahead of everyone else. Of course, they hadn't forgotten whose credit this was. Wang Shui had made up her mind she would definitely bring out some more good tea when she returned. Yuan, of course, didn't know what the others in the team were thinking. He only brought the others along because they seemed agreeable, and also to pave the way for Fan in the future. Holding the Ring of Glory, Yuan was curious about what it meant to gain Moore's recognition. Yuan tried to equip the ring, but received a prompt indicating that the wearing requirements were not met. I've already killed the boss, where am I supposed to get your recognition? While he was wondering, something unusual appeared on the boss's corpse. Moore, in his soul form, appeared before everyone. Thank you, for freeing me from the demon god's control. At this moment, Moore looked ashamed and said to everyone, it's all my fault for being momentarily confused and having my mind influenced by the infernal demons, committing an unforgivable sin. Seeing Moore's soul appear, Yuan's heart stirred, knowing that the opportunity to gain Moore's recognition had arrived. To err is human, perhaps there's still room for you to atone. Hearing this, Moore became very agitated. Warrior, you are absolutely right. Although you just destroyed the infernal portal, there is still a rift remaining here, and the demons of the inferno will return. To prevent the infernal invasion, I will use my soul to fill this rift. As soon as Yuan heard Moore was going to sacrifice himself, he immediately grew anxious. What about your daughter if you die? The most crucial thing is that I haven't gotten your recognition yet. This growable dark gold equipment won't be useless, will it? Hearing Yuan's words, Moore turned to look at Liz. Moore smiled at Lise and said, I'm sorry, Lise, I wasn't a good father. I can't believe you've grown up so much now. I wonder if you still remember what I told you when you were little. Can you forgive your father? Upon hearing this, tears in Lisa's eyes could no longer be held back. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly, I haven't forgotten. You told me that when the world needs us, we must step forward without hesitation. Lisa's words brought a relieved smile to Moore's face. If he weren't in a soul state, he would probably have been shedding old tears by now. Warrior, could you please give my sword to my daughter? Moore made a request to Yuan. Yuan, of course, granted this request. It was just a piece of equipment without attributes. He wouldn't use it himself anyway. Moreover, Yuan had already guessed that this sword was a quest item. So Yuan took out Moore's sword and handed it to Liz. Moore saw his saber in Liz's hand and exclaimed loudly. Liz, do you want to become a true knight, fulfilling your duties with loyalty, bravery, and integrity? Liz, holding her father's sword, wiped away her tears upon hearing this and solemnly replied. I will use all my strength to protect the innocent and resist the forces of evil. I will always adhere to principles of respect, discipline, and morality, maintaining honor throughout. As Liz finished speaking, she seemed to complete some ritual, and her entire being was enveloped in holy light. For a full 3 minutes, when the holy light dispersed, a young woman radiating a sacred aura appeared before everyone. From being a swordsman with an elite template, she had leaped to become a paladin with a hero template, and her level had also risen to 30. Seeing Liz transfer to become a paladin, Moore seemed to see his younger self. You have become a paladin. I can now rest assured and depart. With that, Moore called out to the sky. Within seconds, a beam of holy light suddenly appeared in the sky. The holy light descended with Moore to the rift. Moore looked back at Yuan, gave a slight nod, and then his body vanished into the rift. As Moore's figure vanished, the invisible rift was smoothed over by a mysterious force. You have received Moore's approval. Seeing Moore's end, Yuan kept thinking about one thing. Were these people in purgatory truly real? It seemed Sacred Tower knew what Yuan was thinking and directly poured some information into Yuan's mind. All characters in purgatory difficulty are real. It was evident from the Rage Demon God's attitude. Yuan had once again ruined the Rage Demon God's plans. Originally, the demonic god of wrath intended to draw Moore's soul into purgatory. Moore's soul was very special, a rare pure battle soul filled with fervent faith. If the demonic god of wrath had obtained Moore's soul, another powerful destruction guard would have been added to his ranks. The Rage Demon God had been preparing this process for a long time, and it was on the verge of success when Yuan ruined it. That was why the demonic god of wrath was so angry. Having ruined the Rage Demon God's plans twice in a row, Yuan was now on the Rage Demon God's kill list. The rift was completely sealed, and a notification sound echoed in everyone's ears. Detected that the Purgatory Rift has disappeared. Twilight Town Hell difficulty has been cleared. Congratulations to Yuan, Fan, Zhongjuanru, Wang Shui, and Sushan for successfully clearing Twilight Town Hell difficulty. Reputation +1. The long-awaited notification sound once again resounded throughout the city. The class forum of Tianfeng City was flooded once again. Holy crap, I didn't see wrong, it's hell difficulty again. This is the third one already. Who exactly are this Yuan and Fan? Can someone with a big explanation tell me why they can always clear hell difficulty, while I almost got wiped out just trying to clear normal difficulty? The guy upstairs has a small JJ, verification complete. Amidst the diverse opinions, Mr. Know-It-All posted again. According to reliable sources, the 5-person team that just cleared the dungeon are all S-rank seeds from Tianfeng City. They all participated in Sacred Tower's trial today, and their strength has improved. I previously speculated that either Yuan or Fan was an SS rank talent, but it seems that's not the case.
According to the data, Yuan's class is mage, talent is F rank, Fan's class is shield warrior, talent is A rank.
The remaining 3 are 2A ranks and 1B rank.
I suspect that one of Yuan or Fan must have hidden their talent, otherwise, based solely on the surface data, it would be absolutely impossible for these 5 to clear Twilight Town on hell difficulty. The person named Donggu Brother Dong stated his deductions, brazenly publishing the profiles of the 5 individuals on the class holder forum. Fortunately, Secretary Sun discovered it in time and deleted the post, but many people had already seen it. This sparked a new round of discussion. These people became increasingly outrageous in their claims, eventually even saying that Yuan had awakened an SSS rank talent. But none of this had anything to do with Yuan. He had already emerged from the abyss. Seeing the sun again, Yuan stretched, so tired. This sentence left the people around him with question marks above their heads. You're tired? Didn't you just casually cast a couple of skills to end every battle? You call that tired? We are the ones who are tired. Having to barbecue and brew tea, the most tiring one was Fan, who also had to pick up the spoils. Of course, these were just thoughts everyone muttered to themselves, not said out loud. After a moment, Su Shan broke the silence. Are we still going to farm the abyss today? Yuan looked up at the sky upon hearing this. It's getting late. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. Then Yuan bid farewell to everyone and teleported to the garden sanctuary, wanting to see how the little fairies were doing and if they were adapting to their current life. After Yuan left, the other 4 remained motionless. Fan glanced at the other 3. Why aren't you guys leaving? Wang Shui gave him a captivating look. Does that even need to be said? Fan unhesitatingly became the captain. Then let's go, another few rounds? From their words, it sounded like they intended to farm the abyss a few more times. It made sense. The pressure Yuan put on them was simply too great. As class holders, they didn't want to live their entire lives under Yuan's wing. So they planned to clear the abyss a few times with their own strength. Fan glanced at the others and asked. Just the 4 of us, any objections? The other 3 also nodded. No objections. At this stage, their levels were definitely in the first tier. There might not even be anyone over level 10 in the entire Skywind City. Class holders below level 10 were negligible to them, so led by Fan, the 4 entered the abyss again. At first, the 3 of them chose the difficult setting. The difficult mode turned out to be easy and pleasant for them. Regular monsters couldn't break Fan's defense at all, and only the final boss could deal a small amount of damage to Fan. After this abyss run, the group clearly understood their own strength. The difficulty also changed from difficult to nightmare. Yuan, of course, didn't know that the rest of the team was diligently farming the abyss. He was chatting with the Fairy Queen. How do you feel? Are you adapting to the environment here? The Fairy Queen, hearing Yuan's words, happily replied. This place is very suitable for our fairy race to live. At noon, reminded by Yuan, the Fairy Queen organized the pixies to make a batch of pastries, thinking they would sell for a while. However, in less than an afternoon, all the pastries were sold out. This made the Fairy Queen very happy. Her belief in Yuan grew even stronger. These gold coins are from today's pastry sales. They're all for you. The Fairy Queen took out a bag filled with gold coins. Yuan weighed it. There were about 300 coins. He sighed inwardly, thinking that the fairy race truly were money-making experts. It was only the first day, and they had already earned 300 gold coins. However, Yuan was not short on money, so he returned the bag to the Fairy Queen. I'm not short on money. You should keep this money. As newcomers, you need money the most right now. If it's not enough, you can tell me, and I'll figure something out. After hearing Yuan's words, the Fairy Queen was deeply moved. She flew to Yuan's face and kissed him. Thank you. The Fairy Queen seemed shy. She disappeared after kissing Yuan. Yuan felt like he had been stung by a bee, and he chuckled softly at the flustered Fairy Queen. Then, Yuan teleported back to Skywind City, preparing to head home. On his way home, Yuan was lost in thought and didn't notice a pair of hateful eyes not far away. The owner of these eyes was Chen, who had been knocked down by Fan yesterday. After being beaten by Fan and abandoned by Jiang, no small team had invited him to join them from yesterday until now. So Chen's level was still only 3. Chen attributed all of this to Yuan.
Yuan, why didn't you just stay a good-for-nothing for me to trample underfoot?
Why did you clear the hell difficulty abyss?
Why?
The anger and unwillingness in his heart drove Chen almost to madness. Chen had also heard the city-wide announcement just now.
Cleared the hell difficulty Twilight Town. Yuan's level must be at least 15. Even if he was unwilling, it was useless.
He could only hide this resentment in his heart. After Yuan disappeared from Chen's sight, Chen gritted his teeth and walked into a dark alley. After several twists and turns, Chen opened a sewer manhole cover and jumped in.
Chen walked to the end of the sewer, where a low voice came from ahead. Have you made up your mind? I've made up my mind. Chen's face was resolute, clearly indicating he had made his choice. Alright then, from now on, I will arrange for you to level up quickly. You will be among the first group of people to undergo class advancement.
The owner of the voice emerged from the shadows.
This was a middle-aged man draped in a black robe.
The man raised his head, and there were 4 flame runes on his forehead.
Yuan will definitely participate in this class advancement trial. Your task is to sabotage Yuan's class advancement quest, making sure he can't complete the advancement, got it?
Chen already harbored intense hatred for Yuan, so upon hearing the mission was to sabotage Yuan's class advancement trial, his face lit up with joy.
I'll definitely complete the mission. Seeing Chen's demeanor, the black-robed man knew Chen wasn't lying and waved him away.
When you leave later, someone will naturally take you to clear an abyss. Chen carefully bowed to the black-robed man and then turned and left. Yuan, of course, had no idea that someone in the dark corners of Skywind City was plotting against him. After a pleasant night's sleep, Yuan had a quick meal and then hurried to the sacred tower. Arriving at their agreed meeting spot from yesterday, Yuan saw that several of his teammates were already geared up and ready to go.
Something's not right.
When Yuan saw his teammates, he felt something was off. Their demeanor and appearance had changed significantly, subtly radiating a murderous aura. This was natural. These few people had been fighting in the abyss ever since they parted ways with Yuan yesterday.
They fought until midnight before finally returning to rest.
Indeed, after only a few hours of rest, they had already agreed to come early to clear the abyss again.
By the time Yuan arrived, they had already cleared the abyss twice.
After forming the party, Fan handed the captaincy to Yuan, and only then did Yuan understand the changes in his teammates. When they parted yesterday, Wang Shui was still level 15, but today she was level 16, just like Zhong Juanru and Su Shan. Fan, the highest level, was already on par with Yuan, having reached level 17.
They're really working hard. I can't fall behind either.
He couldn't get complacent just because he had awakened a cheat. If he didn't work hard, he would be overtaken sooner or later. So, Yuan planned to raise his level to 20 today, striving to advance his class as soon as possible.
Are there any other hell difficulty abysses in Skywind City?
Hell difficulty abysses offered more experience and generous rewards, naturally making them Yuan's first choice. Hearing Yuan's question, Fan thought for a moment. There are no more for level 20 and below here, but other cities have them.
Skywater City has one.
As soon as Yuan heard Skywater City, he immediately became energized.
Then let's go there.
The group then went to the teleportation hall and teleported to Tianshui City.
As soon as they emerged from the teleportation array, they saw Li Liang's team.
Looking at Yuan and his companions walking towards them, Li Liang first froze, then angrily shouted, "What are you doing in Skywater City?"
Anyone who didn't know better would think Skywater City belonged to Li Liang's family. Fan was not one to indulge children and immediately retorted, "What the hell does our coming to Skywater City have to do with you?"
This really angered Li Liang, who pointed at Fan and said, "Why don't you people from Tianfeng City stay in your own city and come to Tianshui City?
Are you plotting something nefarious?"
This Li Liang was also despicable, immediately trying to pin a label on Fan.
Hearing Li Liang's words, Yuan frowned, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? What concern is it of yours that we've come to Tianshui City?
Both Tianshui City and Tianfeng City belong to the Alliance.
As members of the Alliance, coming to Tianshui City doesn't violate Alliance law, does it?
Having said that, Yuan led his team directly towards this abyss. Seeing that Yuan's destination was the abyss, Li Liang's eyes darted around, and he followed them. Upon arrival, Fan pointed to an abyss portal and said, "Among the abysses under level 20 in Tianshui City, only the hell difficulty of this bloody monastery hasn't been conquered." Li Liang, who was following behind, heard that these people actually wanted to challenge the bloody monastery on hell difficulty, and immediately showed a look of disdain.
You few think you can challenge the hell difficulty bloody monastery? You really don't know your place. Every class holder under level 20 in the entire Tianshui City knows that the hell difficulty of the bloody monastery is simply impossible to clear. The Lord of Tianshui City even issued a policy for this abyss, which was to forbid class holders in Tianshui City from challenging the hell difficulty bloody monastery.
The reason was that last year, 5 S-rank seeds from Tianshui City ignored the warnings and chose to challenge hell difficulty, resulting in their complete annihilation.
At that time, this incident greatly angered the Lord of Tianshui City,
who then issued an order prohibiting the challenge.
I advise you to save yourselves the trouble.
If you all die here, your city lord will surely cry herself to death. Li Liang feigned kindness on the side, but in reality, he hoped they would challenge it and preferably all die inside. Of course, if you're scared, you can challenge other abysses.
Hearing Li Liang's incessant chatter, Yuan grew a little annoyed and shot a glance at Li Liang.
For some reason, when Li Liang saw Yuan's eyes, he couldn't utter a sound. It wasn't until Yuan turned his head away that Li Liang felt better.
With the annoying chatter gone, Yuan walked up to the portal, directly chose hell difficulty, and entered the teleportation gate with the rest of his team. Seeing that Yuan and his companions had really chosen hell difficulty, Li Liang was stunned, then sneered. Idiots who don't know death is coming. Post their entry into the bloody monastery on the class holder forum.
Thanks to Li Liang and his companions' efforts, in a short while, almost half of the class holders in Tianshui City learned about the S-rank team from Tianfeng City challenging the hell difficulty bloody monastery. After the matter fermented, most people believed that Yuan and his team were likely to be completely wiped out. Of course, there were a few who knew of Yuan's past achievements and spoke up for him, but their voices were drowned out by the posts from Tianshui City class holders. One person was greatly alarmed upon hearing about this, Sun Xian. Because Sun Xian knew who was hiding inside the bloody monastery on hell difficulty. If that being were disturbed, Sun Xian feared he would be in deep trouble. At this moment, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. After a while, a half-smile suddenly appeared on Sun Xian's face. If that Yuan really killed that person, can I be the Oriole this time? A wave of excitement washed over Sun Xian at the thought of this scenario. Just as Yuan entered the abyss, a distinguished figure arrived at the Tianfeng City Lord's Manor. Vice President Chen, what brings you, an esteemed guest, to Tianfeng City? Standing before Zhongbai was a middle-aged man dressed in a rather flamboyant manner. This man, named Chen Yuan, was the vice president of the Mage Association, a figure second only to President Good. He was a level 78 elemental mage. The level 54 Zhongbai seemed like a child in comparison. Chen Yuan waved his hand and spoke bluntly, I won't waste words. I've taken an interest in that Yuan from your Tianfeng City. Where is he now? I'm taking him with me. He hadn't been able to get any coherent information from Tu Gang yesterday. Chen Yuan had spent quite a bit of effort to find out that it was Yuan who broke Tu Yang's record. So, as soon as he learned Yuan was from Tianfeng City, Chen Yuan rushed here eagerly. Because Yuan's class happened to be the same as his, mage. With his advantageous position, Chen Yuan intended to take Yuan as his apprentice. Given his own strength and status, Chen Yuan didn't believe Yuan would have any possibility of refusing. Once Yuan became his apprentice, given time, he would become another guardian deity of humanity. You came for Yuan? Zhongbai asked. Stating the obvious, Chen Yuan replied impatiently. All right, please wait a moment. I'll have someone invite him over right away. Knowing that the person in front of him was impatient, Zhongbai quickly asked Secretary Sun to invite Yuan.
5 minutes later, Secretary Sun returned, spreading his hands helplessly. Yuan and his entire team aren't in Tianfeng City. Not here? Where did they go?
Chun Yuan quickly stepped closer to Secretary Sun, asking anxiously. They went to Tianshui City, and I hear they even entered the hell difficulty Bloody Monastery, Secretary Sun answered truthfully.
What? Chen Yuang exclaimed in surprise.
Without a word, he vanished in a flash, leaving Zhong Bai and Secretary Sun staring at each other. On the other side, after Yuan and the others teleported into the abyss, they immediately felt that something was amiss. You have entered the Bloody Monastery hell difficulty. Note, extremely dangerous individuals exist in this scene. From the prompt given by the Sacred Tower, it was clear that this abyss was different from others. The air was filled with an unpleasant odor. You have contracted a disease, losing 1 HP per second. Before even encountering any monsters, the group had already acquired the disease-ridden negative status. As the healer of the team, Wang Shui raised her hand and cast Dispel Disease. The prompt she received stated it was undispellable. After informing everyone about the situation, Yuan frowned slightly. It seems we need to finish this quickly. The group passed through a corridor and arrived at an open-air plaza. In the plaza, there were nearly 100 hounds, each almost 1 meter tall, and dozens of humans responsible for training them. These humans wore uniform red armor, with a winged demon emblazoned in the center of their chest plates. These individuals were lackeys of the purgatory demons. Hound Trainer, LV-19. HP 50000. Attack, 2000. Whiplash, whips the target, dealing 150% damage and slowing the target by 30%. Loyal Hound, LV-18. HP 45000. Attack, 2500. Ferocious Bite, infects the target with rabies, dealing 500 damage per second for 10 seconds, stackable. A bit scattered, Yuan muttered, watching the monsters wandering back and forth. Killing them wave by wave would take too much time, so Yuan planned a one-shot approach. Applying an MP shield to himself, Yuan moved. While running, Yuan's hands kept moving. Baiyu. 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 He unleashed several Arctic blasts into the densest concentration of monsters. He drew all of the monsters' aggro onto himself. After circling around, Yuan decided it was time and used a flash to teleport onto the humanoid statue in the center of the square. Standing on the statue, Yuan began to cast Meteor Shower. To deal with these minor mobs, Yuan opted to release the spell after less than 2 seconds of chanting. 400,000. 400,000. As the meteor shower fell, massive damage appeared amidst the monsters, instantly wiping out the entire group of monsters. You have killed Loyal Hound, experience increased by 450. X 90. You have killed Hound Trainer, experience increased by 500. X 45. After killing the monsters, it was time to collect the loot. Without needing a reminder, Fan and the others had already begun clearing the battlefield. But before they could finish looting, a roar suddenly echoed in their ears. A few seconds later, they saw a man with a hooked nose arrive, leading a hound as large as a calf. You've killed my beloved hounds. I'll chop you into pieces to bury with them. Hearing the tone of this voice, Yuan knew it was the boss. Dog Trainer Lock, Elite LV-20. HP 40000. Attack, 15,000. Summon Hounds, summons 20 loyal hounds to join the battle. The hound's level is 20. Man and Dog United, Lock rides on the Berserker Hound, increasing attack by 500%. Raging Hound, Elite LV-20. HP 30000. Attack power, 20,000. Berserk, after activation, attack power increases by 200%, and attack speed increases by 100%. Seeing the boss's stats, Yuan figured it was nothing special. With both hands, he simultaneously cast a frigid shock on both the boss and the hound. 300,000. 300,000. One Arctic shock instantly killed the raging hound, and the boss's HP was left with only a sliver.
Then Yuan cast another Arctic Shock, finishing off the boss. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. While other teammates were still checking the boss's attributes, the boss suddenly dropped dead. This left the other teammates utterly shocked. What about that terrifyingly imposing boss from just now? Ah, it's already dead. Never mind then. Holy crap! Fan cursed eloquently as he walked grumbling towards the boss to pick up the loot. Accessory, dog whistle gold. Equipment requirement, none. Effect, summons 3 hounds to protect you for 10 minutes. The hound's HP and attack power are 50% of yours. Weapon, Locks leather whip gold. Equipment requirement, level 18. Stats, attack plus 400, agility plus 30, stamina plus 30. Lash, inflicts a damage amplification status on the target, increasing damage taken by 15%. Gloves, dog trainer's gloves gold. Equipment requirement, level 15. Attributes, attack plus 80, agility plus 20, strength plus 20. Assault, increases attack speed by 15%. The first mini-boss provided 3 gold grade pieces of equipment, which was a good start. Both Su Shanha and Zhong Juanru could use the gloves, so they rolled for them. Zhong Juanru rolled 86, Su Shanha rolled 75, so the gloves went to Zhong Juanru. This dog whistle trinket was quite interesting. After Yuan stated he didn't need it, the 4 continued to roll the dice. Wang Shui rolled first, directly throwing a 100. The other 3 were a little disheartened when they saw Wang Shui's roll. In the end, Zhong Juanru got 67. Su Shan rolled 52. Fan, however, rolled a 98. Unfortunately, this accessory still went to Wang Shui. Equipping the accessory, Wang Shui couldn't wait to summon her hounds. For a while, the person and 3 dogs were having a blast. Seeing Wang Shui holding the hound, Fan wished he could take her place. After clearing the square, Yuan found 3 paths before him. The central passage was locked by a mysterious force and inaccessible. Yuan could only choose the passages on either side. While considering, Yuan noticed that the plague infection on him had worsened. It was now dealing 5 HP damage per second. This was a bit terrifying. They had been in the dungeon for less than 2 minutes. At this rate of HP loss, after 10 minutes, he feared he would be losing 50 HP per second. No wonder no one has been able to clear this abyss until now. The difficulty was indeed very high. Bring 1 more healer, and the output isn't enough. Don't bring a healer, and it's easy to wipe. Unless you bring a super high damage output like Yuan, most teams will return defeated. The rest of the party clearly noticed this as well, and after some thought, the other few proactively suggested splitting up. Yuan had no objections to this. Then Yuan chose the left passage, and the other 4 chose the right passage. Upon entering the left passage, Yuan felt like he had entered a library. Looking around, rows of bookshelves were displayed within the room. Many humans, also clad in magic robes, were busy. Bloody Casterolf 20. HP 50000. MP value 5000. Attack power 900. MP shield, each 1 MP can block 20 damage. Fireball, casts a fireball, dealing 2500 fire damage. Seeing the monster's stats, Yuan knew he was secure. Without further delay, Yuan decided to finish the battle quickly. Before entering combat, Yuan cast an MP shield on himself. Then Yuan began his parkour journey. Surprisingly, the library's terrain was very suitable for luring monsters. These magic-type monsters couldn't cast fireballs at all, they could only eat dust behind Yuan. In less than a minute, all the monsters were attracted in front of Yuan. Yuan cast Meteor Shower with his left hand and Silence Field with his right. As soon as Silent Domain was cast, the casters in front of him were like ducks with their throats choked, their casting actions interrupted, frozen in place for about a second. This 1 second was enough. Yuan's Meteor Shower was already cast. True MP shield equals Yuan's shield unbreakable shield. Fake MP shield equals Bloody Caster's shield crumbles instantly. As the fire rain crashed down, once again, wails filled the air. 350,000. 350,000. Over 300,000 damage directly cleared the monster's health bars. You killed Bloody Caster, experience increased by 586. As soon as the monsters died, Yuan's level rose to 18. Then Yuan picked up the dropped equipment from the ground and headed deeper into the library. When Yuan reached the inner layer of the library, he suddenly saw a golden treasure chest. This made Yuan's eyes light up. Since all the monsters were killed, no one disturbed Yuan while he opened the treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest, you obtained Disintegration Ray B rank. You obtained 500 gold coins. You obtained Tome of Wisdom, a spell skill and an offhand equipment. Offhand Tome of Wisdom gold growable. Equip requirement, Mage, Intelligence 500. Stats, Intelligence plus 150, Stamina plus 50. MP Surge, your spell damage will fluctuate between 95% 110%. Skill Disintegration Ray Grade B LV1. Cast time, instant can be channeled. Cost, 500 MP plus 300 MP per second. Description, release a laser beam dealing 1500 arcane damage and reducing the target's magic resistance by 20. During channeling, it deals 1000 arcane damage per second and reduces magic resistance by 15 per second. Even with Yuan's high standards, he still thought these two items were not bad. Learn the skill first. I then randomly found another silver one-handed sword and replaced the imp staff I had been wearing for a long time, allowing me to equip the Book of Wisdom. Further on, Yuan arrived at a secret chamber. When Yuan was 30 meters from the secret chamber, its door suddenly opened, and a large fireball flew towards him. 8,700. This was no ordinary large fireball, it was a pyroblast. The boss actually ambushed him right at the door. This really infuriated Yuan. Arcanist Vasai, Elite LV 23. HP 350000. MP value 100000. Attack, 2500. Pyroblast, releases a burst of explosive fire, dealing 30,000 fire damage. Mage armor, armor plus 5000, reduces melee damage taken by 40%. Arcane explosion, after taking fatal damage, Vici enters a brief invulnerable state, dealing 100000 arcane damage to enemies within a 100-unit radius. The boss had already discovered Yuan when it heard the screams of its subordinates earlier. It was just waiting for Yuan to get closer before hitting him with a pyroblast to take him down. However, the pyroblast landed on Yuan with no effect, not even breaking his MP shield. It had been confident it could ambush and kill Yuan. But nothing happened. The boss was stunned. But Yuan was not. With a belly full of anger, Yuan raised his hand, and a frigid impact shot out. 300,000. It instantly knocked off most of the boss's health bar and froze the boss solid. Even after being frozen, the boss's face still held an expression of shock. Fortunately, the boss's third skill was passively triggered after dropping to half health. It entered a brief invincible state. The invulnerability lasted for 5 seconds, which was just enough time for the boss to cast Arcane Explosion. As soon as the 5 seconds passed, with a bang, a massive amount of arcane energy erupted within 100 meters. 17,000. The ultimate skill, capable of instantly killing most level 20 class holders, didn't even break 1/10 of Yuan's shield. The boss, who had been full of confidence, dropped his jaw to the floor. This is too fake, isn't it? Who exactly is the boss here, you or me? Yuan was in a hurry and didn't give the boss a chance to talk nonsense again. Another frigid impact shot out. It depleted the boss's health. You have killed Arcanist Vici Elite, experience increased by 80,000. You picked up Hypnotic Blade Gold. You picked up Arcane Explosion Grade B. After defeating the boss, a blue button appeared before Yuan. Yuan knew this should be the switch controlling the central passage. He walked up and pressed the button, then headed towards the right passage. On the way, Yuan took a moment to look at the equipment's attributes. Weapon, Hypnotic Blade Gold. Equip requirement, Mage, Intelligence 800. Attributes: Attack plus 1500, Intelligence plus 280. Hypnosis: your spells have a chance to put the target into a sleep state for 3 seconds. Taking damage will not break this effect. Skill: Arcane Blast LV1. Cast time: instant. Cost: 600 MP. Description: causes arcane energy within a 5-meter radius to explode, dealing 500 arcane damage to enemies within the range. Yuan was quick, and it wasn't long before he caught up with Fan and the others. After catching up, Yuan didn't rush to act, but observed for a while from the side. Honestly, Fan and the others were quite strong in combat. With their coordinated teamwork, dealing with a dozen or so monsters was no problem at all. Especially Fan, his movement and awareness truly impressed Yuan. Whenever a monster was about to attack Fan, Fan would use his shield block just in time. Yuan watched for a while, and after they cleared this wave of monsters, he walked over. Seeing Yuan approach, Fan asked, "You're done over there?" Yuan nodded. This prompted another round of sighs from the others. It truly makes you realize that comparing people makes you feel inadequate, and comparing items makes you want to throw yours away. Then the others remembered, oh, this is Yuan, so it's fine. This is a big pervert. No comparison. So, after seeing Yuan nod in confirmation, they were slightly amazed but then felt it was only natural. Let's hurry, Yuan said, glancing at the negative status effects on his status bar. At this moment, the health drain effect per second had already increased to 12 points. Afterward, Yuan prepared to pull a train again, luring monsters for a one-shot clear. Weapon Keeper, LV22. HP 60000. Attack, 5500. Whirlwind Strike, wields a weapon to launch a powerful strike around, dealing 130% damage. The monsters here were all melee and clustered together. In no time, Yuan had gathered them all. It was still one meteor shower. After 2 seconds, all the monsters were instantly killed. You have killed a Weapon Keeper, gaining 550 experience points, x 57. Coupled with the several waves of monsters Fan had killed earlier, all the monsters were cleared. As soon as the monsters died, Yuan heard the roar of the boss. A humanoid creature clad in blood-red armor rapidly approached them. Destroyer Herald, Elite LV25. HP 420000. Attack, 55,000. Charge, launches a fierce charge towards the target, stunning the target for 2 seconds. Destroyer, swings the weapon in hand to unleash 3 rounds of Whirlwind Strike within a 3-meter radius, each dealing 500% damage. Unyielding, immune to slow and root effects. As soon as the boss arrived, without a word, it charged directly at Yuan. Its large body instantly collided with Yuan, knocking him into a stunned state. Yuan was already prepared for the boss's move, using Flash the moment he was stunned. Not only did it remove the stun, but it also put distance between him and the boss. After creating some distance, Yuan directly launched 2 extreme frost shocks, emptying the boss's health bar. 300,000. 300,000. Your team has defeated Destroyer Herald, experience increased by 80,000. Except for Yuan, everyone else in the party leveled up. Everyone reached level 18. After the boss died, Yuan searched around and found a red button. After pressing it, he said to the others, "Let's head back to the plaza. The central passage should be open now." The group returned to the plaza. Sure enough, the lock on the central passage was open. Passing through the passage, Yuan and the others arrived inside the bloody monastery. Upon arriving here, Yuan felt like he had entered a pyramid scheme company. A woman in a tight black outfit, with an alluring figure, was gesticulating wildly, giving a loud speech. Hundreds of people below listened to her words with devout expressions. The woman was speaking excitedly, but she froze for a few seconds when she saw Yuan and the others suddenly appear before her. Then, she frowned and shouted, "Heretics have invaded! Seize them!" With the woman's command, everyone's faces turned fanatical, and they looked back at Yuan and his companions. Bloody Fanatic, LV25. HP 80000. Attack, 8,000.
Fanaticism, after taking damage, attack speed increases by 50%, movement speed increases by 30%. Being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes like hungry wolves, Yuan felt completely uncomfortable. Then Yuan cast Meteor Shower. After 2 seconds, these bloody fanatics were wiped out by Yuan. Their fanatical eyes turned into pale, lifeless fish eyes. You have killed a bloody fanatic, experience increased by 600, x 340. The massive amount of experience made Yuan level up again, reaching level 19. The woman on the stage hadn't even had a chance to smile before her face froze.
1,000 alpacas stampeded through her mind. Where did all my subordinates go? They were just alive and well, cheering me on like a storm. How did they all die in the blink of an eye? The woman rubbed her eyes, confirming she hadn't seen wrong. Then she cried out in alarm, "Lenny! My warrior, where are you?" The woman's cry drew Yuan's attention, and he saw her attributes. Missionary Linda, Elite LV 30. HP 800000. MP, 50,000. Attack, 70,000. Bound by life, if Lenny is not dead, Linda cannot die. Power word, shield, applies a shield to the target, reducing damage taken by 50% for 10 seconds. Heal, restores 200,000 HP to target, instant cast, 5-second cooldown. This noisy woman was actually a boss. No more than 3 seconds after Boss Linda cried out, a man wielding a silver warhammer appeared before everyone. Guardian Knight Lenny, Elite LV 30. HP 120000. Attack, 150,000. Charged Strike, after a simple charge, delivers a fierce blow in front, dealing 200,000 damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius and stunning targets in the area for 5 seconds. Vengeance Strike, after taking melee damage, reflects 100% of the damage back to the attacker. Berserk, when Linda is in a near-death state, attack power increases by 1,000%. Looking at the man and woman before him, Yuan thought of the term filthy couple. Although they were two bosses. But Yuan was not flustered in the slightest, multitasking. Pointing a finger at one boss, he gave each of the two a freezing shock. As the saying goes, one good trick can take you far. Although the damage of the Arctic Shock skill was low, its crowd control effect was maxed out. The boss was frozen in place, unable to make any moves, allowing Yuan to do as he pleased. Yuan was fast. In less than 5 seconds, the two bosses became a pair of star-crossed lovers. Once the boss died, Fan pouted, even got a mouthful of dog food while clearing the abyss. Because before these two bosses died, they still tried to hold hands, leaving Fan utterly speechless. But scolding aside, after picking up the boss's drops, Fan's expression changed. He, good death, good death. Seeing Fan's snickering look, Yuan knew that good equipment had dropped again. Holy Robe, Platinum. Requires, Priest, level 18. Stats, Intelligence plus 100, Stamina plus 120. Holy Care, your healing and buff spells apply a care effect to the target, reducing damage taken by 15% and increasing healing received by 50%. Guardian's Warhammer, Platinum. Requires, Warrior, Strength 300. Attributes, Attack plus 1,600, Strength plus 200, Stamina plus 150. Heavy Strike, increases damage of next attack by 150%, causing an area of effect strike. The two platinum pieces of equipment made Su Shan and Wang Shui breathe heavily. But since Yuan had killed these bosses, neither of them felt comfortable asking for the drops. After a while, Su Shan voluntarily offered to buy them. Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. Originally, Yuan had intended to give them away. But later, he felt it wasn't a good idea. As the saying goes, a small favor earns gratitude, a big favor breeds resentment. Blindly giving may not always be good. Appropriate taking can ensure longevity. So when Su Tian offered to buy them, Yuan immediately agreed. Of course, Yuan wasn't doing it for money, he simply sold them to Su Shan at market price. This made Su Shan very grateful. Similarly, Wang Shui also purchased the holy robe at market price. With the equipment in hand, the two eagerly put them on.
The Guardian's great hammer was visually striking.
With maxed out attack power and an additional 200 strength, it was undeniably a melee artifact at this stage. But in terms of attractiveness, Wang Shui's holy robe was even more captivating.
Wearing the holy robe, Wang Shui's already magnificent figure appeared even more stunning. Charm and sanctity merged into one, captivating onlookers. Yuan was fine. He had seen all kinds of alluring women and had strong self-control.
Fan, however, lacked that ability.
He had a lustful look on his face, almost drooling. But this very expression made Wang Shui secretly delighted.
Which woman doesn't wish for her boyfriend to be devoted to her?
Seeing Fan in such a state, Wang Shui reached out her delicate hand and lightly poked him. "What are you looking at?" Fan snapped back to reality, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said righteously, "This magic robe is simply tailor-made for you. It suits you perfectly." These words made Wang Shui's heart blossom with joy.
Getting back to business. After killing the boss, the clear level prompt didn't appear. Yuan guessed there might be a hidden boss yet to be discovered.
So he began to search everywhere. After searching for a long time, he still found no clues.
"Have you found any clues?" Yuan asked after the group had reunited.
The others shook their heads, indicating that they had searched the entire house but found no other entrances.
Receiving no answer, Yuan's gaze swept around, hoping to find some clues. He walked along the surrounding walls again, constantly tapping them.
Finally, as Yuan walked up to a wall, he noticed an echo coming from within it. "This wall is hollow. There should be a secret room inside."
Yuan called out and began searching for a mechanism. After fumbling around for a while, the wall finally opened when Yuan twisted a candlestick, revealing the secret room inside. Upon entering, Yuan discovered that the secret room led underground. Yuan entered first.
Halfway down, the plague effect on him doubled.
It went from reducing 35 HP per second to 70 HP per second. Yuan was startled and immediately shouted, "Don't come down, just wait for me up there."
This negative status effect was nothing to Yuan, but it would be fatal to the rest of the team.
Moreover, Yuan had only just come down, and he wasn't sure if this plague effect would continue to intensify. If it kept doubling, Wang Shui alone wouldn't be able to heal enough.
The others heard Yuan shout and stopped moving, returning to the surface.
Yuan continued to descend. After passing through the stairs, the plague effect doubled again, reducing 150 HP per second.
It was fortunate that Yuan had a formidable shield. An ordinary mage would have panicked long ago. Upon reaching the underground area, Yuan was shocked by the sight before him.
Yuan didn't know how to describe the scene before him. It was practically a giant underground world.
In the center was a massive castle.
Many demons were patrolling all around. Yes, demons. This underground world was entirely composed of demon races.
Before Yuan's eyes were Imp, Satyr, and Felguard.
These demons were all around level 20. Holy crap, there won't be another demon god projection here, will there?
Yuan was startled, having a bad premonition. No wonder the scene before him seemed somewhat familiar. This environment was quite similar to the Hell Goblin Forest. Knowing that there might be danger, Yuan quickly buffed his skills.
First, Yuan planned to fully upgrade the SS rank Supreme Energy. Supreme Energy, SS rank Max. Effect 1, increases intelligence by 50,000 points.
Effect 2, increases MP value by 500,000 points.
Effect 3, restores 50% of maximum MP value per second.
Effect 4, provides a shield with 70% of maximum MP value. The shield has a 15-second cooldown after being broken. Effect 5, when casting a skill, an additional MP cost can be added for every 1 extra MP point. Skill damage increases by 10 points. Hiss. After maxing out his skills, Yuan felt an invincible sense of loneliness. His MP value had already exceeded 1 million. The damage caused by meteor shower had reached 5 million.
What kind of concept was this?
No one could survive Yuan's skills for more than 1 second.
With his skills maxed out, Yuan's confidence greatly increased.
I don't care if you're a demon god projection, even if the demon god's true body comes, I'll still smash your dog's head.
Yuan was getting carried away. He felt he was already invincible in the world. He was again preparing to train the monsters, intending to clear them out in one go. In reality, that's exactly what he did. After gathering hundreds of demon monsters, Yuan unleashed a meteor shower. 6 million. 6 million. 6 million damage appeared on these demon fodder, instantly melting the monsters. You killed an imp, experience points increased by 600 by 76. You killed a satyr, experience points increased by 700 by 42. You killed a felguard, experience points increased by 800 by 58. Killing these demons increased Yuan's experience by 1/3. With no more monsters around, Yuan entered the castle. You have entered the plague domain and gained the effect of disease-ridden. Afflicted by illness, you cannot restore HP. Fortunately, I didn't let Fan and the others come down. Seeing the description of afflicted by illness, Yuan felt somewhat relieved. If those people had come down, they would probably all die here. But Yuan didn't care at all. Glancing at his shield value, which still had over 600,000 points, Yuan continued forward. Passing through the corridor, Yuan arrived at the castle's main hall. Seeing the figure in the hall, Yuan's pupils contracted, utterly shocked. Because what appeared before him was not the demon god projection Yuan had previously guessed. It was a true demon god. Beelzebub, the demon god of gluttony, legendary LV 25. HP 7000000. Attack, 500,000. Gluttony domain, attacks and skills come with 100% lifesteal. Plague spread, applies a plague effect to enemies within a 10-kilometer radius. The closer the distance, the more damage received, and one stack of plague effect is added every 10 seconds. Divine armor pseudo, divine armor automatically generates outside the body to resist damage. The barrier has 5 million armor, 5 million magic resistance, and 15 million HP. Note, Beelzebub is currently in a dormant state due to damage to his original essence. Looking at the demon god before him, Yuan cursed. Holy crap, are you messing with me? They said it would be a demon god projection. How did he end up facing a demon god directly? Yuan cursed a few more times, then noticed the system's prompt. The source of this gluttony demon god before him was damaged, causing it to fall into a state of slumber? Yuan remembered. This demon god of gluttony was likely the one who was ambushed by Tuyang and subsequently killed. At that time, the demon god of gluttony had its demonic body shattered by Tuyang in his king's guard form, barely escaping with its soul. Fortunately, Beelzebub had a trick up his sleeve and managed to survive. But in his current state, Beelzebub dared not return to the infernal plane. If he were to return to the infernal plane, not to mention other demon gods, even his former subordinates would turn on him. That's how demons are the strong reign supreme. So Beelzebub, with the help of human traitors, escaped to an abyssal realm. That was the bloody monastery where Yuan was now. After several years of recuperation, Beelzebub is slowly recovering. It is believed that in another 10 years, Beelzebub will recover half of his strength. At that time, he can work with the traitors from inside and out to destroy the city of Tianxue, and then summon the infernal army. What a pity, Beelzebub probably won't live to see 10 years from now. Because Yuan had arrived. Yuan now understood the crucial point. He felt this was a good opportunity. Could he kill a god today? He had already received generous rewards for killing a demon god's projection. If he killed a true demon god, he would surely soar. Thinking about this, Yuan felt parched and his heart burned with excitement. But as soon as he saw the hundreds of millions in armor and magic resistance, Yuan's heart was instantly doused with cold water. He tentatively cast Extreme Cold Impact at the demon god. 1. But it only forcibly reduced 1 point of health. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Yuan felt a bit deflated. But Yuan was not one to give up even in desperation. Yuan would never surrender. He suddenly remembered the disintegration ray he had learned before. He glanced at his abundant skill points. He directly upgraded Disintegrate Ray to an S-rank skill. Skill, Arcane Radiance S-rank max. Cast time, instant. Cost, 30,000 MP plus 10,000 MP per second. Description, release a powerful arcane laser dealing 10,000 plus 300 intelligence arcane damage, reducing the target's magic resistance by 50-100. During channeling, it deals 50,000 plus 100 intelligence arcane damage per second and reduces the target's magic resistance by 1,000 per second. Seeing the effect of the S-rank skill, Yuan saw a glimmer of hope. So, while the boss was still in a slumbering state, Yuan continuously cast skills on it. Yuan chose not to channel, although channeling consumed less MP. But the magic resistance reduction would be much lower. To save time, Yuan cast spells with both hands, like a machine gun, continuously landing on the boss. Although the 5 million magic resistance seemed terrifying, under Yuan's continuous bombardment of skills, after 10 minutes, the barrier's magic resistance had already dropped by half. Yuan's spells were now able to inflict considerable damage on the barrier. It was expected that in another 10 minutes, the barrier's magic resistance would be reduced to 0, and by then, the boss would be completely vulnerable. Another 5 minutes passed, and the barrier's health was already less than 1/3. The boss seemed to sense something, subtly furrowing its brow. "This is not good," Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He immediately sped up his spellcasting. Just as the armor was about to shatter, Yuan stopped. Yuan had a feeling that if the divine armor were broken, the boss would instantly awaken. So Yuan was not in a hurry to break the boss's armor. Yuan stood still and began to chant Meteor Shower. This time, Yuan's casting time was very long, taking a full 20 seconds to channel. Clearly, Yuan had activated the arcane effect attached to the cloak. And it didn't stop there. Yuan invested all 1 million MP into Meteor Shower at once. The damage this time would absolutely surpass any previous instance. The 20 seconds flew by. When Yuan cast Meteor Shower, he immediately cast Arcane Radiance on the boss, until the boss's magic resistance was reduced to 0. As soon as the magic resistance hit 0, the Meteor Shower, filling the entire sky, then struck. This time, the Meteor Shower was dense and widespread. They continuously crashed onto the ground. For a moment, Yuan felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. If Yuan, as an observer, felt this way, the boss, who was in the very center of the fire rain, naturally felt even worse. The moment his divine armor was broken, Beelzebub, the demon god of gluttony, opened his crimson eyes. Who dares disturb this god? Due to damage to his soul's origin, Beelzebub needed to spend a great deal of time in a state of dormancy. Only in dormancy could his soul be repaired little by little. He had barely recovered for a few years, coming back from a near-death state. And now, some ignorant person had come to disturb him. Hadn't that follower named Sun Xian sworn that no one would enter? How could there be little bugs disturbing him? Beelzebub's mind, after years of slumber, was reacting slowly. Still stuck in the past, years ago. Little did he know that disaster was about to strike. When Beelzebub fell into slumber, if it weren't for his body's instinctive automatic warning, he probably wouldn't have known how he died even after his death. But a demon god is a demon god after all. Having lived for countless years. Less than a second after opening his eyes, he knew he was facing a desperate situation. Damn it, how was my divine armor broken? Beelzebub exclaimed in shock. Relying on years of combat experience, Beelzebub knew one thing. That is, to catch the bandit, first catch the king. As long as Yuan is killed, there is still a glimmer of hope for me. Beelzebub didn't hesitate, extending a claw and firing a stream of demonic fire at Yuan. Yuan, who had been on high alert, felt a sense of being targeted by death the moment Beelzebub raised his hand. Without stopping, he immediately teleported to a corner. Yuan had observed this spot before it was a blind spot in Beelzebub's vision. Sure enough, after Yuan flashed away, Beelzebub paused for 0.1 seconds, then his wings vibrated, while dodging the fire meteors, instantly arriving at Yuan's previous location. He turned his head and saw Yuan in the corner. However, Yuan was smiling at this moment, because the storm tornado in his hand had already been cast. He threw it directly towards Beelzebub. Seeing the tornado approaching, Beelzebub tried to flap his wings to escape. Unexpectedly, Yuan's silence domain rendered Beelzebub motionless. A demon god status panel is legendary. Its tenacity and resistance to abnormal statuses are far, far stronger than an ordinary status panel. While an ordinary person might be silenced for 8 seconds, it was less than a second for a demon god. But that 1 second was all that was needed. The storm tornado directly pulled Beelzebub into its eye. Beelzebub was now entangled and unable to cast any spells for a short period. Rumble. The rain of fire continued to fall. It struck the boss, dealing millions of damage. Beelzebub's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of damage is this, coming from a class holder under level 20? How could he take nearly 1/10 of my health with a single skill? It was no wonder Beelzebub was so shocked. Beelzebub, relying on his speed, had dodged the previous meteors, naturally unaware of Yuan's prowess. Now, trapped in the eye of the storm and unable to break free, he was hit by a meteor. It was truly a painful blow to the heart. Beelzebub's heart was in disarray. Someone once said, "When a swordsman's heart is in disarray, he is not far from defeat." Although Beelzebub was not a swordsman, the principle was universal. At this moment, Yuan also became frenzied. Yuan had to kill Beelzebub before the duration of the storm tornado ended. If Beelzebub didn't die, then Yuan would be the one to die. So, Yuan's hands twitched as if cramping, continuously waving at Beelzebub. What with Glacial Impact, Arcane Radiance? Skills rained down on Beelzebub as if they cost nothing. 7 seconds later, the storm tornado dissipated prematurely, and Beelzebub still had 3 million HP left. Discovering he wasn't dead, Beelzebub smiled. He had, after all, made it through. But Beelzebub's smile lasted only a second before an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Because Yuan seized the precise moment to activate the silence domain, and throwing 2 ice impacts at the boss. Coincidentally, one of the 2 glacial impacts Yuan unleashed was a critical hit. 2,400,000 critical hit. 1,200,000 critical hit. The damage appeared above Beelzebub's head, emptying his health bar. Beelzebub fell from the air, his face filled with disbelief. It should be known that a demon god's resistance and abnormal status resilience are very high. Glacial Impact only dealt damage to him. The freezing effect was immune. The critical hit chance of a skill hitting him was 0.01%. Such a low probability was triggered by Yuan. No wonder Beelzebub couldn't rest in peace. You have killed the demon god of gluttony, Beelzebub. Experience points increased by 1 million. You have leveled up to LV.20. You have not yet completed your class advancement. Experience points are temporarily stored. Having slain the demon god, Yuan was first and foremost amply rewarded with experience points. If he hadn't yet completed his class advancement, he would have leveled up at least 2 more times. And let's not forget, Yuan didn't kill an ordinary infernal lord, that was a true infernal demon god. Beelzebub possessed a portion of purgatory authority. His authority resided in his iridescent heart. Heart of gluttony, iridescent. Wearing requirement, kill the Lord of Gluttony. Attribute, stamina increased by 500%. Special effect 1, your skills and attacks gain 100% lifesteal. Special effect 2, immune to disease, plague, and poison effects. Special effect 3, after killing a creature, there is a chance to increase your own attributes. This item cannot be traded or dropped. It becomes effective when placed in your inventory. Wings, demonic wings, dark gold. Wearing requirement, strength 1000. Attributes, all attributes plus 500, movement speed increased by 100%. Flight, consumes 1000 MP per second. You can perform low altitude flight, up to a maximum distance of 500 meters. Skill Inferno Gale S rank LV1. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 12,000.
Description: unleashes a powerful shockwave, dealing 50,000 plus intelligence 100 magic damage to enemies within 200 meters in front, causing a knockback effect.
Cooldown, 10 seconds. After picking up all of Beelzebub's drops, Yuan knew it was time to choose his reward. Sure enough, the Sacred Tower very considerately provided a prompt. You have killed the Lord of Gluttony. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. Option 1, obtain 5,000 skill points. Pass. Yuan swiped it away directly. Can you please exclude the skill points option in the future? Sacred Tower. Option 2, 1 evolution point. Option 3, 3S rank skill books.
Skills were temporarily sufficient, so Yuan thought about it and chose evolution points instead.
After obtaining the reward, Yuan used it immediately, upgrading his talent to C rank. Talent, cooldown reduction rank C. Description: reduces casting time and cooldowns by 30%, reduces damage by 50%. Getting better and better. This increased his damage by another 10%. Yuan was delighted. He prepared to return upstairs and rendezvous with everyone. After reuniting with Fan and the others, Yuan concealed the existence of the demon god below. He simply said he had killed a demon guard. The others naturally believed Yuan's words without a doubt. Congratulations to class holders Yuan, Fan, Wang Shui, Zhong Juanru, and Sushan for successfully clearing the Bloody Monastery Hell difficulty. Reputation value +1. Congratulations to class holders Yuan, Fan, Wang Shui, Zhong Juanru, and Sushan for successfully clearing the Bloody Monastery Hell difficulty. Reputation value +1. Congratulations to class holders Yuan, Fan, Wang Shui, Zhong Juanru, and Sushan for successfully clearing the Bloody Monastery Hell difficulty. Reputation value +1. 3 screen spamming notifications appeared in the ears of the class holders in Tianshui City. This immediately caused an uproar in the Tianshui City class holder forum. What's going on? Someone cleared the Bloody Monastery on Hell difficulty. I haven't seen these names before. Are they this year's S-rank seeds from Tianshui City? At this moment, Li Liang was also on the class holder forum. Seeing these posts, he felt like his face was being slapped. When Yuan and the others first entered the abyss, it was Li Liang who incited the people on the class holder forum to personally attack Yuan, saying Yuan was overestimating himself, courting death, and so on. And as Yuan and his team spent more and more time in the abyss, what Li Liang and these people said became more and more vicious. They even cursed Tianfeng City. In less than half an hour, a notification appeared that Yuan had cleared the dungeon. Li Liang, who was still planning to post, was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? How much time has passed? How did they clear it so quickly? Our team takes over an hour to clear a difficult dungeon. How did you guys clear it in less than half an hour? That's right, it was indeed abyss difficulty. The Sacred Tower's prompt had even appeared. Li Liang was completely puzzled. As the notification of Yuan and his party clearing the dungeon appeared, Li Liang's previous actions on the forum made him look like a clown. And just as Yuan cleared it, a large number of people suddenly flooded into the Tianshui City forum. These people were all from Tianfeng City. Furious after learning Yuan had been slandered, they rushed to speak up for Yuan. You idiots from Tianshui City, do you see? This is the strength of Tianfeng City's S-rank seeds this year. You're still far behind. Look at what your S-rank seeds from Tianshui City are doing. Not doing anything productive, just jumping around like a clown. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Bah, with this level of skill, you dare to spout nonsense here? Go home, clean your asses, and sing Chrysanthemum Residue. The class holders of Tianfeng City were also not accustomed to tolerating the people of Tianshui City. Although not on their home turf, they displayed formidable combat power. They fought to a stalemate with the people of Tianshui City.
Eventually, the mayor of Tianshui City, unable to stand it any longer, temporarily banned the class holder for him, and only then did both sides cease. At this moment in Tianshui City, if anyone was most excited, it was none other than Sun Xian.
Sun Xian knew what kind of figure was hidden within the abyss. That was the demon god of gluttony. How on earth did Yuan manage it? To actually kill the demon god of gluttony. But none of that matters anymore.
He just needed to assassinate Yuan when Yuan was off guard later.
Then all the drops from the demon god of gluttony would be his. To ensure a one-hit kill, Sun Xian coated his weapon with lethal poison. As a confidant of the mayor, Sun Xian had many privileges. When he arrived in front of the abyss portal, he immediately instructed other class holders to stay away from the area,
stating it was to ensure the safety of the class holders inside.
In reality, it was just to find an opportunity to strike. Coincidentally, Chen Yuan was also nearby. Chen Yuan was currently hidden in the void as long as he didn't reveal himself. No one present could discover him.
He also heard the broadcast of Yuan and his party clearing the hell difficulty. His heart stirred, and he murmured to himself, perhaps this young fellow has a chance to inherit her legacy. When mentioning her, a certain longing appeared in Chen Yuan's eyes. Many people outside the abyss were eagerly awaiting. Inside the abyss, several people were busy with a barbecue.
2 more skewers of grilled kidneys for me. Yuan ate the skewers heartily, then asked Fan for 2 more skewers of kidneys.
Fan glanced at him and handed him 2 skewers.
You don't even need any waste movement, why do you keep eating those kidneys? The portal to the outside world was already open. But none of them left immediately. 10 minutes later. Full and satisfied, Yuan then decided to leave. Before leaving, Yuan remembered that he hadn't claimed his rewards for reaching level 20.
Opening the status panel, there were indeed 3 options for Yuan to choose from. Detected that you have reached level 20, you may choose one reward from the 3 options below.
Option 1, 10,000 skill points. Option 2, randomly obtain a talent no lower than B rank. Option 3, obtain a random hidden class. Seeing the options given this time, to be honest, Yuan was a bit disappointed. Where are the evolution points? Why are there no evolution points? Are the rewards random? What's with always giving me skill points? Am I short on those few skill points? Ah, wait. After Yuan took a closer look, he realized this time it was 10,000 skill points. It's not 1,000. That's more like it. Yuan chose the first reward. This was entirely because the second and third options had too much uncertainty. Yuan's current talent is C rank, reducing casting time and cooldowns is very suitable for Yuan. Moreover, with Yuan's current damage, reducing that bit of damage doesn't affect Yuan's output. If he were to get an unsuitable or even worse talent, it could greatly impact Yuan. The same goes for the third item. A hidden class looks powerful, but being random is a huge pitfall. If he were to change into an ascetic monk who couldn't actively cast spells, Yuan would surely cry himself to death. To be safe, Yuan still chose skill points. With plenty of skill points, Yuan immediately began to splurge. First, he maxed out MP Shield, turning it into an S-rank skill. Skill Energy Shield S-rank max. Cast time, instant. Cost, none. Description: each 1 MP point negates 100 damage, up to a maximum of 10 million. Every 30 seconds, you are immune to the first skill damage dealt to you. Duration is infinite. After the shield breaks, there is a 1-minute cooldown. Perfect. With the damage absorption of Energy Shield, plus the shield from Supreme Energy, it would be difficult to die now. Next, it was time for the Blink skill. Through these battles, Yuan found the Blink skill to be incredibly useful. Previously, he didn't have enough skill points and was reluctant to upgrade it. Now that skill points are overflowing, it's time for a wave of enhancements. Skill Shifting Shadows S rank max. Cast time, instant. Cost, 10,000 MP. Description: you can teleport to any location within 1000 meters. After casting the skill, a phantom will be generated at your original position. You can return to your original position by casting it again. A maximum of 5 phantoms can exist. Phantoms have no attack power. The skill has no cooldown. Excellent, excellent. This skill can now not only mislead enemies but also be used for travel. Enhancement complete. Yuan didn't forget that there was still one skill left to enhance. The 2S rank wind-type skills in the skill bar were still eager to be used. Yuan, in one go, directly fused them into an SS rank skill. Skill War Gale SS rank LV1. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 80,000. Description: unleashes a massive tornado, dealing intelligence 100 magic damage. Enemies at the center will be entangled, while enemies at the edges will be knocked back. Lasts for 3 seconds. Nothing to say, just max it out. Yuan directly maxed out War Gale, and the skill gained additional effects. Skill War Gale SS Rankle Max. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 150000. Description: unleashes 2 massive tornadoes, dealing intelligence 100 magic damage. Enemies at the center will be entangled, while enemies at the edges will be knocked back. Lasts for 5 seconds. As soon as he acquired the skill, Yuan couldn't wait to test it out. With a wave of his hand, 2 50-meter gales flew out from Yuan's hands. After leaving his hand, the tornado's size doubled every second, expanding to a 500-meter radius by the 5th second. Damn, what was that? Yuan casually tested a skill, scaring everyone else stiff. All of them had expressions of wide-eyed astonishment. Come out and see God. That destructive gale just now, was that created by Yuan? They all had the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so impressive? Fan thought of the magnificent tornado from earlier. Then he looked down at his own small physique. It was utterly incomparable. Must cling tightly to Yuan's golden thigh. After testing the skill, Yuan led the rest of the squad out of the abyss. Stepping out of the teleportation portal, Yuan and his team returned to the Abyss Hall in Tianbui City. Look, they're coming out. Many class holders were waiting to see what Yuan and his companions looked like, wondering if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Sun Xian, who had been waiting in front of the teleportation gate, was ready the moment the gate began to ripple. At this moment, he walked towards Yuan with a smile. Oh, the heroes of Tianbui City have arrived. His overly enthusiastic attitude was unbearable. If Secretary Sun acted this way, Yuan would find it normal. But with Sun Xian acting like this, Yuan was a bit suspicious. During the Sacred Tower Challenge, Sun Xian's attitude towards Tianfeng City was very unfriendly. He had acted as if he had his nose in the air. Moreover, his group had caused Sun Xian to lose a hidden class transfer voucher in a bet. It would have been good enough if Sun Xian hadn't shown them a dark face. How could he be all smiles now? There must be a problem. Yuan felt that Sun Xian definitely had ulterior motives. Perhaps he just wanted to win over people like them. Yuan's perspective was still a bit narrow. Although he guessed Sun Xian had ulterior motives, he never expected Sun Xian's true intention was to kill. Due to being inside the sacred tower, Yuan had no guard up at all. Facing the enthusiastic Sun Xian, Yuan merely replied indifferently. We just cleared the hell difficulty abyss, we're not heroes. After speaking, seeing Sun Xian still blocking his way, he added. Please move aside, we're in a hurry. We still need to return to Tianfeng City. His attitude showed no regard for Sun Xian at all. No matter what, Sun Xian was a level 47 second rank assassin. His status in Tianbui City was not low. To be reprimanded face to face by a small mage who hadn't even completed their first evolution. The expression on Sun Xian's face wasn't pleasant. Fortunately, Sun Xian immediately hid this expression. He comforted himself inwardly. It's okay, he's going to be a dead man soon. Why bother arguing with a dead man? Don't say. After self-consolation,
Sun Xian felt much better.
a smile reappeared on his face.
By conquering the hell difficulty abyss, you have made a huge contribution to the safety of Tianshui City. The mayor told me it is imperative to invite you over and give you the rewards you deserve. Sun Xian's voice was very low, only Yuan could hear it.
But what Sun Xian said was indeed true.
Why did Yuan's conquest of hell difficulty abyss cause such a stir? This is because hell difficulty abysses are unique. The emergence of hell difficulty means there must be creatures from other planes inside. If a hell difficulty abyss cannot be conquered within a certain period, the monsters within it may descend upon Blue Star. At that time, the entire Tianshui city would be affected. So, it was a fact that Yuan had contributed to the safety of Tianshui city. It was also a fact that the mayor invited Yuan over. However, Sun Xian saying these things was just to make Yuan drop his guard. To make it easier for himself to act.
Indeed. Hearing about rewards, Yuan showed a thoughtful expression.
He might not need these rewards, but others in the team did.
Following the principle of never pass up a good deal, Yuan nodded and accepted. Subsequently, to show respect, Sun Xian let Yuan walk first. Yuan walked at the very front, with Sun Xian half a step behind Yuan. After the group left the Sacred Tower's vicinity, Sun Xian proactively spoke.
When you cleared it, the mayor had already selected suitable equipment and skills for you.
I believe you won't be disappointed. As expected, upon hearing about the equipment and skills, the attention of everyone else in the team was drawn.
Even Yuan showed a curious gaze. He wanted to know what rewards the mayor of Tianshui City would provide. But the next moment, everyone revealed expressions of horror.
Because a black shadow appeared from behind Yuan. The dark shadow was Sun Xian's dark clone.
After using this skill, Sun Xian can switch between his clone and his main body. At this moment, Sun Xian held a weapon glowing with purple light in his hand, indicating that this weapon was coated with a potent poison.
Sun Xian's attack speed was extremely fast.
It instantly dealt a massive amount of damage to Yuan.
400,000.
A despair-inducing number appeared above Yuan's head. The others in the party nearly fainted after seeing the damage.
Because this damage was simply too high. Is there any class holder below level 20 whose HP can exceed 400,000?
Even Shen Yuan, hidden in the void, became anxious. He sternly reprimanded, "Villain, how dare you?" Everyone in the arena reacted in an instant. The moment Yuan took damage, he knew someone had ambushed him. He decisively cast an energy shield on himself. He hadn't put on a shield before because Yuan thought it was unnecessary in the city. After realizing what happened, Yuan immediately cast a shield on himself.
It must be said that Yuan's action was wise.
After Sun Xian's attack just now, he initially thought Yuan would be instantly killed.
But Yuan was perfectly fine, standing still. And had even put a shield on himself. Sun Xian didn't daze off, because he had just heard an angry roar.
There's a powerful expert.
Between life and death, Sun Xian unleashed his trump card. He directly unleashed his strongest attack, wishing to kill in one blow. In this attack, Sun Xian used demonization. The arm that stabbed Yuan transformed into a hideous demonic claw, increasing his attack power by 800%. Sun Xian didn't believe Yuan could block this attack. 0. Immune.
Originally full of confidence, Sun Xian's heart sank when he saw the word immune. Then, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. He wanted to self-destruct. Because he knew he definitely couldn't escape.
So Sun Xian would rather die with Yuan
than allow the human race to gain another peerless genius. But his plan was doomed to fail. Chen Yuang and Yuan both made their moves. In an instant, Yuan had used shifting shadows 3 times, moving 1,000 meters away.
Chen Yuang, meanwhile, arrived beside Sun Xian.
Chen Yuang didn't make any movements, he just stood there, and Sun Xian found himself completely unable to move.
Force field suppression. Sun Xian let out a bitter laugh in his heart. How had he managed to attract a Tier 3 powerhouse?
Although Chen Yuan hadn't physically attacked, his elemental force field had firmly suppressed Sun Xian's entire being.
As a Tier 3 elemental archmage, Chen Yuan could completely control Sun Xian with just a glance. In an instant,
Sun Xian was afflicted with control effects such as flame entanglement, ice chains, and binding spells,
leaving Sun Xian unable to move. He couldn't even self-destruct. Chen Yuan's attack speed was incredibly fast. The battle was over before anyone else in the team could react.
Sun Xian curled up on the ground like a dead dog.
Fan looked at Chen Yuang, finding him somewhat familiar but couldn't place him at the moment, and asked with a respectful tone. "And you are?"
Chen Yuang heard Fan's words but didn't reply. Instead, he turned to look at Yuan, who was 1,000 meters away.
He meant for Yuan to come back. Yuan understood Chen Yuang's gaze. His figure flashed,
and he returned to his original position.
He took the initiative to express his thanks. "Thank you, this. Chen Yuan."
"Thank you, Senior Chen, for your help."
Yuan thanked him sincerely. "Chen Yuang. You're the vice president of the Mage Association." Fan heard Chen Yuang introduce himself and remembered Chen Yuang's identity. My goodness. This is a big shot. But what is this important figure doing in Tianshui City? Could it be that he came for Yuan? Fan reacted incredibly quickly. He quickly reviewed the recent events in his mind and guessed Chen Yuan's purpose. Knowing that Chen Yuang had come for Yuan, Fan not only felt no jealousy.
Instead, she was genuinely happy for her best friend. After Yuan heard Fan reveal Chen Yuang's identity, a few guesses formed in her mind as well. The other party must have come this time because he had broken Tu Yang's record.
As expected. Although Chen Yuan was usually flamboyant, he was meticulous.
Seeing Yuan's pensive expression, he knew that the other party had most likely guessed why he was looking for him.
So he got straight to the point.
Part of my visit this time is on behalf of the Alliance, and the other part is on behalf of myself. With that, Chen Yuan pulled a badge from his pocket and handed it to Yuan.
This is your reward for breaking Tu Yang's record. Yuan secretly gasped after taking the badge and seeing its attributes. Goodness gracious. This medal looked unremarkable, but its attributes were truly heaven-defying. Resurrection Emblem, Special. Effect, set a resurrection point. After death, you can respawn at the resurrection point 1 time per month. The Alliance had given him such a grand gift upon their first meeting. Yuan's favorability towards the Alliance increased significantly. The Alliance's reward is given, now let's talk about something else.
Chen Yuan pointed at Sun Xian, who was like a dead dog.
An official from Tianshui City actually dared to assassinate his future apprentice in broad daylight. Absolutely unforgivable. As the vice president of the Mage Association, the president rarely appears in the human world.
Chen Yuan could, therefore, be considered the spokesperson for the Mage Association. With a single phone call, the mayor of Tianshui City rushed over excitedly.
The mayor of Tianshui City was named Wang Yunfeng.
His face changed dramatically when he received Chen Yuan's call.
He immediately dropped everything he was doing and came before Chen Yuan.
Looking at Sun Xian, who was like a dead dog, and remembering what Chen Yuan had said on the phone, he quickly explained.
President Chen, it's a misunderstanding, this really has nothing to do with me. His first priority upon arriving was to distance himself from Sun Xian. This subservient attitude made Yuan curl his lip in disdain. Chen Yuan even more so.
He snorted coldly.
As the mayor of Tianshui City, you don't even know that your trusted subordinate is a demon spy. It's clear you're just filling a position without doing anything.
Chen Yuan's words were like a clap of thunder. They exploded in Wang Yunfeng's mind.
What? Sun Xian is a demon spy. Is it true? Only now did Wang Yunfeng react.
He had come in such a hurry earlier that he hadn't looked closely.
Now, taking a closer look. At this moment, Sun Xian's arm had already turned into a demon's claw. Such a prominent feature. Undoubtedly a demon spy. Seeing this, Wang Yunfang's heart sank. He inwardly cursed, "It's over." Sure enough, Chen Yuan didn't even bother to explain, waving his hand and directly sealing him away. Then Chen Yuan took out a communicator and said something to the person on the other end. Less than 2 minutes later, a well-equipped squad appeared. "These two are yours. Check if there are any other stragglers." Chen Yuan pointed at the two lying on the ground and instructed the leader of the squad. The man nodded in acknowledgement after receiving the order, then took the two away. They are the Alliance's enforcement team, each possessing special talents and skills, incredibly powerful in combat, and responsible for purging internal traitors. Seeing Yuan deep in thought, Chen Yuang offered an explanation. That's when Yuan finally understood. So, they were human traitors. I thought Sun Xian was just petty and couldn't stand to see people from Tianfeng City doing well. My perspective was too narrow. I didn't expect my reputation to have reached the demons. To make a level 40 plus class holder willing to self-destruct just to kill me. Fortunately, I upgraded Supreme Energy and Energy Shield in the Abyss. Otherwise, I might not have been able to withstand Sun Xian's 2 attacks. Of course, Yuan still had to thank Chen Yuang. If Chen Yuan hadn't rushed over immediately to control Sun Xian, Sun Xian might have continued to attack. Although he couldn't do anything to Lin Yuan, the others in the squad might not have been able to withstand Sun Xian's assault. In every sense, Yuan ought to thank Chen Yuang. Thank you, President Chen, for your assistance. If it weren't for you, our team would likely not have survived today. If there's anything within my power, please don't hesitate to ask. Yuan spoke with sincerity. Chen Yuang felt it, and also understood the meaning Yuan wanted to convey with his words. This kid is sentimental, not an ungrateful wretch. Chen Yuang's first impression of Yuan was very good. Someone worth nurturing. Chen Yuang had actually been worried that Yuan would be arrogant and conceited. Such a person can easily get lost in the power at hand, unable to see the future. Now it seems Yuan is not that kind of person, possessing power far exceeding that of his peers. Not only was he not arrogant or complacent, but he was humble, cautious, and respected others. Such qualities are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. For their first meeting, Chen Yuang was extremely satisfied with this future apprentice. Yuan suddenly remembered something: the reward promised by the mayor of Tianshui City hadn't been given yet. So, Yuan looked towards Chen Yuang. We cleared the hell difficulty abyss before, and the mayor of Tianshui City said there would be a reward. Now that he's gone inside, does our reward still count? As soon as these words came out, everyone else looked at Yuan with admiring gazes. You're truly awesome. You even tried to extort Chen Yuan. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Yuan wore a matter-of-fact expression. The mayor was arrested, but the city's treasury should still be there, right? Hearing Yuan's words, Chen Yuang smiled. He truly is a person who doesn't want to suffer any losses. Not bad. The city's treasury has probably been sealed off. You guys shouldn't even think about it. Seeing Yuan looking a bit disappointed, Chen Yuang's tone suddenly changed. However, I do have a few nice little trinkets here, consider them your reward. With that, Chen Yuan flung out 5 pieces of equipment, distributing one to each person. The other members of the squad let out exclamations of delight upon receiving their equipment. Stunned by Chen Yuang's generosity, Yuan was also surprised when he saw the ring in his hand radiating elemental energy. Ring, foe of elements dark gold. Equipment requirement, intelligence 1500. Attributes, intelligence plus 300, stamina plus 300, elemental resistance plus 3. Trait, every 30 seconds, can nullify one single target elemental spell. Chen Yuang seemed to know what Yuan lacked and gave him a piece of equipment focused on survival. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chen Yuang asked with a smile. Yuan nodded, very satisfied.
Afterward, Yuan saw that Chen Yuan had no intention of leaving and suddenly remembered a question.
It was about job advancement. Guild leader Chen, I've reached level 20. Should I complete my class advancement now, or is it better to get a hidden class advancement? This question happened to be asked of the right person. Chen Yuan's class was Elemental Archmage. This class was considered very powerful even among hidden classes. Chen Yuan heard Yuan's question, thought for a moment, and said, "Except for extremely rare hidden classes, most hidden classes don't differ much from ordinary classes. Some are even inferior to ordinary classes." At this point, Chen Yuan gave an example. Take Tu Gang, whom you met before, for example. He doesn't have a hidden class, his class is just a regular shield warrior. But he is now hailed as the strongest shield warrior among humans. When a person has a high degree of compatibility with their class, anything is possible. The strength of a class is not constant, it depends on the class holder themselves. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed to himself, saying, "For instance, me. My current class is Elemental Archmage. This class is very powerful, but this power is based on myself. Even if I didn't have a hidden class and was just an ordinary mage, I could still become the vice president of the Mage Association. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, Yuan was a little bewildered. But he still understood one thing. Chen Yuan really liked to show off. Saying that as long as you are strong enough yourself, whether it's a hidden class or not won't affect much. Look at how much he's showing off. So, does that mean I can directly initiate the class advancement challenge? Yuan asked again. Chen Yuan was startled by this question. You're already level 20? Yuan nodded. I just reached level 20 after clearing that abyss. Chen Yuan was surprised by Yuan's leveling speed. Before, the fastest person in the alliance to reach level 20 still took 3 days. But that person only slept 2 hours a day. By continuously grinding abysses. Only then could they reach level 20 in 3 days. But Yuan looked energetic, not at all like someone who had been staying up late to grind abysses. How did his leveling speed become like a rocket? Could it be that hell difficulty abysses give so much experience? It must be. Hearing that Yuan wanted to proceed directly with the class advancement trial, Chen Yuan considered for a few seconds and said, "Changing classes now isn't impossible. I have a suggestion you might want to hear first." Oh? Yuan listened intently. The Mage Association has some special abysses that contain many hidden magical classes. One of these classes is called Astral Mage. This class is quite special, it's a unique class, but so far no one has been able to obtain it. I wonder if you're interested in giving it a try. Chen Yuan revealed his true intentions. This idea just occurred to me. Chen Yuan had seen many people confidently attempt to become an astral mage before. The ultimate result was always humiliation. Not even passing the first trial. However, if it was Yuan, the first hurdle should not be too difficult for him. After all, he's the one who broke Tu Yang's record. Furthermore, including the abyss cleared today, Yuan had successfully cleared 4 hell difficulty abysses. This is one more than even that abnormal Gouda back then. Maybe Yuan was the next good. So Chen Yuan suggested Yuan take on the challenge. Yuan, already very strong, coupled with the powerful astral mage class. That would be a strong alliance. By then, humanity would gain another pillar of strength. Astral mage. Yuan softly repeated the name. Just by the name, the class sounded incredibly powerful. And it was a unique class. Yuan was tempted. I accept. He was already level 20 and could no longer team up with Fan and the others. If he wanted to team up again, he would have to wait until everyone reached level 20 for the class advancement trial. After making his decision, Yuan bid farewell to the group. I'm going to the Mage Association with Chairman Chen. You guys continue leveling up. The other 4 naturally had no objections. Fan waved his hand. Go ahead, we'll reach level 20 after clearing 2 more abysses. Then, Chen Yuan led Yuan to the teleportation array. After setting the destination to the Mage Association, the two walked into the teleportation array. Not long after, Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Mage Association. The Mage Association's headquarters was located on the 60th floor of the Sacred Tower. The minimum requirement to be here is a Tier 2 mage. Ordinary people simply aren't qualified to come up. Yuan was able to arrive here early because Chen Yuang granted him access. The first thing Chen Yuang did upon returning to the Mage Association, he changed Yuan's identity to top secret. No one below the rank of vice president could view Yuan's information. All of this was to protect Yuan. Sun Xian was not the only human traitor. Many people have hidden their true identities their entire lives. You wouldn't even know they were traitors until the very end. Over there is the abyss for astral mages. Since this abyss is quite special, it's placed separately, Chen Yuang said, pointing to an empty corner. Then, Chen Yuan pointed to another area. And over there is the ordinary hidden class area. Yuan turned his head to look. Good heavens! Bustling with noise and excitement would be the most fitting description. It was impossible to see so many mages in the city on a normal day. Now they were all crowded into the small hall. Is it always this crowded? Yuan asked, a little surprised. Hearing this, Chen Yuan glanced at the crowd, shook his head, and said, It's not usually this crowded. Most of those people over there are just curious onlookers. Yuan looked closely. Indeed. Many people weren't mages at all but were still squeezing around. Why are these non-mages here to watch? Yuan asked curiously. Of course, it's for their descendants. Even though those people aren't mages, their descendants are. This time of year, this place is always the liveliest because these people are trying their hardest to secure a hidden class for their descendants. Hearing Chen Yuang's explanation, Yuan finally understood. So, these people all had connections. No wonder. Yuan vaguely thought he saw a classmate from their school in the crowd. What was his name again? Jiang. No wonder he hadn't seen Jiang these past few days. So he wanted to transfer to a hidden class. Chen Yuang was about to take Yuan on a tour when his communicator suddenly rang. He answered it and saw that there was an urgent matter at the association that needed his attention. You can look around for a bit, I'll be back in a few minutes, Chen Yuang instructed. Before Yuan could say anything, Chen Yuang had already zipped away. Left with no choice, Yuan could only wander around. The Mage Association occupied a very large area, divided into several zones. The Abyss Zone where Yuan was located was only a small part of it. But even this small part was almost the size of a small town. After a few casual steps, Yuan arrived at the ordinary hidden class zone. Just seconds after stopping, a tall, thin man appeared in front of Yuan. Friend, buying guides? And saying that, he lifted his magic robe, revealing many class guides inside. This made Yuan think of the people selling pirated discs in his previous life. The sales tactics were identical. Looking at the various guides, large and small, on the man's robe, Yuan asked, Do you have a guide for Astral Mage? Hearing Yuan's words, the smile on the man's face froze for a moment, then returned to normal. We don't have Astral Mage, but we have guides for Elementalist Mage, Flame Walker, and Ice Crystal Destroyer. 1,000 gold coins apiece, fair price for all. Our guides are 100% genuine. Take the Elementalist Mage, for example. This guide was personally provided by Vice President Chen Yuang. We'll pay 10 times the price if it's fake. Hearing Chen Yuan's name, Yuan looked up at the other person. Does your guide guarantee success? If it does, I'll buy one. This question once again rendered the man speechless. If this thing guaranteed a successful class change, I would have long since become an Elementalist Mage. Why would I still be here selling guides? I don't think you're serious about buying. Internally cursing his bad luck, the skinny man walked away with a displeased expression. This left Yuan baffled. If it doesn't guarantee success, why are you selling guides? Muttering softly, Yuan continued walking forward. He planned to see if anyone had successfully changed to a hidden class. Don't say! And Yuan actually encountered one. After a tall, muscular man emerged from the teleportation portal, he excitedly shouted. I succeeded! I successfully transitioned! Hearing the man shout, many people looked at him with curious gazes, wanting to know what kind of hidden class this man had changed to. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, the muscular man grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. He posted his class on the public screen. Wind Rider. Yuan. From the name alone, it didn't sound like a serious combat class. Sure enough, after the muscular man's explanation, everyone now knew the purpose of this class. Precise express delivery. Everyone immediately lost interest. But the muscular man didn't seem disappointed. Because his family, for 3 generations, had been delivering packages. He changed his profession to the hidden class of Wind Rider to make express delivery more convenient. After such a minor incident, Yuan lost his interest, planning to leave. As soon as he turned around, he ran into an acquaintance. It was Zhang, whom he had just seen. Zhang was also surprised to see Yuan. Yuan, what are you doing here? Hearing Zhang speak, a burly man beside him asked. Did you run into someone you know? This man was Zhang's father, Zhang Wenyuan. He had specifically taken time out today to bring Zhang to the Mage Association. His goal was to choose a suitable hidden class for his son. After much comparison, Zhang Wenyuan felt that the Blaze Walker class was more suitable for his son. This class was not considered top tier. It had decent burst damage but lacked sustainability and self-preservation. Zhang Wenyuan had already considered this. Zhang's team was equipped with an Arcanist and a powerful shield warrior. With the Arcanist's support, Zhang would transform into a turret mage, solving the problem of insufficient sustainability. The powerful shield warrior, in turn, could guarantee Zhang's safety. For his son, Zhang Wenyuan had truly worried himself sick. Hearing Zhang speak just now, I thought I'd run into a classmate, so I casually asked a question. After hearing this, Zhang nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. Then he deliberately said, Dad, where's the abyss for the blazing walker you mentioned? Let's go quickly, I want to complete my class change soon. After speaking, Zhang glanced at Yuan, as if to say, see? You and I are fundamentally not from the same world. I'm about to change into a hidden class, while you can only watch the show here. Zhang had no idea why Yuan was here. He thought Yuan was here to watch the spectacle. As he walked towards the abyss, Zhang was still thinking. Don't think clearing a few hell difficulty levels can change your current situation. A peasant is a peasant. It's impossible to ever rise above it. With an inexplicable sense of superiority, Zhang entered the abyss. Although Yuan didn't have mind-reading abilities, from the expression on Zhang's face, Yuan could guess what Zhang was thinking. This made Yuan somewhat amused. How childish. It ruined his mood for watching the show. No longer intending to watch the show, Yuan decided to find a quiet place to wait for Chen Yuan. As he walked, Yuan came to a deserted corner. This corner was the abyss of the Starfield Mage. Compared to the other bustling areas, this neglected abyss seems somewhat special. But how does that saying go? The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. While Yuan was waiting for Chen Yuan, he heard a scolding voice. What are you doing? Is this a place you should be? Turning his head, he saw a man as corpulent as a hippopotamus glaring at him. The words just spoken came from this person's mouth. Yuan didn't indulge the other party, but immediately retorted. Why are you shouting? Is this your home? Where does it say this place is off limits? Upon hearing that Yuan was not only unafraid but had even spoken back to him, the fat man instantly flew into a rage. Didn't your elders teach you to be polite when you go out, you ill-mannered fellow? Yuan also got angry upon hearing this. Please don't speak to me with your excretory organ, that's very impolite. I thought you just looked like a toilet. I didn't expect even the contents to be so similar.
The fat man hadn't expected to be lambasted so savagely after just one sentence. The veins on his head almost burst.
What, still want to fight? This is the Mage Association. Try to make a move and see if the defensive runes here can blast you to smithereens.
Seeing the other party roll up their sleeves, Yuan said with disdain.
You want to pick a fight with me? You've probably got the wrong person.
The enraged fatty, upon hearing Yuan's words, instantly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. He must have lost his mind, daring to make a move in the Mage Association.
Even my own master wouldn't dare. Luckily, I didn't act on impulse.
Otherwise, I might have truly been blasted to smithereens.
Being blasted to smithereens in the Mage Association. My master wouldn't even be able to avenge me. No matter how I look at it, it's a loss.
After the fatty figured this out, he immediately dropped his attacking stance.
But his heaving chest still showed that he was full of resentment towards Yuan. Kid, do you know? This is the abyssal class advancement of an astral mage.
After the fat man recovered, he said to Yuan.
The only hidden class, astral mage.
For many years, no one has been able to successfully complete the class change. Today, my young master is here to break that record.
Go stay somewhere cool, don't spoil our young master's mood. This made Yuan laugh.
He wondered what was wrong today.
Didn't he check the almanac before going out? Why were there always dogs barking in his ears? So annoying.
If they were outside, Yuan would have already slapped him hard.
Spoiling you with your bad habits. Any stray cat or dog dares to appear before me. Do you know the demon god of gluttony? I killed him. I dare to take on even a demon god, and you still dare to provoke me.
After the fat man finished speaking, he saw that Yuan still hadn't moved. The young man, referred to as young master, spoke up.
Move aside a bit.
But Yuan merely picked his ear,
treating it as a dog's fart.
Seeing this, the young man narrowed his eyes and said coldly,
Which city are you from?
Don't bring trouble to your family and friends. The young man was named Yen Rui, and his father was a Tier 3, level 62 flame mage. He had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. His speech and actions were always very assertive.
Yen Rui's tone was condescending. He looked at Yuan as if he were looking at an ant. The moment Yen Rui opened his mouth, Yuan immediately rolled his eyes. What can you do to me? Threatening me, huh? Do you believe that I, your humble servant, can take you down right here? Yuan was getting a bit angry.
If this young man had spoken properly,
Yuan wouldn't have bothered.
But he actually threatened him with his family and friends.
He must be tired of living. Yuan's words, blurted out, were not idle threats. He reached out, preparing to cast a spell. Just as Yuan was about to cast a spell, he felt a sharp pain in his head. This was clearly the Mage Association's inherent defensive mechanism taking effect. In an instant, countless spells locked onto Yuan.
But Yuan wasn't flustered at all, grinning at Yen Rui and saying, Who do you think will die first, you or me? The extreme cold impact in his hand exuded an icy aura,
like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ready to harvest HP. The arrogant expression on Yen Rui's face finally vanished. It was replaced by panic,
because he felt death approaching.
As soon as Yuan's skill was cast, he would surely die. Although Yuan would also be annihilated by the Mage Association's defense mechanism after casting the skill. What good would that do? He wouldn't be resurrected either. So, Yen Rui decisively backed down. I'm sorry. Yen Rui gritted his teeth and apologized. Between survival and dignity, Yen Rui ultimately chose to abandon his dignity. Hearing Yen Rui concede, Yuan retracted the skill. Subsequently, the Mage Association's defense mechanism also vanished. But it still gave Yuan a mental penetration strike. This was a small warning.
However, this mental penetration strike was directly blocked by the energy shield Yuan had cast. It had no effect. After apologizing, Yen Rui felt a bit ashamed. He let out a snort. Walked quickly into the abyss portal. Thinking to himself, Vice President Chun Yuan promised that once I successfully change my profession, I can become his apprentice. Just you wait. When I become Vice President Chen Yuan's apprentice, you'll see how I deal with you. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to treat me this way. Yen Rui thoroughly hated Yuan in his heart. After Yen Rui entered the abyss, Yuan's ears could finally have some peace. He walked to the side, found a seat, and sat down, waiting for Chen Yuan to return. While he was at it, he checked his attributes and skills. Name, Yuan. Level, LV 20. HP 68000. MP 10149000. Magic attack, 50960. Strength, 3450 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 2880 influences critical hit rate, speed. Intelligence, 50960 influences magic attack, magic defense. Stamina, 6200 influences HP, resistance. Skill points 8400. Evolution points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, cooldown reduction rank C. Skill, Supreme Energy SS rank. Skill, Meteor Shower SS rank. Skill, Extreme Cold Shock S rank. Skill, Shift S rank. Skill, Silent Field S rank. Skill, War Gale SS rank. Skill, Energy Shield S rank. Skill, Arcane Radiance S rank. Skill, Mana Burst B rank. So powerful. It's just a bit lopsided. The intelligence attribute far outstrips other attributes. There's no helping that. He got too many passive skills. Even a mage at level 60, after their third advancement, with a full set of golden equipment, might not have such a high intelligence attribute. Furthermore, most third advancement mages don't have this many skills above S rank. Poorer ones might not even have one. Yet Yuan's skill bar is uniformly filled with S rank skills. He even has 3 SS rank ones. Oh no! Just one more needed. Yuan saw that the last skill, Mana Burst, was B rank. A bit out of place among the many S rank skills. Still have a lot of skill points left. Might as well max it out for him. So Yuan began allocating points to Demon Blast. Skill Arcane Orbe rank LV1. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 5000. Description: fires an arcane orb 40 meters forward, dealing 10 intelligence points of arcane damage to enemies within a 25-meter radius. Seeing the skill attributes, Yuan felt it was somewhat lacking. Now, skills below S rank rarely sparked Yuan's interest. Only after upgrading it to S rank max level did Yuan nod with satisfaction. Skill Arcane Storm S rank max. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 50,000. Description: fires an arcane bomb at a target within a 200-meter range. Upon hitting an enemy, it explodes, dealing 50 intelligence points of arcane damage and creating a gravitational pull effect on enemies within 50 meters for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 8 seconds. While the damage wasn't high, it had a crowd control effect. Yuan's offensive capabilities had gained another option. Skill upgrade complete. All skills now bore the S designation. It looked very satisfying. A smile involuntarily appeared on Yuan's lips. His mood instantly brightened considerably. But Yuan's joy lasted less than 2 minutes. That dead fat guy just now had been intentionally or unintentionally inching closer to Yuan. He mumbled. After my young master completes his class change, the vice president of the Mage Association will take him as an apprentice. We'll see what you have to be so arrogant about then. Although the fat guy spoke very quietly. However, he was only about 3 meters away from Yuan. Yuan heard every word clearly.
Yuan turned to glance at the fat guy, just as an expression of impatience appeared. The fat guy immediately scurried away like a startled rabbit. Fled from Yuan's side. How inexplicable. He just wanted to be quiet for a while, why did he keep running into annoying people? It was affecting his mood. After 10 minutes, Yuan, feeling somewhat drowsy from waiting, yawned. He stood up, ready to perk himself up. Suddenly, he saw the same fat guy from earlier waddling over to a somewhat gloomy middle-aged man. The fat guy went up to the middle-aged man, bowing and scraping while saying something. It wouldn't have mattered if they were just talking. But as the fat guy spoke, he actually pointed a finger at Yuan and gestured something. This gave Yuan a bad feeling. After the fatty finished speaking, the gloomy middle-aged man looked up at Yuan. A look of displeasure was in his eyes. Then he walked towards Yuan. This middle-aged man was Yen Rui's father, Yen Liang. He had been delayed by something earlier and hadn't come with Yen Rui. And now, as soon as he finished what he was doing, he rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he heard his butler say that some insolent brat had insulted his son. And almost came to blows. This really angered Yen Liang. As a third-turn flame walker, and in the Mage Association no less. His own son was being bullied right under his nose. His son was usually so well-behaved and sensible. How could he get into a conflict with someone else? It must all be the other party's fault. No matter what, he had to teach the other party a lesson. Indeed, like father, like son. Clearly, it was his own dog that bit first. Now, he was blaming Yuan for everything. As luck would have it. Just as Yen Liang was aggressively approaching Yuan, Chen Yuang also finished his business. A figure flashed and appeared directly beside Yuan. The matter is settled, let me tell you about this abyss. However, before Chen Yuang could speak, the fatty shouted, hands on his hips. Kid, you'd better look closely. My master is a rank 3, level 62 Blazewalker. Why aren't you kneeling down to apologize? After the fatty finished speaking, seeing Yuan unresponsive, he sharply added. Don't push your luck. If you kneel and kowtow 3 times today, this matter will be dropped. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. My young master's future master is Lord Chen Yuan, the vice president of the Mage Association, and he can ruin you with a single word. Behind the fat man stood Yen Liang. His confidence was naturally sky high. Perfectly illustrating what it means to borrow another's prestige or bully others through influence. After the fatty finished, Yuan looked at Chen Yuan. His gaze seemed to be asking, your future apprentice? This left Chen Yuan a bit bewildered. When did I agree to take an apprentice? Seeing Yuan's silence, the fatty became even more smug. Go ahead, act arrogant again. Why aren't you arrogant now? Just as he was about to hurl another insult, suddenly, there was a smack. He took a solid slap across the face from Yen Liang. Shut up! Yen Liang roared. Then another loud slap, knocking the fat man directly to the ground. Immediately after, Yuan saw Yen Liang bowing respectfully to Chen Yuan, looking somewhat constrained. Greetings, Vice President. Just now, Chen Yuang had his back to Yen Liang. Yen Liang didn't recognize Chen Yuang at first glance. So he let the fatty insult Yuan freely. But Chen Yuang suddenly turned his head, and Yen Liang caught a glimpse of half his face. Yen Liang's heart immediately sank. Seeing his butler about to speak again, he quickly slapped him to stop him. You can talk about that kid all you want, but if you scold this big shot, no one can save you. The fat man was feeling smug when his own master slapped him twice. He immediately went into a daze. Then, hearing Yen Liang's words, his eyes nearly popped out. Vice President. The Mage Association currently only had one vice president. And that was Chen Yuang. This guy dressed so flamboyantly was actually Chen Yuang. The fat man was somewhat grateful that Yen Liang had given him 2 slaps. Otherwise, if he had lost his head and cursed Chen Yuang as well, He would probably be nothing but dust by now.
Thinking this, the fat man's eyes suddenly widened.
And he fainted from fright. Seeing the fatty faint,
Yuan felt several black lines appear on his head.
What a pathetic clown. If he were to stoop to the level of such an idiot, wouldn't that just lower his own standing?
However, this middle-aged man in front of him still needed a good dressing down.
If Chen Yuang hadn't arrived in time just now,
this old geezer would have definitely acted high and mighty, relying on his age,
and caused him trouble. President Chen, congratulations on finding such an excellent apprentice. Yuan deliberately said this to Chen Yuang in front of Yan Liang. Upon hearing Yuan say this, Chen Yuang immediately became anxious. Don't listen to their nonsense. Judging by Yuan's tone, Chen Yuang knew Yuan was displeased.
Although he didn't know the full story, Chen Yuang was a shrewd man. From a few words that fat guy just said, he could roughly guess what happened. It must have been this person who tried to show off to Yuan and got kicked back. Then he brought Yan Liang to back him up. And as luck would have it, Chen Yuang ran into them. Chen Yuang's thoughts swirled. His gaze turned to Yan Liang. He had some impression of this Yan Liang. But none of them were good. Half a year ago, on the plain battlefield, this guy's cowardice led to the destruction of an advance team. If it weren't for someone interceding for him at the time, Chen Yuang would have slapped him to death long ago. Although they were both third-turn mages, Chen Yuang's combat power, however, was capable of wrestling with demon gods. To put it bluntly, once Chen Yuang's elemental field was activated, Yan Liang would only be instantly annihilated. Has what happened half a year ago still not taught you a lesson? Chen Yuang's voice was a little cold, which gave Yan Liang a bad premonition. Sure enough, Chen Yuang's next words made Yan Liang's body tremble. You are ordered to report for duty to the Ash Legion within 1 day. Exceeding the deadline will be considered desertion, and you will be executed on the spot. Hearing Chen Yuang's command, Yan Liang nearly fainted. The Ash Legion is located on the plain battlefield, serving as humanity's foremost defense against invasions from other planes. They must resist attacks from demons and other evil entities daily. New recruits join the Ash Legion every day. Similarly, people sacrifice their lives every day. For someone as cowardly as Yan Liang, having him join the Ash Legion would be a death sentence. But if he didn't go, Chen Yuang could take his life right now. After weighing the pros and cons, Yan Liang replied, "Your subordinate obeys." His voice was somewhat hoarse. Receiving the response, Chen Yuang waved his hand. He dismissed Yan Liang. Then, he led Yuan to the abyss portal. Seeing Yan Liang's expression, as if his parents had died, Yuan scoffed inwardly. That's what you get for trying to act tough with me. Yuan was pleased. However, he didn't know that. As Yan Liang turned and left, his eyes were full of venomous resentment. Arriving at the entrance of the abyss, Chen Yuang said, "When I was young, I also challenged it once. How should I put it, the boss of the third stage is truly despair-inducing. Even if I prepared meticulously, success was not guaranteed." With that, Chen Yuang recounted the situations he had encountered to Yuan. The purpose was to help Yuan avoid some traps. After finishing, Chen Yuang gave Yuan a skill book. Skill, Gravitational Pull BLV1. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 600 MP. Description, releases a shockwave, dealing 2000 damage and causing the target to be suspended in the air for 3 seconds. Ha! This skill seems similar to my Arcane Storm. I wonder if they can merge after upgrading to an S-rank skill. Putting away the skill book, Yuan nodded at Chen Yuang, "Thank you, Guild Leader Chen." Then he stepped into the teleportation gate. You have entered the astral realm. After entering the abyss, Yuan found himself in a starlit realm. More precisely, he arrived inside a mage tower. This mage tower stood amidst the stars. Inside the mage tower's main hall were 4 portals.
each marked with a different number. They are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Seeing the numbers on the portals, Yuan was stunned. What is this? Nesting dolls? I enter the abyss to farm the abyss? Then why not just mark it directly outside? Why do I need to make a choice upon entering?
The mage tower seemed to know what Yuan was thinking.
It materialized text in the void to give an explanation. Oh, I see.
To fully obtain the legacy of the astral mage, one must undergo 4 trials. But 99% of people stop at the first trial.
Only a very few prodigies can pass the second one.
Chen Yuan stopped at the 3rd trial.
As for the 4th trial, no one has ever seen it.
Just before entering the trial, Yuan prepared to upgrade gravitational pull to S rank. After a flurry of skill points.
Skill, particle beam SL max. Cast time, instant. MP cost 80,000 MP.
Description: releases a particle beam 500 meters forward, instantly pulling targets within the range together, dealing 100 intelligence magic damage. After maxing out particle beam, Yuan received another prompt.
Detected that particle beam and arcane storm have reached max level. Do you wish to fuse them? Fuse. Why not fuse them? Reaching max level is precisely for fusion. After pressing confirm, an SS rank skill appeared in the Yuan skill slot. Yuan directly maxed it out. Skill, Annihilation Black Hole SS Max. Cast time, instant. MP cost, 200,000 MP.
Description: release an annihilation black hole forward, continuously drawing in surrounding targets.
The black hole deals 100 intelligence points of magical damage per second for 3 seconds. Targets drawn into the black hole have a chance to suffer an instant death effect. Although the damage didn't directly increase,
it gained a nearly divine special effect. That's the instant death effect. If you encounter an unkillable foe, just launch an annihilation black hole at them.
If luck strikes and instant death occurs, it's an immediate one-shot. If luck isn't on his side, then he'll just launch a few more. After all, I have an inexhaustible supply of mana. Skill upgraded. Yuan walked towards the portal marked with the number 1. Upon entering, the scene before Yuan's eyes transformed dramatically. He arrived inside a fortress.
As he stood stunned, a roar came from beside him.
Rookie, the demons are already here. What are you standing there for, stunned? Did you piss your pants? Yuan looked down
and noticed his attire was somewhat different from everyone else's. He stood frozen, at a loss. He looked like a complete greenhorn.
Yuan quickly opened his attribute panel.
He found that his attributes and skills were all there. This made Yuan breathe a sigh of relief.
Good thing it's not role-playing.
But this attitude angered the supervising officer.
Just as the officer was about to grab his whip and lash Yuan. But just as he was about to make a move, Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers. Hundreds of flaming meteors appeared in mid-air, smashed into the demons outside the fortress.
620-0000. 620-0000. The damage was severely excessive.
For a moment, thousands of demons perished under the fiery meteor shower.
While the meteor shower rained down, the soldiers on the entire city wall cheered loudly.
That's incredible. Did the archmages make a move? The soldiers looked around, but they didn't see any archmages arriving as support. As the soldiers were bewildered, the supervising officer, with a stern face, shouted, "Quickly return to your positions, the demons will attack again soon."
As soon as the soldiers heard the officer's voice, they immediately composed themselves and returned to combat readiness. Sir, my name is Dorn, and I am the commander here.
May I ask what brings you here?"
Having witnessed Yuan unleash an earth-shattering spell firsthand,
Dorn's tone was as respectful as could be. Regarding this,
Yuan slightly raised his head.
Looking at the tide like demons below the city, he said lightly. I am here to help you defend against the demon invasion. The reason he said this was because Yuan had received a mission prompt. Survive for 30 minutes under the demon attack and defeat the demon vanguard commander. Yuan was currently in an unknown plane, facing a demonic invasion. After Yuan answered Dorn's question, Dorn was overjoyed. Thank you for coming all this way to help. On behalf of everyone at Crimson Keep, I salute you. The demon attack is very fierce, please forgive me for not being able to entertain you properly. Dorn had an embarrassed look on his face. According to his previous understanding of mages, these people were used to a life of luxury. Their every need, from clothing to food to housing, required dedicated attendance. They had to be served comfortably. Only then would these mages be willing to act. And they wouldn't act for free. They required sufficient payment. At the thought of payment, a difficult expression appeared on Dorn's face. My lord, we are currently at war, and Crimson Keep has no spare money. At this, Dorn glanced at Yuan's expression. After finding that Yuan showed no sign of displeasure, he then continued. Could you please act first, and we will offer payment after the war is over? After speaking, Dorn's heart was filled with anxiety. He was worried Yuan would simply walk away. In fact, Yuan was full of questions. What's going on? Are mages in this plane really that powerful? Get paid first, then do the work. But Yuan was here to complete a mission. He couldn't care less about these trifling sums. So he directly refused. No need, my main purpose here is to kill the demon's vanguard. Helping you is just a side task, so no reward is necessary. Hearing Yuan's reply, Dorn was incredulous. Since when did mages who typically demand payment no longer ask for money? Is this still a mage? Then, Dorn suddenly understood. Oh. So he was here for the military merits. Dorn mistook Yuan for a super second-generation noble who didn't care about money, only about achievements. This was naturally a good thing. So Dorn proactively began introducing the fortress's situation to Yuan. My lord, the fortress currently has 1,200 warriors, all class holders around level 20. There are mostly warriors and archers, and 30 priests. As for mages, there were none before you arrived. Hearing Dorn's introduction, Yuan felt a bit speechless. They intend to resist the demon's attack with just these 1,200 soldiers? Outside the city, there must be at least 10 to 20,000 demons, if not more. Although they are all mere cannon fodder of level 5 or 6. Their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Even if they were enemies, Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The demon race truly is blessed. Not to mention the high-end combat power. The 7 great archdemons representing the 7 deadly sins of the infernal realm. And some ancient beings who have existed for countless years. Their combat power is top tier. One individual can even destroy an entire plane. As for low-end combat power, there are even more. Races like imps, lesser demons, and satyrs are innumerable. Moreover, demons are inherently warlike. Legend has it. The territory of the infernal plane is expanding every moment. Now, the land Yuan was on had been targeted by demons. Fortunately, Red Fortress welcomed Yuan. The fortress next door wasn't so lucky. Yen Rui entered the trial full of confidence. He had expected to dominate, to become a savior. However, reality dealt him a resounding slap. The place Yen Rui arrived at was also a fortress. It couldn't even be called a fortress. Sentry would be a more fitting description. This sentry had only 30 guards. They needed to fend off attacks from hundreds of demons. During the first 2 waves, Yen Rui still felt quite at ease. Because his skill was enough to instantly kill low-level demon monsters. By the 3rd wave, the attacking demon monsters were all level 10 and above. Yen Rui's area of effect skill couldn't instantly kill them.
And his single target skill was very slow at clearing monsters. He barely survived 3 waves. By the 6th wave, all the soldiers at the sentry had died.
No one could draw monsters away for Yen Rui.
He used every trick in the book, but only managed to clear the 6th wave. Before Yen Rui could catch his breath and rest, the 7th wave of attacks arrived. Left with no choice, Yen Rui had to give up on this trial. Challenge failed. Looking at the word failed, Yen Rui felt a bit disheartened. He walked out of the portal, just in time to see his lackey wake up. The fat man came up to Yen Rui with a fawning look, his face full of flattery. "Young master, you're out. How was it? Did you pass?" Yen Rui was already very displeased by his trial failure. The fat man's words were like a bowl of oil poured onto a fire. Yen Rui's anger flared up instantly. It's all that kid's fault. If he hadn't influenced him, he would have performed much better. Yes, it's all his fault. Yen Rui attributed his failure to pass the trial to Yuan. Achoo! After unleashing a war gale and clearing the 5th wave of monsters, Yuan sneezed. "Who's talking bad about me behind my back?" He mumbled something. Yuan looked outside the fortress. At this moment, the war gale Yuan had cast was continuously spreading in all directions. 540-0000. Massive damage numbers kept appearing. The demons were still 200 meters from the city wall when they were instantly killed by the spreading gale. This scene collectively shocked the soldiers on the city wall. Holy moly, where did this mage lord come from? They're too powerful. The spell's range is enormous. If a single skill like that hit our fortress, there would probably be no survivors inside in an instant. It's been so long since it was this easy. The veterans whispered to each other. The focus of the discussion was all on Yuan. Yuan, who was being watched by everyone, was frowning at this moment. The offense is a bit slow. After the previous waves of monsters were instantly killed, the demons were seamlessly connected. Why is the demon's attack so slow this time? It's been 3 minutes. The attacking demons still haven't appeared? Yuan was getting a bit impatient waiting. Sprouting wings from his back and flying into the air, he flew towards the demon's main camp. "My lord, where are you going?" Doan shouted anxiously from behind. The demon's main camp had many fell cannons. The power of those things was comparable to magic crystal cannons. One cannonball could rival a max level or rank skill. Going rashly might lead to a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Yuan was too fast and didn't hear Dorn's warning. Yuan spread his demon wings and, in less than 5 minutes, flew to the front of the Demon Vanguard Legion camp. Coincidentally, just as he arrived at the camp entrance, he directly encountered the demon army preparing for an attack. So Yuan showed no mercy. He unleashed a meteor shower with his left hand, and a war gale with his right hand. Instantly, the sky darkened. Imp Vanguard, LV-13. HP 34000. Attack power, 700. Imp Toss throws a javelin at the target, dealing 120% damage. Thousands of imps had just stepped out of the camp. Meteorites and fierce winds rained down upon them. The demon army, just preparing to attack, failed before even starting. 320-0000. 340-0000. Explosion numbers appeared in swathes. The Imp Legion was instantly annihilated. Isn't this much faster? Looking at the demon corpses strewn across the ground, Yuan nodded, extremely satisfied. Perhaps feeling that casting skills at the entrance wasn't exciting enough, Yuan prepared to fly inside the camp to take a look. But as Yuan approached the camp, red glowing markers appeared on his body. They were visible from 100 meters away. Very conspicuous. Boom! Boom! Yuan heard the sound of cannons firing. He turned his head to look. 2 emerald green fell cannons were firing at Yuan.
The cannonballs shot from the barrels were as large as an ox. Even from afar, he could feel the fell energy emanating from the cannonballs. Bang! Bang! Unable to dodge in time, Yuan was hit by 2 cannonballs. 45,000. 45,000.
The 2 cannonballs dealt 90,000 damage.
Demons have these things too. The damage isn't low.
No sooner had he entered the camp than he was within range of the fell cannons.
Yuan estimated that the fell cannons had an attack range of 1,000 meters.
And there were at least 40 to 50 cannons inside the camp.
Nasty. Yuan abandoned the idea of destroying this camp. Are you kidding me?
1 cannon hit me for 45,000 health.
With 50 cannons firing a few volleys, wouldn't I be dead?
Better play it safe.
Anyway, my mission wasn't to destroy this demon camp. I just needed to guard the entrance here. After understanding this, Yuan blocked the entrance to the demon camp and started slaying.
This gave Yuan a feeling akin to playing Legend of Mir and burning phantom spiders.
As soon as the monsters stepped out of the camp,
what awaited them was Yuan's Fire Rain and Gale Force combo.
If that wasn't enough, he'd add an Annihilation Black Hole. Instant screen clear. If only these monsters gave experience, what a shame.
Since arriving here, Yuan had already killed tens of thousands of demons.
Calculating 1 experience point per monster, that would be tens of thousands of experience points. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, these demons gave no experience points at all. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The offensive has reached its 15th wave. The demons' levels have long since exceeded 20. Satyr Vanguard, LV 25. HP 90000. Attack power, 1800.
Evil Strike launches a powerful strike at the target, dealing 130% damage and reducing the target's defense by 30%. Accompanying the demon army this time was a demon guard clad in armor and wielding a greatsword.
Vanguard Commander Mars, LV 35 Elite. HP 800000.
Attack power, 50,000.
Legion Horn blows the horn, increasing the attack speed and movement speed of surrounding demons by 50%.
Legion Strike swings the greatsword to strike a powerful blow in a 5-meter radius in front, dealing 500% damage with a chance to stun the target. The moment this demon appeared, he saw Yuan in the sky.
Human.
Mars's head was a bit slow to comprehend.
Isn't this the demon's main stronghold? Why are there humans at the entrance?
And Mars also noticed something else. Why are there so many demon corpses on the ground around, almost piled up like mountains?
Who can tell me why there are so many demon corpses at the camp entrance?
Mars's low voice rang out.
The surrounding demons looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Please, weren't we all from the same Legion portal?
You ask us, who do we ask? Mars, not getting an answer, grew a bit angry. He ordered the surrounding demons to clear the path, clear the corpses from the entrance.
That's right.
Because of Yuan's frenzied killing, demon corpses piled up into a small mountain at the camp's entrance,
blocking the exit.
Mars and the satyrs expended a great deal of effort just to move the corpses away from the entrance.
Follow me to attack. Before setting off, Mars looked up at Yuan again,
thinking to himself that this must be a human scout.
Humph.
Foolish and weak humans.
Only capable of sneaking around.
Afraid to compete with Mars fairly and squarely.
Once I break through your city and invade your lands, you'll probably be crying your eyes out.
Picturing Yuan crying, Mars actually found it somewhat amusing.
Ha 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 ha. Mars's loud laughter left Yuan bewildered. What was he laughing at? Did he know he was about to die? Or had he gone mad? Do demons also go insane? Yuan didn't know what Mars was thinking.
If he had, he'd probably have unleashed a skill in his face long ago.
Crying his eyes out, huh?
I'll make you cry for your mommy and daddy. Even without knowing what Mars was thinking,
Yuan wasn't going to let them off. Seeing the demon army enter attack range, he unleashed an annihilation black hole. Immediately, a black hole emitting a powerful gravitational pull appeared beneath the demon army's feet. After several rounds of experimentation, Yuan found that starting with annihilation black hole was the optimal choice. Because after this skill is cast, it emits a super powerful suction force, drawing all surrounding targets into the black hole. They can't escape. And the skill damage isn't low either. It can inflict over 5 million damage per second. The monsters themselves don't have much HP. So, with the annihilation black hole released, most of the demons were instantly killed. Although Mars' magic resistance was considerably higher than that of other soldiers, he still couldn't escape his fate. And after 3 seconds, his body was devoured by the annihilation black hole. You have slain Vanguard Commander Mars and successfully repelled the demon army's attack for 30 minutes. You have successfully completed Trial 1. 2 prompts sounded, and Yuan returned to the interior of the Mage Tower. Standing before the teleportation gate once more, Yuan saw that Trial 1 showed as completed. Without hesitation, Yuan walked directly into Trial 2. Welcome to the Void Arena. This time, Yuan arrived at an arena. Looking around, the entire arena space was the size of 10 football fields. There were spectator stands all around. But the stands were covered by a mist effect. Yuan couldn't see if there was anyone above the arena floor. This is different from what President Chen said. Isn't this the Blood Arena? Why is this the Void Arena? As Yuan looked around, a green-skinned goblin suddenly jumped out and shouted, "Let's see, a newcomer has arrived to challenge the Void Arena." The sudden appearance of the goblin startled Yuan. The goblin saw Yuan's expression, and a look of triumph flashed across its face. "Let me see this challenger's class?" Saying this, the green-skinned goblin pulled out a card. Yuan's information was displayed. "Oh my gold coins, look what I see. A dreamer wanting to inherit the mantle of an arcane mage." The green-skinned goblin's expression was very exaggerated. Trotting around Yuan with its short legs, it shouted loudly, "Let's see if this human can successfully defeat other opponents in the upcoming challenges. We shall wait and see." Along with the green-skinned goblin's words, Yuan's first opponent also arrived in the arena. This was a kobold assassin. Kobold Grim, LV-20 assassin. HP 180000. Attack power, 16,000. Skill? The moment Yuan saw the opponent, he knew that the opponent, like himself, was also a class holder. A kobold assassin? In the status panel, Yuan could only see Kobold Grim's basic information. He couldn't see the opponent's skills or talents. Conversely, Kobold Grim could also only see Yuan's basic information. Green revealed a triumphant smile when he saw Yuan's 68,000 HP. Subsequently, when the dog-headed man Green saw Yuan's MP and attack power, he suddenly showed a shocked expression. "Holy cow! What's wrong with this human? How can his MP and attack power be so high? Wouldn't he be able to kill me in 2 or 3 skills?" A grave expression appeared on the dog-headed man Green's face. His figure gradually disappeared. He entered stealth mode. If there's one opponent mages least want to encounter, then the number one is definitely assassins. Their elusive movements, extremely high attack power, and terrifying burst damage. It's enough to instantly kill many mages who don't have time to prepare. Seeing the dog-headed man Green go invisible, Yuan cast an energy shield on himself. Then he unleashed War Gale forward. An assassin stealths to ambush. I just started throwing skills indiscriminately in front of me. I don't believe I won't hit you. The opponent's HP is only 180,000. If Yuan's magic even grazed him once, he would be instantly killed. Huh, what's going on? Although the arena was large, Yuan's 2 war gusts had already covered the entire area.
But there was no trace of the kobold assassin. Where did he go?
Yuan was still puzzled. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared behind Yuan.
It was the kobold assassin. The kobold assassin was entirely shrouded in shadows, having clearly activated Shadow Cloak.
Shadow Cloak, SLV-6. Description: provides brief magic immunity and immediately removes all negative spell effects. While the cloak is active, resist all negative spell effects for 6 seconds.
The dog-headed assassin relied on this skill to fearlessly bypass the spells Yuan cast
and quickly arrive behind Yuan.
The kobold assassin activated Bloody Frenzy, instantly increasing his attack speed by 200%.
Put. Put. In less than a second, he had attacked 5 times. Immune. 8,000. 16,000. 32,000. 64,000. 5 consecutive attacks.
He depleted 120,000 of Yuan's shield value.
This was only because the first attack was immune. Otherwise, it would have been over 200,000. Seeing the damage pop up above Yuan's head,
the kobold assassin revealed a victorious smile.
You little punk. I've killed no less than 20 mages like you. You thought an AoE attack would force me out? How naive. Thinking this, the kobold assassin couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell are you laughing at?
Yuan heard the dog-headed assassin's laughter,
and instantly, full of rage,
fired an Arctic impact. The kobold assassin was stunned.
He was stunned, but it didn't matter.
Yuan's spell hit the kobold assassin directly.
420,000.
An explosive damage number appeared above the kobold assassin's head. This kobold wore a lot of magic resistance gear, and Yuan's skill damage didn't exceed 500,000.
But that was enough. The kobold assassin's health bar was cleared. You have defeated Kobold Grim. The next battle will begin in 30 seconds.
After the kobold assassin was instantly killed, his corpse vanished.
A 30-second countdown began to appear in the air. 30. 29. During the countdown, Yuan began to reflect.
He had still been careless.
Why didn't he just activate his wings and fly into the sky?
When he flew into the sky, he constantly used skills to bomb the area below.
The kobold assassin probably wouldn't have lasted more than a second. Actually, it wasn't Yuan's fault.
Ever since his job change,
Yuan had an overly smooth journey. He hadn't encountered any difficult opponents.
Perhaps the most dangerous battle was the one with the demon god.
But that time, Yuan just got lucky. The gluttony demon god was in a slumber, which allowed Yuan to seize the opportunity. If it were a head-on battle, Yuan probably would have been instantly killed by the gluttony demon god in one encounter. After the 30-second countdown, Yuan welcomed his new opponent.
This was a two-headed ogre.
Ogre Mage Ral, Elite LV20. HP 520000. MP value, 10,000. Attack power, 65,000. Skills, omitted. Unlike the previous kobolds,
this time, the opponent that appeared was an elite template.
After the battle began,
he immediately fired a frost shock.
The ogre mage reacted quickly as well,
casting spells with both hands, casting an anti-magic shell on himself with one hand, and unleashing a chain burst towards Yuan with the other.
Bang! 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 For explosive sounds rang out. Immune. 34,000. 34,000. 34,000. Yuan originally thought it was just one spell.
Who knew it exploded 4 times?
What Yuan didn't know was, these subsequent explosions were all part of the Ogre Mage's talent. Talent, Multicast S rank. Description: the Ogre Mage can cast spells rapidly and enhance their potency.
There is a certain probability of casting the same spell multiple times in a single cast, up to 6 times. This talent was truly formidable. If it had been that kobold assassin from before, he had already been instantly killed. Yuan's passive skill granted him relatively high magic resistance, nullifying most of the damage. And yet he still took about 100,000 damage. The ogre mage saw that Yuan wasn't instantly killed, and was stunned. But the ogre mage had extensive combat experience. He reacted in an instant, casting bloodlust and magic armor on itself, increasing its movement speed and magic resistance. Subsequently, the ogre mage attempted to repeat its trick, attempting to cast Fire Blast. This Fire Blast could inflict a stun effect. If it was lucky enough to land a combo, Yuan would likely be in danger. However, Yuan was already prepared. His figure flickered, and he instantly vanished from the ogre mage's sight. As the ogre mage turned its head to look for Yuan, Yuan had already thrown an annihilation black hole at its feet. Swish! Trapped in the black hole, the ogre mage didn't even realize what was happening before it was completely devoured. 560,000. The ogre's magic resistance was indeed high. The annihilation black hole only dealt over 500,000 damage. But it was enough to instantly kill him. In the time that followed, Yuan fought 2 more battles. Both ended in victory. The third match was against a Naga witch, also a spellcaster. However, the only notable skill this Naga witch possessed was a sleep skill. Before she could even use it, she was instantly killed by the Wargale wind released by Yuan. The fourth opponent was somewhat interesting. An Orc Blade Master. He initiated with Wind Walk, dealing substantial damage. Afterward, an opponent used Shadow Clones and Bladestorm to dodge 2 of Yuan's skills. But it was all in vain. Yuan flapped his wings and sword, launching a carpet bombing attack on the ground from the air. The Orc Blade Master, still in Wind Walk, didn't even manage to show his face. He died miserably in the carpet bombing. After consecutively defeating 4 challengers, the Green Goblin reappeared. Wow, the future Astral Mage is about to challenge our hero Google. Will he succeed? The green-skinned goblin, right in front of Yuan, shouted to the surrounding audience. The battle is about to begin. Those who want to place bets, please do so quickly. The odds for Warhammer hero Google are 1 minute and 1.2 seconds, and for the little Astral Mage, they are 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. In the green-skinned goblin's mind, he still favored Google more. Before the green-skinned goblin could finish, a slightly playful voice suddenly came from outside the arena. I bet 10 void shards on the little Astral Mage. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd outside instantly erupted in an uproar. What, 10 void shards? That's quite a sum. The voice sounds very young. I wonder if he's capable of killing for loot. Are you FING crazy? Do you know who just spoke? That's the crazed casket. If you anger him, it doesn't matter if you die, just don't drag us down with you. The audience outside whispered amongst themselves. Someone pointed out that those words came from the crazed casket. Suddenly, most people lost their greedy thoughts. In the ensuing silence, the owner of the Void Arena spoke. Andy, are you really that confident in this little fellow? The owner of the Void Arena was an 86th level Voidwalker, named Biru. Biru had no fixed form. At this moment, he looked like a blue fatty. Somewhat adorable. But if anyone thought he was easy to bully, Biru would show them what true void was. The child called Andy. It is the main body of the Casket of Madness. Its level is as high as 89. Just 1 level away from becoming a demigod. So, Biru, the master of the Void Arena, was also very courteous to Andy. It's worth noting that Andy's reputation in the outside world is mixed. Some say he is terrifyingly insane. Others say he is very kind. In short, Andy is a whimsical lord.
But Andy seemed to be in a good mood today.
Hearing Byru's words, he replied with a grin.
I find him very interesting. Hearing the answer, Byru showed no expression.
He felt a little pity for Yuan in his heart. Being targeted by the casket of madness is not a good thing. He wondered if this little fellow would be made into a new toy by Andy. Because of the mist, Yuan was unaware of the buzz on stage about the betting. At this moment, the green-skinned goblin in the arena had disappeared, replaced by an ogre 5 meters tall. To be precise, it was a hybrid of an ogre and an orc. Google, Hero LV20. HP 220000. MP, 50,000. Attack power, 280,000. Skill, omitted. This opponent is a hero. They were the Warhammer clan, renowned for their combat prowess even among ogres. His 5-meter-tall body was incredibly imposing just standing there. Yuan noticed a faint white glow emanating from Google's entire body. This was due to wearing a full set of platinum equipment. Yuan felt a touch of envy, as he hadn't even acquired a complete set of platinum equipment himself. As soon as the 30-second preparation time elapsed, a murderous intent flashed in Yuan's eyes. The arena was the best place to unleash one's potential. After experiencing the previous battles, Yuan was no longer a rookie passively taking hits. He had learned to strike proactively. He started by casting an energy shield on himself, then used shift to place phantoms throughout the arena. His hands didn't stop moving, continuously unleashing frost shocks. But the damage wasn't ideal. 54,000. 54,000. Ogres and orcs naturally possessed extremely high magic resistance. Google was a hybrid of both, inheriting the excellent genes of both ogres and orcs. His magic resistance was unprecedentedly high. Moreover, Google didn't stand still and passively take damage either. As Yuan cast his spell, he also cast Ancestral Protection on himself, which could reduce damage, while others could deal nearly 1 million damage. Gogol only took a little over 50,000. Even this left Gogol shocked. Such high damage. One must remember that when facing other spellcasters, the highest damage Gogol had ever taken was just over 2,000. Now, suddenly, taking 50,000 damage. Gogol couldn't help but be shocked. Yuan's spells came like machine gun fire. And even with 2 million HP, Gogol evidently wouldn't last long. So, after taking 2 direct hits, Gogol cast Spell Deflection. All spells Yuan shot at Gogol were bounced away. Spell Deflection A Rankle Max. Explanation: for the next 10 seconds, all targeted skills will be unable to hit you. As soon as Gogol's skill activated, Yuan also stopped casting Extreme Cold Shock. Instead, he threw an Annihilation Black Hole at Gogol's feet. Just as the black hole was about to form, Gogol's body flashed. Boom! Executing a heroic leap that sent him soaring from his original spot. The landing spot was precisely Yuan's position. If hit by that stomp, Yuan would undoubtedly fall into a state of unconsciousness. For a mage to enter a stun state in front of Gogol, that was practically a death wish. So, Yuan's figure flickered, flying to another location. But who knew, the Golgo, upon landing, leaped high again, repeating his previous action. This was a chain leap he had developed from his Valiant Leap skill. But Gogol still miscalculated. Yuan's teleportation could switch positions anytime, anywhere. With a whoosh, Yuan returned to his previous position. Taking advantage of the moment before Golgo landed, he threw an Annihilation Black Hole towards the ground. This time Golgo couldn't dodge, and took 2 hits of damage head-on. 320,000. 320,000. One skill dealt over 600,000 damage to Gogol. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger the instant kill effect.
This completely enraged Gulgo. He charged at Yuan, completely ignoring everything else. Yuan unleashed a single war gust, using its edge's knockback effect to send Gulgo flying. 120,000. Then Yuan directly emptied his mana bar and launched an extreme cold impact at Gulgo. 760,000. An exaggerated amount of damage appeared above Gulgo's head. By now, Gulgo's health was less than half. Afterward, Yuan seized the initiative and unleashed his specialty, a barrage of spells. What meteor showers, war gales, and annihilation black holes, one after another, came into play. Less than 10 seconds. Gugal has been struck into a near-death state. After entering the near-death state, Gugal's body turned blood red, triggering a Desperate Strike. Desperate Strike cannot die for 5 seconds, attack power increased by 500%. Gugal, in his desperate state, roared. Used the skill Deadly Throw, throwing the spear in his hand at Yuan, who was in mid-air. The spear struck Yuan, causing massive damage. 250,000. Phew, that was close. Seeing his mana instantly drop by 20,000 points, Yuan's little heart pounded non-stop. His shield was almost broken, just by a hair. Gugal saw that even his death blow couldn't take down Yuan. Staring wide-eyed, he let out an unwilling howl. I am the man who will become the strongest ogre. How could I die here? Noisy. Hearing the ogre's roar, Yuan ended his HP with a single Arctic blast. With Gugal's death, a prompt sounded in Yuan's ear. You have successfully defeated Gugal Hero, Void Arena points +1. You have passed Trial 2. The battle between Yuan and Gugal was very brief. It was simply a one-sided slaughter by Yuan. Throughout the entire process, Gugal only inflicted 200,000 damage on Yuan while in a near-death state, all of which was blocked by the shield. From the perspective of the audience outside the arena, Yuan, an unpromoted mage, could achieve such a feat. An ogre mage named Gar angrily said, "This isn't fair. All of this mage's skills are at least S rank, some even SS rank. How can he be allowed in a low-level arena?" It's no wonder Gal was so angry. Because Gugal was the most outstanding ogre of their Warhammer clan's generation. They had sent Gugal into the Void Arena hoping he would achieve 100 consecutive victories in the low-level division. Achieving 100 consecutive victories would earn 500 points. This way, Gugal could exchange them for a Gran Heart. By integrating the Gran Heart, Gugal had hoped to upgrade his status panel to Epic before level 20. And take on the Epic class of Gran Hunter. But today, Gugal was actually killed by a human mage. This instantly enraged Gal. If it weren't for Beerus, the owner of the arena, being present, Gar would have long rushed down to kill Yuan. Beerus, the arena owner, also heard Gal's words and turned his somewhat adorable body towards Gal, emitting an ethereal voice. "Oh, are you questioning whether the Void Arena is rigged?" Initially, Gar was just complaining and grumbling a bit. But then the owner of the arena replied. This startled Gar. "Crap." He spoke out of turn. Gar was the strongest among the ogres, accustomed to throwing his weight around in his tribe. He forgot the occasion. Now, hearing Biru's slightly interrogative tone, Gar felt a little panicked. "Lord Biru, I didn't mean to question you. What I meant to say is that this human must have used some item to hide his level. Otherwise, how could it be proven that he can instantly kill other class holders at only level 20? Hearing this response, Biru remained expressionless and continued to ask in his ethereal voice. "So, are you saying I was derelict in my duty, failing to carefully vet his eligibility to compete?" These words instantly made Gar nervous. This human mage's eligibility to compete was actually personally reviewed by Beerus. Who exactly is standing behind this person? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Gar's head. Just as he was about to reply, a childish voice from beside him interrupted. "So annoying, get lost quickly, don't disturb me while I'm looking for toys. The mad crate Andy stood up, waved his hand at Gaul, and directly threw Gaul into an unknown area. Gar, after all, was also a level 78 war mage. But he was completely defenseless against Andy. Finally quiet. Andy clapped his hands and chuckled. Beerus, I'm taking this toy with me, you don't have any objections, do you?
Hearing Andy's words, Beerus replied, he is not from the Void Arena.
If you wish to take him, please feel free. According to Beerus's words, this meant completely ignoring Yuan.
So, Andy gently swiped, pulling out a clock from a spatial rift.
This clock was Remy, whom Yuan had seen before. However, Remy's level had now increased to 70.
His attributes had improved significantly.
Remy, go bring my new toy over. After Andy gave the order, Remy leaped onto the center of the arena, startling Yuan. Punctual Remy Mad Creation LV 70. HP 120000000. Attack, 250,000. Skill 1, Punctuality. Effect, Remy hates being late and is immune to all skills that require casting. Skill 2, Absolute Madness. Effect, Remy transforms into a mad destroyer, HP increases by 800%, attack power increases by 800%, and defense becomes 0. Skill 3, Time Management.
Effect, Remy throws out pointers to cause different effects. Second hand, deals 300,000 damage per second for 60 seconds. Minute hand, deals 500,000 damage and causes the target to enter a dazed state. Hour hand, deals 1 million explosive damage in a 100 plus 100 range. Skill 4, Time Stasis. Effect, after taking fatal damage, enter stasis, recovering 10% HP per second for 3 seconds. Cannot take damage or perform any actions during stasis. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of him. Yuan froze. He immediately cursed. Holy crap, how did this thing show up again? Yuan clearly had vivid memories of the behemoth before him. Back in the fairy garden, Yuan would have been out of luck if the silent domain hadn't triggered a dispel effect.
I'm long gone. Isn't this thing a toy from the Casket of Madness? Why would it appear here? I'm not going to have to fight this thing, am I? Might as well just kill me. The instant Yuan saw Remy,
his mind was racing with thoughts.
After a long pause, Yuan spoke. Mr. Clock, are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place? Remy swayed his giant pendulum, mechanically replying. You are the new toy, Andy told me to catch you.
As he spoke, the pendulum slowly moved towards Yuan,
ready to grab Yuan.
Just as Yuan was about to use shift,
but found he couldn't move at all.
His face filled with horror.
What's going on?
You have entered Remy's clockwork field, unable to use spells other than time-related ones.
Clockwork field? Is this what they call a stance suppression? Yuan had previously felt an elemental field on Chun Yuan. But it wasn't as terrifying as Remy's current one.
And I don't have any time-based spells in my skill bar.
Wouldn't this make him a lamb to the slaughter? Damn, he wouldn't die, would he?
He was still a virgin.
Oh no, he hadn't even changed professions yet. Just as Yuan was about to despair,
a slightly weathered voice came from the void.
Enough. The moment the voice fell, Remy instantly shattered into pieces with a crash. In the middle of the fragments was a glowing stone. Ring, clockwork core dark gold, upgradable.
Wearing requirement, gain favorable disposition with the Casket of Frenzy. Attributes, HP plus 50,000, HP recovery rate plus 200%. Time stasis, after active use, enters a stasis state, restoring 10% HP per second for 3 seconds.
Cannot take damage or perform any actions during stasis. The clock was shattered. Yuan regained his mobility. Then, a flash of Yuan's divinity, and he was teleported inside the mage tower in the astral realm. Wow, it's actually Astral Mage Magna. Wasn't he fighting the Dark Titan? How could he be here?
It's really Magna himself, he rescued that human just now.
Could that mage just now really be Magna's successor? This is getting interesting. From the moment Andy made his move, the spectators outside the arena had looks of anticipation, ready for a show. And they truly got to witness a good one. Astral Mage Magna's level is 91. A genuine demigod powerhouse.
Andy, on the other hand, is level 89.
A quasi-demigod powerhouse. If the two were to clash, it would certainly be a spectacle. However, the other spectators were disappointed. Magna and Andy didn't fight at all. Seeing the look of exhaustion on Magna's face, Andy said with a grin,
"I'll store my toy with you for a while. I'll come claim it back once I become a demigod." With that, Andy waved his hand and resurrected Remy, who had been shattered into pieces.
However, after being resurrected, Remy's level reverted to 60. "Let's go."
Andy slashed at the void, tearing open a spatial rift, and stepped inside. With the main protagonists gone, the other spectators naturally had no reason to stay. And one by one, they tore open spatial rifts and departed.
Before Magna left, she gave Bilu a deep look. His figure then disappeared. Not long after Yuan was teleported back to the Mage Tower, he saw a woman in a purple magic robe appear in front of him. This woman was Magna. Magna looked at the young Yuan. She slowly said, "You've passed your preliminary test. The next test can wait until you're level 30. Magna didn't give Yuan a chance to speak.
She threw Yuan a nearly shattered staff.
Without any apparent action from her, Yuan was directly teleported away. With Yuan's departure, the Mage Tower was once again left with just her. Magna sighed. Time is running out. Then, Magna's figure flickered and disappeared to an unknown location. On the other side, after leaving the Mage Tower, Yuan returned to the Mage Association. "You're out so quickly?"
Chen Yuan, who had been waiting at the entrance, asked in surprise. Then, seeing Yuan holding a broken staff, his eyes widened. He pulled Yuan into a flash and teleported to his office.
Chen Yuan pointed at the staff in Yuan's hand. "You passed the trial?" Yuan nodded at the question. "Yes, I passed."
Then he shook his head. "Only the first step, the next trial will have to wait until level 30. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, musing, "It's pretty much as I expected. I also went through 2 trials when I changed to an elementalist mage." Next, Chen Yuan asked Yuan about the contents of the trial.
Yuan honestly recounted how he had fended off the demon army and fought in the void arena. "What, you single-handedly fended off tens of thousands of demons? You even fought class holders of other races in the void arena?" Chen Yuan's tone changed completely. "Why is the trial content different from mine?
My first trial back then was just to withstand the attack of thousands of demons. The second stage was to battle a group of class holders from other races in a place called the Blood Arena."
How did the difficulty increase tenfold for Yuan?
Chen Yuan had not only heard of the Void Arena, but had also been there. So Chen Yuan knew the caliber of the Void Arena. There were hidden masters within. Some exceptionally gifted races were born with epic templates. He could crush class holders of other races just by relying on his attributes. Yuan was able to defeat hero-level class holders. Showed his remarkable strength. Chen Yuan scrutinized Yuan from head to toe. "I thought I had already thought highly of you, but I didn't expect to still underestimate you."
Yuan heard Chen Yuan praise him. "President Chen, you flatter me." Afterward, Ling Yuan thought of some questions. Subsequently, Yuan pondered some questions and asked Chen Yuan, "President Chen, why was I able to use skills when you opened your elemental force field, but I can't use skills when I'm in someone else's force field?" Then, Yuan told Chen Yuan about encountering the frenzied construct in the Void Arena. Chen Yuan's expression finally changed. You're really something else." Chen Yuan suddenly didn't know what to say. The casket of frenzy was a being closest to a demigod. His interest in Ling Yuan, Chen Yuan wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. He was interested in Yuan, but it was unclear if this was a blessing or a curse. It was fortunate that the astral mage Magna intervened. Otherwise, Yuan would have been turned into a toy by now. Speaking of Magna, Chen Yuan had a bit of a headache.
Yuan had actually alarmed that esteemed personage.
Could it be that this individual actually took a liking to Yuan? And wanted to take Yuan as a disciple? This is going to be difficult.
For him, an archmage not even at the fourth turn, to compete with a demigod for an apprentice.
It's like an old man hanging himself tired of living?
As Chen Yuan was deep in thought,
Yuan suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem. President Chen, you still haven't answered my question from earlier.
Seeing that Chen Yuan had been lost in thought for nearly 10 minutes,
Yuan was getting a little impatient, and thus interrupted Chen Yuan's contemplation. Snapping back to reality, Chen Yuan considered Yuan's earlier question and cleared his throat before replying.
The function of my elemental force field is to weaken the enemy's damage while simultaneously increasing my own. After speaking, fearing Yuan wouldn't understand, Chen Yuan directly teleported Yuan to the training ground.
Let's have a practical combat session here.
And he released an elemental force field towards Yuan.
Hit me with one of your spells.
Chen Yuan gestured for Yuan to use a magical attack on him. Yuan thought for a moment, then launched a frost impact towards Chen Yuan.
1,200.
A not so high amount of damage appeared above Chen Yuan's head.
So strong. Holy crap. The first sentence was spoken by Yuan, the second was Chen Yuan's inner thought. Yuan felt that Chen Yuan's elemental force field was simply too powerful.
It directly weakened him to the point of being intellectually challenged. The damage dealt was less than 1,000th.
Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was greatly surprised. This kid can deal over 1,000 damage even under my elemental force field. If I didn't activate my elemental force field, wouldn't he be able to deal hundreds of thousands of damage to me? What a freak!
Chen Yuan muttered to himself. Then he explained.
The attacks of enemies within an elemental force field will be largely weakened, but if the opponent also opens a force field, they will be immune to some effects. If the opponent's force field is stronger than mine, then I will fall under their force field suppression. Do you understand? Yuan nodded, half understanding. I kind of get it.
Chen Yuan knew that Yuan, at his current level, wouldn't fully grasp it.
So, Chen Yuan prepared to educate Yuan on the knowledge of various ranks. Before level 20 is considered the novice phase.
During this stage, most class holders have a good chance of reaching level 20, as long as they are careful.
Level 20 is a hurdle.
Some class holders with poorer talents or those with life classes find it difficult to pass the first class advancement trial.
Yuan understood all of this. It had been taught in school.
What Chen Yuan said next was not taught in school. After level 20, there's a chance of encountering class holders from other races or planes in the abyss.
If you meet those from the good alignment, it's fine, no combat will occur.
But if you encounter evil races or class holders who enjoy killing, then you're in trouble. Upon reaching level 40 and completing the second advancement, one can be called a true class holder.
Because after level 40, class holders will comprehend their respective class specializations. With this specialized enhancement, class holders will undergo a qualitative change.
After the third advancement, which is level 60, one will gradually master force fields.
My specialization is elemental control, and building upon that, I created the elemental force field. As for levels above 60, that's still a bit far off for you. The first priority you face is the class advancement trial. If you fail the class advancement trial, you'll have to wait 7 days before you can challenge it again. After Chen Yuan finished speaking to Yuan, Yuan still had one question in mind. That's about the gluttony demon god. President Chen, you didn't mention anything about situations above level 80 just now. Does reaching above level 80 grant divinity? Yuan's question made Chen Yuan pause. Then he nodded. Indeed. Chen Yuan didn't know where Yuan had heard about divinity. But since he asked, Chen Yuan decided to explain it in more detail. Above level 80, a class holder who has undergone 4 advancements will gain an additional attribute, divinity. Divinity can be applied to attacks or defenses. 1 point of divine attack can negate 1 point of divine defense. Without divine defense, one will be crushed when facing divine attacks. Similarly, if your attack doesn't carry divinity, you won't even break through divine defense. Let me give you a simple example. You know Tuyan, right? He's hailed as humanity's strongest paladin. He had already acquired 3 points of divinity before his class advancement, and after advancing, it doubled directly to 6 points. To slay a demon god, he put all his divinity into offense. That year, to eliminate the demon god, he deliberately concealed the news of his class advancement, publicly announcing that he was preparing for it. Although the outside world circulated rumors that Tuyan was ambushed, Tuyan was actually the one who launched the offensive. Tuyan seized the opportunity when the gluttony demon god underestimated him and charged forward, directly transforming into a Kingsguard and taking the initiative to attack. At that time, the gluttony demon god's divine defense was 4 points. It was precisely with the extra 2 points of divinity that Tuyan smashed the gluttony demon god's divine body. Even the gluttony domain was shattered by Tuyan. The unfortunate thing was that the support from the other 2 demon gods arrived too quickly, so Tuyan couldn't completely kill the gluttony demon god. In a few more decades, the gluttony demon god would likely make a comeback. After hearing Chun Yuan's explanation, Yuan mumbled to himself. The gluttony demon god probably won't appear again. Because I already killed him. Of course, killing a demon god was too astonishing. Yuan didn't say anything. After understanding the differences between various levels, Yuan first thanked Tuyan in his heart. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have encountered the heavily wounded gluttony demon god. And that was indeed the case. The gluttony demon god was worried about being ambushed while repairing its soul damage. It took 5 years of painstaking effort to recondense 1 point of pseudo-divine armor. It had thought that with the pseudo-divine armor, it could rest easy while repairing the damage to its soul. But who knew he would encounter a prodigy like Yuan, capable of weakening the magic resistance of divine armor? Yuan was able to kill the demon god of gluttony. The skill Arcane Radiance contributed significantly. Now, Yuan finally understood just how lucky he had been in the previous battle. If Yuan hadn't acquired that skill book at the time, or if the demon god of gluttony's consciousness had been clear, Yuan definitely wouldn't be alive now. That was close. Secretly feeling fortunate, Yuan decided that he must be careful, extremely careful, when encountering higher-level enemies in the future. After his doubts were resolved, Yuan also remembered the broken staff Magna had given him. Picking up the staff, Yuan saw the attributes of this piece of equipment. Weapon, Alioneth Prismatic, damaged. Equip requirement, Intelligence 10,000. Stats, Intelligence plus 1%, Stamina plus 1%. Arcane Affinity, spell cost reduced by 10%. Temporal Beacon, opens a portal to the Astral Mage Tower. Wherever you are, the Astral is your home. Other, omitted. Alioneth once shone upon a world, until its world was destroyed by the Dark Titan. Yuan was examining the staff in his hand. Chen Yuan next to him also leaned over to check the staff's attributes. Alunis, I think I've heard that name before. Chen Yuan then snapped his fingers. And a book appeared in his hand. Found it. Alioneth was originally an elemental creature, later shaped into a staff by the previous generation of astral mages. The staff is merely one of its forms. At its peak, this staff once single-handedly repelled the demon god of sloth, Belial, and his legion of demons. Later, the world where Alioneth resided was invaded by the Dark Titan, and this staff was shattered by the Dark Titan's divine magic during the world-ending war, eventually disappearing without a trace. Upon hearing about the powerful origins of the staff in his hand, Yuan's eyes narrowed. Chen Yuang tossed the book in his hand to Yuan and said with envy, I didn't expect that person to give you this staff. It's clear they have a lot of confidence in you. Yuan agreed with this statement. He hadn't expected Magna to be not only powerful, but also to have such good judgment about people. Loved it, loved it. Looking at the staff in his hand, Yuan fantasized about a future where he would wield it to slaughter infernal demon gods. Seeing Yuan's inability to part with it, Shen Yuang's words were like a bucket of cold water. Don't get too happy too soon. Aluneth is currently on the verge of shattering. Restoring it to its former glory will require an unknown amount of precious materials and elemental energy. Yuan heard this and realized he was right. He hadn't even passed his first advancement yet. So what was the point of fantasizing? So Yuan decided to take his leave.
Chairman Shen, thank you for your trouble today.
No trouble at all. After a polite exchange,
Shen Yuang left his contact information for Yuan. If you encounter anything you can't solve, just call me.
Don't be a stranger. Remember, no matter what, the Alliance will always be your loyal backing. Yuan nodded heavily at the remark, I will. Afterward, Yuan used the teleportation array to return to Skywind City. Seeing Yuan leave,
Chen Yuan pondered for a long time, finally deciding to contact guild leader Good.
Hearing Chen Yuan's report, Good exclaimed in surprise. Magna personally saved Yuan? Then, as if remembering something, he instructed. The Calamity sect has been making big moves recently. Keep an eye out and don't let anyone from the Calamity sect harm Yuan.
Chen Yuan nodded in agreement and ended the call. Mentioning the Calamity cult, a murderous glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He then opened his communicator and posted a bounty within the Mage Association. Effective immediately, anyone who kills a regular member of the Calamity sect will receive 1 point, a Calamity sect leader will receive 10 points, a Calamity sect deacon will receive 50 points, a Calamity sect apostle will receive 500 points, and a vice cult leader will receive 3,000 points plus an S-rank skill book. As soon as this bounty was released, mages went into a frenzy. Usually, earning points was incredibly difficult. Now, simply killing a member of the Calamity cult could earn them. Mages at home immediately couldn't sit still. Each one was contemplating how to find the Calamity cult members hiding in the shadows. Those confident in their own strength even used themselves as bait, hoping to lure targets. It was very late when Yuan returned to Tianfeng City. Seeing that Fan and the others were still in the abyss, Yuan went straight home to rest. The next day, Yuan received a call from Fan and the others early in the morning. Yuan, come to Sacred Tower quickly, something bad has happened. He hung up after speaking. This left Yuan completely bewildered. When Yuan arrived at Sacred Tower, he found that many class holders had already gathered there. Yuan, Sacred Tower issued a notice today that the infernal demons are preparing for a full-scale invasion of Blue Star. Their first target is us low-level class holders, blah blah blah. Through Fan's account, Yuan understood what had happened. Someone in the purgatory plane, using a rule contract. The trial for human class holders' first advancement had been tampered with, changing the trial content to Legion Warfare. This trial encompassed all countries on Blue Star. In other words, this time's class advancement, Yuan would undertake it alongside class holders from other countries. The rules are as follows. The battlefield for both sides is a random demiplane, each possessing a main base. The main base itself is guarded by many native inhabitants of the demiplane. There are 3 routes where both sides can battle, and 2 ways to achieve victory. One way is to kill all the opposing class holders. The other is to destroy the core building of the opposing faction. Having clarified the rules, Yuan had a slight smile on his face. Isn't this just a real-life version of LOL? Could it be that the overall commander of this infernal invasion of Blue Star is also a gaming enthusiast? Just as Yuan felt things were getting a bit childish, someone on the purgatory side evidently also raised doubts. Mammon, what kind of ridiculous rules have you set? We don't even have an advantage. In the purgatory plane, a demon as massive as a mountain spoke. The speaker exuded infinite might. His identity was none other than Samel, the demon of wrath, one of the 7 great demon gods. Samel's true form stood thousands of feet tall, capable of world-shattering destruction with every move. The Mammon he referred to was the demon of greed, Mammon, also one of the 7 great demon gods. Mammon was the overall commander of this invasion. And the trial rules were set by him.
Hearing Samel question him,
a flicker of displeasure crossed Mammon's eyes. What a brainless idiot! Though cursing inwardly, he still offered an explanation aloud.
Our target this time is the elite class holders among the Blue Star humans.
I have already arranged for the Calamity cult to secretly buy off many class holders to work for us. We'll use them to sabotage the elite class advancement trials for Blue Star humans.
As for ordinary human class holders, what does it matter even if they pass the advancement trial? Furthermore, Mammon wasn't without a backup plan.
He had prepared many small tricks based on loopholes in the rules. After Mammon explained, Samel finally understood Mammon's intentions.
His body suddenly shrank, becoming human-sized. Then I'll await your good news. Samel's shrunken appearance was quite comical.
With a shiny bald head and a face full of flesh.
Looking like a rich idiot.
Hell's side has already set up traps, now they're just waiting for the human side to take the bait. Yuan was clearly unaware of this. He and Fan, along with a few others, formed a team and chose to start the trial.
Entering the portal, Yuan and his companions were teleported to an unfamiliar place.
You have entered Silver Forest.
Yuan had barely arrived here a few seconds ago.
A noisy sound reached his ears.
Holy crap, it's an elf. Really?
Look at those legs, that figure, absolutely stunning.
Nanny, is this where the trial takes place? The first 2 sentences were in the language of Zhongzhou. How did the last 2 turn into neon language? Is there something indecent among us?
Yuan turned his head to look.
Indeed, a young man with a lewd appearance and a handlebar mustache appeared among the class holders.
There was a lecherous glint in his eyes, making him unpleasant.
After another few tens of seconds, many more class holders appeared near Yuan.
In the end, Yuan found that there were as many as 500 class holders around him.
Once everyone had arrived, everyone received a prompt. Victory condition: kill all enemy class holders or destroy the demon fortress.
The demons will arrive on the battlefield in 10 minutes, please prepare.
Yuan looked up and saw an elf maiden walking towards him, holding a longbow and wearing silver armor. Elf Ranger Lia, Hero LV 25. HP 3000000. MP 50,000.
Attack power 150000. Skills: Scatter Shot, Volley, Concussive Shot, Stars Radiance.
An elven hero. Her exquisite looks and incredibly high attributes made everyone around drool. Gulp.
That neon class holder from before swallowed nervously.
This man was named Yamada.
His eyes filled with greed. Leah seemed to sense his malicious gaze. Her cold eyes turned towards him.
Instantly, Yamada's back was drenched in cold sweat. Yamada saw cold killing intent in Leah's eyes. If he continued to stare at Leah, his head would be blown off the next second.
So, Yamada very wisely lowered his head.
Yuan and Fan were very close to Yamada.
They all saw Yamada's actions but said nothing. Eyes are on other people, it's his freedom to look at whoever he likes. But sometimes, even if you don't want trouble, trouble finds you. After Yamada's eyes left Leah, he then fixated on Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui. Looking at Yamada, whose eyes gleamed with lewdness, Zhong Juanru and Wang Shui both frowned. Yuan and Fan also sensed it, and in a very coordinated movement, they stepped in front of the 2 women. This greatly displeased Yamada, who reached out to push Fan. He couldn't beat that elf hero. But could he not beat a lowly shield warrior from Zhongzhou? He pushed but couldn't move her. Instead, Fan kicked Yamada far away. 2 shurikens suddenly appeared in Yamada's hand as he was kicked down. His class was ninja. Do you people from Zhongzhou only know how to make despicable sneak attacks?
Do you dare to challenge me to a one-on-one duel? Facing Yamada's provocation, Fan didn't indulge him at all.
He pulled out his shield and, with a charge, stunned Yamada.
You little brat, trying to get on my good side, huh?
Since you're looking for death, your old man here will oblige you.
Then Fan used shield bash. 4,200. Just one hit left Yamada severely wounded. One more normal attack and Yamada would be dead. Just then,
suddenly, a sword aura flew from a distance,
coming straight for Fan's back.
Feeling a strange noise behind him, Fan immediately drew his shield back to defend.
Using shield block. 500.
Even though he used shield block, Fan still lost 500 HP. Of course, this 500 HP was just a drop in the ocean for Fan, whose total HP exceeded 20,000.
It was fully recovered in less than 2 seconds. Baka! More than 20 aggressive class holders approached from a distance. Judging by their attire, they were all class holders from the Neon Nation.
The leader had an Oni mask tied to his head and 2 katanas at his waist.
This outfit strongly resembled a hidden class from the Neon Nation. Ani Masha. After these 20-odd people arrived, the leader spoke.
You Zhangzhou people are too unreasonable. Yamada merely said a few words, and you intend to kill him. The demons are about to attack, and you're still fighting amongst yourselves here.
Are you a spy for the demons?
The leader from Neon immediately started accusing Fan, truly a case of the wicked filing the first complaint. Upon seeing him, Yamada scurried to his side.
Lord Matsui. Matsui snorted at Yamada's disheveled appearance.
People of Zhangzhou, kneel and apologize immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite.
Matsui at this moment looked arrogant and extremely proud.
If Fan didn't apologize, Matsui intended to let Fan experience what cruelty was.
Yamada had followed Matsui for a long time.
Seeing that Matsui hadn't made a move for a while, he knew Matsui wanted to recruit Fan.
Although unhappy, he still cooperated and said,
Yellow Pig, hurry up and kneel to apologize. Lord Matsui is a hidden class with S-rank talent. If you kneel and apologize now, you might even earn Lord Matsui's appreciation.
If it weren't for you being somewhat useful, you'd already be a corpse.
To have the good fortune to be by Lord Matsui's side is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes.
Yamada spoke loudly. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to him, he rolled his eyes and shouted to the people around him. Lord Matsui's class is the noble Onimusha, who once solo cleared a nightmare difficulty abyss. He is a strong individual who can take on 100 enemies.
To win this trial, we still need to rely on Lord Matsui. He vigorously barked, looking like a complete sycophant in front of everyone. To be fair, they actually thought what he said made sense.
The class holders from the Kimchi Nation and Curry Nation all believed it. Is what you're saying true? Is he really that powerful?
Yeah, we've never seen an S-rank talent class holder either, you gotta show us what you can do. Many class holders from other countries, who loved a good spectacle, were chattering away. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Yamada saw that his words had attracted a lot of class holders. A smug smile appeared on his face. He leaned into Matsui's ear and whispered a few words. After Matsui nodded in agreement,
Yamada pointed at the training dummy not far away and shouted. Hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. Now I'll let you witness Lord Matsui's power. After Yamada finished speaking, Matsui drew his sword and stopped 5 meters from the training dummy.
2 sword slashes were unleashed.
15,000. 20,000. Then, Matsui charged for 1.5 seconds. Another slash struck. 50,000. Huge damage numbers appeared above the training dummy. Afterward, Matsui sheathed his sword. His face showed a look of relaxed ease. Hiss, such high damage, is this the power of an S-rank talent? It's not just S-rank talent, he's also a hidden class Oni warrior. The combination of both makes him this terrifying. Many of the class holders present were shocked by Matsui's damage.
They harbored different thoughts. Matsui saw that his objective had been achieved. A smug smile appeared on his lips.
Yamada saw this smile.
Then he spoke to Fan with an arrogant tone.
You've seen Master Matsui's damage, haven't you? If Master Matsui wanted to kill you, it would be effortless. So, have you thought about it?
If you don't kneel and kowtow now, you might not get another chance. Yamada's words carried a threatening meaning. This made many class holders from the central state very uncomfortable. But these people did not step forward to intervene. Because they knew they didn't stand much of a chance against Matsui. So, despite their discomfort, still, no one stepped forward to stand up for Fan.
Yamada looked around and noticed that the Central State's class holders were angry but dared not speak.
He sneered, "Look at your Central State class holders, no one will help you.
Why are you still stubbornly holding on?" Fan's silence was interpreted by Yamada and others as him stubbornly resisting.
In reality, Fan just felt speechless.
Yamada and Matsui's actions were no different from clowns in the eyes of Yuan and Fan. But this brain-damaged Yamada provoked them again and again. Fan somewhat regretted not killing him earlier.
So, Fan decided to let him have a better reincarnation in his next life.
You talk too much damn nonsense, I should have just killed you earlier. Raising the shield in his hand, Fan charged towards Yamada,
intending to bash this jumping clown to death with one shield strike. Unexpectedly, while Fan was charging, he was intercepted by Matsui, who held a sword. Fan's shield and Matsui's sword clashed.
Bang! Fan retreated 2 steps, while Matsui stood firm. Heartguard Hunter, a rank LV7. Skill cost, 20 energy. Description: blocks an attack that does not exceed your maximum HP. If the blocked skill carries a crowd control effect, the target is knocked back. Cooldown, 7 seconds.
Matsui precisely used the parry skill to nullify Fan's charge. After being repelled, Fan's face showed a serious expression.
After all, his opponent was an S-rank talent holder plus hidden class. Not to be underestimated. Facing Matsui, Fan felt no fear.
Instead, his fighting spirit surged. He quickly charged towards Matsui. His shield in hand was used as a weapon,
slamming heavily towards Matsui's face. Shield bash. Matsui saw the shield coming. Using the skill Ghost Step, his movement speed suddenly increased significantly, instantly moving behind Fan.
Quickly swinging his weapon, 2 consecutive sword energies struck Fan's back.
1,200. 1,800. Ha! Such high defense.
Matsui was startled, intending to swing a 3rd strike. But by then Fan had already turned, blocking the attack with his shield.
800.
Then, something that shocked Matsui happened.
Fan's HP bar remained completely still. Looking closely, the damage Matsui inflicted just now didn't even break the shield that came with Fan's talent.
At this moment, exclamations also came from nearby. This shield warrior has incredibly high defense.
Yeah, the damage that was over 10,000 against the scarecrow only did less than 2,000 to him.
Following him must feel very safe, he has boyfriend potential off the charts. The words of the surrounding class holders made Matsui somewhat embarrassed.
He prepared to unleash his ultimate move to teach Fan an unforgettable lesson. Just as he was about to attack, a furious voice suddenly rang out. Enough! Leah, the elven commander, walked over. The demon's attack is coming soon, all of you get over there and fight. With Leah's anger, no one dared to refute. Even Matsui put away his weapons. But Matsui was clearly unwilling to give up.
He made a throat-slitting gesture towards Fan
and left with the people around him.
As they were leaving, Yamada's eyes darted around, and he shouted,
"We want to follow Lord Matsui on the path." With Yamada's shout, many class holders from other smaller countries followed behind them. A rough count showed there were nearly 200 people. Among them were quite a few class holders from Zhongzhou.
If Yuan were to see one person among them,
he would definitely recognize him. This person was Chen. At this moment, Chen was wearing a black cloak and a mask, hidden in the crowd. Before leaving, he secretly glanced in Yuan's direction. Just wait to die. Chen had not forgotten his mission this time, which was to sabotage Yuan's trial mission. Before that, Chen had to hide himself well, and not let Yuan discover him. Once Matsui and his group left, the remaining people were basically all class holders from Zhongzhou. Fan looked around and noticed many people staring at him. He immediately understood what these people were thinking. So, Fan and Yuan discussed it. Said loudly, "Those who trust me, follow me down the bot lane." Fan called out, raising his arm, and indeed many responded. However, someone in the crowd still asked, "If we go to the bottom lane, what about the middle lane? If the demons launch a major attack on the middle lane, won't we be doomed?" There was some truth to this person's words. Quite a few class holders looked expectantly at Fan, waiting for him to make a decision. Fan pointed at Yuan, saying confidently, "The mid lane will be handled by him." Fan's answer instantly made many people frown. This is too much of a joke, isn't it? The middle lane is so important, and you're leaving it to just one person to defend. Yeah, letting him defend the middle lane alone, isn't that just sending him to his death? At least half of the people should be left to defend the middle lane. Many class holders voiced their opinions, feeling that although Fan was strong, his decision was very unwise. Everyone, calm down. Fan checked the time. There were less than 5 minutes until the demon attack, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. So Fan told everyone, "This person next to me is a formidable individual who can solo the hell difficulty abyss. With him there, not even a single demon fly will be able to get through the mid lane." Even after Fan's introduction, many class holders remained skeptical. However, quite a few class holders had heard the name Yuan. Is that Yuan? Excellent. This first advancement quest is secured. Is he Yuan, the one known as the Hell Terminator? I didn't expect the real person to be so handsome. The class holders below, in the shortest amount of time, recounted Yuan's achievements. The Hell difficulty Goblin Forest, Fairy Garden on Hell difficulty, Twilight Town on Hell difficulty, Bloody Monastery on Hell difficulty. He achieved something in just 2 days after awakening. That many class holders couldn't achieve in a lifetime. It's rumored that Yuan's talent is even SS rank or SSS rank. A definite golden opportunity. They had to latch onto him. Having learned about Yuan's achievements, all class holders no longer objected. They all swarmed after Fan towards the bottom lane, intending to end the battle quickly. Be careful. Before leaving, Yuan gave Fan a piece of advice and handed him his previous trinket, the alchemist's stone. Also, the previously replaced fairy wings and some other equipment. All given to Fan. In this lifetime, Fan was Yuan's only good brother. He didn't want anything to happen to Fan. Otherwise, he'd have to take care of his wife and child. Oh, no child. Then he'd only have to take care of his fiancée. Seeing Yuan take out the equipment, Fan didn't stand on ceremony either. But he always kept it in mind. After receiving the equipment, he patted his chest, indicating there was no need to worry. After these class holders left, the entire square was left with only Yuan. Seeing Elf Commander Leia frowning, Yuan asked, "General Leia, are there heroes like you in the enemy's main camp?" Leia nodded upon hearing this. "That's right." Then she asked in confusion, "Are you the only one responsible for guarding the middle lane? Are you planning to abandon the middle lane and instead let the other 2 lanes gain an advantage? You should know that if the enemy's forces are concentrated in the middle lane, you might not be able to resist at all. If there are too many demons, I won't be able to resist for long either. The demon side also has many evil class holders.
Some of these class holders possess infernal bloodlines, while others are races that have been seduced and corrupted by demons. Their combat power is generally stronger than that of regular class holders. Lia was very pessimistic about Yuan's decision to defend the mid lane alone. But she couldn't stop him. After glancing at the ancient HP tree behind him, Lia sighed helplessly. Am I going to die here today? Yuan didn't hear this sigh. He had already set off and was flying towards the middle lane. That's right, flying. Everyone else walked, but Yuan flew over. Yuan's speed was very fast. When he arrived at the central city wall, he found that the main force of the demons was still rushing forward. Hellhounds, Felguards, Satyrs, what is that? From atop the city wall, Yuan saw monsters he had never encountered before appear in the demon camp. The monsters wore black armor, held hammers in their hands, and made clanging sounds as they moved. Demon Soul Armor, Elite LV-20. HP 500000. Attack Power, 30,000. Heavy Defense Armor, Armor plus 2,000, takes 50% less melee damage. Departed Soul, upon death, the Demon Soul Armor will transform into a Departed Soul, dealing 20,000 damage to nearby enemies. How could Purgatory have such a tricky elite monster? Isn't this cheating? What happened to a fair fight? Why can Purgatory deploy elites? In fact, this was a deliberate move by Mammon. These Demon Soul Armors had just been created. Before entering here, these Demon Soul Armors were just ordinary Demon Soul Messengers. Their current form was all thanks to those armors. These armors were meticulously researched by Mammon. The purpose was to give humanity a surprise. Mammon didn't create many armors this time, only 10,000 sets. Distributed among each trial quest, there were fewer than 10 sets. Now, there were a full 6 Demon Soul Armors appearing before Yuan. That was more than half. Seeing the demons drawing closer to the city wall, Yuan spread his wings and flew down from the city wall, unleashing a war gale towards the densest group of demons. 530-0000. 330-0000. A dense cluster of damage numbers floated up. The number of demons sharply decreased by half. This really startled the demon side's commander. Stop! The commander of the demon's central force was a vampire named Medra. The vampire race is generally quite conceited. Medra was even more so. Before setting out, he made a military pledge to General Bennis that he would be the first of the 3 routes to breach the city wall. Therefore, Bennis gave Medra 6 Demon Soul Armors. The confident Medra led his followers on a rapid march. Just as they were about to see the city wall, half of Medra's troops instantly evaporated. Medra was greatly astonished and ordered the troops to halt their advance. His gaze swept around. There! Medra saw Yuan in mid-air. The two were not close, and Medra's eyesight wasn't great. He only saw a humanoid creature with demon wings suspended in mid-air. Medra still thought it was a powerful demon. Medra, who had been about to order an attack, instantly dismissed the thought. With a humble expression, he said loudly, "I don't know where I've angered you, Your Excellency. Please forgive me, and I will certainly be more careful. Vampires are arrogant, but that depends on who they're dealing with. A demon capable of possessing such magnificent wings was at least an epic-level figure. He never expected to encounter such a prominent figure in this place. He absolutely had to seize this opportunity." Medra automatically conjured up Yuan's identity in her mind and greeted him proactively. This completely confused Yuan. Was this person out of his mind? He had killed so many of his subordinates. Yet he was still asking if he had offended him somewhere. A masochist? Yuan was utterly bewildered. Then Yuan glanced at the wings behind him, and a light bulb went off. I think I understand a little. This person must have mistaken me for a demon. Wanting to understand the crux of the problem,
Yuan's eyes darted around. And he came up with a good idea. He found a ghoul mask from his backpack and put it on. Yuan flashed in front of Medra. "What is your name?" Yuan's voice was a little low, carrying an undeniable authority. Up close, Medra could feel an extremely pure infernal aura emanating from Yuan. Medra's feeling was not wrong. The source of that aura was the heart of gluttony. This was the essence of the gluttony demon god, possessing a portion of purgatory authority. Of course, it carried a pure purgatory aura. Medra carefully sensed it. The aura on Yuan was much purer than that of Benny's in the demon castle. Definitely a high-ranking race from purgatory. With noble blood. Thus, Medra lowered his head. His voice became even more humble. "Reporting, my lord, my name is Medra, a vampire." "Vampire?" Yuan saw a vampire for the first time and looked Medra up and down. Then he said, "You were too loud just now, it affected my mood." Hearing this, Medra immediately apologized proactively. "My lord, I am truly sorry. I was ordered by General Beneth to attack here and did not know you were present. If you are still upset, you may dispose of my subordinates as you wish." Medra's words sounded very heartless to Yuan. He clearly didn't regard the subordinates behind him as people. Perhaps this was the difference between demons and humans. In the demonic concept, the weak are born to be dominated by the strong. So Yuan didn't stand on ceremony either. Waving his hand in mock anger, he cast meteor shower towards the others. In just over 10 seconds, all of Medila's subordinates were annihilated. But there was no hint of distress in Medila's eyes. Only reverence. This lord is truly too powerful. The vampire watched his subordinates get slaughtered. And a joyful expression appeared on his face instead. "My lord, have you calmed down?" Yuan looked at the fawning face before him. Nodding slightly. His aloof demeanor and ruthless methods made him seem just like a high-ranking greater demon. Medra saw that Yuan remained silent. Took the initiative to ask. "My lord, you must be here for the HP essence, right?" HP essence? What is that?" Yuan's eyes showed confusion. But he was wearing the Oni mask at the moment. Medila didn't see the confusion in his eyes. Seeing that Yuan didn't reply, Medera thought he was silently agreeing. And then said, "General Beneth is also here for the HP essence this time." Then Medra proactively told Yuan everything she knew, without holding anything back. After hearing Medra's words, Yuan's eyes showed a strange look. This guy really knew a lot. According to Medera, the reason this offensive and defensive battle was chosen to take place in these demi-planes was all the idea of Mammon, the greedy demon god. Because there were many treasures in these demi-planes. For example, in the Silver Forest where Yuan was located, there was an HP tree sapling. An HP tree is a great thing. It was the mother tree that the elven race depended on for survival. With an HP tree, elves can be bred continuously. And over time, an army of elves could be nurtured. Yet, an HP tree sapling appeared within a demiplane. How could this not drive Bennis crazy? Destroying an HP tree yields HP essence. This HP essence can refine one's own bloodline. If lucky, it could even lead to bloodline atavism. Bennis's race was a fire elemental. It was said that his ancestor was a Balrog. Upon learning that an HP tree existed here, Bennis became desperate to acquire it. They hoped to use this HP essence to purify their bloodline. And if he could revert to an archdemon, Bennis would make a monumental leap and rise to prominence from then on. The matter of the HP essence was a top secret. Bennis had only told Medra. But now Medra, Benith's most trusted subordinate, had revealed everything to Yuan. Who knows how furious Benith would be if he found out, while still in the demon fortress. After listening to Medra, Yuan said in a slightly low voice, HP essence is no longer useful to me. You just mentioned that the HP tree has another purpose. What is it? Medra immediately showed an ambiguous expression.
It made Yuan feel a bit uncomfortable.
Medra continued. Natural energy can be used to prematurely ripen the HP tree, allowing it to continuously give birth to spirits. At this point, Medra chuckled. My lord, elves are excellent creatures. Their appearance and figures are top-notch, 100 times more beautiful than those ugly monsters in purgatory. Only succubi can compare to them. With the HP tree, you'll have an endless harem. If you get tired of them, my lord, you can transform these spirits into dark elves or flame elves. Then you can play with them however you like, without worrying about them rebelling. As long as the HP tree is in your hands, they will obey your commands unconditionally. After Medra finished speaking, he rubbed his hands. He fantasized about the day, not long from now, when Yuan would bestow some spirits upon himself. That feeling, it would be absolutely exhilarating. After listening to Medra's explanation, Yuan was speechless. Well, so that was its purpose. Yuan's interest instantly piqued. Don't misunderstand. Yuan just couldn't bear to let these lovely spirit maidens fall into the hands of demons. How can I control the HP tree? Yuan asked. This. Medra hesitated. Yuan snorted softly, a little displeased. Startled, Medra quickly blurted out the rest of her words. General Beneth has an amulet on him that can be used to control the HP tree, but he wears this amulet on his person. Others are not qualified to touch it, not even me. Medra truthfully explained the situation. Yuan listened. Immediately came up with a good idea. But it required Medra's cooperation. Then, Yuan said. HP essence is useless to me, but I'm somewhat interested in the HP tree. I plan to ask Beneth for that amulet. Do you think he'll give it to me? It would be a miracle if he did. Beneth is a fire elemental. And he can't, with elves. So Beneth isn't very interested in elves. He only cares about purifying his bloodline. That's why he wouldn't give you the amulet. If he gave you the amulet, where would he get HP essence? Of course, Medra murmured all of this to herself. She didn't say it out loud. What he said was the exact opposite of what he told Yuan. My lord, with you leading the way, success is guaranteed, but... Medra stopped short, as if wanting to say more but holding back. However, General Beneth might have a peculiar temper, and you, sir, might not be able to meet him. General Beneth is the nephew of Baal, the commander of the flame demons, and he's not to be trifled with. This time, Medra told Yuan all about Beneth's background. Almost telling Yuan what color underwear Beneth was wearing. Balrog Baal? Yuan seemed to have heard that name before. The flame demon killed by two gang last time seemed to be Baal's brother. He wasn't from purgatory either. Nor was he afraid of Baal seeking revenge. So what was there to worry about? So, Yuan let out a displeased snort. What about Baal? Can he possibly compare to a demon god? Yuan pointed at Medra and said. Take me to see Beneth now. If he doesn't know what's good for him, don't blame me for being impolite. Medra's heart trembled upon hearing Yuan's words. He didn't even care about Baal, the flame demon commander. What was this person's true identity? He just mentioned the demon god. Could it be? He's a descendant of a demon god. Medra's heart instantly filled with ecstasy. Feeling like he'd stumbled upon a stroke of luck. He had actually encountered a descendant of a demon god. If the other party just gave him a little favor, wouldn't he become the overlord among vampires? By then, all those succubi who used to look down on him would kneel at his feet. Ha ha ha. As he thought, a joyful smile appeared on Medra's lips. Yes, my lord, I will take you to General Beneth now. Before leaving, Medra suddenly remembered something. And with a pleading expression, said,
My lord, I came off this time on General Bennis's orders, promising to be the first to break through the enemy's defenses. Now that all my subordinates have been killed by you, if I go back alone, I'm afraid General Bennis will beat me to death. Could I trouble you, my lord, to destroy this city wall, so I at least have something to report? Hearing Medra's request, Yuan considered it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes. Subsequently, Yuan flew into the air and hurled a meteor shower at his own city wall. In less than 5 seconds, the city wall collapsed with a crash. Mid-lane defense has been breached. When Yuan broke through his own city wall, all human class holders received a notification. And instantly there was an uproar. Baga, are the class holders in the central province all pigs? How could the mid-lane defense be breached so quickly? Matsui was currently engaged in battle with demons. He was in a one-on-one fight with a demonic soul armor. And after hearing the notification, anger appeared on his face. He then quickly unleashed his ultimate skill. A phantom slowly appeared behind him. Matsui attacked the demonic soul armor, and the phantom behind him performed the same action. 2-day style. Matsui unleashed his ultimate, a trump card. The 2 blades in his hands, one red and one blue, radiated the power of spirits and gods. In less than a minute, he slew the demon soul armor in front of him. Afterward, Matsui instructed the others behind him. 50 people stay here with me, the rest go to the middle lane for support. Although Matsui had been cursing fiercely, he was also worried that the middle lane wouldn't be able to hold. He could only send others to provide support. Yamada and the others behind him heard Matsui's command. A smile flashed in their eyes. He led his people to reinforce the mid lane. Chen was naturally one of them. As for Fan's side, they had a larger number of people and were able to press back against the attacking demons. When they heard that the middle lane's defenses had been breached, their first reaction was disbelief. Impossible. Yuan is so strong, how could his defenses be breached? But no matter how unbelievable it was, the alert had already been issued. How could it be fake? At this moment, 2 different opinions emerged within Fan's team. One was to trust Yuan, believing that even if the middle lane was breached, no problems would arise. Another was to go back and offer support. They shouldn't place all their hopes on Yuan alone. The 2 factions were at a stalemate. Finally, Fan made the decision. Those who wanted to go support the middle lane would go. Those who believed in Yuan continued to stay here. Ultimately, over 120 people chose to go support the middle lane. There were still over 270 people remaining with Fan. While fending off the demon attack, Fan looked in the direction of the mid lane, muttering to himself, "Please, no unexpected incidents." How about it? Satisfied now? You can report back, right? After destroying the city wall, Yuan naturally also received a notification. But he didn't pay it much mind. All the attacking demons had already been killed by him. What was there to worry about? Satisfied, very satisfied. Your lordship's power is truly immense. Seeing that Yuan only used one skill, Madila's smile widened even further. This lord's power is truly unfathomable. It seems Bennis is really going to suffer this time. Quickly, take me to Bennis. Quickly, take me to Bennis. Yuan feared that delays would complicate matters and wanted to deal with Bernice quickly to complete the class transfer quest. Medra heard Yuan's urging, immediately sped off towards the demon fortress without stopping. Medra and Yuan hadn't walked for long. The support from the other 2 routes also arrived. Why is no one here? After the class holders from the other 2 routes arrived, they only saw the city walls in ruins, and no trace of human class holders. Could they all have been killed? But we didn't encounter any demons along the way. Where did the people defending the middle route go? These class holders who came to assist were completely bewildered.
A bolder class holder ventured outside the ruins and immediately shouted, "There are traces of demons here." Others heard the shout and came outside the ruins. What they saw, however, was a pile of demon corpses. These demon corpses were very strange, lying neatly in place. It seemed they offered no resistance when they were killed. Very strange. Yamada and Chen, seeing this situation, and exchanged a shocked glance. Their eyes both held confusion. That's right. The two had already confirmed each other's identities through a secret signal. They were all members of the Calamity cult. One was from the Central Continent branch, the other from the Neon branch. Both had the same objective. Yamada's goal was to sabotage Matsui's class transfer quest, while Chen's goal was to sabotage Yuan's class transfer quest. Through a secret signal, Chen discovered that, besides Yamada, there were also 11 other members of the Calamity cult. By that count, out of 500 people, at least 13 were traitors. These traitors were stunned to see their own demon army slaughtered en masse. They were all shocked. Who on earth did this? The middle lane was too strange. Demon corpses everywhere. Breached city walls. Yet not a single living person. These class holders had no idea what to do. Just then, a new notification appeared on the battlefield. Humans, 497 demons, 213. The number on the left represented the surviving human class holders. The number on the right was the count of surviving demons. The number of surviving humans was twice that of the demons. All thanks to Yuan. The vast majority of demons were slain by Yuan. After Chen and his group understood the power disparity between the two sides, everyone was very nervous. If this continues, the human class holders were likely to win. This would not do. If they don't complete the assigned task, they might wish they were dead. Yamada and Chen exchanged glances and quietly gathered the other traitors to discuss countermeasures. What do we do? The human side now has an absolute advantage. In probably another 2 hours, the demons will be wiped out, and our mission will fail. Chen's face was grim, recalling how he had been fighting sleeplessly in the abyss for the past few days, just to get revenge on Yuan. But now the demon side was so disappointing. Chen couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of trash. Yamada knew who Chen was cursing, and nodded in agreement. How unlucky. The demons we encountered this time are so weak. Most of them were inexplicably killed, and we didn't even have time to interfere. The other Calamity cultists also sighed, unable to offer any constructive suggestions. Finally, Yamada suddenly remembered something and pulled a bottle from his backpack. Blood of Corruption, special, corrupts the target, turning them into an aberrant creature after 30 seconds. As long as we pour this on the HP tree, in 30 seconds, we win. Yamada actually planned to attack their own core structure, which made sense. With just the 13 of them, there's no way to kill all the other human class holders. Originally, I wanted to use the hands of demons to eliminate human class holders. But now, it's actually turned out for the better. Most of the demon forces were annihilated. Without their reliance, these people had no choice but to set their sights on the HP tree. Your idea is good, but how can we infiltrate near the HP tree? You know that Elven Hero is always guarding it. Chen's eyes also lit up when he saw the corrupted blood. But they faced an unsolvable problem. And that was Leah. That Elven Hero is not to be trifled with. If we approach the HP tree without her consent, she will definitely attack us. Which one of us can withstand one of her arrows? After he finished speaking, everyone else fell silent. Chen was right. None of these people could do it. How about we try to lure her away? A thin assassin suddenly spoke up. We can give false military intelligence and tell Leah that we can no longer withstand the demon's attack, sending her away. Once she leaves, we'll make our move. After the person finished speaking, some of the others nodded, thinking it was a good idea. But some shook their heads. Not suitable. The elven hero's mission is to guard the HP tree. She won't even intervene if all of us die. When the assassin heard someone refute him, he said unhappily, "This will work, and that will work. Why don't you come up with a solution then?" The person opened his mouth to say something, but then sighed helplessly. He indeed had no good ideas. Seeing everyone discussing back and forth, he still hadn't thought of a good solution. Chen was getting anxious. Suddenly, a warrior named Wang Chong took out an item. Sleep spell, forces a target below level 30 into a state of sleep for 10 seconds. Receiving damage will interrupt the sleep effect. 2-2. This. Chen and the others excitedly stood up. Why didn't you take out this item sooner? Wang Chang's own reaction was a bit slow. Plus, this item wasn't usually needed, so it had been gathering dust in his inventory. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered he had this item. After a quick discussion, everyone realized this spell could be used twice, adding up to 20 seconds. If the others could stall for a bit longer, stalling for 30 seconds shouldn't be a problem. So, everyone decided to go for it, while the others were still lingering in the middle lane. Chen and his group quietly left this place. How much further to Demon City? After flying for nearly 10 minutes, Yuan asked Medra. Medra immediately replied, "My lord, it's just past this canyon." Looking at the towering canyon, Yuan nodded. Speed up. Medra, upon hearing this, burned some of his essence and increased his speed by another 20%. In less than 2 minutes, the two passed through the canyon. A city filled with a purgatorial aesthetic appeared before their eyes. My lord, this is Demon City. It was just built not long ago, and many entertainment facilities haven't had time to be constructed yet. Please bear with us. Medra took the lead, introducing the city. There's an automatic defense array in the city, capable of withstanding 100 million damage. Even if all the human class holders came out, they wouldn't be able to break through the city's defense array in a short time. There are 10 fell cannons here. Each shot deals damage equivalent to a max level A grade skill from a level 20 human mage. Seeing the fell cannons, Yuan took a few extra glances and memorized their positions. He planned to take them out first when the time came to act. The two walked about 200 meters and arrived at the main gate of Demon City. At this moment, the gate of Demon City was wide open, with only 2 demon guards at the entrance. Quite humble. Which made sense. The demons had all been sent out to battle. It was good enough to have 2 guards at home. When Medra and Yuan arrived at the gate, the 2 demon guards looked at them. These 2 clearly knew Medra. Lord Medra, weren't you leading an attack? Hearing the words of these 2 small soldiers, Medra's face stiffened. Didn't you hear that their defenses have been breached by me? I'm about to report important military intelligence to General Benny's. Where is the general now? It was well known that Medra was Benny's confidant. So when they heard Medra had important military intelligence, these 2 small soldiers didn't dare to say anything unnecessary. Immediately stepped aside, making way for a passage. And so, Yuan swaggered into the Demon City. The automatic defense array within the city failed to identify Yuan. This was all thanks to the Heart of Gluttony. Priority maxed out. As long as an item's grade was lower than the Heart of Gluttony, it was completely unable to identify Yuan. Therefore, Yuan had an unimpeded path. Before long, he arrived at Bennis's dwelling. General Bennis, Medra requests an audience. Upon reaching the place where Bennis usually stayed, Medra knocked on the door and said softly. Bennis seemed not to have expected Medra to return so quickly. A little surprised, but still let Medra in. Come in. After Medra entered, Yuan also followed behind him. Benes frowned upon seeing Yuan.
Then he remembered that this person was brought by Medra. Perhaps there was something important to report to him. His brow then relaxed.
Benes was a fire demon.
His body was 5 meters long, and when standing upright, his upper body alone was 2 meters tall. Standing there, he exuded a strong sense of oppression.
Benes, Hero Fire Elemental LV 25. HP 36000000. MP 200,000. Attack 320,000.
Skills: Fireball Barrage, Fork of Wrath, Anti-Magic Shield, Rain of Fire.
Unexpectedly, this fire elemental was a magic-based boss. Yuan was almost fooled by his massive physique.
However, it couldn't be ruled out that this fire demon cultivated both magic and martial arts.
Because creatures of the infernal realm inherently prefer close combat.
Even if this fire demon is a magic user, his close combat abilities should not be underestimated. Seeing Medra enter, Benes unusually smiled.
Medra, I didn't expect you to break through the enemy's defenses so quickly. What reward do you want? Hearing the praise, Medra gave a dry laugh and respectfully replied. This is all thanks to the general. If it weren't for the demonic soul armor bestowed upon me by the general, I wouldn't have achieved victory so quickly.
Haha, so you're saying I had foresight. Indeed, general strategies are well planned, showing great foresight.
Yuan listened from the side, utterly speechless.
I was the one who smashed the damn city wall.
What are you two boasting about to each other? Aren't demons supposed to be straightforward?
Why are they now starting to learn human ways?
Utterly hypocritical. Yuan grew a little impatient. He gave a soft cough from the side. Ahem. Hearing the cough, Medra reacted.
He almost forgot about this lord.
He was about to introduce him. But Benes spoke first. What are you? Didn't you hear I was speaking? You don't know your place. After speaking, he raised his hand and launched a fireball barrage at Yuan, wanting to blast Yuan directly into smithereens.
How dare he interrupt this general's pleasure?
He deserves to die. If this skill were to hit someone, an average level 20 class holder would not be able to withstand it. Of course, Yuan was clearly not among them. Discovering that the Flame Fiend had directly made a move, Yuan immediately spoke to Medra.
You saw it, he attacked first.
As he spoke, he threw an annihilation black hole directly at the Flame Fiend's feet. 360,000.
To prevent the Flame Fiend from using an anti-magic shield,
Yuan lightly tapped his foot, activating the silent domain.
A rapid volley of fireballs struck Yuan, causing a series of damage.
1,600. 3,200. 1,600. The highest hit dealt 3,200, the lowest 1,600.
But for Yuan, who possessed a massive shield, this was merely a drop in the ocean.
Medra's reaction was also extremely quick. Noticing that the two were about to fight, with a whoosh, she vanished without a trace. Damn it, how dare you attack the future lord of the Balrogs?
After Benes was silenced, he immediately grabbed the blazing fire fork beside him,
stabbing towards Yuan.
But he was still a step too slow.
Yuan unleashed a war gale, repelling Benes. 320,000. Then the gale spread, directly shattering Benes's dwelling. 360,000. 320,000.
The damage from the annihilation black hole and the subsequent damage from the gale winds appeared above Benes's head.
In just a few seconds, half of Benes's health was depleted.
As soon as the silence effect ended, Benes immediately cast an anti-magic shield on himself. Anti-magic shield, immune to single target spells, takes 90% reduced damage from area of effect spells, lasts for 30 seconds.
After Benes activated this skill, he looked at Yuan with a terrified expression. Who on earth are you, sir?
Up to this point, Benneth had not realized that Yuan was a human.
Because the infernal aura emanating from Yuan was simply too pure.
Combined with the magnificent demon wings behind him, it was difficult for anyone to associate Yuan with being a human.
You ask who I am? My name is Yufad. Yuan casually made up a name. Hearing Yuan state his name, Benneth carefully recalled in his mind.
And found that there was no one named Yufad among the younger generation in the infernal realm.
Could he be the descendant of some ancient being? Benneth said solemnly.
Lord Fard, this offensive and defensive battle is uniformly coordinated by Lord Mammon.
If you continue to attack me, you will anger Lord Mammon, and there will be no good outcome.
Benneth tried to use Mammon's name to intimidate Lin Yuan,
wanting to scare Yuan away.
But Yuan didn't care at all. The reason he didn't continue attacking
was because Benneth had the anti-magic shell active.
Since Benneth himself intended to stall for time,
Yuan was more than happy to continue chatting with him. Once the skill effect ended,
Yuan would kill him.
Benneth obviously knew Yuan's intentions as well, and shrieked, "Ball, the Fell Commander, is my uncle.
If you kill me, he will surely avenge me."
But these words still couldn't move Yuan. Seeing this, Benneth's face changed, intending to fight to the death. Then, Benneth pulled out a device and pressed a button on it. The entire city immediately rumbled. The defensive array had been activated.
However, the array's effect currently only targeted Benneth himself,
meaning Benneth currently has a 100 million HP shield.
Then Yuan saw the 10 fell cannons in the city aiming at himself. Green fell flames faintly emanated from their muzzles.
You really think I'm easy to bully?
Benneth used the device to control the fell cannons to attack. I wasn't idle either, constantly firing chain fireballs and rain of fire at Yuan.
For a moment, countless fireballs struck Yuan. 3,200. 40,000. Fell cannon building. HP 800000. Attack, 240,000. The fell cannon's damage was extremely high. A single fell fireball would cause 40,000 damage,
even though there was a shield to block it.
But Yuan still intended to destroy those annoying cannons first. Yuan's figure flickered repeatedly.
Arriving near the fell cannons, he threw a few annihilation black holes at the fell cannons. 120-0000. 120-0000.
The cannons themselves had no magic resistance. They were shattered into pieces in less than a second.
Then Yuan used the same trick again.
In less than 10 seconds,
all 10 fell cannons were shattered into pieces.
Damn it!
Seeing the 10 cannons reduced to a pile of shards,
Benneth's heart bled.
These were cannons he had spent a lot of money to buy, and they were just shattered like that.
Benneth was heartbroken.
But he was helpless against Yuan,
because Yuan can fly. As a fire elemental, Benneth could not fly. Although he could hit Yuan,
his damage was insignificant, even less than the damage caused by the fell cannons.
This was because Yuan's magic resistance was simply too high.
S-rank skill Supreme Energy combined with his equipment allowed Yuan to reduce magic damage by 80%. Benneth also didn't have a skill that ignored magic resistance, so the damage caused was pitifully low.
Why was the fell cannon able to deal so much damage?
That was due to fell energy. Fell energy inherently comes with magic penetration and weakening effects, which is why it could deal such high damage. After 30 seconds passed, the anti-magic shell on Benneth had already disappeared. Yuan no longer intended to hold back, preparing to destroy both the person and the city. Flying to a height of 300 meters above the ground,
Yuan stopped, activating the arcane skill inherent to his cloak.
Arcane doubles the cast time of the next spell and doubles the damage dealt. The skill Yuan used was Meteor Shower. While using Arcane, he also emptied his mana bar.
20 seconds passed in an instant. As Yuan cast the skill,
the entire sky darkened. Dense fiery meteors appeared above Devil's Castle.
Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth shook violently.
630-0000. 630-0000. Each meteorite dealt millions of damage.
After 10 seconds, the entire demon city no longer existed.
All other demons within the city were completely annihilated. Only Benis was left, lying on the ruins, barely alive.
Benis, Hero Fire Demon LV25. HP 73652. MP 180,000.
Attack power 320000. Skills: Fireball Barrage, Fork of Fury, Anti-Magic Shield, Rain of Fire.
The entire city was destroyed.
The defensive magic circle was shattered.
He was on the verge of death. Benis looked at Yuan with deep fear. Don't kill me.
I have countless treasures that can buy my life. After returning to Purgatory, I will offer you a satisfactory reward.
According to the rules of Purgatory, the losing side can buy their life at a high cost. Most demons would not violate this rule. Killing the opponent wouldn't bring any actual benefits, but would instead create an enemy. So, the custom of buying one's life with money is very prevalent among demons. Because this is a way of sustaining war through war. The strong remain strong, while the weak are always the exploited.
But this rule was useless for Yuan, because the other party had to return to Purgatory alive to fulfill the promise.
Yuan wouldn't possibly go to Purgatory for such a tiny profit. Yuan would probably just enter Purgatory with his front foot. The demon god of wrath would appear before him right after. So Benis still had to die. Yuan unleashed an extreme cold impact. 96,000.
Benis was killed before he could utter another word.
Human faction, Yuan has slain Demon General Benis. Human faction morale boosted, all attributes increased by 50% until the end of combat. Human faction, Yuan has slain Demon General Benis. Human faction morale boosted, all attributes increased by 50% until the end of combat. After killing Benis, all class holders received the notification in their ears.
The death of the Demon General instantly ignited the entire human faction.
Lord Yuan is awesome. Voice cracking. Baka, who exactly is this Yuan? To be able to slay a demon general.
This is great, let's launch a counterattack while all our attributes are boosted.
The morale of the human class holders soared, sending the attacking demons scurrying. Humans, 485 demons, 64.
Only 64 demons remained. And this number was constantly decreasing.
Looking at the situation,
the human side would achieve victory in less than 10 minutes. This should have been a joyous occasion.
But some people's expressions were grim. What do we do?
If we don't act now, our mission will fail, Shen said in a deep voice.
We can't wait any longer. Think about what we'll face if the mission fails.
Hearing this, the others felt a chill in their hearts,
evidently remembering something unpleasant.
Failing the class change only means waiting an extra 7 days.
If the mission fails, I'm afraid death would be a release.
There's no helping it, once a traitor,
always a traitor. No escaping it. And so, all these people's faces showed determination. Let's do this. After deciding, Shen and Yamada headed towards Leah.
Lord Leah, we have important military intelligence to report.
Shen and the others were responsible for attracting Leah's attention. Yamada was responsible for contaminating the HP tree. Shen's words caught Leah's attention. Yamada activated stealth and crept towards the HP tree. As luck would have it, Leah was currently shocked by the fact that the demon general had been killed by Yuan. so her attention wasn't very focused. Coupled with Chen and the others' intentional obstruction, Yamada found an opportunity. Yamada actually managed to get close to the HP tree. What important military intelligence! Leah's tone at this moment was not as icy as before. Seeing this, Chen immediately stepped forward. "Lady Leah, the demon general has been killed by us, we are about to win." Leah nodded, her tone somewhat flat. "Oh, that matter." Because a system notification for this event had already been issued. Leah already knew. But Leah only knew that the demon general was dead, but didn't know how he was killed. She asked somewhat curiously, "Do you know how the demon general was killed?" After Leah asked her question, Chen made a gesture towards Yamada, signaling that he could act. Then he said to Leah, "Lady Leah, you've asked the right person. No one knows more about this than I do." As Chen finished speaking, Yamada had already opened the bottle of contaminated blood and poured it onto the HP tree. The HP tree has been contaminated. In 30 seconds, it will deform into a twisted tree. The HP tree has been contaminated. In 30 seconds, it will deform into a twisted tree. The crimson notification instantly appeared in everyone's ears. The HP tree was the core building for the human faction. If it mutates into a twisted tree, all class holders on the human side would have their class advancement quests considered failed. There was a deep connection between the Elflia and the HP tree. The moment the HP tree showed abnormalities, she looked towards Yamada, yelling loudly, "How dare you desecrate the HP tree, give me!" Before she could utter the word death, she was stunned by a blackjack from one of the assassins. However, Leah's anomaly resistance was very high. She woke up in 1 second. Chen frowned at the sight. What a nuisance! He then fired a concussive shot at Leah. 0.5 seconds later, Leah woke up again. He now knew that all these class holders around him were traitors. So she wasn't going to hold back. Planning to unleash her ultimate skill, Stars Ablaze, to blast these damned traitors into dust. Before she could use her skill, the person suddenly fell into a deep sleep. This was Zhang Chong using the sleep spell on Leah. Just now, we only delayed for less than 3 seconds. Even with the 20-second sleep spell, it's only 23 seconds. We still need to hold out for 7 more seconds. Chen stepped forward and said loudly, "It's come to this, so stop holding back. Bring out all your items and skills, otherwise, when this woman wakes up, we'll all die." One person heard Chen's words. Their hesitant expression instantly firmed up, and they took out a small square box. Box of Exile, exiles a target no higher than level 30 into the box. The box itself has 1 million health. Single-use item. Seeing this box, everyone showed joyful expressions. Now we're safe. This is bad. The class holders in the top and bottom lanes felt their hearts sink upon hearing the prompt. And without bothering with the attacking demons, they immediately turned and ran back, wanting to rush to the HP tree's aid within 30 seconds. But their actions were destined to be futile. Not to mention the distance. Simply purifying the contamination was something no one could do. Unless someone could destroy the demon fortress within 30 seconds. Where exactly is the demon fortress? Yuan was searching everywhere in the ruins of Demon City. The entire Demon City had now become a wasteland. If the demon fortress was here, had long since been blown to smithereens. There was no need to look for it. As he walked, Yuan saw a figure standing next to a large rock. This figure was actually Medra. "Medra, you're not dead?" Yuan was a little surprised. To be able to survive under his full power meteor shower, this Medra had some skill. At this moment, Medra was somewhat disheveled. Medra, upon seeing Yuan, broke into a bright smile. "My lord, you are truly too powerful. You destroyed both the people and the city. Medra seemed to have not heard the prompt, treating Yuan with the same attitude as before, which instead confused Yuan. Is there a conspiracy? Never mind. Who cares? Even if there's a conspiracy, I'm not afraid. Yuan asked bluntly. Do you know where the demon fortress is? Hearing Yuan's question, Medra chuckled. The idea to hide the demon fortress was my suggestion, so of course I know. Take me there quickly. Yuan was a little impatient. Less than 25 seconds remained until the HP tree would be corrupted. Yuan had to destroy the demon fortress before then. Medra heard Yuan's urgency. He didn't waste any time. She moved the large rock in front of them. With a pull, a 2-meter wide passage appeared before them. The demon fortress is at the end of the passage. Before Medra could finish speaking, Yuan impatiently rushed in. After Yuan's figure completely disappeared, Medra muttered to herself. The gluttony demon god actually fell. What a lucky little fellow. Medra looked at her hands, shaking her head. This body could have been used for a while longer, what a pity. With that, Medra's body gradually vanished, as if she had never been there. At the human base camp, next to the HP tree, Chen was silently thinking. 7. 8. 9. Continue to cast the sleep curse. Upon hearing this, the warrior Zhang Chong dared not delay. At the last second, he cast the sleep curse on Leah. They were dancing on the edge of a knife. Even 1 second too late, and Leah could wipe out their entire group. Fortunately, they succeeded. Leah fell into a deep sleep again. So far, everything was progressing according to Chen's plan. As long as they held on for another 17 seconds. After the HP tree was completely corrupted and distorted, their mission would be complete. Yuan and other geniuses' class advancement quests would fail. If a class change quest fails, they need to wait 7 days before they can accept it again. By then, Yuan's level would be significantly behind. Besides, with people like Chen existing, Yuan's second class advancement quest might not even succeed. Each person can only attempt a class change quest 3 times. If all 3 attempts fail, they will no longer be able to level up. They will be forever stuck at level 20. This is precisely the goal of these human traitors from the Calamity cult. Kill them if possible, if not, ensure they fail their class change quests. They intend to stifle all the promising talents of this generation of humanity in their infancy. In a few years, there was a generational gap among the class holders on the human side. The opportunity for purgatory will come. It had to be said that Chen and his group chose their timing perfectly. Other class holders were fighting on the front lines. Leah's attention was drawn to the death of the demon general. She let her guard down, completely unprepared, allowing the traitors from the Calamity cult to seize the opportunity and infiltrate. Time flew by. The fastest class holders returning from the front lines had only traveled half the distance. Only less than 15 seconds remained. Many class holders showed expressions of annoyance. We were careless. We should have left a few people to guard the home base. Baka! Is this hero Leah a pig? How could she allow the HP tree to be corrupted? Ashabear, isn't anyone defending at home? Damn it! But no matter how fiercely they cursed, it was useless. The second sleep curse was about to end. And someone had already prepared the box of banishment. When the sleep curse countdown had 1 second left, this person activated the box of banishment prematurely. Leah, having just woken up, was about to cast her ultimate ability, only to find herself trapped inside the box space. Leah decisively activated her ultimate, Starfall. This skill deals area damage, inflicting 100,000 damage per second for 20 seconds. But the box of banishment has 1 million health. It would take at least 10 seconds to break the box. However, the HP tree only had 7 seconds left before it was beyond saving. There was simply not enough time. What to do? Who can save the mother tree? Who can save me? Leah closed her eyes in despair. Finally found it. Yuan's expression was filled with excitement. It's hidden pretty deep. After entering the passage, in order to save time, he used Shadow Step 5 times in a row to reach the end. These guys are like moles, digging so deep. Reaching the end. Before him was a semicircular object about 10 meters in diameter. Demon Fortress Building Core. HP 500,000. Defense, 50,000. Seeing the Demon Fortress had only 5 million HP, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't waste any time. Instantly emptied his mana bar. Over a dozen skills were unleashed upon the Demon Fortress. For a moment, the Demon Fortress endured fiery winds and icy black holes. From a distance, it looked like blooming fireworks. Exceedingly gorgeous. 420,000. 360,000. 280,000. In less than 3 seconds, the Demon Fortress shattered under Yuan's relentless barrage of skills. Congratulations to the human factions Yuan for being the first to destroy the Demon Fortress, achieving victory in this battle. Automatic teleportation in 10 minutes. Congratulations to the human factions Yuan for being the first to destroy the Demon Fortress, achieving victory in this battle. Automatic teleportation in 10 minutes. Congratulations to the human factions Yuan for being the first to destroy the Demon Fortress, achieving victory in this battle. Automatic teleportation in 10 minutes. 3 consecutive broadcasts rang out. All the class holders across the battlefield were stunned. Did I miss here? Wasn't it just announced that the HP tree would be destroyed in 5 seconds? Yuan.yyds. Who exactly is this Yuan? How can he be so powerful? Regardless, the human faction won. All the class holders on the human side were overjoyed. But some people couldn't be happy, including Chen and his group. They had put in a great deal of effort and were on the verge of success. As a result, Yuan destroyed the Demon Fortress. He achieved victory one step ahead of them, ruining their perfect plan. These people knew it was futile and immediately prepared to escape. But halfway through their run, they found more than a dozen ropes suddenly flying out from behind them, tying them up securely. Because Leah had already emerged from the box of exile. The first thing he did upon emerging was to release ropes to restrain them. He then rushed to the HP tree to check on it. The HP tree's condition was very poor at this moment. Although not completely corrupted, it was on its last legs. Had Yuan not destroyed the Demon Fortress in advance to secure victory, and if the rules hadn't provided some protection, the HP tree would have been completely corrupted into a twisted monster by now. Due to the urgency of the situation, Leah took a bottle from her waist. This bottle contained moon essence, which has a purifying effect. To enhance the effect of the moon essence, Leah poured most of her own energy into it. He poured the entire bottle of moon essence onto the HP tree. The HP tree's condition improved significantly. But this was merely a temporary fix. However, in less than a month, the HP tree would still wither. Seeing this, Leah's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He wanted to slay these traitors who had desecrated the HP tree. Just as she was about to act, Matsui returned with many class holders. Yamada, whose eyes were bound, darted his gaze around and immediately shouted, "Lord Matsui, this elf is a demon spy. I saw her pouring something onto the HP tree, and then the HP tree became corrupted. We tried to stop her, but she tied us up. You've come at just the right time. She's currently in a weakened state. Quickly, kill her. She might drop a divine artifact." Yamada had been Matsui's confidant for many years,
and knew that Matsui was a fool with strength but no brains.
So he decided to strike first with an accusation, intending to incite Matsui to help them eliminate Lia. Matsui, who had just returned, was overjoyed upon hearing this.
Without considering the truthfulness of Yamada's words,
he drew his weapon and charged at Lia. Why did he dare to attack, you ask? Because Lia was indeed as Yamada had described. Fell into a weakened state. Lia, Hero Ranger LV-25, weakened state. HP 120000. MP, 50,000.
Attack, 30,000.
Skills, Scattershot, Volley of Arrows, Concussive Arrow, Starfall unavailable. Lia's attack power and HP were greatly reduced, and even her ultimate skill was unavailable. Which was the confidence Matsui had to act. Matsui was the first to attack. The class holders behind him also wanted to take advantage. Also launched attacks toward Lia.
They planned to kill Lia within 10 minutes.
And get the divine artifact Yamada spoke of. This infuriated Lia considerably. They are the ones who corrupted the HP tree. They are the traitors.
The wrongly accused Lia was still trying to defend herself. But she found that none of these class holders were listening to her defense.
She instantly understood. These people weren't unaware of the truth. What they really wanted was to kill her to get the divine artifact. Thinking of this, Lia no longer held back.
Drawing her bow, shooting arrows.
Retaliating against the class holders who dared to attack her. Even if she fought to the last moment, she would make them pay the price. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. It has to be said. Matsui's combat power was not weak. And all of them, thanks to Yuan. Their full attributes temporarily increased by 50%. While Lia's attributes were weakened.
She was immediately caught in a bitter struggle.
Lia's health was dropping at a steady rate. In less than 5 minutes, Lia would be killed. At this moment,
Fan and many others also rushed back.
What happened? The demon fortress has been destroyed. Why were their own people fighting? The arrival of Fan and his group made Chen's heart tighten. He exchanged a glance with Yamada
and repeated his previous words loudly. But Fan was more cautious.
He chose not to believe. Because Fan saw Chen.
Words from the mouth of this despicable villain.
But there wasn't much credibility. Fan kept hesitating. Whether to save Lia or not. While he hesitated, Lia was left with only 200,000 HP. Her life was hanging by a thread. Stop. Finally, Fan decided to save Lia. And shouted at Matsui and his group. Everyone, stop.
But his words held no deterrent power. Matsui saw that Fan and his group were going to intervene. And prepared to unleash a powerful move to take Lia's head in one fell swoop.
Just then, a figure instantly appeared nearby.
It was Yuan, who had used Shifting Phantasm to rush back.
What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Yuan saw. How could class holders from another country be attacking Lia the elf? This would not do. The elf girl was so cute. Why are they attacking her? Yuan flashed into the middle of these people. First, a silence domain. Silencing everyone. Immediately after, Yuan raised his hand.
And large and small flaming meteorites appeared in the sky.
Everyone, stop. Whoever dares to make a move, don't blame my skill for being indiscriminate. Shen saw Yuan suddenly appear. And cried out. Yuan!
The surrounding class holders saw the sky full of fire meteors.
And then heard that the person speaking was Yuan, the great hero of this battle. And immediately stopped. Is this person Mr. Yuan? As expected, his strength is incredible. Yuan Appa is so majestic, he truly is the one who single-handedly killed the demon general. 1 second these class holders were attacking Leah. The next second they were all flattering Yuan.
This made Matsui very displeased.
Humph, what's there to be so cocky about? Not only did Yuan steal his thunder, but also prevented him from killing Leah. Truly despicable. This elf is in Demon Spy, why did you save her? Are you also in Demon Spy? After Matsui finished speaking, he expected someone to agree with him. He then noticed that the surrounding class holders were looking at him as if he were an idiot, and instantly became displeased. Didn't you hear what Yamada said? It was this elf who poured something onto the tree of HP, causing the pollution. Yamada, who was tied up, heard this. Cursed idiot in his heart, and put on a sorrowful expression. That's right, that's how it is. Yamada repeated what he had just said, attempting to mislead Yuan. But Yuan was a very shrewd person, and instantly saw through the loopholes in Yamada's words. Do you think I'm as stupid as that guy Matsui, and would believe your nonsense? Upon hearing this, Matsui's veins on his forehead bulged. Yuan glanced at Yamada, and said with disdain. Leah was born from the tree of HP. Even if she dies, she would absolutely never harm the tree of HP in the slightest. If the tree of HP were completely polluted, she would be the first to die. Please, have some common sense, okay? Don't treat everyone else like idiots. Yuan had heard this information from Medra, just in time for some practical application. Speaking of Medra, Yuan's heart stirred. Could this person be a spy for the demons? Or an avatar of some powerful figure? A spy. That's right. These people must be spies for the cult of calamity. At this moment, Yuan had basically confirmed the identities of these people. After Yuan's reminder, the other class holders now understood. So that's how it is. The elf hero was actually nurtured by the tree of HP. The tree of life is like a mother to Leah. Would anyone harm their own mother? Clearly not. We've all been deceived. The class holders from other countries were furious, thinking how Yamada had manipulated them like monkeys with just his words. They instantly became enraged. Damn Yamada, he actually tricked us. Asaba, beat him to death. Suddenly, everyone was calling for his head. They were on the verge of taking action. Yamada turned pale with fright. Yuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Leah, tell us what they've all done. Yuan was preparing to solidify their identity as traitors. Leah's health had just been treated, and had now recovered to a safe level. Hearing Yuan's words, Leah, in front of everyone, recounted what Yamada and the others had done earlier. Impossible, why would Yamada do such a thing? What good would it do them? After Leah finished speaking, Matsui, in disbelief, was the first to object. Idiot! Seeing Matsui be the first to jump out, Yuan shook his head. Hopelessly stupid. They are members of the Calamity cult. As soon as Yuan said this, everyone became agitated. Master Yuan said they are from the Calamity cult, so there must be evidence. What, the Calamity cult? They've appeared again. I recognize that person, his name is Zhang Chong, he's my classmate, a D-rank talent. I never thought he'd joined the Calamity cult, no wonder he leveled up so fast. The surrounding class holders whispered among themselves. They all felt that Yuan's words were very likely true. Their target is us. Their primary objective is to cooperate with the demons from within and wipe us out. Their secondary objective is to sabotage our class change mission, preventing us from successfully changing classes. Think carefully, have these people ever fought with all their might? Upon hearing this, the others, they all felt Yuan made a valid point. These people indeed had no presence during battles. Some even made elementary mistakes they shouldn't have made at all. It seems now, these people clearly wanted to harm others. This time, even Matsui had nothing to say. He was a bit stupid. but not completely idiotic. Before, he simply couldn't accept that he had been so easily fooled by Yamada, like an idiot, turning in circles. Now that Yuan had made it so clear. If Matsui continued to act foolishly, Yuan wouldn't mind sending him to reincarnation with a single skill.
Note down the identities and names of these people, which cities they are from. After returning to the cities, hand them over to the Alliance's enforcement team. You will all receive some rewards then. These traitors belong to different countries and cities. A bit troublesome to deal with. Although they could be killed here. That would be the most foolish approach. Handing them over to the enforcement team would maximize benefits. With the power of the enforcement team, they could follow the clues. This could destroy many Calamity cult strongholds. As Yuan finished speaking, Shen struggled to crawl to Yuan's side and shouted. I'm not a traitor, I'm your classmate. Yuan, Grandpa Lin, say something quickly, I'm really not a traitor. But no matter how heartbroken Shen's cries were, Yuan remained unmoved. Whether you are a traitor or not, let the enforcement team investigate. When you notify the enforcement team, just give my name, and they will naturally believe you. Yuan had already arranged the class holders in Zhengzhou. And these people had no objections at all. Yuan was willing to share the credit with them. And they were incredibly grateful. As for other countries, Yuan simply threw the people to them. Without saying a word. As for other people's affairs, Yuan had no obligation to manage them. Nor did he want to. Lest others say Yuan was overstepping. With everything else resolved, Yuan remembered that the most important thing hadn't been done yet. My harem? Oh no! The HP tree wasn't in hand yet. Yuan walked towards the HP tree. The mother tree has been severely contaminated and has less than a month of HP left. Leah also walked over. Her mood a little downcast. Only a class holder who has mastered the purification specialization has a chance to completely remove the contamination from the mother tree. But only class holders below first reincarnation can enter this demiplane, so the mother tree is beyond saving. This is good too. My sisters all fell in battle before, and now I'm the only one left in the clan. I can finally be free. Upon hearing this, Yuan thought this wouldn't do. A way had to be found to revive this HP tree. Taking a look at the HP tree status. HP tree, juvenile, corrupted state. HP 8000005 million. The HP tree has only 800,000 HP left. And it's continuously losing blood. At this rate of blood loss, perhaps in less than a month, the HP tree will be finished. This demiplane doesn't have a class holder specialized in purification. Can't we just go out and find one? Yuan said to Leah. I have a way. Then he took a charm out of his backpack. Control talisman, use on a creature. If the creature agrees, a master-servant contract is formed. Can be forcibly used on creatures with less than 1% HP. The HP tree can be considered a type of creature, right? Yuan used the talisman on the HP tree. Leah, watching Yuan's actions, showed a hesitant expression. Was birthed by the HP tree. If the HP tree became Yuan's subordinate, she wouldn't escape either. Does she really have to become this human servant? Leah repeatedly asked herself this question. After a moment, Leah finally made up her mind. This human was able to single-handedly kill the demon General Benny's even before his class advancement. Such a class holder's future was destined to be extraordinary. Being his servant might not be a bad thing. So, have you decided? Yuan saw Leah look up. And knew she had already decided. The HP tree's consciousness was now very faint. It was impossible to distinguish good from bad. So, Leah was its spokesperson. If Leah agreed, then the HP tree naturally agreed. Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes became resolute. And she nodded heavily.
I agree on behalf of the mother tree. With that,
the talisman in Yuan's hand flashed, transforming into a contract of rules,
merging into the HP tree's body.
Master, the mother tree has accepted the contract and has become your private property. You can temporarily keep the mother tree by your side.
Once the contract was formed, Leah chanted an unknown spell,
and the HP tree suddenly shrunk to the size of a potted plant. Master, the mother tree's current condition cannot sustain this state for long.
We need to quickly find a place with abundant natural energy. Yuan heard this, receiving the flower pot containing the HP tree,
and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have acquired a deed to the Dark Night Forest previously.
So Yuan found this land deed. 50 kilometers, that should be enough. Currently, there are only 2 living beings, the HP tree and Leah.
50 kilometers was sufficient for them to inhabit. If more elves were to reproduce in the future, he would then find a way to expand their territory.
After 10 minutes, Yuan returned to Tianfeng City.
You have successfully completed the class advancement quest, level increased. After successfully changing his class, Yuan's experience points from killing the gluttony demon god were unfrozen, and he rapidly leveled up 3 times.
His level became 23.
Holy crap, what the hell, how did this guy level up 3 times in a row?
Look, that's Yuan. He single-handedly killed the demon general and destroyed the demon fortress. Damn, that's incredible.
A lucky person who was assigned to the same quest area as Yuan shouted excitedly.
His expression was like seeing his favorite idol. Extremely fanatical. Yuan has more than just this one fan. Instantly, many class holders surrounded Yuan, pushing Fan, Su Shan, and others aside.
Seeing this, Fan and the others
gave a helpless bitter smile. Yuan's popularity is truly high. However, they were mistaken. Among these people, only a small portion came to see Yuan.
The vast majority were drawn to Leah. At this moment, Leah was wearing a tight leather armor,
showcasing her shapely figure perfectly.
Her cold and beautiful face, her proudly held neck, like a noble white swan.
Beautiful and graceful.
A level 36 hunter, clad in full golden gear,
approached Leah with elegant demeanor, and asked in a magnetic voice, "Beautiful lady, may I have your name?"
The response was Leah's cold gaze. That gaze was full of chill. Her eyes like those of a butcher who had slaughtered fish in a supermarket for 3 years. The hunter felt a chill in his heart from the icy stare,
put away his smile, and sheepishly walked away. Seeing the hunter get rebuffed, the onlookers jeered. "Got rejected, Chen Hui.
You should have checked her status."
Chen Hui was stunned and asked, "What status?" That fervent fan of Yuan just now answered the question.
This is the elf hero of the first transfer trial, and has become a follower of Lord Yuan. As expected of Lord Yuan, truly amazing. Hearing that such a beautiful elf was someone else's follower,
Chen Hui's heart seemed to shatter into countless pieces.
Excuse me, I have an urgent matter, I'm leaving."
Yuan really couldn't stand the enthusiastic attitude of others. Of course, most of their enthusiasm was directed at Leah. What a pity. These people were just wasting their warmth on a cold shoulder. If they knew that Leah affectionately called Yuan master, I wonder what their expressions would be. Yuan led Leah out of the crowd,
and immediately headed to the Darkwood Forest.
The Dark Night Forest is located on the 20th floor of the Sacred Tower. Most of the creatures here are nature-friendly.
The Sacred Tower is truly amazing, it actually has such a vast space inside.
The environment on this floor is different from the 10th floor.
Lush forests are everywhere.
Some trees are even hundreds of meters tall,
filled with a strong natural ambience.
Since coming here, Leah's smile hasn't stopped. "Master, are you going to place the HP tree here?" Yuan nodded.
"Yes, I have a plot of land here,
Currently only 50 kilometers, which should be enough for now. Hearing Yuan's reply, a brilliant smile appeared on Leah's lips. Leah's favorability increased by 40. Current favorability, respect. Yuan turned his head and saw the brilliant smile on Leah's face. His heart stirred. The Fairy Queen's favorability towards him was adoration. The Fairy Queen would obey his every word. It's just that the Fairy Queen is too young. Otherwise. Wake up. What are you thinking about? This is an online game. No lewd thoughts. Yuan shook his head, casting aside inappropriate thoughts. But while traveling, Yuan's gaze couldn't help but turn to Leah. This armor is so white. Oh no, this road is really bumpy. What powerful thighs. A few minutes later, Yuan, according to the coordinates displayed on the map, arrived at his own territory. Looked at the surrounding environment. Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The place is not bad. In front is a large open space. To the right of the open space is a valley. To the left is a water source. Very suitable for living. Arriving at the open space, Yuan and Leah discussed for a while. They decided to place the HP tree near the valley. After it took root, Yuan discovered something. The HP tree's HP no longer slowly decreased, but instead showed a tendency to increase. Great, the natural energy here is very rich. Even without purification, the mother tree can recover to its previous state within 10 years. Seeing hope for the mother tree's recovery, Leah was as happy as a child. From Yuan's eyes, Leah's bouncing figure could be seen. Innocent and carefree. Lively and beautiful. 10 years? That won't do. How many things would this delay? Yuan took out his communicator and called Chen Yuong, saying that he needed a class holder specialized in purification. Chen Yuang heard that Yuan had contracted an HP tree. He almost lost control. Damn! This kid is showing off again. This is a massive elf harem. Oh, wait, no. This is a future elf army. Upon learning that Yuan had managed to acquire an HP tree and planted it on the 20th floor of the sacred tower, Chen Yuan rushed down from the Mage Association without delay. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Yuan had already arrived before Yuan. This was after Chen Yuan had specifically changed into a lavish coat. Otherwise, he would have been even faster. Indeed, an elf. Even though Chen Yuan had seen beautiful elves before, he was still captivated by Leah's beauty. Her strong forearms and long, slender legs, like an agile cheetah, were full of power. Her face was youthful yet carried a hint of allure. She possessed an exotic charm. One couldn't help but be drawn to her. This was the inherent racial advantage of elves. President Chen Yuan, seeing Chen Yuang arrive so quickly, greeted him. This is the Vice President of the Mage Association, a level 78 element mage. He's here for the HP tree. Ha! Hearing Yuan reveal Chen Yuan's identity, Leah offered a slight smile and nodded slightly in respect. Master, I see some fruits over there, I'll go pick some and bring them back. Yuan nodded in agreement. After Leah left, Chen Yuang's face was full of envy. You sly dog, you've even managed to get your hands on an elf. The garden fairies on the 10th floor are also connected to you, aren't they? You really know how to play the field. Chen Yuang's tone was teasing, like a prophet who saw through everything. Yuan. Big brother. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm a decent person, okay? Seeing Chen Yuan's you know what I mean expression, Yuan was quite speechless. President Chen, stop teasing me. Important matters first. I was hoping the HP tree would reproduce elves after it recovered. Look at how impatient you are.
Chen Yuan pulled out his communicator and dialed a number.
Old Li, I have something to ask of you. What, you're not on Blue Star? That's a shame then.
You won't get to see the beautiful elf girls. Old Li on the other end of the communicator was silent for a moment. Then suddenly replied.
Look at my memory, I'm currently on my way back to Blue Star, I'll be there in 1 minute. Give me coordinates, and I'll come right over.
Chen Yuan snorted disdainfully and sent the coordinates to Old Li. Ending the call, Chen Yuan spoke to Yuan. Old Li, though a bit unconventional, is someone whose strength can be trusted. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, Yuan muttered to himself, I don't think you're much better. And he's calling others unconventional. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. While waiting, Leah returned with some bright red fruits in her hands. Leah picked a few of the most brightly colored fruits and placed them in Yuan's hand. Master, these are red ling fruits, they only grow on red lingwood.
Yuan picked up a fruit and put it into his mouth.
With a gentle bite, a sweet taste filled his mouth.
Not bad. Yuan nodded and tossed 2 to Chen Yuan. President Chen, you should try some too.
Chen Yuan reached out to catch them, his expression a bit off.
This kid really knows how to do it. Invisible bragging is the most lethal. An elf beauty calling Yuan master every time, and even picking wild fruits for Yuan.
Chen Yuan watched from the side, feeling a strange discomfort. To think, I, the esteemed vice president of the Central Continent Mage Association, was actually outdone by a little mage who had just completed his first-class change.
So infuriating.
Chen Yuan picked up a fruit and bit into it forcefully several times, as if taking out his anger on the fruit.
Chen Yuan, I'm here. Where's that elf beauty you mentioned? Chen Yuan hadn't even swallowed his fruit yet,
when he heard a bald, burly man shouting from afar with a booming voice.
Shit!
Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he shouted.
Li Dongming, I brought you here to purify the HP tree. What he was thinking was, even if you want to look at beautiful women, you shouldn't yell so loudly. F-I-N-G retard.
The bald man called Li Dongming walked over to Chen Yuan. Old Chen, you're something else, really, you've even got an elf on your arm, heh. Li Dongming winked and grinned at Chen Yuan. He looked completely perverted. Lia was eating a red water chestnut fruit. The fruit was quite juicy. With one bite, the juice ran down the corners of her mouth, flowing all the way down to her neck. She looked as enticing as could be. The bald man, Li Dongming, stared intently. What a stunner! After exclaiming, Li Dongming looked at Chen Yuan with a question in his eyes, as if asking where he got her from. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. I don't have that kind of good fortune. Chen Yuan pointed a finger at Yuan, who was wiping Lia's chin with his sleeve. This kid contracted an HP tree, and this elf is his follower. Li Dongming was startled by the news. Holy moly, an HP tree. Then Li Dongming turned his head and looked around. He discovered the HP tree next to the valley. It really is an HP tree. This kid got incredibly lucky. Li Dongming stepped forward to check the HP tree's condition. Someone watered it with contaminated blood. Li Dongming frowned slightly. Fortunately, someone immediately poured moon essence on it, otherwise it might have been beyond saving. Don't be fooled by the HP tree's slowly growing aura, it's all an illusion. If the power of pollution isn't removed immediately, this tree will mutate into a monster within 3 days. Yuan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. How could this be? The natural aura here is so strong, can't it suppress the power of pollution? Li Dongming shook his head. While ordinary polluted blood might be dispersed by natural aura, the polluted blood used on the HP tree is extremely virulent. From what I know, such malevolent creatures should only exist in the abyss on the neon side. Yuan quickly gave a brief account of what happened during the first transfer mission. After understanding the sequence of events, Li Dongming glanced at Yuan in surprise. He muttered to himself. Soloing a hero-level demon.
What a monstrous young man. So, is there a way to restore it?
Chen Yuang nudged Li Dongming beside him. I specifically brought you here not to listen to you say it's difficult.
Don't screw this up.
How could I screw it up?
Li Dongming retorted.
I'm considering how to accelerate the HP tree's growth and bring it to maturity sooner.
As soon as these words were spoken, Yuan and Leah were both stunned. Enter maturity earlier? Wouldn't that allow it to continuously nurture elves? Is this person reliable? Chen Yuang paused after hearing Li Dongming's words, then asked uncertainly. Old Li, are you going to use that thing? Li Dongming nodded.
That's right, that thing has been in my hands for so long with no use. It's rare to encounter an HP tree sapling. Using it on this tree wouldn't be a waste.
Yuan was confused by their conversation. What kind of riddle were they speaking?
Chen Yuang saw Yuan's bewildered gaze,
smiled but didn't explain. Don't let Li Dongming's fierce appearance fool you.
He's a level 76 disciplined priest, and the vice president of the Priest Association.
Moreover, Li Dongming plans to use that item.
You just watch, kid. You'll be shocked in a bit. You're truly lucky to have Old Li bring out his prized possession.
Hearing Chen Yuang's words, Yuan seemed to understand something. Subsequently,
Yuan saw Li Dongming take out a green stone from his package.
Heart of Nature, Rainbow. Effect, increases the target's natural affinity.
If the target is an ancient tree-type creature, it accelerates the target into its mature phase and has an extremely small chance of evolving the target into a higher species. What Li Dongming took out was surprisingly a rainbow-grade material. Seeing this Heart of Nature,
Leah became completely excited.
It's the Heart of Nature. It's no wonder Leah was so excited. Hearts of Nature are extremely rare to begin with. And the one in front of Leah was the top-tier rainbow grade. With this Heart of Nature, the mother tree would not only enter its mature phase early. In the future, there's even a chance it could nurture a child of nature. That's a being with the potential to break through to demigod status. After Li Dongming took out the Heart of Nature, placed the Heart of Nature on the trunk of the HP tree, and then cast the S-rank skill, Greater Purification. The dense divine power completely removed all the pollution from the HP tree. After the skill ended, Li Dongming still felt it wasn't enough. He continuously released skills like Dispel Evil and Holy Light. After ensuring the pollution on the HP tree was thoroughly purified, Li Dongming then cast a series of buff spells on the HP tree, including Blessing, Fortune, Sacred Prayer, and Holy Light Affinity. Once everything was ready, Li Dongming activated the Heart of Nature. Instantly, a towering green light shot up from the ground, soaring straight into the sky. All the creatures and class holders on the 20th floor could witness this anomaly. What's that? Is a treasure appearing? Such a rich natural aura, just being near it makes me feel joyful and refreshed. Many class holders and natural creatures saw the green light pillar, and all flocked towards this anomaly. When they got close to the pillar of light, they were prompted that the area ahead was private property, which greatly astonished these creatures and class holders. What? How could this be private property here? Did someone get the contract for the Night Forest? Who cares, there must be a treasure appearing inside, let's go in quickly. Private domain? It's all a gift from nature. Why should he be the only one to monopolize it? Those speaking were all class holders, because natural creatures are generally peace-loving. Knowing this was private territory, these natural creatures all lingered outside the territory, with no intention of entering. Only those fearless class holders wanted to seize the opportunity. But their plans were destined to fail. Chen Yuang had already discovered them when they approached within a 10-mile radius, and with a slight wave of his hand, conjured an elemental doppelganger, sending it out to stop them. Most of those operating on the 20th floor were hunters or druids.
The former were looking for a powerful companion, while the latter came here to master nature spells. The levels of these people were generally not high. The highest level among them was only 53, a beast tamer. As soon as Chen Yuan's elemental doppelganger appeared, it scared them all away. Force field suppression. It's a third-rank expert. These people discovered that the surroundings were filled with elemental power. Knowing they had run into a tough opponent, the leading beast tamer immediately backed down. The leading tamer immediately lost his nerve. We saw a beam of light shooting into the sky and thought someone was in trouble. Since you're here, we won't bother you and we'll leave now. The elemental clone didn't reply when it heard this, but raised its hand and cast 2 spells. A gust of gale and a shockwave. These knocked the people flat on their faces. This is to teach them a lesson, so they wouldn't come back again. To hide the HP tree here, Chen Yuang had truly put in the effort. Oh no! It can no longer be called the HP tree now. He wondered if it was favored by the goddess of luck. The HP tree encountered the extremely rare situation of transforming into a more advanced species. The HP tree transformed, evolving into a world tree. When the sky-piercing green light pillar dissipated, Yuan's jaw dropped in shock. This is the previous HP tree. Not only Yuan was shocked, Chen Yuang and Li Dongming were also stunned. Damn it, old Li, I'm not seeing things, am I? It actually evolved into a world tree. Chen Yuang rubbed his eyes, disbelief evident. As a level 78 elemental mage, there was little that could still shock him. But today he truly encountered something. Li Dongming was also shocked deep down, shouting frantically, "Damn, what a huge loss." But his face remained calm, as if he had expected it all along. It's just a world tree, what's there to be so surprised about? As longtime friends, Chen Yuang knew full well that Li Dongming was just showing off. In response, he gave him the middle finger. While they were chatting, Lia excitedly ran to the base of the world tree. After transforming into the world tree, its size had increased tenfold, reaching a height of 100 meters. With lush branches and leaves. As its leaves swayed, they were accompanied by shimmering specks of light. This was a sign of the natural energy being concentrated to a certain degree. World Tree Legendary Mature Stage LV52. HP 500000000. Attack Power, 3 million. Skills, Nurture, World Blessing, Heart of Nature, Nature Affinity, Warform, omitted. The World Tree had transformed into a legendary template, with dozens of skills. Yuan was dazzled. Yuan carefully sensed it. His connection with the World Tree had not disappeared, meaning this awesome World Tree belonged to Yuan. This was too amazing. Yuan's heart bloomed with joy. Ah! Suddenly, Yuan heard Lia's painful cries, which made Yuan's heart clench. What's going on? Where's Lia? Chen Yuang patted Yuan's shoulder, pointing his finger towards the top of the world tree. Following the direction of Chen Yuan's finger, Lia was enveloped in a ball of green light. 5 minutes later, the light dissipated. Lia slowly landed on the ground. Yuan rubbed his eyes and found that Lia's attributes had also undergone immense changes. Child of Nature Lia Epic LV32. HP 8000000. MP 300,000. Attack 450,000. Skills, Wrath of Nature, Protection of Nature, Arrow of Nature, Stellar Radiance, Summon Ancient War Tree. The World Tree bestowed a blessing upon Lia, transforming her into a child of nature. She became an epic creature, and her level also reached 32. Because she was blessed by the World Tree, both her physical and magical resistance received a huge boost. The damage she takes will be greatly weakened. And Lia also possesses healing abilities. In her current state, even Yuan wasn't sure he could defeat her. Of course. Yuan didn't need to fight. After Leah opened her eyes, running towards Yuan immediately, opening her arms to embrace Yuan.
Master, the mother tree has transformed into the world tree, and I have also received a blessing, becoming a child of nature.
Leah's actions made the two people nearby feel a pang of jealousy. Especially Li Dongming. Even though he was the one who advanced the HP tree. So why isn't she hugging me?
You have successfully changed professions and truly become a class holder.
With your strength, it won't be long until you reach your second advancement. But before your second advancement, I have a piece of advice. You must think carefully about the path you will take in the future. Seeing that everything was resolved, Chen Yuan didn't want to watch Yuan show off here. So he offered him advice from someone who had been there before. My path is to become an elemental embodiment. I am the elements, and the elements are me. This path is difficult, but I will continue to persevere. I hope you can also find a path that suits you. Hearing Chen Yuan's advice, Yuan nodded heavily. I understand. I'll try to find my own path as soon as possible. Having received an answer, Chen Yuan pulled Li Dongming and left. Before leaving, Li Dongming still cast a few lingering glances at Leah. She's damn beautiful. After being promoted to a child of nature, Leah exuded an aura of approachability from within. This was the top-tier natural affinity bestowed by the world tree. Any creature of a lawful good alignment naturally had a very high degree of goodwill towards Leah. You settle down here for now. I'm going to level up. The HP tree had now transformed into the world tree. There was no point in Yuan staying here. Leveling up was the most important thing Yuan should do now. Before leaving, Yuan asked Leah, "How do you level up? Can you enter the abyss with me?" Leah thought for a moment and replied, "I usually just need to stay by the world tree and absorb natural energy to level up." Then, Leah added, "Master, you are currently level 23, and my level exceeds 30. I cannot enter the abyss with you now. I can only do so after you surpass level 30. After listening, Yuan nodded. Which made sense. If high-level followers could accompany their master into the abyss, those powerful figures would have long prepared high-level followers for their children and descendants. The rules of the world wouldn't allow such an obvious bug. Before leaving, Yuan said, "Then you can rest assured and absorb natural energy here. Doesn't the world tree periodically nurture spirits? You staying here can also protect them. Oh, by the way, if you feel bored here, I can call some garden fairies to keep you company." Leah hummed, "Master, please be careful." No matter how many times he heard it, each time Leah called him master, Yuan felt a tingling sensation all over his body. And his mood would become even more joyful. After leaving the dark forest, Yuan finally remembered to check his stats. Name, Yuan. Level, LV 23. HP 125000. MP 10549000. Magic attack, 58960. Strength, 6450 affects physical attack, physical defense. Agility, 5660 affects critical hit chance, speed. Intelligence, 52960 affects magic attack, magic defense. Stamina, 10300 affects HP, resistance. Skill points 11300. Evolution points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, cooldown reduction rank C. Skill, omitted. Ah! The skill points given for each level up have indeed doubled. Yuan pulled up his leveling records. Leveled up to 21, gained 2000 skill points. Leveled up to 22, gained 2000 skill points. Leveled up to 23, gained 2000 skill points. After the first rebirth, the skill points given for each level up became 2000. After the second advancement, wouldn't it become 4000? My math has also improved. I can even do multiplication now. This cheat isn't that bad after all. Cheat. The doubling of skill points was an unexpected bonus. What pleased Yuan the most was that his base attributes had more than doubled. Partly due to the boost Yuan received after changing class. And partly as a reward for Yuan's outstanding performance during the class change quest. You performed excellently in the class advancement quest, all attributes plus 500, prestige plus 1 point. Only after changing classes. Since Yuan is not yet a hidden class. Each level up increases all attributes by 10 points. And grants 50 free attribute points. Of course, there are also skill points. Others are not cheaters like Yuan. After the first class change, a regular class holder gets 10 skill points per level up. From this, it's clear that before level 20, it's really as the class holder forum says. A beginner village. Only after changing classes. Only then do you truly step into the class holder circle. Fatty, what are you guys doing? Back in Tianfeng City, Yuan contacted Fan, asking where he was. Fan saw it was Yuan and replied. We're currently at the central sacred tower, preparing to go to the trading hall to buy 2 skills. Do you want to come? Yuan heard this and realized he also needed to buy some skills from other trees. Otherwise, he'd be truly helpless against magic immune enemies. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Yuan and Fan met at the entrance of the trading hall. Then the few of them walked into the trading hall together. As they entered the trading hall, a palm-sized fairy flew towards them. The little fairy spoke in formal language. The first floor sells materials and consumables. Over there is a shop selling fairy nectar and secret pastries, which are very good. The second floor sells skill books and casting materials, and the third and fourth floors sell equipment. You can choose whatever you need. The little fairy particularly highlighted the fairy shop. After speaking, she was about to turn and leave. Before leaving, her gaze suddenly darted to Yuan. And she was immediately startled. Then a joyful smile appeared on her face. Lord Yuan, why are you here? The little fairy flew onto Yuan's shoulder, bouncing around. Very happy. Yuan was very familiar with this little fairy. Her name was Bobo. Seeing Bobo, Yuan asked curiously. How are you here? Don't fairies hate working? Why are you acting as a guide here? Could it be that someone forced the fairy clan to do this while I was away? Thinking of this possibility, Yuan's expression wasn't very good. We all requested it ourselves. Bobo heard Yuan's question and replied. Queen said that since we chose to join humans, we should integrate into human life. By working as guides here, we can earn 50 gold coins a day. Then, Bobo told Yuan many interesting things that had happened in the past few days. Yuan suddenly realized. Don't say. Queen Anne's business acumen was truly impressive. These fairies were originally here to sell nectar and pastries. But Anne discovered something. It's just that many class holders really like beautiful and cute little fairies. So Anne had a sudden inspiration. And suggested to the person in charge of the trading hall that the little fairies serve as guides. This suggestion was exactly what the person in charge wanted. With these little fairies, the trading hall was much livelier than usual. Some people even came here just to catch a glimpse of the goblins. And hear the goblins speak to them. These past few days had really exhausted the goblins. They were clamoring to go on strike. Upon seeing this, the person in charge of the trading hall immediately raised their salaries from 20 gold coins to 50 gold coins. This was why Bobo spoke so quickly and formally just now. Hearing that the little fairies were willing, Yuan's expression finally softened. But he still felt a little sympathetic. Are you very tired? Bobo nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Lord Yuan, it's really tiring. Bobo pouted, a little unhappy. I worked for 30 minutes today, and it will be 20 days until my next turn. It's terrible, I have to work again in 20 days. Yuan. What's going on? And you call this tiring? As expected of a free little fairy. Yuan looked at Bobo with a speechless expression. After saying goodbye to Bobo, Yuan and Fan arrived on the second floor. This floor is where skill books are sold. Skill books are divided into multiple areas based on the class holder. Yuan first went around with Fan and the others, wanting to find if there were any general skills suitable for himself. But after looking around, I didn't find a suitable one.
Fan and the others, however, did buy a few good skill books.
Finally, by the time Yuan and the others arrived at the mage skill area, they unexpectedly met an acquaintance. Zhong Juanru, you're here too?
It was Zhang who spoke.
Zhang's current level is 21.
It seems he has already passed the first job change trial.
Zhang didn't even look at Yuan, walking straight towards Zhong Juanru. Are you here to buy skill books too? Have you completed your job change quest?
If not, you should hurry up and not fall too far behind me.
Zhang deliberately showed off the job change emblem on his chest, and then said,
Not only did I complete the first job change quest, but I also successfully obtained the hidden class, Flame Walker.
Zhang's tone carried a sense of pride. Like a proud peacock, trying to attract the attention of the opposite sex by fanning its tail feathers. But no one appreciated his preening.
Seeing that Zhong Juanru still remained expressionless after he had said so much, Zhang was a bit displeased.
Xiaoru, can't you see how outstanding I am?
I'm much stronger than that Yuan who only hides behind women.
That Yuan just has a good-looking face. What other abilities does he have? Zhang's tone was very agitated. He felt it wasn't fair to Zhong Juanru. Yuan's trash talent was known throughout the school, destined for no future development. So why was he still with them? Zhang always believed that Yuan was only able to stay in their squad because of Zhong Juanru. After Zhang finished speaking, Yuan was displeased. Is there something wrong with your brain?
Where do you get off being so arrogant, you idiot?
Did becoming a hidden class make him lose his mind? Get lost, don't be an eyesore in front of me.
Zhong Juanru and Fan, hearing Zhang's words, looked at him as if he were an idiot.
Fing retard. Who gave you the courage to babble on here? Does great god Yuan need us to carry him?
The four of us are merely appendages to the great master's leg.
According to you, then, we don't even deserve to be burdens. Zhong Juanru, worried that Yuan might be upset, said to Jiang. I'm not familiar with you, and Xiaoru is not for you to call me.
Her words were full of aloofness, keeping him at a distance. Great god Yuan's strength is not something you can evaluate.
Your vision is too narrow.
You should read the class holder forum more often. After Zhong Juanru finished speaking, Fan scoffed.
What an idiot.
After scolding him, Fan pulled Yuan away.
Don't mind this idiot. Yuan nodded.
This Jiang really was an idiot. He had no idea where that inexplicable sense of superiority came from. Arriving at the mage skill area, Yuan found that there were very few skills, none suitable for him.
The ones displayed here were all common. Fireball, Explosive Fireball, Pyroblast. Ice Cone, Ice Lance, Ice Roar. Wind Blade, Gale. Wait.
These spells were not what Yuan needed. To be precise, Yuan had mastered the top-tier versions of these spells.
Are there no skills above S rank? Yuan asked the store clerk there. Upon hearing this question, the clerk paused, looked him up and down, replied, Yes, there are, but may I ask, what is your current MP value?
Seeing Yuan and the others' youthful faces, the clerk guessed they were class holders who had just awakened this year, having just completed their first ascension past level 20,
and conservatively estimated their MP values hadn't even reached 10,000. Even if they learned an S-rank skill, what good would it do? If they couldn't cast it, it would just be for show. It would be more cost-effective to buy an A-rank skill. The clerk's question to Yuan was also out of goodwill. wanting to subtly tell Yuan through the MP value issue that he shouldn't aim too high. Jiang, standing at the door, overheard this. Suddenly I felt energized. Just now I kindly reminded Zhong Juanru. But not only did she not appreciate it, she even cursed at me. What a waste of my good intentions. Women in love. How pathetic. When Jiang heard Yuan asking about S-rank skills, he guessed Yuan was just trying to draw attention. As a mage himself, Jiang naturally knew that casting an S-rank skill required at least tens of thousands of MP. He himself had specialized as a flame walker. Even with his full set of silver equipment, his MP value was only 12,000 points. Could Yuan's MP value really be higher than mine? I don't believe it. He probably just asked the clerk about S-rank skills to show off. Wait until the clerk brings out the S-rank skill book. Then he'll just refuse to buy it, citing insufficient MP. Humph. A vain clown. Jiang felt extremely disdainful. But he didn't expose him. Because Jiang suddenly understood something. How could a dragon in a river bother with a common carp in a pond? Wouldn't that be devaluing myself? Although Jiang thought this in his heart, his steps still subconsciously moved towards Yuan, wanting to hear how Yuan would answer the clerk's question. My MP value? Over 1 million, I guess. Yuan glanced at his stats panel and answered truthfully. As soon as these words were uttered, the clerk's mouth opened wide enough to swallow a goose egg. What? Over 1 million MP. That was simply too exaggerated. But Fan, Zhong Juanru, and others took it for granted. When they farmed the abyss with Yuan, they had seen Yuan cast skills. To describe it in one word, it was a magic Gatling gun. As if casting skills didn't cost MP at all. So, hearing Yuan say his MP reached 1 million, these people weren't surprised at all. But suddenly, a pft of laughter came from nearby. Ha, 1 million MP, you really dare to say that? Jiang originally didn't want to speak. But what did he hear? Yuan said his MP was 1 million. Ha 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 ha. It was absolutely ridiculous. Even a tier 3, level 60 mage might not have 1 million MP. You really have some nerve. Jiang spoke sarcastically from the side, clearly disbelieving Yuan's words. Yuan didn't want to bother with an idiot. Didn't even look at Jiang. Actually, the clerk also didn't quite believe Yuan had 1 million MP. But good professional conduct kept him smiling. Every S-rank skill book is a very valuable resource, and purchasing it also requires additional reputation points. The clerk thought Yuan was making things up. So he stated the conditions required to purchase an S-rank skill book. Yuan listened. He felt this was appropriate. S-rank skill books aren't something just anyone can buy. Showing his reputation points, Yuan said. Reputation points, right? I have them. The clerk had thought Yuan would back down. But Yuan said he had reputation points. Taking a closer look, Yuan's prestige value showed 3 points. This greatly surprised the clerk. One must know that ordinary people with even 1 reputation point would already be showing off to everyone. But Yuan had 3 points and was still so low-key. The clerk thought Yuan must be the type to play dumb and trick others. His tone unconsciously became much more respectful. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the S-rank skill book for you right away. When the clerk left, Jiang's face was filled with jealousy. This meant Yuan definitely possessed prestige points. He couldn't figure out one thing. He himself had never acquired any reputation points. Why could Yuan, a piece of trash, actually have them? While Yuan was waiting, suddenly, in a corner, he found a spell he hadn't learned. Earth Spike, C rank LV1. Cast time, instant. Cost, 150 MP. Description, summons an Earth Spike, dealing 300 points of Earth damage. He actually didn't have any earth spells. Seeing this skill description, Yuan reached out and picked it up directly. This action was seen by Jiang. Thinking to himself, "That's right, Yuan, a country bumpkin. Simply didn't have the financial means to purchase an S-rank skill. It seemed he wanted to buy a C-rank skill. His previous series of actions were just for show. Ha! Ridiculous vanity. It must be said. Jiang's thought process was truly unique. In such a short time, he had already conjured up so many scenarios. Thank you for waiting. These are all the S-rank skill books currently in the store. Please take a look. What the clerk brought out were not actual skill books, but several skill descriptions. This was all for safety. If they brought out the real skill books, and those who couldn't afford them learned them directly, the store owner would be devastated. So, transactions for skill books usually involved money for goods. This helps avoid disputes. Holding the manifest, Yuan picked and chose, ultimately selecting 2 skills. Arctic Storm, S-rank LV1. Cast time, instant. Cost, 18,000 MP. Description: summons a chilling storm, dealing strength 10 ice damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius, and reducing target's movement speed by 20% within the area. Mirror image, S-rank LV1. Cast time, instant. Cost, 5,000 MP. Description: summons one clone next to you, which casts spells and attacks your enemies. Lasts 10 seconds. The clone can only use one skill. After the skill points for Blizzard are maxed out, it can merge with absolute zero shock. That way, he would gain another SS tier skill. The clone skill is also very good. And if used well, it might have surprising effects. I want Arctic Storm and Mirror Image. Hearing that Yuan had chosen 2 skills, the clerk's lips curved into a joyful smile. Please wait a moment. While the clerk was fetching the skill books, John's face showed an incredulous expression. What's going on? Shouldn't the plot be Yuan sighing after reading them and saying there were no skill books he wanted? How did he actually choose 2 skills? Could Yuan really be buying S-tier skills? Jiang was currently holding 2 A-tier skill books. The Flame Walker class requires high burst skills, so Jiang picked Flame Strike and Magma Eruption. The reason he didn't leave after choosing his skill books was because he wanted to see Yuan make a fool of himself. But it seemed he wouldn't get to see that joke, because the clerk had already handed the skill books to Yuan. The 2 S-tier skill books cost a total of 20,000 gold coins and 2 reputation points. And this one. After buying the 2 S-tier skill books, Yuan remembered that he had forgotten to mention a C-tier skill book. The clerk saw the C-tier skill book Earth Spike in Yuan's hand. Quickly take out the skill book and place it in Yuan's hand, with a smile on his face. This C-rank skill is a gift for you. We welcome your next visit. To have 2 reputation points at such a young age, his future would surely not be ordinary. Trading a C-rank skill book for Yuan's goodwill. This was a surefire, no-loss deal. As expected, Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing the clerk's words, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Money isn't important. I'm not short on cash. The service attitude is genuinely good. Has potential. Clutching 3 skill books, Yuan swaggered away. When passing Jiang, Yuan didn't even glance at him. A frog at the bottom of a well, thinking it has seen the whole world. Utterly ridiculous. Jiang walked up to the clerk in disbelief. He really bought an S-rank skill book? The clerk nodded in response. Indeed. This left Jiang feeling very bitter. Suddenly, the 2 A-rank skill books in his hand no longer felt appealing. Check out. Jiang pointed at the 2 skills in his hand, telling the clerk to retrieve the items. As the clerk was getting the items, suddenly remembering that Jiang seemed to have spoken to Yuan earlier, Could they know each other? Thinking of this, the clerk asked, "Do you know that person who just left?" Jiang was distracted at this moment and directly replied, "No." The clerk said, "That will be 2,000 gold coins." When Jiang took out the money and paid, and then heard the clerk muttering to herself, "What a shame, if you two knew each other, I could have given you a 20% discount." Jiang. Damn. How frustrating. Yuan and his companions returned to Skywind City and found that the number of class holders in the city had significantly increased. Yuan certainly contributed to this to some extent, because Qin Yuan's bounty in the Mage Association had just begun to ferment. Many class holders were searching everywhere for followers of the Scourge cult. For a time, Calamity cult members were all on edge, fearing being captured by the ravenous class holders for points. The group of Scourge cult followers discovered during Yuan's first advancement mission were immediately taken away by the enforcement team after being teleported out. Afterward, the enforcement team followed the clues and busted 3 Calamity cult strongholds. Even an apostle-level high-ranking member of the Calamity cult was killed. Many class holders knew that Scourge cult followers had appeared in Neon Country, teleported there in groups to capture them. Frightened, Neon Country almost entered a state of readiness for war. In the end, Shen Yuang had to intervene. Kicking and scolding, they brought those lawless class holders back to Central Province. "Yuan, let's go back and familiarize ourselves with our skills first. See you tomorrow." Everyone had just completed their class advancement today and bought many skills. They needed time to adapt. Yuan also planned to go back and level up the newly acquired skills. After the group separated, Yuan returned to his rented apartment. Just as Yuan arrived back at his rented apartment, a black-robed figure disappeared into a nearby alley. "Mayor, the Scourge cult is targeting Yuan. We need to prepare in advance." In the Tianfeng City Hall, Secretary Sun was reporting to Zhong Bai. Currently, there are 13 Calamity cultists in Tianfeng City, the strongest among them being a level 48 demonic rune envoy. According to my deduction, the reason they haven't made a move yet is that they're waiting for a high-ranking member of the Scourge cult. Do we need to move Yuan to a different location? After listening to Secretary Sun's report, Zhong Bai fell into deep thought. According to our previous arrangements, the Calamity cultists are not a threat at all. If an apostle comes, I can handle it. But I'm afraid that if a branch leader or vice branch leader comes, they are all powerhouses above the 3rd transfer, and I would struggle to deal with them. Secretary Sun nodded and offered a suggestion. How about we report this matter to Vice President Chen? Given Vice President Chen's character, his personal presence last time is enough to confirm his high regard for Yuan. How about we report this matter to Vice President Chen and hear his arrangements? Zhong Bai thought it made sense. So he took out his communicator and called Chen Yuang. After reporting to Chen Yuang, Chen Yuang's answer was understood. The order given was to stand by and do nothing. If a branch leader or vice branch leader level person appeared, Chen Yuang would naturally arrange for someone to handle it. After Yuan returned home, he took a quick shower and lay down on the bed. Yuan had already finished learning the 3 skill books. Now Yuan was allocating skill points. Extreme Cold Storm, S rank max. Cast time, instant. Cost, 50,000 MP. Description: summons a cold storm, dealing 50 vigor points of frost damage to enemies within a 200-meter radius, reducing the movement speed of targets within the radius by 50%, with a chance to apply a frozen effect. Mirror Image, S rank max. Cast time, instant. Cost, 30,000 MP. Description: summons 3 mirrors around you, which cast spells and attack your enemies. Lasts for 30 seconds. Mirror HP equals Intelligence 5, Mirror Attack equals Intelligence 1. Mirrors can use 2 types of skills. After Extreme Cold Storm was maxed out, a system prompt appeared. Detected that Extreme Frost Storm and Extreme Frost Impact can be merged. Do you wish to merge them into an SS rank skill? Is that even a question? Of course, fuse them.
I bought Extreme Cold Storm specifically for fusion.
Absolute 0, SS rank Max. Cast time, instant. Cost, 150,000 MP.
Description: releases a cold impact, causing the target to enter a frozen state, reducing intelligence 80 damage per second for 10 seconds. If used on self, creates an ice attribute barrier around you with 500 intelligence HP can be dispelled at any time.
Cooldown, 8 seconds. Yuan was quite satisfied with this skill.
It has two effects, making it versatile for both offense and defense.
With 2 S rank skills done, Yuan then maxed out Earth Spike,
raising it all the way from C rank to S rank.
Spear of the Earth, S rank Max. Cast time, instant.
Cost, 20,000 MP. Description: condenses an Earth Spear, dealing 5 intelligence points of physical damage with each attack.
Lasts for 1 minute.
A maximum of 5 Earth Spears can exist simultaneously.
Seeing this skill description, Yuan found it somewhat interesting. It was clearly a spell,
yet it came with a physical attack.
Driven by curiosity, Yuan attempted to summon an Earth Spear. Instantly,
a golden spear, about 2 meters long, appeared beside him.
Yuan could feel a connection between himself and the spear, and could control it with his mind. And so, under Yuan's control,
the spear began to perform various difficult maneuvers. Vertical takeoff, Thomas Flare. They had a blast.
As soon as the 1-minute mark arrived,
the spear vanished.
Yuan felt like he hadn't had enough. This skill is fun. Still not satisfied, Yuan got up and went to the courtyard.
He summoned 5 spears at once, controlled them to line up together. Then Yuan walked onto it. He formed a sword finger gesture,
and, somewhat melodramatically, shouted, "Lift me up."
The aligned spears instantly flew into the air.
It let Yuan experience flying on a sword. After playing for a while, Yuan lay back down on the bed,
a smile still on his lips. This skill was definitely worth buying.
Damage or no damage, that's not important. The key is how cool it looks. Which young man hasn't dreamt of flying on a sword? Although Yuan had demon wings for flight.
One is flying with wings outstretched.
The other is flying on a sword. Which one would you choose? 98% of people would choose flying on a sword. Don't ask. It's just cool. After completing a wave of skill enhancements, Yuan took out his phone, intending to look up information on level 20 abysses. Yuan previously didn't have permission to access this information. The access was only opened after completing the class advancement quest. Entering the class holder forum, Yuan clicked on the Abyss module and began to read. After reading the information, Yuan learned that, starting from level 20, common abysses are divided into 3 categories.
The first type of abyss is relatively simple, called a peaceful abyss, and can be farmed repeatedly.
This type of abyss is very suitable for ordinary class holders.
Because the skills of the boss and the number of monsters inside are constant, there's no need to worry about variables.
As long as you follow the guide and play steadily, the probability of successful clear is very high. Most importantly, there's no HP danger. Because after entering the abyss, everyone will have an extra amulet on them. If killed by a monster, you won't die but will be teleported out. And since it's called a peaceful abyss, the class holders within cannot attack each other. It's very safe. Of course,
these types of abysses provide the least amount of experience points.
And the highest grade equipment that can be obtained is gold. Low risk, low reward.
They are suitable for all class holders.
The second type of abyss is the quest abyss, where you descend to an unknown plane to complete quests. The openness of this abyss is very high. In addition to main quests, class holders can also trigger various hidden quests on their own. Of course, dangers can also be encountered in these types of abysses, and class holders from other countries or races might appear within them. Some of them might be from your faction, while others might be from a hostile faction. These types of abysses are very popular among quest enthusiasts. Yuan focused on the last abyss, named the Slaughter Abyss. It opened once a month. Each time, there were at least 100 participants. Here, all other class holders are your enemies. Killing other class holders grants a large amount of experience points. The final victor would also receive a super reward. The last time the Slaughter Abyss opened was half a month ago. This means it will open again in half a month. Yuan estimated his own leveling speed. He could still make it. These three types of abysses are common. There is also a special, rarer type of abyss. That is the Rift Abyss. This type of abyss is random. The places where it appeared were often extremely hidden. If it wasn't conquered in time, then the monsters inside would break through the rift's blockade and invades Blue Star. This is somewhat similar to a Hell difficulty abyss. Or rather, a Hell difficulty abyss is actually a Rift Abyss. It's just been solidified by the Sacred Tower. Before he knew it, it was almost 12 o'clock. Yuan put down his phone, preparing for bed. The next day, Yuan was woken by his alarm clock. After washing up, he left his home. Arrived at the Sacred Tower. Yuan and Fan, along with a few others, met up. Yuan, we're thinking of trying out a peaceful abyss first. Are you coming? Fan saw Yuan and stated his plan. Hearing this, Yuan also wanted to see what a peaceful abyss was like. He nodded in agreement. The abyss Fan chose was called Baron Mire, with only simple and difficult modes. With Yuan in the team, Fan directly selected the hard difficulty. Upon entering the abyss, what appeared before Yuan was not just one team, but a total of 4 small teams. 20 class holders. The lowest level members of the other 3 teams were all level 25. In contrast, Yuan's small team, aside from Yuan, who was level 23, the other 4 had just reached level 21. Damn it, how unlucky, we ran into noob rookies who don't know anything. A shield warrior from one of the other teams saw Yuan and his companions' levels. A look of disdain on his face. Newly reclassed rookies, huh? Didn't anyone tell you that to enter Barren Marsh on difficult mode, you need to be at least level 25? The other 2 teams heard the shield warrior's words, and also sighed. Ugh, we'll have to wait another 12 hours after we get out. Although the easy difficulty abyss could be farmed infinitely, if they were killed here, they would need 12 hours before they could re-enter. Why were the class holders from the other teams sighing? Naturally, they believed that with Yuan and his companions present, this abyss would likely fail 9 times out of 10. The monsters in Barren Marsh are inherently tough and thick-skinned. Hard difficulty monsters had higher defense and more HP, severely testing the class holders' output capabilities. The configurations of the other teams were similar to Yuan's team, consisting of 1 shield warrior, 3 DPS, and 1 healer. The lowest level monsters in difficult Barren Marsh were level 25. The further you went in, the higher the monster levels became. Once the monster's level exceeded the class holders by too much, the skills and damage of a class holder will be greatly reduced. It would be tough even for 4 full teams to clear it. Not to mention bringing along novices like Yuan and his group. Of course, all of the above applies to ordinary class holders. Yuan is a freak. And the people in his squad are not ordinary class holders either. They are not included in this category. Yuan ignored what the other squads were saying. These people were dispensable in Yuan's eyes. Isn't clearing the abyss a walk in the park? But Yuan's silence. But it only made others more brazen.
The shield warrior who spoke first walked towards Yuan.
His name was Li Yong.
And he was level 27.
Was the highest level among everyone? Li Yong looked at Yuan, who seemed completely unfazed.
And a flash of anger crossed his face. This was because